Chapter 8 That was supposed to be Guang Yu, not Red Sun.
Excerpt from the Traversal Diary. Day 15. The bird that chirps noisily is still in the tree. Somebody's maid, Cui Huan, has new cloth for dresses again. What about you? If I don't freeze to death this winter, I should burn incense to the Buddha. The flower that attracts many bees is still the same one. They stopped giving charcoal as soon as spring arrived. It's because there's no living master in this courtyard. The charcoal distributors all show their disdain. I have only one maid who keeps on sarcastically nagging. Enough of this diary. Who could possibly continue writing this? Lin Shan threw down her brush in annoyance. In truth, she wished she could stuff the brush into her maid's mouth to stop her from repeating herself like a broken record. She looked at her crooked handwriting, and her already depressed mood worsened. She crumpled the paper and tossed it aside. Xiao Tong, hearing the noise, raised her eyebrows. There's only so much silver in our monthly stipend. How can it withstand your wastefulness? Who are you angry with? Do you think I'm accusing you unjustly? Lin Shan held back her temper, leaned against the chair back, crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and tried to ignore everything around her. If it weren't for being in an unfamiliar place, she would have killed this troublesome servant long ago. Xiao Tong sneered. Are you crazy? You can't even pretend to be modest now? Lin Shan opened her eyes slightly. A few coins for toothpaste to clean your stinky teeth. Xiao Tong didn't understand the first part, but was displeased by the latter comment. Picking up a nearly bare chicken feather duster, she pretended to strike, but then dropped it with a cold laugh. You madwoman, do you think you can survive for many more hours? Saying this, Xiao Tong twisted her waist and left. Lin Shan puckered her lips, mimicking Xiao Tong's mannerisms. Oh, how many hours? In the warm spring light, her daily task was merely to bask in the sun. Half a month ago, she was killing her target in the pouring rain. No matter how urgent it was to evacuate then, she never imagined she'd open her eyes here next. This was Jing's state, a dynasty not mentioned in any history book she had read. Whoever sent her here said she must fulfill someone's wish to return. The condition was stringent. It required someone born on the same day, month, and year as Lin Shan. And even more stringent according to the robot. Only the Long Princess met this criterion in the entire Jing state. Long Princess. Ha, Long Princess. Not something you'd find easily, like a radish in the market. Given her remote location, waiting for the Long Princess to come here was as impossible as waiting for rain in northeast China during winter. Now, under the identity of Huang Yue, who died half a month ago, nobody understood her experience of waking up underwater. Early spring water was bone-chillingly cold, if not for her good physical condition. She might have ended up dead right from the start. Huang Yu was the daughter of an unpopular maidservant. Her mother had risen through the ranks by sleeping with the master, but was caught having an affair with the cook. Now locked away in the inner courtyard, both she and Huang Yu suffered from neglect. For half a month, Lin Shan hadn't seen lunch in the Huang residence. Her courtyard was tiny, barely large enough to stretch out without hitting the ceiling. Her only maid was Xiao Tong, who was more irritable than she was, always speaking sarcastically. During these past 2 weeks, Lin Shan constantly thought of ways to silence her. Sunlight filtered through the window onto her face. Lin Shan shaded her eyes, noticing the sun had passed its zenith. Today's lunch, predictably. The old door creaked open. Xiao Tong returned with a scowl, carrying several pastries and a roasted chicken. This comes from Madam. Consider yourself lucky. Eat. She slammed the tray down, causing wine to spill. Lin Shan, famished, grew interested and looked at the food, sitting up straighter. Something about the spilled wine seemed off. Upon closer inspection, the wine bubbled white upon contact with the tray and emitted a pungent, spicy odor. Lin Shan slapped her forehead. How careless. Such corrosive poison would kill anyone foolish enough to drink it. Looking at what? I told you Madam's gift to you is wasted. Xiao Tong grumbled, eyeing the food hungrily. Lin Shan smiled at her, piecing together the situation instantly. Clearly, Madam had orchestrated Huang Yu's death and, seeing Lin Shan still alive, decided to try again. With the knife practically handed to her, rejecting it would go against her assassin instincts. She pushed the tray toward Xiao Tong. I think it shouldn't be mine. Xiao Tong, you eat. Surprised, Xiao Tong hesitated, then sat down eagerly. True, you're stupid, but kind-hearted. Lin Shan almost rolled her eyes. Drooling over the food, Xiao Tong took a deep breath and drank the wine in one gulp. Ah! Xiao Tong winced, then declared, "Good wine." Lin Shan. So naive. Xiao Tong finished the meal quickly, wiped her mouth, and began to choke, clutching her neck before collapsing dead. TSK, TSK, TSK. Offered to me, you insisted on eating it. How else can it end? Just as she stood up, the rotten wooden door burst open, revealing a muscular young man named by Shu, panting heavily. Seeing the scene, he exclaimed, "Ah!" Covering her ears, Lin Shan watched him shut up instantly. You killed her?" Bai Shu asked nervously. "Not me." Lin Shan pointed to the empty plate. "She insisted on eating, choked herself." Bai Shu explained he overheard Madame ordering the poisoning and rushed over. But why did Xiao Tong die instead? Suddenly, voices approached. Opening the window, Bai Shu saw a group of servants rushing towards them. He panicked, trying to barricade the door. Lin Shan grabbed his shoulder. "They're coming just in time. I've endured enough. If only for a while longer." Bai Shu muttered awkwardly. Lin Shan smiled. "Your encouragement style is unique, but I'm not listening." As the servants barged in, led by Madame, they were stunned. Madame accused Lin Shan of murdering Xiao Tong. Without further ado, Lin Shan kicked the table over, picked up a leg, and prepared to fight. Together then, Madame shouted orders to beat and sell Lin Shan. With no room for fair play, Bai Shu joined forces with Lin Shan, wielding a table leg. Facing the incoming servants, Lin Shan unleashed her pent-up frustration, effortlessly defeating several attackers. Madame stepped back in shock. Bai Shu marveled at Lin Shan's prowess. This wasn't Huang Yu. This was Red Sun. Chapter 2. Deceived by the bald donkey for her only asset, the madam was taken aback. The dull thud of the table leg striking her flesh and blood made her involuntarily take a step back. Bai Shu was equally astonished by her prowess. Huang Yu. This was certainly not Huang Yu. This was unmistakably a Red Sun. What extraordinary combat ability. Huang Yu was known throughout Jiangming City as a frail wretch who could barely take a step without gasping for breath. Who would dare to imagine that she could single-handedly overturn 5 or 6 robust young men with nothing but a broken table leg? The others hesitated, afraid to act further. Lin Shanjuan, weary, unfastened a knife from the nearest servant and sighed inwardly. She had initially planned to rest for a while before devising a way to find the princess, but now she was compelled to leave prematurely, regrettably without even securing travel expenses. She casually pulled the hairpin from the young boy's hair and stashed it in her pocket, gripping the knife with one hand as she stepped outside. The servants were intimidated by her imposing demeanor. Their cold, piercing gazes made it impossible to meet her eyes, causing them to retreat step by step. Bai Shu, emulating her, seized a knife and warily followed Lin Shanjuan out. The madam, furious at being outmatched, kicked one of the servants in the rear and yelled, "What on earth are you all being fed for? Hurry up and subdue her." The servant stumbled forward a few steps, only for Lin Shanjuan to strike him fiercely across the face with the blade, sending him crashing to the side, his face swelling rapidly. This elicited gasps of shock from the remaining servants, who were now too frightened to move. The madam found herself forced to retreat, now up against the back door. If she retreated any further, Huang Yu would truly escape. Bai Shu, quick-witted, took the opportunity to untie a horse nearby, tossing one of its reins to Lin Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan caught the reins deftly, eyeing the obstinate madam blocking the exit and deliberately brandishing her steel knife. Is the madam's face also in need of a slap? The madam, gritting her teeth in rage, pushed away the maid who was attempting to assist her and pointed at Lin Shanjuan, fuming, "You little vixen." This provoked Lin Shanjuan. The last person who had pointed at her like that was now buried under a mound of grass. It was evident that this woman needed a lesson. Without uttering a word, she grasped the madam's hand and exerted force, a faint crack echoing as the madam immediately began to wail. "If you dare to raise that claw of yours again, I shall twist your neck like this." With that, she and Bai Shu made a swift exit, heading towards the city gates. The madam, humiliated and nursing a broken finger, was overwhelmed by anger and fainted. The onlookers could do nothing but hurriedly carry her back inside. The sound of hooves clattered over the cobblestone streets, racing through the bustling market until they reached the town's edge, where a group of people had long been waiting. It was Huang Zhengxian, the master of the Huang residence. He stood behind the servants, angrily shouting, "Unfilial daughter! You break your mother's fingers and still think you can escape. Today, I shall cleanse the house of you." It was noon, and his shout drew the attention of many. Upon seeing the frail Huang Yu on horseback, they were instantly shocked, whispering among themselves. Lin Shanjuan scratched her ear, fully aware that this elder Huang was likely stalling for time. Indeed, he had probably already reported to the authorities. Once more people arrived, the situation would become even more complicated, so she spurred her horse forward. You, Huang Yu, how dare you come charging in? You are disrespecting your elders." Huang Zhengxian was furious, nearly losing his composure, but then suddenly recalled the madam's broken fingers and shrank back in fear. Lin Shanjuan, however, showed no signs of slowing down or stopping, and Bai Shu followed suit. Huang Zhengxian, though blusterous, ultimately yielded and stepped aside, allowing them to boldly exit Two Rivers town. The two rode in silence, traversing through a bamboo forest until nightfall, when they finally paused by the river to rest. Bai Shu had secretly observed Lin Shanjuan numerous times during their journey, causing her to feel uneasy. She finally confronted him directly. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Bai Shu, startled, chuckled awkwardly. "Your martial skills are so impressive. I genuinely thought you were gravely ill before." His martial skills were learned from various street performers. He was strong and clever, hence his decent skills, but he lacked technique, so he held great admiration for those truly skilled in the martial arts. Now, the frail Huang Yu had unexpectedly transformed into a cold, detached martial artist. To be frank, he had become infatuated with her the moment the table shattered. After leaving that place, Lin Shanjuan desperately wanted to shed the outdated identity of Huang Yu. Just as Bai Shu began to suspect that she might not be who she claimed to be, she decided to seize the moment to reveal her true identity. "I am not Huang Yu. She died months ago. I am Lin Shanjuan." Before she could formulate an explanation for her origins or why she bore such a striking resemblance to Huang Yu, Bai Shu's boundless imagination filled in the gaps seamlessly. "I understand. You martial artists have your own rules, disguises and all that. I've got it. From now on, I know nothing of Huang Yu. I only recognize you." Lin Shanjuan opened her mouth, then leaned in closer. "She disguised herself as me, which is why I came looking for her. But who could have imagined that she had already been killed?" Bai Shu believed her without question, his mouth agape. Then, did she perhaps fall victim to the madam? Lin Shanjuan realized that it was easy to dupe someone so straightforward, but she was surprised to find Bai Shu even easier to convince. She casually nodded, and after a few seconds of silence, Bai Shu suddenly chuckled. "I knew it. That's what she gets for breaking your fingers. She had it coming." Lin Shanjuan regarded him with suspicion. Such a sycophantic tone suggested he had ulterior motives. Bai Shu, sensing her skepticism, laughed nervously and added, "She deserved it." Lin Shanjuan quickly waved her hand. "Oh, come now, that is not necessary." Bai Shu then grinned broadly, his face beaming with eagerness. "As long as you agree to take me as your apprentice, I swear I'll keep your identity a secret. I won't tell a soul." He blinked innocently, and Lin Shanjuan inhaled deeply, wanting to say something, but upon seeing his foolish expression, she ultimately held her tongue. She was in unfamiliar territory and needed a local to guide her. This boy likely had some knowledge of both the underworld and the legitimate world, and traveling with him might spare her from considerable trouble. "All right, then go catch me a fish first." She readily agreed, lazily lounging on the grass. Intending to cross her legs comfortably, she glanced at her shabby skirt and decided against it in her hasty departure. She had not only forgotten her money, but also had not brought a single change of clothes. Now, dressed like a beggar, even if she encountered the princess, she would undoubtedly be dismissed by the guards. That evening, Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu each had a fish for dinner, rested for the night, and the next day continued their journey straight to the capital. The death of the young boy would undoubtedly be blamed on them by the madam. If they did not flee quickly, they would eventually be captured and imprisoned, and at that point, seeking the princess would be utterly impossible. They ran for a full 2 days before finally exiting the borders of Two Rivers town. As dusk fell, the sunset painted the horizon red, and Lin Shanjuan, nearly starving, tugged at Bai Shu. "Are there no houses around here?" Bai Shu, being straightforward and obedient, had taken her request to avoid crowded areas seriously and had led them through desolate paths. This resulted in them running for 3 days without encountering a single soul. Each night, Lin Shanjuan worried that she might be devoured by wolves while she slept. Previously, staying at the Huang residence, she could manage 2 meals a day. Now, her plight had worsened to just 1 small fish a day. Theo exaggerate. After chewing the first bite a couple of times, she would finish the last bite soon after. Bai Shu was even hungrier than she was, already slumped over his horse's neck. Upon hearing her, he forced himself to perk up, scanning the surroundings for direction, and suddenly his spirit lifted. Hey, boss, I remember there's a temple up ahead, and it's not small. Why don't we try going there tonight? Lin Shanjuan nearly shed tears of joy, clutching the silver hairpin she had taken from the young boy. Do you think this can buy us 2 bowls of noodles? Bai Shu nodded excitedly, nearly falling off his horse. Absolutely. We can get 4 bowls. The 2 famished souls thus regained a modicum of energy and, with a final burst of effort, headed toward the temple. As darkness descended, the 2 horses, stuffed from their journey, finally arrived at the red-painted temple entrance. Bai Shu weakly pounded on the door, and after a moment, a monk opened a crack, peering out. What do you want? Bai Shu presented the hairpin, getting straight to the point. Master, we are truly starving. Could we trade this for some food? Lin Shanjuan was pleased with his tone. It was sufficiently pitiful. Not only would a compassionate monk feel moved, but even she, as an assassin, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. The monk examined the hairpin closely, his eyes bulging, as he gingerly handled it before ultimately taking a bite. This is fake. We are a temple, not a place for beggars to go elsewhere. With that, he slammed the door shut, nearly catching Bai Shu's hand, and the silver hairpin was taken along with him, never to be returned. Lin Shanjuan's satisfaction shattered into pieces. Clearly, she was better suited to be a monk. That rascal! Their only source of funds had vanished just like that. Bai Shu was infuriated, pounding on the door with all his might, but no one answered. This left Bai Shu feeling utterly wronged, and he burst into tears. Boss, sob. This is just too unfair. What kind of monk is this? Lin Shanjuan was equally enraged. She had always been the one deceiving others, yet here she was, outwitted by a bald monk. She patted Bai Shu on the shoulder. Stop crying. He robbed us, so we'll rob him back. Follow me. Bai Shu wiped his tears and followed Lin Shanjuan as they crept around to a lower part of the wall. Lin Shanjuan stepped on Bai Shu's knee and easily leaped up, then pulled Bai Shu up as well. They moved stealthily along the eaves toward the densely packed buildings, and after passing through 2 courtyards, they spotted a hall filled with kneeling worshippers, with soldiers guarding the outer area, a large crowd reciting scriptures. Goodness, were the soldiers this devout these days? Would they really chant Amitabha before a fight? Their only goal was food, so they merely glanced and turned back. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Just before they were about to starve, they finally traced the smoke to the kitchen. The steam from the steaming baskets wafted invitingly, the aroma of buns drawing the 2 closer. At the stove sat a large monk on a stool, his back to them, busily handling something. They watched as he cautiously scraped off the dirt, and the rich scent of meat wafted into their nostrils. This time, Bai Shu took the initiative without Lin Shanjuan needing to say a word. He dashed forward and knocked the monk unconscious while Lin Shanjuan, quick of hand, caught the nearly fallen beggar chicken just in time. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with happiness. Chapter 3. A Just Cause. Seizing the purse, Bai Shu swiftly closed the kitchen door, and the 2 of them tore a whole chicken in half, ladled a bowl of soup, and eagerly grabbed steamed buns to eat. Outside, the chanting continued unabated, echoing as if it would not cease for quite some time. With a keen sense of caution, Lin Shanjuan gently tapped Bai Shu on the back of his head. Go fetch a clean cloth, so we can pack more buns before we leave. Bai Shu stuffed the last piece of bun into his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he clasped his hands toward Lin Shanjuan. The chief is brilliant. He peered out the window, and shortly returned with a large pile of monk's robes tucked under his arm, each appearing brand new, even bearing creases. Chief, will this do? Lin Shanjuan glanced down at her own attire, biting her lip as she reached out to him. How about, you lend me one to wear? Bai Shu looked down, and once again, a strange tacit understanding was silently reached between them. They quickly donned the monk's robes, stuffing their old clothes into the stove to be burned clean. and tore apart one of the monk's robes to wrap the buns, leaving only when the sack was overflowing. The chanting had ceased, and as Bai Shu bent under the weight of a large bag of buns, they turned a corner only to encounter a group of heavily armored soldiers following a monk in their direction. Not far off, their conversation reached the ears of the two. "The general requires an inspection of Her Highness the Princess's dinner before it is served. I must trouble the abbot." The monk bowed slightly. "The general is too kind. Please proceed." Lin Shanjuan was momentarily stunned. Instinctively digging at her ears, she grabbed Bai Shu, her voice tinged with urgency. "Did he just say Her Highness the Princess?" Bai Shu looked at her in terror and vigorously nodded. His deep voice strained, "Chief, we're doomed. Why is the princess here to pay respects?" However, Lin Shanjuan felt an entirely different surge of joy. She had been fretting over how to find her, yet here was the chance to see her so soon, and thus, she resolutely pulled him forward. Regardless of anything else, she had to see what the princess looked like. Even if they could not connect this time, it would help avoid future misrecognition. Just as they were about to leave the confines of the monks' quarters, they were met with soldiers brandishing torches, illuminating the entire courtyard, making it impossible to escape unnoticed. The two had no choice but to hide in the room where they had pilfered the monks' robes, closing the door to conceal themselves among the garments. Outside, silence reigned, save for the sounds of scolding emanating from the kitchen. Presumably the abbot had been awakened by the reprimand. Bai Shu whispered his apologies. Umit ba. While muttering his regrets, he clutched the buns tightly, truly fearful of hunger. The commotion from the kitchen gradually faded, and after a considerable wait, it seemed the monks and soldiers had settled down, allowing them to stealthily emerge with their buns. As expected, many of the torches had extinguished, leaving only a few soldiers on night watch, their heavy eyelids drooping as they patrolled. "Let us go," Lin Shanjuan whispered, and the two crept along the base of the wall to the middle row of the monks' quarters. All the rooms had extinguished their candles, except for the one adjacent to her, which glowed faintly, and muted voices could be heard within. "My lord treats me well. Today, at last, I have the chance to eliminate this woman. What my brother says is right. Even if we perish tonight, it will be worth it. Better to be shattered jade than to remain whole clay." The hushed exchanges halted Lin Shanjuan in her tracks. She abruptly stopped, pressing against the door to see more clearly. Bai Shu, noticing her intent, restrained her, wetting a finger to peel back the paper of the window, revealing three monks whispering conspiratorially while brandishing glinting knives. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her eyes, hardly able to believe. Were the monks of this temple truly so unprincipled? Taking money without performing duties, stealthily consuming chicken, and now three were poised to end it all. Bai Shu urgently gestured for her to refrain from intervening, signaling that they should leave swiftly. His movement was too exaggerated. His hand inadvertently brushed against the door, prompting a sharp voice from within. "Who goes there?" Lin Shanjuan shot him a glare, pulling him swiftly to another hiding spot. After all, their identities remained unclear. Should they raise an alarm, the soldiers outside might surround them, turning their theft into utter disaster. "Over there." Lin Shanjuan faintly heard a low call, realizing that the three were equally wary of alerting the soldiers, and quickly patted Bai Shu. "Split up, head towards the soldiers. They won't dare pursue." Bai Shu nodded rapidly, shouldering the buns as he sprinted away. Lin Shanjuan surveyed her surroundings, her attention drawn to a building guarded by numerous soldiers. With so many soldiers present, surely no one would dare to chase. Seizing the moment, she dashed to the window of that building, flung it open, and leaped inside, landing without a sound. The meditation hall was empty, and Lin Shanjuan hesitated to move about, fearful of waking anyone asleep, and thus proceeded cautiously in the dark. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for a faint flicker of incense, which swayed with the breeze from the open window, sending wispy smoke throughout the chamber. Lin Shanjuan, particularly sensitive to scents, found the incense discomforting. She worried that if she could not suppress a cough, it might awaken the occupants, so she covered her mouth and nose, extinguishing the incense. As she ventured deeper, she felt a rack, seemingly adorned with garments, the fabric soft to the touch, but her fingers soon encountered something hard. Carefully, she extracted it, discerning its outline, which resembled a small pouch hidden within the clothing, reminiscent of ancient money bags, causing her eyes to brighten. Goodness, could she not only stow buns tonight, but perhaps also acquire unexpected wealth? With a determined tug, she unfastened the small pouch, discovering not only some hard objects but also a few paper-like items. Just as she was about to inspect them under the moonlight, an outside shout echoed, "Kill!" The sudden scream startled Lin Shanjuan, causing her to bump her head against the clothes rack, eliciting a grimace of pain. Covering her mouth to stifle a silent groan, she quickly glanced towards the bed, where the occupant seemed not to have stirred. Relieved, she was about to leave when suddenly a figure appeared in the window, illuminated by a torch. "Your Highness, there are assassins in the temple. We shall pursue them, rest assured. This place is tightly secured, and there shall be no mishaps." His voice boomed like thunder, and Lin Shanjuan, fearing discovery, hurriedly climbed onto the table to reach the rafters. Fortunately, the man departed with several squads of soldiers, and after observing for a moment, Lin Shanjuan realized that this room housed none other than Her Highness the Princess. Noticing that the individual below remained completely still, she could not help but feel doubtful. Logically, with such a commotion, the princess, not being deaf, could not possibly remain unaware. How could she still be asleep? Lightly descending from the beams, Lin Shanjuan stealthily approached the bed's edge. Indeed, a figure lay upon the bed, but the darkness obscured her features. Lin Shanjuan detected a peculiar fragrance, surmising it to be a woman, likely the princess herself. Outside, chaos reigned, with shouts of "Catch the assassin," creating the perfect opportunity for her to slip away unnoticed. Just as she turned to leave, a figure suddenly darted past the window, followed by an unrecognizable object being hurled inside. Even before she could approach, the acrid scent of gunpowder wafted toward her, and sensing the danger, she swiftly dove onto the bed, clasping the princess tightly as they tumbled beneath the window frame. Regardless of anything else, this was her mission target, and she could not afford to fail. Otherwise, she would never return. In the pitch darkness, her vision unclear, Lin Shanjuan did not notice as Shihi's forehead collided with the bed's foot. The jarring pain broke through her hazy consciousness, and in that instant, an explosion erupted, but fortunately, Lin Shanjuan had already covered Shihi's ears, preventing her from suffering too great a shock. Amidst the fiery orange glow of the explosion, Shihi, startled, caught sight of the woman pressing down upon her. Her vision blurred, she could not see clearly, but the softness against her chest led her to conclude, "Oh no! Someone has thrown explosives into the princess's chamber. Quickly, save Her Highness." A shout rang out from outside, followed by a cacophony of frantic banging at the door. The monks' quarters, constructed of wooden tables and chairs, were entirely flammable. Within mere seconds, flames engulfed the entire room. Fiery tongues licked at the beams, and thick smoke, laden with carbon monoxide, filled the space. Lin Shanjuan realized that the bed they had hidden beneath was equally combustible, and swiftly crawled out from under it, dragging the semi-conscious princess along with her. "Who are you?" She coughed, her eyes barely able to open a slit. Her mind was clouded, as if she were in a dream, each step taken with difficulty, and she collapsed directly into Lin Shanjuan's arms. Her body was uncontrollable, yet her consciousness remained clear. Lin Shanjuan, also stifled by the smoke, tears streaming down her face, hastily tore a strip from the bed curtain, dampened it with tea from the bedside, and tied it around the faces of both the princess and herself. Fortunately, the monks' quarters had numerous windows. She hoisted the princess onto her back and leaped out the window. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, several explosives were hurled inside, the blast's heat knocking her to the ground, utterly obliterating the monks' quarters. Lin Shanjuan felt as if her bones might shatter. Struggling to rise, she once again hoisted the unscathed princess onto her back, making her way toward the wall where she and Bai Shu had planned to escape. If Bai Shu had managed to flee, he would surely come here. She might as well wait for him. Never before had she felt so disheveled, and as Lin Shanjuan ran, her anger surged, muttering through gritted teeth, "You must remember that it was Lin Shanjuan who saved you. If we meet again and you dare to betray me, I shall certainly curse you." Outside, soldiers armed with water prepared to rush in for a rescue, their eyes wild with urgency as they battled the flames, shouting loudly, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Quickly extinguish the fire! Save the princess!" It seemed all the inhabitants of the temple had gathered before the devastated building. Despite the flames indicating that anyone trapped within would undoubtedly perish, the fact that it was the princess inside compelled them to seek answers, alive or dead, they had to ascertain the truth. The firefighters shouted hoarsely, while outside, soldiers swarmed in search of assassins. Bai Shu, having evaded the pursuers, began searching for Lin Shanjuan. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted two figures beneath the grand willow tree in front of the Sutra Hall. He hurried over. Goo goo goo, Lin Shanjuan, her temper flaring, shouted back, "What are you gooing for? Everyone is busy saving lives. Come here quickly." Bai Shu rushed over, and upon seeing Lin Shanjuan covered in soot, with her hair matted and filthy, he could hardly find the words to describe her state. "Chief, what happened? Did you get blown up?" Lin Shanjuan felt as if she were about to exhale a plume of black smoke. "I see it obvious. Do I need to singe my hair for you to notice?" Bai Shu struggled to suppress his laughter, his cheeks puffing out as he shook his head vigorously. His eyes then fell upon the woman lying nearby. And who is this? With the light of the flames, he recognized Qi's exquisite features. A woman of such beauty within the temple could only be the long-awaited princess they had overheard, causing his legs to weaken. What is the princess doing here? Chapter 4. Clue and Trace. Lin Shanjuan wearily wiped her face with her sleeve, only to smudge it further, utterly oblivious to the fact. She briefly recounted the recent events. She must have been affected by some sort of narcotic. Now those soldiers are searching for her everywhere. We must make our escape first, or we might find ourselves captured as thieves. Bai Shu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "With this incident, the entire city will surely be on high alert, searching for the assassin. Given our current predicament, where can we possibly go?" Lin Shanjuan, unfamiliar with the territory, could only grasp at a singular thought in her haste. "Let us head towards the capital." Fortunately, no one in the temple saw our faces. "Quickly now, let us not linger on this matter. We must leave the temple first." Bai Shu nodded vigorously, rising to his feet and bellowing with a voice full of resolve, "Capture the assassin! The assassin is here!" After their shouts, they fled, and indeed, within moments, a large contingent of soldiers arrived, accompanied by a maidservant, who, upon discovering the princess's presence, hurriedly escorted her back to the carriage for temporary safety. Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu felt a wave of relief as they departed, swiftly mounting their horses and leaving this place of turmoil behind. After a night of chaos, the flames were finally extinguished by dawn, with soldiers kneeling before the carriage, their faces covered in ash, seeking forgiveness. He had awakened an hour prior, still under the influence of the narcotic. Rubbing her forehead, she gazed at the hastily scribbled keywords on paper, pondering each detail without overlooking a single aspect. Lin Shanjuan. This name was unfamiliar to her, and the tone did not suggest someone from the capital. Her timely appearance seemed too fortuitous. Could it be a part of Grand Tutor Qi Zhaomian's ulterior plan? During this pilgrimage to seek blessings, she had anticipated peril from the outset, which was why she had brought the head of the inner cabinet guards, Yu Lu, along to prevent Qi Zhaomian from laying a trap for her assassination. Last night had merely been a ruse to send her to Jiaoyang City for reconnaissance. She herself had nearly lost her life. Had it not been for the intervention of those two unidentified individuals, she would surely have been reduced to ashes by now. A glimmer of murderous intent sparkled in her peach blossom eyes as Yu Lu, weary from travel, returned, awaiting her instructions. "Yu Lu," her icy voice resonated. He swiftly mounted the carriage, responding, "At your service. Eliminate the spy, then summon General Su to come." Yu Lu understood precisely whom she referred to as the spy. Since their departure, only her personal maid, Huar, had left the party under the pretext of wetting her handkerchief, and she must be the one tasked with relaying messages. Yu Lu accepted the order and prepared to leave when he suddenly caught sight of Shi's tattered outer garment, causing him to gasp in alarm. "Your Highness, are you injured? Do you require the physician's assistance?" She glanced at her clothing, scoffing lightly as she shook her head. "I merely lost my purse. It was likely taken by last night's thieves. It is of no consequence." Reassured by her words, Yu Lu departed, and shortly thereafter, General Su's rough voice echoed from the side of the carriage. "What are your commands, Your Highness?" She scrutinized the words on the paper. Though her consciousness had been clear during the events of the previous night, the effects of the narcotic had rendered her unable to control her actions. Thus, the first thing she did upon awakening was to swiftly record the conversation she had overheard. Within an hour, she had already formulated a plan to locate the two individuals. Dispatch personnel to search nearby towns for a male and female fugitive. They should be around 20 years of age, recently escaped. Gather all pertinent information about those who meet this description and report back to me. Su Jinping noted the key points and promptly divided 20 men into pairs to scour the surroundings. She massaged her temples, her thoughts still somewhat muddled as she continued to untangle the web of events. Qi Zhaomian was cunning and deep-minded. If he had set a trap, he would not strike only once. After this failure, he would undoubtedly have a backup plan, and the original route back to the capital could no longer be taken. In mere moments, she arrived at this conclusion and continued, "Additionally, we must alter our course to follow the Qi River back to the capital. Ride swiftly. We must ensure our arrival within half a month." Su Jinping had always adhered closely to her commands, acknowledging her order before departing. Yu Lu had already dealt with Huar and was returning with a stern expression when the abbot obstructed her path. "Lady Yu, there has been an inexplicable theft of 6 monk robes from the temple. I am unsure if this is related to last night's incident, but I felt it necessary to inform you." Yu Lu nodded slightly before reporting this matter to Shi He. Upon hearing this, Shi experienced a flash of inspiration. She vaguely recalled catching a glimpse of a figure just before the explosion last night. Although the face was unclear, the deep blue monk robe was strikingly vivid in her memory. Having taken her purse and donned the monk's garments, it was likely that the individual, being short on funds, had not ventured far and was now perhaps still wearing the monk's attire, making them conspicuous and easy to locate. "Yu Lu, pursue along the nearest route to the capital and ensure you find the 2 individuals in monk robes, a male and a female. Upon locating them, maintain close surveillance and send word at once." Yu Lu accepted the command, swiftly mounting her horse and galloping away. Due to the change of route along the Qi River, no further incidents occurred, and under the cover of night, they finally arrived safely at the capital within half a month. Shi He's decisive actions left the assassins lying in wait along the main road with nothing but disappointment. Missing this opportunity, they would have to wait another year. The late emperor had once sought blessings for his family at Yuanshan Temple, and during his lifetime, the family had visited annually. Now that her father had passed, Yuanshan Temple had become Shi He's sole refuge for spiritual solace. Hence, despite the inherent dangers associated with the annual pilgrimage, she felt compelled to continue. Over the past 4 years, she had successfully navigated through various assassination attempts with the protection of her subordinates, and this year, she had managed to escape unharmed. However, each year at this time, treacherous ministers and traitorous subjects stirred restlessly, and over time, one could not avoid mishaps by the riverside. It appeared she would need to devise a strategy for the following year. As she contemplated this matter, the Grand Tutor Li Zheng, having heard of her return, came to pay a visit. He had originally been one of her father's old ministers and had vehemently opposed Shi He's regency. However, as time passed, he began to recognize her earnest efforts to secure the emperor's authority. She was willing to sacrifice her reputation time and again, which was sufficient to demonstrate her unwavering sincerity. Thus, he remained in the court, assisting her in gathering intelligence on the minister's sentiments. In the court, where everyone harbored their own ambitions, it was difficult to discern loyalty from treachery. He could only form his own faction, maintaining an appearance of neutrality to better support Shi He and her brother. "Your Highness, in the past month, ministers have successively submitted memorials asserting that you have been in control of the court for many years, and that it is now time to return authority to His Majesty, deeming it inappropriate for you to continue to govern behind the curtain." Shi He had anticipated this. While she had been evading assassination for the past month, it was no coincidence that concurrent memorials were being submitted. This was undoubtedly Qi Zhaomian's doing. He played his cards well, employing a dual strategy to strike her down one by one. Yet, he would be sorely disappointed. Even without asking, she could surmise how Emperor Qi Ili would respond. Sure enough, it was not long before Qi Ili arrived in a flurry, accompanied by a retinue of palace attendants. Upon entering, he dismissed everyone else, anxiously inquiring, "Sister, you have finally returned. Was your journey safe? Next year, I shall go to pay respects. You should remain in the capital and wait." He rambled on, every word imbued with concern. Shi He's previously cold demeanor softened considerably as she adjusted his garments, saying, "As the sovereign, such recklessness is unbecoming." Qi Ili, feeling guilty, fidgeted with his sleeves. That I was simply eager to see you, sister. Now that I see you, I am at ease." His gaze wandered, and he soon noticed a missing figure, prompting his curiosity. "Where is Huar?" Shi He scoffed derisively. "She is Qi Zhaomian's accomplice. having divulged our pilgrimage route to the assassins. Yu Lu has dealt with her. What? Qi Ili exclaimed in shock. He has extended his reach this far. Did sister suffer any injuries without informing me? It was only natural for him to worry. After all, Huar had been Shihi's devoted maid for many years, and the fact that she had been turned against them was indeed disconcerting. Shihi interrupted his panic to address the matter at hand. I hear the old ministers have counseled you, and you rebuffed them? Mentioning this, Qi Ili grew increasingly agitated, helping Shihi take a seat before sitting down himself in frustration. Those old ministers are utterly antiquated. Clearly, my sister possesses greater governance capability, yet they are blinded by traditional notions. I do not take their words to heart. You may assist me in making decisions, and I shall certainly heed your counsel. Shihi shook her head. In 2 years, you will come of age. There are certain responsibilities you must bear. Otherwise, Ji Shirhan will seize this opportunity to unite the ministers against you. Her gaze drifted into the distance, her fingertips tracing the delicate smoke of sandalwood incense as she murmured, It is time to find an ordinary person to shield us from these overt attacks. Qi Ili's heart raced, and he sprang to his feet. Sister, you are not considering. She opened her eyes to observe his distressed expression, sighing inwardly as she caressed his face. Ili, we have come this far. What is there to hold back? It is merely a matter of remarrying, and this time to an ordinary commoner. I stand to lose nothing. What is there for you to worry about? Tears welled in Qi Ili's eyes. There is something, your reputation. He could not articulate his thoughts, but she understood his unspoken concerns, offering a wry smile. Ili, the burden left by our father is too great. This empire weighs heavier than both our lives combined. If what I do can preserve the fruits of my father's labor, I shall die without regret, let alone a mere reputation. Her gaze radiated an expansive depth, yet her frail shoulders bore a strength more steadfast than anyone else in the world. Qi Ili clenched his fists, silently vowing thousands of times. He wished for his sister's well-being, for her to marry the one she loved, and for her to enjoy a life of happiness. He also longed to acquire the capability to safeguard the empire, to cleanse the court of treachery, allowing his sister to roam freely, untroubled by the burdens of power. He envisioned her as the most carefree princess, the most noble woman in the entire Jinghua. Yet despite his repeated vows, they remained painfully distant from realization. Half a month after Shihi returned to the capital, the soldiers who had been dispatched to gather intelligence finally returned to report their findings. Among the 20, only one group had information deemed useful. Shihi scrutinized the soldiers from head to toe. In Lianghe town, there was a case of a servant girl and a young man committing murder and fleeing. Were they a male and female? Indeed. After extensive inquiries, we found that the only reported incident of murder and subsequent flight in the entire southwest occurred in Lianghe town, and the townsfolk are well aware. Many have witnessed the event. How could one commit murder and escape in plain sight, clearly showing contempt for the law? Another soldier added, It is said that the murder occurred within the estate, and the lady of the main house suffered a severed finger while being pursued by the house servants. They fought back at the town's entrance, which is why so many people know about it. The information concluded there, and Shihi raised her brow in contemplation, reflecting on the indistinct face she had glimpsed that night. Yu Lu had yet to report back. She was uncertain whether the two individuals had been located. She waved her hand, and the two soldiers respectfully withdrew. The room fell silent once more, and Shihi remembered how that woman had leapt out of the window with her and had carried her away at great speed, all while leaving no one the wiser. This indicated a level of strategy and courage far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, suggesting that she was no mere servant girl, but rather someone harboring secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 5. The Princess of Rumor. At this moment, Yu Lu was carefully riding her horse, following closely behind Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu as they made their way toward Jiaoyang City. Thanks to Shihi's timely reaction and the exceptional speed and endurance of Yu Lu's steed, a rare and magnificent horse, she easily caught up with the two leisurely strolling along the road. Bold in her skills, she was unafraid of being discovered, maintaining a cautious distance that allowed her to keep Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu in sight. Since leaving Erhe town, Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu had completely relaxed. With no pursuers behind them and no urgent destination in mind, they had calculated their consumption of steamed buns and felt at ease, making their journey with a carefree attitude. Initially, they had thought to linger a few days at the outskirts of Jiangming City, to eat and drink to their satisfaction before moving on. However, one day, upon waking, they found the innkeeper regaling other guests with tales of fugitives, featuring a man and a woman, just like them. Thus, they had no choice but to leave the inn immediately and venture further away, as the sun climbed toward its zenith. Though the spring sun was not scorching, the unique languor of the season made one feel drowsy. Bai Shu, wearing a straw hat, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Boss, if we keep going, we'll be at Zhaoyang City. What do you think about staying there for a few months before moving on?" Lin Shanjuan, with a few fingers hooked around the reins, had endured half a month of travel and was just beginning to adapt to the discomfort of riding. Hearing this, she felt a playful urge to tease him. "What is it about Zhaoyang City that has you so concerned? You didn't seem to mind when we were in Jiangming City." Bai Shu's face flushed red with embarrassment as he scratched his cheek. "Didn't we run away because we were being chased?" "It is not that I wanted to leave." Lin Shanjuan chuckled softly. Let us not speak further. If you say one more word, I simply won't believe you." The horse swayed gently as the warm spring breeze caressed their faces. Suddenly, Lin Shanjuan understood the beauty of the phrase, "The spring light lazily leans against the gentle wind." Reflecting on her past life, she felt a profound sense of fate connecting her past and present. Who would have imagined she would find herself here, living a life so utterly different from before? Although the path of escape had its thrills, it was undeniably far more tranquil compared to the blood-soaked days of her past. "How unpredictable the world is," she sighed with her eyes closed. Bai Shu, curious, glanced at her and asked, "Boss, what do you mean by the world is unpredictable?" His thick, rough accent shattered the rare atmosphere, prompting Lin Shanjuan to cast him an impatient glance. "I was reminiscing about the days of licking blood from a blade." Bai Shu immediately fell silent, retracting his neck and daring not to utter another word. Their journey was marked by stops and starts, and after consuming their scattered steamed buns over the course of half a month, they finally arrived at Zhaoyang City, where they found an inn to stay. After bathing, Lin Shanjuan changed into monk's robes. As she changed, a pouch of coins that had been torn from Shihi's clothing fell to the ground. Lin Shanjuan stared at the unfamiliar object for a few seconds, and upon recalling its origin, her eyes lit up as she quickly crouched down to pick it up. Had it not fallen out, she might have almost forgotten about it. Bai Shu returned from outside and spotted the exquisite pouch, leaping over the table. "Boss, are you hiding private savings from me?" Lin Shanjuan shot him a look. "If I had private savings, would I be eating steamed buns for half a month?" As she opened the pouch, several taels of silver spilled out, followed by a few banknotes. "How much is this worth?" Lin Shanjuan inquired curiously. Bai Shu took a glance and his eyes nearly bulged out. 1,000 taels." He trembled as he counted the banknotes, discovering there were a full 10 of them. That amounted to 10,000 taels. "Boss, where did you get so much?" 10,000 taels. Lin Shanjuan was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly shoved a stale bun into his mouth. "Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know you're wealthy?" Bai Shu nearly choked on the bun, rolling his eyes for a while before spitting it out and rinsing his mouth. Above them, Yu Lu gritted her teeth. She had indeed stolen the prince's pouch. What a shameless act! Lin Shanjuan handed him the silver. "Take this, pay for the inn first. Then buy a few sets of ready-made clothes to wear, all male attire." Their appearances in monk's robes and long hair were rather incongruous, drawing many curious stares while they dined. Lin Shanjuan keenly felt the inconvenience of their attire. Having already stolen monk's robes, parading about so boldly would make it all too easy for anyone intent on finding them. Thus, it was essential to disguise themselves. Bai Shu soon returned with several plain sets of clothing. Having grown accustomed to frugality, he did not dare to spend extravagantly despite possessing a considerable amount of silver. Lin Shanjuan did not scrutinize his choices, promptly taking the clothes to change into. Imitating Bai Shu's style, she fashioned her hair into a male bun and checked her reflection in the mirror, satisfied that there were no glaring errors before stepping out. Bai Shu, bored as he sipped tea, turned around upon hearing the door open, only to be startled by Lin Shanjuan's transformed appearance, forgetting to drink and letting the tea spill down his chin. Lin Shanjuan possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, and as the saying goes, one's looks reflect one's heart. The craft of her profession over the years had honed not only her cautious nature, but also her sharp facial contours. Though her chest was not particularly ample, The wrapping made it even less noticeable. Lin Shanjuan looked at Bai Shu with disdain. He was undoubtedly the type to drool over such a sight. "Boss, I must say, with this disguise, you truly resemble a..." Lin Shanjuan smirked with pride, but Bai Shu's final two words abruptly halted her sentence. "A male courtesan." Lin Shanjuan's pride froze on her face, and with a forced smile, she glared at him. "Do you have any idea how many lives I hold in my hands?" Bai Shu chuckled awkwardly. "I look like a male courtesan. I look like a male courtesan." Lin Shanjuan shot him a glance and picked up the mirror to check again. Her appearance was indeed unblemished. In fact, she had a slightly prominent Adam's apple, making it easy to pass for a man. However, her voice, neither firm nor soft, if it were just her, it wouldn't matter much. After all, there weren't many women dressing as men these days. But with Bai Shu beside her, his voice was so coarse it sounded like a broom that had scrubbed pots for years. In comparison, it would be all too easy to discern her gender. Thus, Lin Shanjuan pondered and decided to pose as a mute, planning to blend into the capital city and see how it went. Bai Shu protested vehemently. "My mind has to that quick. If I accidentally say something wrong, wouldn't we both?" Lin Shanjuan crossed her arms and shook her head. "Though your mind may not be sharp, you are quite simple. Others will see you as harmless. If I act a bit more foolishly, who will care about such a combination of intellect?" Bai Shu listened from both sides and found no flattery in her words. Scratching his face, "Boss, do you think this will work?" Clearly, he was lacking in confidence. Lin Shanjuan settled down. "How about we go out tonight to try it? Let's head to a crowded place and see if anyone recognizes me as a woman." At the mention of a crowded place, Bai Shu suddenly recalled one. "Boss, the Shanwufeng in Jiaoyang City is the liveliest. Why don't we go there tonight?" Shanwufeng? It sounded like a place for dancing. Lin Shanjuan readily agreed. "Let us spend your small silver first, and once that is gone, we can use these banknotes." Bai Shu remembered he still hadn't received an answer to his initial question and asked again, "Boss, you haven't told me where this money came from?" As Lin Shanjuan counted the banknotes, she replied while tucking them into her clothing, "I got it from the princess that night." Bai Shu chuckled. "Oh, from the princess, huh?" Suddenly, time froze. Bai Shu's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Shanjuan was startled and quickly pulled him up. "What is going on? Did a piece of silver fall under the table, and you're eager to dive in?" Bai Shu, now too frightened to joke, said, "Boss, let us just return the silver. We can't spend this." Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brow at him. She could tell that Bai Shu's fear of he was not merely respect but genuine terror, which piqued her curiosity to learn more. "Is she really that frightening? Tell me what you're afraid of. If your reasons are convincing, I'll return it." Before Bai Shu could speak, he shivered, and Lin Shanjuan surmised it was due to his guilty conscience over speaking ill of someone. "Boss, you may not know this, but that princess is famously a viper in beauty." He took a sip of water and recounted the rumors he had heard in the streets. While some details were likely exaggerated, the essence remained largely accurate. 5 years ago, the kingdom of Jing was ruled not by the current monarch but by the late emperor, the father of the reigning king. That emperor was wise and martial, dedicated to his duties, and beloved by the people. Yet, 5 years ago, the southern region faced floods, while the north was attacked by foreign tribes. Amidst this internal and external chaos, the old emperor dispatched envoys to address the floods while personally leading troops to the northern borders. Although the floods were eventually managed and the foreign invaders repelled, the old emperor, having grown frail, succumbed after overexerting himself in the military camp. The late emperor had only one empress, who had repeatedly rejected the minister's advice to expand the harem. With the emperor's passing, she soon followed him in grief. Thus, only the two siblings remained in the royal family, and although the 11-year-old emperor ascended the throne, his immaturity left all affairs to the management of Princess Shi. Some ambitious individuals saw this as an opportune moment to seize power, but the princess soon announced her engagement to the general of the north, and news of their impending marriage spread throughout the streets. The general commanded tens of thousands of armored troops, the largest military force stationed in the capital. Once this marriage was set, those who harbored ill intentions were compelled to retreat. Unfortunately, the joy was short-lived. Merely 2 years into the marriage, the general's only son, the prince consort, suddenly died in a brothel. Due to the nature of his passing, the general's household could only conduct a discreet investigation, yielding no results to this day. In the subsequent 5 years, Princess Shi was wed 3 times to powerful ministers and military scions, all of whom met their untimely demise under various mysterious circumstances similar to that of the general's son. It soon dawned on the people that the rumor, obtaining the princess means obtaining the imperial seal, was likely propagated by the princess herself, aimed at drawing out hidden intentions and dismantling them one by one. But it was too late. The princess was exceptionally beautiful and possessed a charm that could captivate anyone. Those who married her, be they nobles or generals, became utterly infatuated, willing to go to any lengths to win her favor. Thus, in just 5 years, she had married 4 times, reclaiming all the military tokens and properties previously granted to the soldiers by the late emperor, temporarily stabilizing the precarious royal position. Lin Shanjuan looked at him in astonishment. I never thought she was so formidable at such a young age. Bai Shu sighed, shaking his head. Not only that, she is not just a widow but has remarried multiple times, and her temperament is fickle, often demanding someone be punished on a whim. It is said that those who do not show her respect not only meet their own ends, but also bring ruin upon their entire clan. Chapter 6. Eavesdropping at the dance house. Are you looking for someone to kill? Lin Shanjuan gazed at him with a hint of suspicion. Why do I feel as though you are describing me? Bai Shu shuddered slightly. Boss, it's broad daylight. Don't scare me. You know I'm as timid as a mouse. Lin Shanjuan retorted. Then why do you yearn for the martial world? To roam your little mouse kingdom? Bai Shu chuckled shyly. Though I may be timid, my heart for chivalry is anything but small. Lin Shanjuan smiled. Your appetite is also quite substantial. One of you is worth 3 of me. Bai Shu blushed even more, muttering softly, just half full. Lin Shanjuan chose to ignore Bai Shu, sitting by the window and staring vacantly at the bustling street below. Although the tale spun by Bai Shu painted the Princess Shi and her court as rather fearsome, from her modern perspective, wasn't she the quintessential heroine? At merely 20 years of age, she managed state affairs, supporting the nation and caring for her brother, enduring hardships beyond the imagination of outsiders. Despite her multiple marriages, her ability to achieve her goals each time while simultaneously removing the heirs of powerful ministers only attested to her extraordinary capability. Moreover, while the common folk may speak ill of her, none accuse her of usurping the throne, indicating that her actions were clearly for her brother, the current emperor. She is a good sister. If she were to be a ruler, she would undoubtedly make an admirable monarch. Lin Shanjuan rested her hands behind her head, pondering the only female emperor in history who has also been subject to various judgments over the years. Those standing at the foot of the mountain, having never seen the view from the peak, often criticize those at the summit. Such occurrences are hardly rare. She speculated that the greatest wish of the princess at present was likely to stabilize the court and preserve the empire left by her father, ensuring that her years of bearing rumors were not in vain. This was no small aspiration. Lin Shanjuan sighed. Let alone the long and arduous road ahead, she was hesitant even to contemplate it that evening. The two of them casually ate a little before heading out, with a clear destination in mind. The dance house. Yu Lu, having eavesdropped on news throughout the afternoon, pinned a letter and placed it in the carrier pigeon-esque container, hastening to catch up with them. Jiaoyang City, also known as the city that never sleeps, boasted a nightlife that rivaled the capital's in splendor. Although night had long fallen, many lingered outside, and vendors lined the streets in vibrant displays. It was Lin Shanjuan's first visit to an ancient night market, and she found herself enchanted, eager to purchase anything rare she spotted. As they wandered, they indeed found themselves near the dance house, where, from a distance, several alluring women stood at the entrance to greet customers. Lin Shanjuan glanced at Bai Shu, who was indeed casting furtive glances in that direction. She let out a soft huff. I wondered why you seemed so eager to come. Who wouldn't he want to step inside? Generally, she did not interfere with her subordinates' personal interests, and considering Bai Shu's respectful demeanor over the past few days, it seemed harmless to accompany him on this visit. Truth be told, she also wished to see the beautiful dancers perform. Bai Shu's face reddened further. I'm just here to watch the dance. Lin Shanjuan dismissed his protest, patting the back of his head as she headed toward the entrance. If you want to enjoy yourself, why not go in? If you keep dawdling, I won't wait for you. Bai Shu, filled with excitement, hurried to catch up, much to the chagrin of the trailing Yu Lu. How dare he not only steal the princess's silver, but also squander it in such frivolities at a place like this? It was a waste of those coins. She regretted sending the message too soon. If she reported this incident, the princess might very well order their execution. Seeing the two enter the dance house, Yu Lu grit her teeth and followed them. She absolutely had to see what that woman was doing, brazenly entering like that. Yu Lu quickly concealed her white attire in a bundle and stealthily slipped into the dance house under the cover of night. Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu soon entered the main hall, and Yu Lu was struck with astonishment as she observed Lin Shanjuan, a woman, displaying more composure than Bai Shu, the man, unabashedly surveying the dancers before choosing a seat. Bai Shu, bashfully pushed to the side by the madam, soon beckoned two dancers dressed in cherry pink and bright yellow silk to join him. Younger, Xiu'er, attend to our esteemed guests well. Bai Shu's face was aflame, prompting Xiu'er to tease. The spring sun is quite warm. Look how it has reddened the gentleman. Allow me to help you cool down. A perfumed handkerchief was presented to him, accompanied by the dancer's alluring form, causing Bai Shu to be overwhelmed with innocence, standing rigidly in place. Miss, men and women should not have such close contact. His tongue seemed ensnared, and Lin Shanjuan nearly spat out her drink from the shock of his reaction. The sweet wine was smooth but not intoxicating, merely a common sweet brew. Younger leaned closer, wrapping her arms around one of Lin Shanjuan's, pouring her more wine while gently patting her back, her flirtatious gaze lingering. Xiu'er, startled by Bai Shu's reaction, burst into laughter, her laughter like flowers swaying. You come to a place of revelry and still speak of propriety? How amusing. Bai Shu's neck flushed crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively glanced at Lin Shanjuan. Boss, can't we just listen to the music? I truly. Lin Shanjuan, noticing his discomfort, chuckled. Weren't you eager to come yesterday? Why, now that you're seated, do you wish to leave? Is the bench too hot for your behind? Xiu'er, having been repeatedly rejected, began to feel slighted. Sir, do you think I'm not beautiful enough to serve you? Bai Shu shook his head vehemently. No, that is not it. I simply meant that I'm here to listen to music and watch dances, not as you think. His words only angered her further. As a semi-top-tier courtesan, if she hadn't found Bai Shu appealing, he wouldn't have qualified for her attention. She stood up abruptly. If you find the dancers beautiful, why don't you simply approach them instead of insulting me here? With a flick of her sleeve, she left, leaving Bai Shu too embarrassed to call her back, forcing him to sit in awkward silence. Noticing this, Younger tentatively inquired whether she should stay, as the time wasted was not only precious but also affected tonight's earnings, and she naturally had to be attentive. Lin Shanjuan continued to chuckle at Bai Shu's lack of assertiveness, observing that he seemed ready to steam over with embarrassment, and she decided to take him to the stage to enjoy the music. However, just as she stood, she keenly noticed the madam scanning the room before leading a more alert-looking man up to the loft. Historically, brothels were rife with intrigue, and Lin Shanjuan felt compelled to eavesdrop on what these two might be discussing. To put it plainly, she simply enjoyed a bit of excitement. Younger, unaware of her intentions, assumed Lin Shanjuan was leaving and prepared to turn away when suddenly, Lin Shanjuan grasped her wrist. Where are you going, sister? Younger froze, quickly regaining composure, feigning shyness as she leaned into Lin Shanjuan's embrace. The moment was electric. How could she not feel the softness of a woman? Lin Shanjuan, while binding her chest to disguise her figure, was not flat, and the sensation was undeniable. Observing Younger's astonishment, Lin Shanjuan seized the moment to inquire, Sister, are you truly surprised? Do you wish to accompany those gentlemen instead of me? She leaned closer, catching Younger off guard, who had never encountered such a situation before and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Lin Shanjuan produced a silver coin and discreetly tucked it into Younger's decolletage. Are you really unwilling? Upon feeling the coin, Younger blushed, unsure whether it was genuine or not, and immediately entwined her fingers with Lin Shanjuan's, not letting go. Younger would be delighted. Bai Shu stared, dumbfounded. Boss, why are you still? Lin Shanjuan shot him a meaningful glance. I'll be back shortly with this little sister. You just enjoy the music. If you like watching the dancers, then pay close attention. Don't come out later not knowing what you saw. Bai Shu, responding instinctively, nodded, half aware that something unusual was afoot, and his desire to watch the dance waned as he focused on the eclectic crowd in the hall. Lin Shanjuan then followed Younger as she led her toward a room. However, it seemed Younger was reluctant to take her upstairs, attempting to guide her back down. This only confirmed Lin Shanjuan's suspicions, and she decided to pick Younger up as if she were one of the hurried men and carried her to the second floor. Yu Lu could hardly contain her fury, wishing to snatch the money back and return to the capital. How could she, the head of the inner guard, waste time watching an unashamed woman indulge in revelry? Today, she was determined to see if this woman was truly as shameless as she seemed. Younger, taken aback by Lin Shanjuan's strength, found herself unceremoniously tossed onto the bed without a moment to suggest going to her room downstairs. "Sir, Miss, you possess remarkable strength." As she spoke, she partially undid her garments, her flirtatious eyes beckoning Lin Shanjuan closer. Lin Shanjuan approached as desired. Yu Lu, seething, had already drawn a dart, ready to end this woman's life and return to report, only to witness Lin Shanjuan knock the woman unconscious and then disdainfully brush off her clothing. Touching and feeling, and the young lady still dares to be so improper. Yu Lu retracted her dart, observing Lin Shanjuan cleverly closing the door before swiftly climbing out the window to the back. She hurriedly followed, watching Lin Shanjuan deftly navigate the narrow window ledge, quickly approaching the corner window. After ensuring she wouldn't be discovered, Lin Shanjuan crouched by the window to eavesdrop. Yu Lu's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the princess was astute. This individual was clearly not ordinary. She quietly followed suit, crouching on the rooftop to observe. As Lin Shanjuan had surmised, the interior revealed two men engaged in hushed conversation. To borrow Xior's words, what good business could be discussed in a place of indulgence? Magistrate Wang is diligent in his duties. You, my lord, can rest assured. Here is your confidential letter. Read it and burn it, ensuring no outsiders are informed. The man referred to as Magistrate Wang carefully tucked the letter away. Rest assured, my lord, I will act with caution. After our discussion here, I hope you will honor me with a visit to my residence for a meal. The man on the left shook his head. Matters in the capital are ever-changing. The Long Princess has returned, and I must return swiftly to avoid detection. Do not forget the tasks I entrusted you with. If you fail, we may both lose our heads. Magistrate Wang appeared as though he might prostrate himself, repeatedly assuring, my lord, rest assured. He beckoned, and the madam, who had been standing in the corner and thus went unnoticed, approached with a box of silver. This is your traveling money. My lord has worked hard. Upon your return, please convey my regards to your esteemed mentor. The mentor he referred to was likely the my lord spoken of by the man on the left. Although the two exchanged only a few words, their content suggested they were indeed plotting against the Long Princess. Chapter 7. Undercover preparations. Lin Shanjuan lowered her head to examine the garments she currently wore, and her thoughts drifted to the 1,000 taels borrowed from Bai Shu. After all, she had borrowed a considerable sum from him. Now that she had been seen, it would be rather disconcerting to ignore it, wouldn't it? Alas, how could borrowing money from someone else lead to a pang of conscience? She pondered deeply, but ultimately succumbed to the interrogation of guilt. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly caught sight of a cleaning boy approaching with a broom. Their eyes met, and before the boy could utter a word, Lin Shanjuan gracefully leapt into the inner courtyard. With a swift motion, she knocked the cleaning boy unconscious, contemplated for a moment, removed his outer garment, and fashioned a cloth to cover her face before returning to the room she had just eavesdropped on. The two individuals inside had already risen and were in the midst of bidding farewell. Lin Shanjuan, disregarding any notion of being an outsider, leapt through the window into the room, startling all three of them. The man on the left reacted the quickest. Just as he was about to shout for help, Lin Shanjuan deftly seized the pastries on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. The gentleman choked and rolled his eyes in distress, while the brothel madam was simultaneously knocked unconscious, leaving only the man on the right trembling in fear. Who are you?" he stammered. Lin Shanjuan cast a disdainful glance at him and, without warning, delivered a kick to his groin. The force of the blow rendered him mute, and he crumpled to the ground, unable to utter a sound. Lin Shanjuan, with an air of nonchalance, seized the confidential letter that could not be known to outsiders and departed the room. As she walked, she discarded the cleaning boy's outer garment and mask on the ground, then swiftly made her way to the hall where Bai Shu stood, tense and alert. She dashed past Bai Shu, giving his shoulder a light pat. Upon recognizing her, he quickly followed. The moon, still hanging in the sky, had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing her effortlessly subdue three individuals in mere moments, now observing her elegant maneuvering. She glanced at the two officials below, memorized their features, and rejoined Lin Shanjuan. As the three exited the brothel, they were immediately surrounded by thugs wielding clubs, a perilous predicament indeed. Bai Shu trailed Lin Shanjuan at a brisk pace until they reached the inn where they were staying. Once inside and having closed the door, he whispered, "Boss, did that girl realize you were a woman and chase you away, which is why you ran so fast?" Just as she was about to unveil the confidential letter and share the secrets swirling in her mind, Lin Shanjuan, unable to contain her irritation, tapped Bai Shu on the head with the letter. "Is that all you can think about? I ran because I took something from someone. I should have left you there." Bai Shu cradled his head, groaning in discomfort, and Lin Shanjuan sat down, prompting him to lean closer. "What does it say?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lin Shanjuan, opting for transparency, unfurled the letter for him to see. "Why don't you take a look?" Bai Shu shyly declined. Well, I haven't read much." Lin Shanjuan smiled faintly, reclaiming the letter to read it herself, only to have Bai Shu lean in again, nearly replacing her own head. "Boss, what does it say?" Lin Shanjuan replied, her tone laced with mockery. "It states, those who are reading this are little dogs." Bai Shu paused, pouting as he retreated, only to be met with a sharp glare from Lin Shanjuan, which quelled his sense of grievance. The letter contained only a few terse words. "Frowny face affairs in the capital are urgent. Salt transportation is temporarily halted. When matters ease, we shall engage. Exercise caution." Lin Shanjuan's attention was particularly drawn to the word salt. Could it be that salt was under the control of the state, distributed uniformly? If this letter was so meticulously concealed, did it imply these individuals were involved in the illicit salt trade? If that were the case, this confidential letter might serve as a double-edged sword, a veritable hot potato? This trio of questions left her momentarily speechless. Bai Shu, unable to bear her solitary contemplation, leaned in anxiously. "Boss, what are you thinking?" Lin Shanjuan handed him the letter, allowing him to decipher its uncomplicated words. As a genuine inhabitant of this ancient world, Bai Shu was at a loss. What does this mean? Is someone asking someone to buy salt? Lin Shanjuan, now weary of explaining to this Navi soul, rose and declared, "We must leave immediately. I took this from an official, and he will likely enforce a citywide lockdown shortly. If we delay, we shall certainly be scrutinized." Taking advantage of his still dazed state, they swiftly exited the city, which was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Although Bai Shu was left in a fog of confusion, his obedience was unwavering, and he mounted his horse to ride out of the city. Yu Lu meticulously documented the events from the previous night and sent a message to Shihi via carrier pigeon before hastily mounting her horse to pursue them. The three horses galloped eastward beyond the city gates for 3 hours until they paused in a mountain grove to rest. Bai Shu tethered the horse to a tree and sought a nearby stream to catch 2 fish for grilling. When he returned to the cart, Lin Shanjuan had already kindled a fire. The spring night still held a hint of chill, and Bai Shu, noticing this, cheerfully approached. "Boss, you truly possess numerous skills. It's perfect that we can grill the fish now." Lin Shanjuan took the fish from him, and the two of them each wielded a stick, turning the fish over the flames. While Bai Shu eagerly awaited his meal, Lin Shanjuan was struck by a thought. If this matter were somehow linked to the Grand Princess, perhaps she could offer a timely warning, fostering a closer rapport and nurturing goodwill, thereby completing her mission and leaving this place swiftly. However, with the haunting memory of Bai Shu's venomous beauty tale, she felt anxious about the palace's treacherous environment, fearing she might enter upright only to exit horizontally. Moreover, this letter bore no signature or official seal, rendering its authorship a mystery. Even if he was willing to meet her, the words contained within might prove futile. It would be far more prudent to follow the trail and resolve the matter, presenting it as a parting gift. Perhaps then she could solidify their relationship. Resolute in her decision, she abruptly seized Bai Shu, who was curiously examining the letter upside down, and proclaimed, "Why don't we resolve this matter together?" Bai Shu, only just beginning to grasp her intentions, was taken aback by her boldness. "Boss, you are far too audacious. You said you stole it from an official. We are but 2 individuals. Before we even infiltrate the residence, we shall be captured and beaten." Lin Shanjuan pondered her strategy, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "You make a valid point, and we have traveled quite a distance already. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. We cannot act against the officials." Bai Shu had been nodding in agreement until he realized the implication of her latter statement, quickly interjecting, "Boss, please. This is beyond our capabilities at most. We can deliver this letter to the palace. You think we can unearth the mastermind ourselves? Surely, you jest." Lin Shanjuan inhaled deeply and stared at him. What can this letter reveal? Sending it to the palace may yield little persuasive power. Bai Shu suddenly glanced around cautiously, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Lin Shanjuan watched in bewilderment as he produced a piece of rough paper, passing it through the firelight, and to her astonishment, several lines of brown text emerged. "You clever lad." Lin Shanjuan clapped Bai Shu on the shoulder. "You discovered this?" Bai Shu, taken aback by the praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah, it's just a little trick from the streets. The writing is somewhat unfamiliar to me, boss. You take a look." Lin Shanjuan examined it closely. It merely contained a brief mention of a location and a passphrase, accompanied by a twisted symbol. Hewang Mountain, Xiongfeng Stronghold. Exchange of 100,000 pounds of salt. Transaction passphrase, he who has the world shall possess it. The symbol bore a resemblance to a snake. However, upon further inspection, Lin Shanjuan felt it resembled a character, but its form eluded her at that moment. Bai Shu, having read it, was utterly astonished. 100,000 pounds? By my word, that could buy the entire kingdom. Lin Shanjuan chuckled at his avaricious demeanor. How many of you could that buy? Pray tell. Bai Shu exaggeratedly claimed, if you wish to purchase me, a mere coin could procure 100 or 80 of me. Lin Shanjuan playfully rapped his head, her resolve firmly set. Let us rest for a while. Come morning, we shall ride directly to Xiongfeng Stronghold. Bai Shu acquiesced, rising but nearly pulling a muscle in the process. Where to? Hadn't they just agreed to present credible evidence to the palace? Lin Shanjuan, busy organizing the letter, replied, Xiongfeng Stronghold. Am I speaking in riddles that you cannot comprehend? Bai Shu was at his wit's end. Why must this ancestor go charging into the den of tigers alone? He could at best be a mere sheath for her sword, of no assistance whatsoever. Why plunge into such murky waters? Yet, he dared not voice his frustrations, resigning himself to find a flat spot to lay out the monk's robe he had hesitated to discard, crafting a makeshift bed for Lin Shanjuan. Yu Lu was equally astonished by Lin Shanjuan's decision. Though it was an unexpected boon, how could this individual venture into the tiger's den with nothing but a cloth bag? After a moment of contemplation, she hurriedly penned another letter. As Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu mounted their horses to depart, she discreetly placed the confidential letter in the carrier pigeon's tube and released it, then leaned back against a tree to rest. At the break of dawn, Lin Shanjuan was roused by the chorus of insects. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up to awaken her senses. The events of the previous day replayed in her mind like a film on fast forward. It was her habit. Bai Shu rolled over and collided with a stone, crying out in pain as he sat up, clutching his head. He turned to Lin Shanjuan. Boss, shall we depart now? Lin Shanjuan slowly opened her eyes and shook her head thoughtfully. We can leave, but there is no urgency. Bai Shu asked in confusion, Huh? Lin Shanjuan had already risen, brushing off the grass leaves from her clothes and stretching her limbs before mounting her horse. Bai Shu hurried to catch up. Their pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, and along the way, they inquired about their route through villages and farms. Lin Shanjuan's pretty boy charm even earned them a complimentary breakfast, while Bai Shu found himself met with reluctance when attempting to purchase rope and a hatchet, much to his chagrin. Upon discovering that there was but a single path leading to Hewang Mountain's Xiongfeng Stronghold, Lin Shanjuan halted and instructed Bai Shu to conceal the horse. She then chose a riverbank to wait, as if anticipating something. Bai Shu, exasperated by the incessant mosquito bites and frustrated with himself for slapping his own face, could no longer contain his curiosity. Boss, aren't we supposed to launch a surprise attack? Why are we still here waiting? The county magistrate's subordinates will surely search this area. Lin Shanjuan smiled knowingly. That won't happen. Since he is covertly engaged in trafficking, he wouldn't dare to openly interact with a transfer point like this. However, we must wait for his subordinates to arrive. Bai Shu, confused, scratched his head. What do you mean by transfer point? Why are we waiting for his subordinates? Lin Shanjuan patiently plucked a blade of grass to chew on as she explained her reasoning. I stole the confidential letter. He knows it contains details of the transaction and the amount involved. If he possesses any wit, he should deduce that we intend to use his name to procure salt. Thus, he is very likely to send someone to Xiongfeng stronghold to inform them of the missing letter. We can conveniently use this information to establish our identity. Otherwise, how would we deceive them? Bai Shu's eyes widened in realization. Boss, your mind is truly remarkable. I would never have thought of such a strategy. Chapter 8. Zhang Long and Chen Ming had completed their preparations. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. The two exchanged a glance, and Bai Shu hastily dashed to the opposite side of the path, grasping the rope that lay buried in the earth, carefully observing the two swift horses approaching. Lin Shanjuan discerned with keen attention that both riders were clad in the attire of constables, seemingly having set out in haste the previous night, undoubtedly tasked with delivering a message. Indeed, her conjecture proved accurate. The two horses, oblivious to the ambush, stumbled over the tripwire, sending their riders sprawling to the ground. Bai Shu immediately charged forth, brandishing a fierce demeanor as he seized the two men, demanding, "What are your names?" One constable, terrified and trembling, stammered, "I am Chen Ming, and he is Zhang Long. Please spare us." Having obtained the crucial information, Bai Shu swiftly dispatched both with a single stroke, discarding their lifeless bodies into the river. It was no wonder they had chosen the riverside. The dense water plants not only concealed their presence, but also facilitated the swift disposal of the corpses. As he emerged, grinning, Lin Shanjuan had already donned the constable's attire and tucked the letter from the county magistrate back into her satchel. Bai Shu, astonished by her foresight, exclaimed, "Boss, you're truly remarkable. One is named Chen Ming, and the other Zhang Long. Oh my, there really is a letter. What does it say? Let us see it quickly so we can align our testimonies." Lin Shanjuan raised a finger, shaking it gently at him. "As two subordinates, if we were to open the letter, we would expose ourselves. Quickly mount your horse. We must depart. From this moment on, you shall be called Chen Ming, and I shall be Zhang Long, remember." Bai Shu hesitated for a moment. "Boss, I think your name sounds more imposing." "Mine sounds rather feminine," Lin Shanjuan, exasperated, replied. "Fine, fine. You shall be Zhang Long. Now, let us hurry." With a chuckle, Bai Shu readily agreed, donning the constable's garb and hanging the sword at his side, and the two set off towards Xiongfeng Zhai. Yu lingered at a distance, watching the two depart before she spurred her horse to follow. She parted the underbrush, revealing the bodies of the two constables drifting downstream, likely to be swept away into the great river. This person not only possessed a sharp mind but also acted decisively, leaving no room for future troubles, a method reminiscent of a seasoned assassin's vigilance and caution. It appeared her identity was indeed far from ordinary. Lin Shanjuan, ever methodical in her approach, did not rush into Huang Mountain upon arrival. Instead, she circled the area, familiarizing herself with the winding paths before hastening her ride. One must always leave a path for retreat, ensuring a greater chance of escape. The mountain trails were rugged, and the deeper they ventured into the dense forest, the quieter it became. Lin Shanjuan sensed an unusual atmosphere, her instincts warning her of hidden threats nearby. Say nothing and show no expression. Simply remember that you are Zhang Long, sent by the county magistrate to deliver a message regarding business matters, of which you have only heard whispers and have not participated, Lin Shanjuan instructed in a hushed tone. They had entered enemy territory. Any regrets were now too late. Bai Shu steeled himself, declaring, "Boss, rest assured, I will not let you down." Lin Shanjuan patted the back of his head, signaling, "From this moment on, you shall be mute. Should we encounter any difficulties, watch my gestures. If I move my fingers, speak assertively. If I remain still, be more tactful." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, and the two urged their horses onward once more. Yu, trailing behind, was utterly perplexed by their intentions. Were they truly bold enough to charge in without caution? Could it be that the items they had retrieved from the two constables offered them some form of protection? After advancing a few more steps, Lin Shanjuan's expression shifted to one of urgency as she observed the stirring of the dense foliage ahead. She suddenly reined in her horse, causing it to rear up on its hind legs, and she held firm, bringing it to a halt. Bai Shu galloped forward a short distance before stopping, nearly falling into the habit of asking, only to remember his assumed identity and hastily amend his words. "Greetings, brave heroes. We are here on behalf of County Magistrate Wang to deliver urgent news. Please inform your leader at once, as there is a matter of great importance to discuss." Lin Shanjuan gripped her constable's steel blade with vigilance, alternating between tension and relaxation as she circled her horse. As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, a throng of over 20 men emerged from the thicket, the leader on horseback confronting Bai Shu directly. "You claim to be who? I don't recognize you." Lin Shanjuan appraised him briefly, perceiving him as a blustering fool, hardly worth her concern, and subtly tapped the hilt of her knife. Bai Shu, catching this, bellowed, "You are delaying important matters. Let me see if I still look unfamiliar to you." The man spat out the grass he had been chewing and retorted angrily, "Damn it! Is that how you speak to me? You're asking for trouble." He charged at Bai Shu with his blade drawn. Bai Shu, in response, drew the steel blade from his saddle, engaging in combat that swiftly unseated the man. With the steel blade poised at the man's throat, he begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. I did not recognize you, great lord. I will lead you at once." Bai Shu scoffed, releasing him and quickly sheathing his blade. "Make haste." The man, trembling, mounted his horse and led the way into the forest. Bai Shu, feeling a surge of guilt, glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who gave him a thumbs up, leaving him puzzled as to her meaning. Was it a suggestion that he should have struck more forcefully? Why was the thumb raised? The group rode swiftly through the forest, halting at a village within the span of half a stick of incense. The man, still shaken, turned to Lin Shanjuan and clasped his hands, saying, "Please wait. I will fetch my brother at once." Lin Shanjuan nodded with her eyes closed, feigning impatience. After a brief wait, a man in his 40s rushed out. Bai Shu dismounted, followed closely by Lin Shanjuan. The men met at the entrance of the village with the man bowing, "I did not expect your arrival. Please forgive the lack of a proper welcome." The two had already gathered information about the village during their journey, allowing them to respond with a measure of composure. "Chief Gong, no need for pleasantries. Time is of the essence. Let us discuss matters within." Chief Gong, having deduced their purpose, quickly smiled. "Then please, come in." He gestured discreetly to his men, who surveyed the surroundings and cleared the horse tracks before returning with assurance. You, hidden in the shadows, observed closely, realizing that this village was shrouded in secrecy, likely not a place of honesty. Fortunately, she had marked her path along the way, ensuring that reinforcements would not struggle to find their way. Once inside the main hall, Bai Shu seated himself confidently, adopting a grave expression. Last night, Magistrate Wang hosted a banquet for officials from the capital, but alas, a letter from a noble was stolen by a female thief. The magistrate fears that the thief may disguise herself and come here with the letter to deceive you, which is why we have been sent to inform you. Upon hearing this, Chief Gong grew agitated, slamming his palm on the table and bellowing, "Damn it! Who dares to impede our business in Jiaoyang City? Do you know who it was? I shall take my brothers and cut her down." Lin Shanjuan made no move, and Bai Shu urged him to sit. "There is no need for anger, Chief Gong. The woman could not have traveled far alone. If she dares to come here, she is merely walking into her own trap." Feigning calm, Chief Gong probed further. "But, may I ask what proof you bring from Magistrate Wang?" "Without proof, I fear I cannot trust you." Bai Shu, in his heart, silently praised Lin Shanjuan for her foresight. "My boss truly possesses a remarkable intuition." With confidence, he produced the letter from his robes and presented it to Chief Gong. Chief Gong accepted it with a smile, first checking for any signs of tampering before unfolding it to read closely. Indeed, the contents matched perfectly with Bai Shu's account, easing his concerns. "Just as you both have stated. May I inquire how you are addressed?" Lin Shanjuan, keenly observing his handling of the letter, surmised that it likely contained the names of the constables. Fortunately, she was well prepared. The names had been inquired by Bai Shu, and Zhang Long was his own suggestion. Thus she responded fluidly, "We are but humble constables. I am Zhang Long, and he is Chun Ming." The names and details aligned perfectly, erasing any lingering doubts from Chief Gong, who sheepishly apologized, "My sincerest apologies. It was sudden. Without verifying your identities, I could not guarantee the safety of our business." His gaze lingered on Lin Shanjuan, and for a fleeting moment, doubt crossed his mind as he noticed her delicate throat, yet he dismissed it. "This brother Chen appears rather delicate. Might he be a scribe?" Lin Shanjuan raised her hand in a gesture, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but failing to produce any coherent words. Bai Shu, sensing the moment, interjected, "My brother is mute. His family was poor, and after a serious illness in childhood, he lost his ability to speak. He can only make some sounds. It is only due to the county magistrate's kindness that he is able to eat." Chief Gong nodded slowly, clasping his hands in apology. "I was unaware of the circumstances. My apologies for the oversight." Bai Shu smiled, feigning indifference, and Chief Gong waved grandly. "Tonight, we shall host a grand feast to apologize to you both." That night, the Xiong Fengzhai was ablaze with light, and the sounds of revelry echoed through the mountains. Bai Shu and Chief Gong found common ground, engaging in spirited conversation over drinks, while Lin Shanjuan sat quietly beside them, wordlessly consuming her liquor, a behavior that further reassured Chief Gong. As the evening wore on and the alcohol flowed, other thoughts began to surface. When will Magistrate Wang come to collect the goods? After all, with the letter lost, we cannot neglect our business, can we? Without the noble's letter, we cannot proceed with the salt. Lin Shanjuan gleaned an unexpected key piece of information from this remark. These individuals relied on that noble's letter to acquire salt, and thankfully, she had taken the letter. Bai Shu, knowing he could not commit to a timeline, concocted an excuse. "Chief Gong, do not fret. The magistrate is also awaiting further correspondence from the noble. Though be frank, we are well equipped with silver. Once the letter arrives, we can go together to collect the goods. How does that sound?" Chief Gong finally relaxed, responding readily, "If Brother Zhang says so, then I am at ease." Lin Shanjuan observed his demeanor carefully, noting that this man seemed more driven by greed than by fear for his life, indicating he would be easily manipulated. If he desired wealth, they had plenty to spare, and they had no fear of deceiving him as the night deepened. Revelry enveloped Xiong Fengzhai, with Chief Gong being escorted back to his quarters by his 3 concubines. Before departing, he shouted for Lin Shanjuan to join him for another round, seeking to further indulge in merriment. Bai Shu, pulled along by Lin Shanjuan, was equally intoxicated, and the two sides finally managed to separate, helping each other back to their respective rooms for rest. Once the door closed, Bai Shu shook his head, astonished to see Lin Shanjuan, now calm and even pouring herself a cup of tea. "Boss, how do you handle your liquor so well?" Lin Shanjuan waved her hand dismissively. "I discreetly expelled half of it. If I were truly drunk, what good would that do? How did your inquiries go?" Bai Shu hurriedly seated himself. The chief mentioned that this place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There is only one main road, and anyone entering or exiting must use that path. Lin Shanjuan nodded, formulating a plan. "In the coming days, keep a close watch. It would be ideal to procure some powder that can induce sleep. Not too much, just enough for them to escort us out." "Escort us out?" Bai Shu was taken aback. "Boss, I am increasingly in awe of you. Not to mention anything else, your mind is worth 2 of mine." Lin Shanjuan scratched her face. "If you truly wish to compliment me, refrain from doing so. Sometimes when you praise me, I genuinely feel the urge to hit you." Bai Shu cradled his head, retreating. Then, "How about I say you are worth 10 of me? That should suffice, right?" Lin Shanjuan reclined on the couch. "In the coming days, we must be particularly cautious. We cannot reveal our true identities. Soon, we will use the letter to deceive him into taking us to buy salt, and we shall directly deliver it to the capital as a grand gift." Bai Shu, succumbing to drowsiness, failed to grasp Lin Shanjuan's words, instead responding with loud snores. Chapter 9. The Thieving Letter Carrier. 3 days later, a carrier pigeon alighted upon the window ledge of the princess's residence in the Yang Hall. She carefully extracted the note from its leg, unfolding it slowly. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of accusations. Huang Yu has indeed pilfered banknotes and squandered the money in brothels, lavishly spending on courtesans. Huang Yu has shown disrespect towards His Highness, discussing him late at night with male companions. She deserves punishment. Leaning back in her chair, she reread the note twice. Furrowing her brow, it struck her that this individual did not seem the type to engage in such scandalous behavior. Could it be true that one should not judge a book by its cover? As she pondered whether to summon Yulu back, another pigeon flapped down. The succession of messages indicated an urgent matter at hand. Upon opening this second note, her lips curled into a smile. Could it be that the lost official salt had finally been located? To her astonishment, these two had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant event. The secret missive detailed Huang Yu's intent to infiltrate the formidable Xiongfeng stronghold. The pigeon must have taken 3 days to reach her, indicating that Huang Yu had already been stealthily lying in wait at Xiongfeng for at least 3 days. To venture into the lair of wolves with only one accomplice was either a testament to her confidence or hinted at ulterior motives. Without further details, it was impossible to ascertain the situation, and thus she could not yet decide whether to send General Su to fetch her. Fortunately, the third letter from Yulu arrived by afternoon, succinctly recounting the events. The Yihang courtyard had seized the secret letter and fled from Jiaoyang City, ambushing the officials en route, disguising themselves as them to enter Xiongfeng village. Upon reading, Shihi grasped the brilliance of this plan, feeling a twinge of surprise. She was indeed not an ordinary individual. Such meticulous thought and audacity were qualities rare in most. Given this, it would be wise to go and retrieve her. Bring in General Su. Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu had been enjoying a rather indulgent life at Xiongfeng stronghold, spending their days on 3 simple pursuits: eating, sleeping, and listening to music. She had already learned that the journey from the capital to their location would take at least a month. If that county magistrate Wang truly dispatched someone to procure a new secret letter, the round trip would consume 2 months. Although residing here for 2 months was surprisingly comfortable, prolonged stays could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, they had to devise alternative plans to swiftly extricate the salt. Otherwise, should the county magistrate from Jiaoyang City send more men, she and Bai Shu would undoubtedly be exposed. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, an opportunity quite literally knocked on their door. One morning, Bai Shu rushed back in haste. "Boss, this is bad. These ruffians have captured a woman, claiming she has been lurking around for quite some time. She's a spy. Should we go take a look? A spy?" Lin Shanjuan paused, contemplating whether county magistrate Wang had sent someone again. "Let us not rush. If we appear overly eager, it may arouse suspicion. We ought to have a legitimate reason for our involvement." Bai Shu nodded, and the two sat down to concoct a plausible excuse when coincidentally, a messenger knocked at the door. "Lord Qin, Lord Zhang, our leader has apprehended a female spy. He requests your presence to ascertain if she is the one who stole the correspondence." What a fortuitous stroke of luck. The two exchanged knowing glances, immediately rising to their feet. After all, who wouldn't want to rush to see the captured thieving letter carrier? The trio hastily made their way to the main hall, only to find Zhao Biao, the man who had previously intercepted them at the base of the mountain, leering at the captured woman. Lin Shanjuan quickly nudged Bai Shu, signaling him to intervene. The lascivious gaze of that man was enough to provoke a strong urge to retaliate. "Brother Zhao," Bai Shu called out, and upon hearing his voice, Yu Lu turned to glance at them, her astonishment evident as she observed the 2 men now fully integrated with the bandits. This Huang Yu was indeed not to be underestimated. Not only did she mingle in brothels, but she could also fraternize with mountain bandits. Having waited outside for a month, she had feared that the 2 men had been compromised and apprehended. To avoid hindering their mission, she had intentionally exposed herself to capture, intending to use this opportunity to infiltrate Xiongfeng stronghold and investigate thoroughly. More than half a month prior, she had received a letter from Shihi stating that General Su was en route to assist her. Surely he would arrive shortly, and with their combined efforts, this modest stronghold would not be able to contain her. Yet, now, not only were the 2 men standing there in good health, but they had also allied themselves with the criminals, indicating she had grossly underestimated Huang Yu. Zhao Biao approached. "The elder brother is on his way. You should identify whether this woman is indeed the thief of the letters." Bai Shu pretended to be serious as he circled around Yu Lu. Lin Shanjuan took a moment to appraise the woman. She was certain she had never encountered her before, but anyone loitering suspiciously near the entrance of Xiongfeng stronghold was likely after the salt and could not be deemed a good person. Just as she hesitated whether to subtly indicate to Bai Shu to accuse her, Yu Lu subtly nodded in her direction, suggesting a strong implication. "Brother Zhang, what do you think?" Lin Shanjuan discreetly nodded, igniting Bai Shu's theatrical instincts. "Aha!" he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in righteous indignation. "You audacious thief! Thanks to Brother Gong's meticulous planning, you've been caught. Speak! Where is the secret letter?" As the head of the stronghold, Gong rushed over and overheard this exchange, beaming with delight. The fact that they had indeed captured the letter thief only fueled his happiness further. The sooner they retrieved the secret letter, the sooner they could commence the salt transport, which was a lucrative venture. "Who wouldn't be eager? Brother Zhang, is this woman the thief?" he called out as he approached. Bai Shu turned, clasping his fists. "Indeed, Brother Gong. I have seen it with my own eyes. It is without a doubt her. Lin Shanjuan maintained her mute faade, leaving Yu Lu filled with suspicion. Why had the mute suddenly become so loquacious after a month? Since you wish for me to identify her, I shall observe what schemes you have in mind. Gong scrutinized her from head to toe. Yu Lu's demeanor was icy and she remained silent. Dear beauty, should you willingly divulge the truth, I could assure you a swift demise. Otherwise Yu Lu remained unfazed, her lips sealed. Seeing this, Bai Shu timely interjected, pulling Gong aside. Brother Gong, this thief is surely an enemy of the nobility. She appears to be quite resilient. If pressured too harshly, she may resort to self-destruction. It would be wiser to leave her to us. We possess various methods for interrogating criminals. One could not deny that when he bared his teeth. He truly appeared formidable. Lin Shanjuan turned her gaze away, unable to bear the sight. Gong, upon hearing this, readily acquiesced. After all, the officials were the rightful interrogators, and these two had been residing with him for a month, drinking and enjoying music together. He felt entirely reassured by their reliability. Very well. We shall proceed as Brother Zhang suggests. Take this woman to Brother Zhang's quarters, and also bring along those instruments of torture. Chapter 10. The success of the transaction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Biao exclaimed in alarm, Elder brother, I am at the back of the line. Lin Shanjuan, filled with disdain, felt an overwhelming urge to dismiss his younger brother. Bai Shu managed to smile and patted Zhao Biao on the shoulder, saying, Do not fret. We harbor no interest in women. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Gong, the village chief, shot an annoyed glare at Zhao Biao, reprimanding, You foolish creature, what a disgrace. Do you think everyone is like you, devoid of any serious business? Chastened, Zhao Biao retreated in silence, while Lin Shanjuan escorted Yu Lu back to her quarters for interrogation, and Bai Shu positioned himself at the door, vigilant against eavesdroppers. Once the door was closed, Lin Shanjuan exhaled a sigh of relief and untied Yu Lu. Who are you? How did you suddenly become involved in this matter? Yu Lu rubbed her wrists, and Lin Shanjuan noticed the calluses on her palms, realizing she was no novice, and his wariness grew. I am a person of Her Highness, the Princess. Yu Lu stated bluntly, the matter you two are investigating has already come to the princess's attention. A large army is on its way to provide support. Her candidness caught Lin Shanjuan off guard, and upon seeing her official insignia, his astonishment deepened. She knows about it? How could she possibly know? Had she been hidden in my pocket all along? Yu Lu, slightly perturbed by the lack of honorifics used in addressing her, cast a glance and turned away, saying, The princess has eyes everywhere. Your schemes are naturally transparent to her. Ah, so she is a die-hard loyalist? Lin Shanjuan chose not to dwell on these trivialities and shared his plan with her. They require the confidential letter for the salt transport, and I currently possess it. I previously claimed it was stolen by a female thief. Since you are that very thief, let us proceed as if you were interrogated by me. We will seek the letter and trace the source of their salt. Yu Lu, upon reflection, found this stratagem plausible and agreed. Upon hearing that Bai Shu and Lin Shanjuan had managed to extract information from Yu Lu in merely 3 hours, Gong, the chief, was beside himself with joy. Brother Zhang, where is the letter? Lin Shanjuan mounted his horse, and Bai Shu, adhering to their agreed-upon script, indicated. She claims it is beneath the 6th tree outside the village. Let us go seek it. We remain uncertain of its authenticity. Do not harm this woman, just keep her locked in her room. If we do not find the letter, we will return to interrogate her again. With visions of the forthcoming riches dancing in his mind, Gong immediately agreed, raising his whip and charging ahead. Excellent. Go. The group hastened outside the village to search, leaving no tree unexamined. Lin Shanjuan feigned an earnest search for the letter, seizing the opportunity to swiftly conceal the letter beneath a tree. Ultimately, as anticipated, the letter was discovered. Gong, the chief, personally opened it and, despite the ink already being visible, felt no concern. After all, it was the letter the female thief had carried for a month, so it was only natural for it to be examined. Gong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on the numbers inscribed. 100,000 pounds. That equated to a staggering 10 million taels of silver. He looked at Bai Shu with fervor. Brother Zhang, we must not delay. Let us transport the salt tonight. Bai Shu grinned. What you propose aligns perfectly with my intentions. I shall return to prepare, and we will set off this evening. Lin Shanjuan feigned a smile, while inwardly he cursed. I see you are blinded by wealth, you fool, destined to perish first. I truly cannot fathom how you can accumulate such riches with your lack of composure. It is entirely due to the incompetence of the authorities. That night, Lin Shanjuan, accompanied by Bai Shu, stealthily followed Gong as they embarked under the cover of darkness. After winding their way through the night, they finally arrived at a ferry where many were already waiting, each holding torches. Gong exchanged pleasantries, showed the letter to the others, and commenced loading the salt. 100,000 pounds may sound like a significant quantity, but with enough hands, it was swiftly loaded onto carts within the span of an hour. Gong discreetly settled the accounts, likely securing an even better price than expected, all while keeping Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu in the dark. The two pretended to be discreet, yet secretly inspected the bags of salt to ensure they had not been adulterated. Should they fall victim to a trick at this stage, it would be a case of losing both the chicken and the rice at dawn. The group finally returned to Shengfeng village. Once Gong was on his home turf, he relaxed completely, laughing heartily as he clung to Bai Shu, unwilling to let him leave. While he chatted amiably, his true intention was to expedite the acquisition of his profits, ensuring he bore no further risk. Lin Shanjuan, perceiving his ulterior motive, reluctantly handed over a silver note left by Shi and Zhang. Exactly 1,000 taels. Watching Gong's yellowish grin, she thought to herself, this money should still be recoverable, right? With one hand delivering the payment and the other receiving the goods, the time was ripe. Lin Shanjuan directly selected 10 individuals from the escorting team. Bai Shu, recognizing the moment, took his leave, stating, as the matter has been settled, we should return swiftly to report to Lord Wang. Might Brother Gong lend me these individuals for the transport? Gong, nearly polishing the silver note with his gaze, found nothing objectionable and waved his hand grandly, summoning the 10 strongest men to follow. He securely tucked the 1,000 taels into his pocket, almost managing to shove Lin Shanjuan's reluctant expression in with it. You two brothers are indeed straightforward. However, since we may not meet again for some time, why not indulge in a feast before parting? Do I lack a place to drink? Bai Shu, seizing upon an excuse of drinking hinders the mission, declined. Upon Lin Shanjuan's suggestion, he added, I still need to escort that female thief back for the magistrate's judgment. I hope Brother Gong can accommodate. Gong readily agreed, and after a simple breakfast, the escorting team hurriedly set off again. Lin Shanjuan rode alongside the prisoner cart, and once they had exited Huang Mountain, she whispered to Yulu, when will your reinforcements arrive? Yulu shook her head. They should arrive within the next few days, but the exact date is unknown. Lin Shanjuan nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further inquiries. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yulu asked, what are your plans now? These individuals will reach Jiaoyang City within half a day. Lin Shanjuan's lips curled slightly. I have my own clever schemes. Just wait and see. She exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Shu, who understood and rode to the front, announcing, brothers, after a morning of travel, let us take a moment to rest before continuing. With that, he dismounted, producing 2 large gourds of wine to share among the group. After a morning spent under the scorching sun, the prospect of a break and some wine delighted everyone, who eagerly vied for the 2 gourds. Bai Shu gave Lin Shanjuan a thumbs up, an indication she had taught him, signifying completed, or well done. Within a short while, the group succumbed to slumber, their snores echoing loudly in the stillness. Chapter 11 The Prince wishes to meet you. Everything was under control. Yulu's astonishment transformed into admiration as Lin Shanjuan calmly drew a knife to cut open the prisoner cart. Bai Shu, bind these individuals and conceal them, then hand them over to this young lady. Yulu nimbly alighted from the vehicle to assist Bai Shu in binding the captives. Lin Shanjuan stowed away the salt cart, faintly sensing the ground tremble beneath him. Looking into the distance, he indeed spotted a troop of soldiers galloping towards them. Yulu also noticed Su Jinping, who was running at the forefront, and nodded to Lin Shanjuan, signaling, the reinforcements have arrived. Lin Shanjuan beckoned to Bai Shu, taking the initiative to bid farewell. These individuals are familiar with the route to the salt ferry, and you can find your way to Xiongfeng. Our assistance ends here. Moreover, the money from the prince is in the hands of that Master Gong, so we shall take our leave. Ah, I only provided 1,000 taels. Now that we are parting, I will still have plenty of money left to spend. It would be better to enjoy some leisure before devising a way to enter the palace. Upon hearing of the impending departure, Bai Shu felt a sense of relief wash over him, quickly preparing to leave as well. He truly wished to have no involvement in affairs related to the court. This thrilling experience was more than enough. Yulu furrowed her brow slightly. Miss Huang, please stay. Lin Shanjuan was momentarily taken aback, not realizing he was being addressed, and continued walking with a grin, only to be halted by Bai Shu's firm grip. Miss Huang, the boss is calling you. It was then that Lin Shanjuan recalled he indeed possessed a name, and he turned to Yulu with a forced smile. Is there something else? Yulu's expression remained impassive. Both of you have been involved in this matter from start to finish. You must accompany me to meet the prince and explain the circumstances. Lin Shanjuan initially intended to decline. After all, this was merely a gift exchange to establish rapport. Entering the palace like this, with no certainty of the outcome, was not a decision he would make lightly. Bai Shu, too, felt a sense of urgency, tugging at Lin Shanjuan's sleeve. At that moment, the imposing figure of General Su had approached, casting a cursory glance before inquiring, Yu Gu, are these the individuals the prince requires? Yulu nodded. Indeed, please take them into the capital to meet the prince. The rest will accompany me to investigate the salt transportation matter. In a flurry of exchanges, the arrangements were swiftly made. Lin Shanjuan found himself lacking a voice, being unceremoniously ushered onto the horse-drawn carriage. Surrounding the carriage were 5 soldiers, individuals Lin Shanjuan did not regard highly, but Su Jinping's message prompted a change of heart. The prince's decree. Miss Huang has rendered great assistance, and there are no ulterior motives. She merely wishes to meet. Lin Shanjuan pondered. How does everyone know I am Miss Huang? It seems this prince possesses considerable influence, capable of uncovering my identity and dispatching someone so swiftly to assist. He is not a fool. Meeting him poses no harm. After all, we are on his turf. If I provoke him, it could very well lead to my demise, and no matter how formidable I may be, I cannot defy fate, and failure to complete this task would prevent my return. With a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes and silently climbed into the carriage. Seeing that resistance was futile, Bai Shu also entered the carriage, his spirits dampened. Though the seat beneath him was soft, it felt as uncomfortable as sitting on needles, twisting and turning incessantly. Lin Shanjuan, exasperated by his fidgeting, remarked, Have you developed hemorrhoids? Bai Shu, unfamiliar with the term, misconstrued it as a metaphor for lice, and sighed. I feel as though I have hemorrhoids in my heart, boss. What if we are taken away and killed? Lin Shanjuan was amused by his expression of hemorrhoids in the heart, laughing until tears streamed down her face, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. I say, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. She insists on meeting us. Can we sprout wings and fly away? Bai Shu grew more distressed. But I have heard that this princess is ruthless. If we provoke her, the men will be made eunuchs and fed to tigers, while the women will be beaten to death. Just as he was about to start praying fervently, Lin Shanjuan swatted his hand away. If the Bodhisattva is so willing to protect you, would they allow you to be in such a state of flight? It would be better to pray that you don't say the wrong thing and get dragged out. Bai Shu was caught in indecision, neither raising his hand nor lowering it, and ultimately began to massage Lin Shanjuan's back. Boss, why not think of a plan for us to escape to a neighboring country instead? Lin Shanjuan regarded him as one would a sacrificial pig. Do you truly believe it is that easy to escape? Bai Shu. You make a valid point, Sai. As the month-long journey progressed, Bai Shu grew increasingly anxious and haggard, while Lin Shanjuan sensed that he had conjured a monstrous creature dwelling within the capital, convinced that upon arrival, he would be devoured whole. It felt as if one had to be chewed into pulp before being swallowed. Eventually, they arrived before the gates of the princess's residence. Lin Shanjuan yawned awake, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Bai Shu's deep-set dark circles. He had not slept for several days, now resembling the second-last ant on a hot frying pan. Rumor had it that the first ant had already been thrown into the pot by Shi He and boiled alive, leaving only him and Lin Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan had also grown somewhat vigilant, for the rumors surrounding the princess were exceedingly harsh. Having only seen her once, she was still not well acquainted. Thus she surveyed the layout of the princess's residence as they walked. Unbeknownst to her, every move was being observed by Shi He. Positioned at the highest point of the princess's residence, she could see every corner within. Days prior, she had received word from Yulu that the lost batch of official salt had been fully recovered, and all officials implicated in the case had been apprehended and brought to the capital. Yu Lu had also mentioned Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu's contributions, stating that she had tracked them for 2 months without uncovering anything suspicious. This Wang Yu seemed sufficiently innocent. He read the letter repeatedly before reducing it to ashes. Coincidentally, she was being pestered by the old ministers demanding the return of authority, contemplating the selection of an inconspicuous pawn for marriage to lessen their vigilance. Currently, Qi Yili was only 16 years old, and many of his administrative skills were still immature. She was wary of handing over power too quickly. Therefore, finding an ordinary person to become a prince consort would not only demonstrate her lack of usurping intentions, but also help alleviate the situation, diverting their attention temporarily. Having been deliberating on this choice, a suitable candidate had now conveniently appeared. Huang Yu, devoid of background and influence, yet possessing a certain cleverness, and most importantly, a woman. This would spare her a great deal of trouble. Was she not the perfect choice? Oblivious to the fact that she had been thoroughly calculated, Lin Shanjuan followed the maidservant to a door marked Suyang Hall, where they came to a halt. The prince awaits your presence. Please enter. Bai Shu tightly clenched his fists, suddenly seizing Lin Shanjuan's arm. BB boss, I don't want to go in. You go in alone? The maidservant, who had not left yet, bowed. Please, both of you. Chapter 12. A few speculations regarding Her Highness the Princess's zodiac. Lin Shanjuan felt a twinge of anxiety under the influence of her companion. As a modern individual suddenly summoned to meet the formidable princess, she could not help but feel a flutter of nerves. Please, stop trembling. Your shivering is contagious. Bai Shu was on the verge of tears. But I am terrified. Lin Shanjuan whispered a reprimand. I am scared too. Yet you do not tremble. Inside, I am quaking. As the two exchanged hushed words, the door before them swung open unexpectedly, and they found themselves locking eyes with Shi. The corners of her lips curved into a semblance of warmth, though her smile barely concealed a veneer of gentility. Am I truly so fearsome? This was akin to being caught in the act of speaking ill of someone. Bai Shu struggled to catch his breath, his knees buckling, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lin Shanjuan nearly followed suit, yanked down by him. She endeavored to steady her nerves, casting a fleeting glance at their surroundings, her heart racing as she attempted to explain. No, it is merely that we are unaccustomed to grand occasions. Shi's gaze fell upon the sleeve that Bai Shu still grasped tightly, lingering for a moment before she turned and entered, leaving behind a silhouette imbued with significant implications. Lin Shanjuan pulled the rigid Bai Shu inside, their discomfort nearly palpable point. One could not deny that on that fateful night, Shi appeared feeble and devoid of aggression, dulled by the effects of an intoxicating fragrance. However, now, fully aware and alert, her inherent authority radiated unmistakably, instilling a genuine sense of trepidation in Lin Shanjuan. It dawned on her that she was situated in an ancient era, where the emperor's wrath could lead to countless casualties, a time marked by bloodshed and strife. In short, fear was truly unavoidable. She had already taken her seat, her delicate fingers pale and refined. With a lowered gaze, she brought the teacup to her lips, her voluminous sleeves embroidered with meticulously arranged golden threads, the vibrant red silk featuring a lifelike depiction of a phoenix, each detail exuding the power and nobility of the crown princess. At first glance, the woman's features appeared somewhat gentle, yet the undercurrents of unsavory rumors kept Lin Shanjuan on high alert. She nodded slightly, her tone laced with politeness. Please, take a seat. Before the crown princess, one had no choice but to comply, and Lin Shanjuan dared not refuse, pulling Bai Shu down beside her. The crown princess regarded Bai Shu, then Lin Shanjuan, choosing not to directly expose her identity but instead inquired, You two have assisted me on 2 occasions, yet I still do not know your names. Setting the teacup down with an almost thunderous clink, the silence in the room felt heavy. Knowing full well that she was addressed as Huang Yu, why did it seem as though Shi feigned ignorance? Lin Shanjuan met Shi's deceptively gentle gaze and suddenly speculated that perhaps she was deliberately concealing her awareness due to the multitude of spies surrounding her. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shanjuan resolved to play along with her charade. My surname is Lin Shanjuan. This is my friend Bai Shu. Quick-witted indeed, Lin Shanjuan thought. Shi smiled, her demeanor becoming more congenial. I am grateful for your assistance, yet I have yet to consider what reward to bestow upon you. If there is anything you desire, please do not hesitate to express it. Do not hesitate to express it? Such a promise from the crown princess seemed irrevocable. Bai Shu, eager to leave this daunting situation, felt that claiming anything would be audacious. Lin Shanjuan, however, was consumed by the phrase, "A promise is a promise," instantly reminded of her unwitting sacrifice of 1,000 taels. Thus, she ventured, "If it pleases your highness, I would like to request the 1,000 taels for the salt I purchased." The latter part of her sentence was abruptly cut off as a terrified Bai Shu yanked at her arm. Observing the two once more engaged in a comically intimate tug-of-war, he could not help but harbor a flicker of concern. Should the pair be romantically inclined and elope, her attempt to recruit one of them as a consort would only complicate matters. She cast a glance at the maidservants stationed by the door, instructing, "You may leave." The attendants, not daring to linger, bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. The sound of the door closing startled Bai Shu, while Lin Shanjuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is the meaning of this, your highness?" With a demeanor both elegant and composed, he addressed them directly. "I wish to know the nature of your relationship." Such candor caught Lin Shanjuan off guard. What relationship could she possibly have with this simpleton? "We are friends," she replied instinctively. Bai Shu, who had always regarded himself as a servant, gazed up with tear-filled eyes. "My esteemed leader is truly wonderful. Even in such a grave moment, she still treated me as a friend." "Friends?" She sipped her tea, her previously gentle expression lightening. "I have observed your interactions. They do not seem to be merely that of friends. Why did this woman incessantly pry into their private affairs?" Lin Shanjuan, perplexed, bluntly asked, "If the princess has something to say, please do so directly." Bai Shu. Good heavens, this is the crown princess, a woman capable of determining the fate of even a rabbit throughout the entire realm of Jinghua, and here you are speaking so bluntly. How can we possibly remain on good terms? Gathering his courage, he prostrated before her. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It is my companion who lacks decorum and has offended you. I implore you not to take offense." He had grown weary of such pleas, and even Lin Shanjuan began to feel fatigued by the display. She cast a glance at Bai Shu before quickly averting her gaze. Countless individuals bowed before her daily, and she had neither the patience nor desire to engage with each one. However, the one before her, who spoke so boldly, piqued her interest. "I do not engage in subterfuge. If you and he are merely friends, why does he protect you so fiercely?" Lin Shanjuan, losing her patience, retorted with a cold laugh. "If the princess asserts what our relationship is, then so be it." No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. She felt a flicker of annoyance, her gentle demeanor evaporating as she snapped, "Impudent." Bai Shu, now in a state of utter panic, could not even muster further pleas, resorting only to a series of kowtows. Lin Shanjuan felt a tremor in her heart, her resolve faltering within mere seconds. "Your Highness, I was mistaken." She paused, her perception of Lin Shanjuan shifting. She had assumed her to be stubborn and unyielding, yet she capitulated swiftly. After a brief moment of composure, her tone softened slightly. "Now that you acknowledge your error, have you considered how to make amends? Lin Shanjuan, did you not repeatedly assert that we had rendered you significant assistance and would be rewarded? How is it that the conversation has circled back to me needing to leave something behind?" She understood her confusion but chose to remain silent, knowing that if she refrained from speaking, Lin Shanjuan would inevitably continue to soften. A surge of frustration welled within Lin Shanjuan, but in the end, she quelled it. Under another's roof, one must bow their head. She had entered Qi's domain and had no choice but to acquiesce. "We shall forego the reward. Let our merits and faults balance each other," she ventured tentatively. She closed her eyes, her composed demeanor resembling a painted portrait. Her silence gnawed at Lin Shanjuan's patience. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "I am displeased, yet I shall not voice it. When will you discern and propose a resolution? Only then will I consider your words. Is this what it means to be a Capricorn?" Chapter 13. This palace lacks a female consort. Observing her reaction, it seemed unlikely to succeed. Lin Shanjuan reminded herself that her life was of utmost importance and proposed a plan B. "How about we assist His Highness with something else?" Qi's demeanor appeared to soften slightly, yet she remained silent. Running out of ideas, Lin Shanjuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A proposal that could strengthen their bond, serve as compensation, and yield monetary gain. She cracked her eyes open just a sliver and noticed the spark of excitement in the other's eyes, seemingly quite pleased with the compensation she was about to suggest. This piqued Shihi's curiosity, eager to hear what Lin Shanjuan had in mind. Does the princess lack a bodyguard? We're both quite capable fighters. How about we serve as your guards? Lin Shanjuan recalled that palace maids were released once they turned 25. Surely bodyguards had a similar tenure. Moreover, she had her own mission to complete. Once that was accomplished, who could stop her from returning? Considering the monthly salary, which must be quite substantial for someone of Shihi's stature, it seemed a remarkable opportunity: food, wealth, and a chance to fulfill her mission all in one go. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, who wished to escape the situation, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. My dear sister, I'm struggling to flee, and you are proposing to secure me a lifetime position? Had she never heard the phrase, serving a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger? Shihi, taken aback by Lin Shanjuan's suggestion, couldn't help but smile playfully, her eyes slowly widening with a hint of mockery. This palace has plenty of bodyguards, but what I lack is a consort. What do you think? Lin Shanjuan was momentarily stunned. Her sharp mind quickly comprehended the princess's insinuation. She had her sights set on Bai Shu. With only one male present in the room, what was there to hesitate about? She boldly seized Bai Shu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. If you fancy him, feel free to take him. The casualness of her words made Bai Shu feel like an inanimate object, though he truly felt he was on the verge of collapse. Shihi's smile deepened, her head shaking slightly. What I mean is, I'm in need of a female consort. The clarity of her tone and the directness of her gaze left no room for misinterpretation. Even the dimmest of minds could grasp her intent. At this juncture, Lin Shanjuan's mind faltered, and Bai Shu's was even more perplexed. Their identical expressions of shock brought a smirk to Shihi's lips as she remained silent, waiting for this clever individual to process the information. Me? Lin Shanjuan stammered in disbelief. Pointing at herself, Shihi observed her leisurely, nodding slightly. Lin Shanjuan was utterly speechless. As a modern individual, she felt embarrassed to be caught off guard by such a straightforward declaration from an ancient princess. Could it be that she had a preference for women? Hadn't she only married men before? Lin Shanjuan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, and she took a deep breath to muster a response. I'm rather plain. The moment those words escaped her lips, she could almost see the composed expression of the long princess shatter, followed by a flicker of anger. What did you say? A woman dared to voice such a thing in front of others. Did she truly think this palace coveted her physique? Bai Shu felt utterly paralyzed. He wished to vanish into a corner, wishing to go unnoticed. Though he too found the notion of a female consort peculiar, she was the princess, and her word was law. If she were so easily dissuaded, she wouldn't have uttered the proposition in the first place. However, he felt deep sympathy for Lin Shanjuan. Living with such a venomous heart day in and day out would surely be perilous. Before he could think of a way to assist Lin Shanjuan, she blurted out, I don't like women, and I cannot marry you. Bai Shu's heart sank, and at Shihi's ambiguous chuckle, it felt as though his spirits had completely plummeted. He wished he could beseech Lin Shanjuan to be more tactful, be more diplomatic, please. She cast a glance at the two of them, choosing not to dwell on her earlier shameless comment. After all, silencing those old ministers was paramount, and finding a suitable candidate would likely take months. She could no longer afford to wait. You do not fancy me? She retorted. Lin Shanjuan shook her head, her honesty evident. I simply do not like women. She fell silent for a few moments, recalling her earlier request for 1,000 taels of silver, which led her to a breakthrough. Then do you prefer a stable life and a life of abundance? Lin Shanjuan's thoughts stirred. If she spoke of such matters, she noticed her hesitance, a smile tugging at her lips, realizing she had hit the mark, and continued to press on. You two are marked individuals. Even if you leave the capital, there are countless bounty notices chasing after you. I am not one to forget kindness without recompense. I have already ensured the cessation of your pursuit. Henceforth, you need not live in hiding. Such an enticing offer. Lin Shanjuan truly began to waver. After all, who wouldn't relish a life of luxury? Having never enjoyed a day of comfort in her earlier life, the prospect of reclining into a life of ease seemed utterly delightful. Seeing her wavering, she cast her line further, baiting Lin Shanjuan with the prospect. I am the current Princess Royal. Even if you are unaware, he should be well-informed I in this world. All good things inevitably come to me first. Being with me means daily feasting on exquisite delicacies, drinking the finest wines, wearing luxurious silks, and sleeping on. Lin Shanjuan was overwhelmed by the vivid imagery conjured in her mind, her composure crumbling. She awkwardly raised her hand, chuckling nervously under Shihe's gaze. When shall we get married? Shihe's lips curled into a sly smile. Shall we sit down for a detailed discussion? Lin Shanjuan readily complied, settling comfortably into her chair. Bai Shu felt as though he had transformed into an ice sculpture, chilled to the core. His silent pleas for attention were utterly in vain. Could it be that this seemingly unyielding individual was so easily swayed by the allure of wealth and status? Shihe, not forgetting him, addressed Bai Shu. Since you have been by her side, after the marriage between the consort and myself, you may continue to serve as her attendant. Bai Shu, having unexpectedly secured a position, was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation before being ushered out of Suyang Hall. Now, the once tranquil hall was left with only the two of them. She pushed a plate of pastries toward her. Though we seek our own benefits, we must appear affectionate in front of others. I shall call you Wonner. How does that sound? Lin Shanjuan shuddered at the overly sentimental term, offering an awkward smile. You may simply call me consort. It sounds much more intimate. Noticing her discomfort, Shihe refrained from further comment and acquiesced. The aroma of the delicate pastries wafted through the air, drawing Lin Shanjuan closer. She glanced at the exquisitely crafted, fragrant treats before stealing another look. She beamed. The imperial kitchen can make more. If you like, feel free to indulge. Such gentleness? Lin Shanjuan, momentarily dazzled by this rare display of warmth, instinctively reached for a piece, and the soft, sweet taste overwhelmed her senses, dispelling all her doubts. The danger was real, and the willingness to kill was equally genuine. Yet, the joy of indulging in sweets proved to be even more authentic. Chapter 14. Working for her, Shihe observed her intently, curious as to why she usually found these pastries less delectable. I shall seek an audience with the emperor shortly to discuss our marriage. It is likely we will wed within a few days. Do you have any objections? The sooner they wed, the sooner she could fulfill her desires. Lin Shanjuan, without hesitation, waved her hand dismissively. No, it is entirely your decision. Shihe nodded, suddenly intrigued. Her research indicated that Huang Yu was a concubine born of a wealthy family, typically cautious and reserved. How could she be so different from the person before her? Lin Shanjuan noticed Shihe's unwavering gaze and instinctively withdrew her hand, hastily wiping her mouth. Have I eaten too much? Shihe snapped back to reality and shook her head. Not at all. I was merely contemplating how your demeanor seems quite disparate from what I had perceived. Lin Shanjuan froze, genuinely unable to eat any further. From her current observations, it was clear that this Shihe was no fool. She had not concealed anything from Bai Shu, so there was no need to hide anything from Shihe either. After all, they would soon be joined as a couple. What was there that could not be openly discussed? Huang Yu is Huang Yu, and I am myself. Though I am unaware of the Huang Yu you know, I, Lin Shanjuan, am simply who I am. She cast a sidelong glance at Shihe, who appeared unfazed, and after a moment's thought, kindly offered, if you prefer a particular type, I can assist you in finding someone. Shihe's composure shattered, falling into a profound silence. She realized this person possessed an uncanny ability to irritate her with mere words. Find someone? Did she truly believe that she fancied women? No need for that. Someone will escort you to your temporary lodgings. When the time comes for the wedding, I shall inform you. Now, leave. Lin Shanjuan, attempting to grasp the last morsel of pastry, froze. Hadn't everything been perfectly fine just moments ago? Why the sudden anger? Was she truly so capricious? With no permission to indulge further, she felt too embarrassed to press on. Thus she rose to depart, albeit reluctantly. It was the last piece, after all. Sighing, she thought it best to eat quickly. The jostling of the carriage had stirred her insides, leaving her devoid of appetite, and now she felt quite famished. Sigh. Upon exiting, Bai Shu approached anxiously. How did it go? Lin Shanjuan, hands clasped behind her back, followed the maidservant. What else could happen? I acquiesced, and once a favorable date is chosen, I shall be wed. Bai Shu's mouth fell open in shock. Ah? Lin Shanjuan, amused, lifted his chin. What are you gasping for? You are my sole dowry. Remember to present yourself attractively. Bai Shu scratched his head. But, does that mean we will be residing in the capital for an extended period? Lin Shanjuan regarded him with a knowing smile. Two choices present themselves. 1. We continue our reckless escapades, living rough. Or 2. We work for her, enjoying luxurious comforts, receiving remuneration, and maintaining a respectable status. No one would dare apprehend you. Bai Shu had been learning from Lin Shanjuan for several months. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his decision, altering his previous demeanor. Boss, I find myself increasingly in awe of you. You are truly remarkable. From now on, if you say east, I shall not utter west. But what does this working entail? Lin Shanjuan chuckled, patting his head. That is of little importance. Being able to make choices is not foolish. I shall return now. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Lin Shanjuan, now the betrothed lady, understood she could no longer follow her without restraint. Thus, she accompanied another maidservant to her own quarters, her heart brimming with joy. Lin Shanjuan was guided to the temporary quarters assigned to her. Although termed a side chamber, it was spacious and comfortable. As she stepped inside, she couldn't help but reflect. How fortunate she was to have been decisive. Otherwise, such lavish days would have eluded her. The maidservants, all selected from the palace, were naturally graceful and well-spoken, moving silently as they escorted her. They led her to the bathing area, bowing respectfully. As a modern individual, Lin Shanjuan found it rather uncomfortable to have others assist her with bathing. Thus she graciously declined their help and stepped into the warm water herself, relishing the soothing experience. Meanwhile, after her grooming, she, accompanied by several attendants, made her way into the palace. It was essential for her to discuss Lin Shanjuan with Qi Li. Although it was not necessary to consult him, she felt it prudent to inform him nonetheless. Imperial Palace, Zhaoyang Hall. Xiao Dunzi bowed as he entered, addressing Qi Li, who was clad in a bright yellow robe at his desk. Your Majesty, Princess Shi has arrived. Qi Li's face brightened. Quickly, invite my elder sister in. Xiao Dunzi obeyed and exited, with Qi Li following closely, mindful of Shi's previous admonition against making an unseemly entrance. He remained at the entrance, waiting eagerly. Before long, Shi entered the grand hall, surrounded by a throng of attendants. Having been supported by his elder sister since childhood, and with Shi being his only family, Qi Li's bond with her was exceptionally close. As he noticed her approaching, he hastily returned to his seat, fearing rebuke, feigning that he had never left the desk. Only when Shi stepped inside did he drop the pen he had been holding as a prop. I have told you countless times, when my elder sister arrives, simply enter without requiring Xiao Dunzi to announce it. Shi halted, her expression stern as she regarded him. What should you properly call yourself? Qi Li stuck out his tongue, realizing he had neglected a formality, and quickly corrected himself with a smile. I forgot, Your Majesty. Observing his earnest demeanor, Qi finally allowed a small smile to grace her lips. Seeing her smile, Qi Li beamed and moved closer, assuming she was there to check on his studies, eagerly presenting his prepared materials. I have diligently reviewed the memorials submitted by the ministers and have been revising my lessons. I have not grown weary. Please take a look, elder sister. Qi, seeing his enthusiasm, refrained from broaching the subject of their engagement for the moment and patiently perused his work. Quite commendable. It seems you have absorbed the lessons imparted by the Grand Tutor. Qi Li chuckled as he settled down. The Grand Tutor has a kind disposition, and his teachings are both straightforward and understandable. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for your concern, elder sister. Qi shook her head with a smile. You are flattering. You do not appear as irate as you did a few days ago when the minister's memorials vexed you. Qi Li scratched his head sheepishly. At that time, I was flustered, but I have since found a way to silence their objections. You need not worry, elder sister. Those old fellows have ceased their complaints, and now elder sister need not demean herself by marrying another. It is all thanks to the Grand Tutor's wise counsel. She could not help but be intrigued. You are quite clever. Do share what method you devised. Qi Li grinned. The Grand Tutor student serves as the governor in Zhaoyang City, and you may not be aware, but the official salt that was lost recently was embezzled by a group of unscrupulous ministers in Jiaoyang City, who sold it back to the people at exorbitant prices for profit. Chapter 15. A night visit to the princess's residence. The Grand Tutor has suggested that this is an opportune moment for me to admonish the ministers, and thus I conceive the idea of diverting their attention under the pretext of state affairs. As anticipated, it has proven effective. He observed his self-satisfied demeanor and felt a sense of relief. The Grand Tutor, an esteemed official from the late emperor's reign, had retired to his homeland due to his advanced age. Subsequently, as Qi Li struggled with his studies, she contemplated that only this venerable figure could impart the necessary wisdom, prompting her to summon him back. In hindsight, this decision appears to have been astute. However, while the ministers may have momentarily silenced their tongues, it is impossible to stifle them indefinitely. She still had numerous matters to attend to and lacked the energy to repeatedly contend with such issues, thus she spoke up. Though this strategy is clever, it is not sustainable. I have found a suitable individual, and I have come today to request your consent for marriage. Qi Li's smile instantly faltered. Your Highness, why must it be a marriage of such nature? A fleeting sorrow flickered in Qi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Every woman harbors the desire to wed the one she loves, to share a life in tranquility. Initially, Qi had entertained such thoughts, but ever since the year their father passed away unexpectedly, and the one she had hoped for fled to the borders, the weight of despair shattered those so-called romantic fantasies of an ordinary woman. At this juncture, to speak of youthful infatuation would be rather ironic. She is an ordinary woman, and a female at that. Marrying her would alleviate the minister's fears regarding my claim to the throne. Even if I were to involve myself in state affairs later, they would be unable to voice further objections. Should you find yourself in doubt, you may consult me again, and we would hear less idle gossip. He knew it was all for him. Qi felt a deep sense of discomfort and turned his gaze aside, overwhelmed by reluctance. Why must your Highness persist in this line of thought? Did we not already discuss that now is not the time for such measures? Why must you sacrifice your own happiness? However, Qi did not concur with his reasoning. Ali, one must always remain vigilant in times of peace, for one cannot afford to neglect precautions merely because danger has yet to manifest. There are far too many eyes upon us, both on you and me. We cannot afford to leave even the slightest opportunity for others to exploit. Qi sighed. I understand the reasoning, but it still leaves me feeling quite distressed. Enough of this discourse. Even if you were to consult the Grand Tutor, he would echo the same sentiments. It is best to arrange the marriage sooner rather than later. The auspicious date is of no consequence. I am weary and wish to retire. Qi hastily rose to his feet. But even if we must placate them, must it be through the marriage of a woman? Your Highness, your status is exalted. How could you? Qi shot him a blank look, causing Qi to fall silent at once. Very well, I understand. I shall comply. She turned her head, and Qi gazed at her slightly haggard profile, a sense of guilt creeping into his heart. Since his ascendance, the court had been rife with intrigue. His sister had been wed to the sons of powerful ministers on 4 separate occasions to help him cleanse the court, and though she had not lost her virtue, her reputation had suffered grievously. Accused of bringing misfortune and having remarried multiple times, she was subjected to scorn, with the strategists in her household regarded as little more than paramours. She was a woman of exceptional intellect and depth, a rare gem cloaked in brilliance. His sister bore burdens that a princess should not, all for the sake of ensuring his reign was stable. Yet, as her brother, his greatest wish was for her to find a worthy husband and live the latter part of her life untroubled. Therefore, he felt compelled to scrutinize the man who had captured her favor. Should he uncover any flaws, he might thwart his sister's plans. Qi watched as he was steadily carried away by the palace attendants, and as soon as she departed, he called out, "Little Dunzi." The young eunuch jumped, nearly tripping over his own garments as he hurried in. Your Majesty, what are your commands? A calculating glint appeared in Qi Li's youthful face. Come, accompany me in disguise to the princess's residence. Little Dunzi's heart sank. He muttered several invocations of, my dear mother, seeking an excuse for his reluctance. Your Majesty, you were discovered by the head of the Moon Pavilion last time, and you were punished with countless writings. If you pursue this again, you will surely face further penalties. Qi Li's expression darkened, and he pressed a finger to his lips, hushing him. I merely wish to learn about the new consort my sister has brought back. It is only a matter of concern. Moreover, the head of the Moon Pavilion is not in the capital. Should we be discovered again, it would only amount to copying texts. Little Dunzi, on the verge of tears, protested. But if you are punished, the Grand Tutor will surely be displeased. Qi Ili frowned but soon relented, bending down to assist him. Switching tactics, he softened his tone. Even if I must write, you will surely help me, for you would not wish to see the Grand Tutor chastise me, would you? Little Dunzi, risking everything, ventured. My sovereign, if you truly wish to see, we can simply summon him to the palace tomorrow. Why must we? Qi Ili's face darkened with a hint of threat. Summoning him directly will not reveal his true nature. A covert visit is far more effective. Will you accompany me or not? Are you afraid? Little Dunzi dared not protest further and resigned himself to finding a set of eunuch garments for him. As night fell, the two stealthily made their way to the princess's residence, arriving at the shortest wall. Little Dunzi sighed. Having performed this task many times, he was accustomed to it, kneeling at a clean spot to serve as a step. Qi Ili, satisfied, stepped onto his back, gripping the bricks to leverage Little Dunzi's strength to laboriously climb over the wall. Little Dunzi grimaced as he bore the weight of the emperor, pushing himself to scale the wall as well. They fancied themselves discreet, unaware they had long been observed by Lin Shanjuan, who had grown weary of the night. A professional assassin must adhere to one fundamental rule: to possess absolute familiarity with their surroundings, ensuring they never fall prey to basic blunders such as getting lost. Thus, after dinner, she decided to meander about. Despite sensing someone watching, she remained unconcerned. After all, she had nothing to hide. She was merely enjoying the scenery. What could they do to her? To her surprise, she stumbled upon a spectacle. The two were quite astute, well aware of the patrol times and routes of the princess's residence. They waited until the patrolling guards departed before leaping from the wall, startling a chorus of insects. Qi Ili quickly discerned the direction, conjecturing that the new consort would likely be housed in the side hall. To evade the patrolling guards, they climbed over another low wall. However, just as his feet touched the ground and he was about to stealthily approach the side hall, a woman's voice suddenly rang above him. At such an hour, coming to someone's home without bringing a gift seems rather impolite, does it not? The slightly husky tone jolted both of them, and after searching their surroundings for some time, they finally looked up to see a woman perched on the eaves. Chapter 16. 1,000 Cups with a Kindred Spirit. The moonlight cast a delicate veil over her, accentuating her graceful figure. Perched precariously on such a steep rooftop, she sat with remarkable poise, one foot swinging beneath the eaves as she leisurely tossed snacks into her mouth. Qi Ili would not lie. He hastily pushed the small stool forward. The stool, unexpectedly thrust into a position of urgency, felt emboldened by the presence of the master of Jingwa behind him, gaining confidence and adopting a defiant stance. We have come to see His Highness and Princess Xi. Who are you to be sitting there at this hour? Lin Shanjuan had never heard such a ludicrous statement. She chuckled lightly, devouring the remaining snacks, then nimbly climbed from the roof to the tree, using its strength to descend gracefully to the ground. The two were captivated by her agile movements, only realizing her proximity when Lin Shanjuan was nearly upon them. The small stool's alarm bells rang. Without guards, he was the last line of defense for the emperor. A sudden surge of mission-driven courage filled him as he protectively guided Qi Ili a step back, eyeing the individual before them warily. What do you want? Lin Shanjuan halted, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the two before her. The one in front resembled a eunuch, while the youth behind was evidently his master, a glaring inconsistency. Suppressing her laughter, she adopted a disarmingly sincere posture, hands clasped behind her back. This princess's residence is vast. I fear you may struggle to find your way. I have been observing from above for quite some time and can guide you. The small stool, feeling uncertain yet trying to appear assertive, responded, We know where we are going. You may go about your business. Lin Shanjuan chuckled softly, sneaking around at this hour. What could possibly be good about that? She seated herself leisurely on a stone pedestal in the pavilion, her demeanor relaxed. Just tell me why you are here, or I shall have to inform on you. The small stool panicked at her words, while Qi Ili's mind raced with bribery tactics, and he quickly grabbed the stool, producing some silver from his pocket. Miss, we are merely curious about what the Prince consort of His Highness she looks like, and came to take a look. Please do not make a fuss. Lin Shanjuan raised an eyebrow, playing with the silver. Prince consort? How come I have not heard of this? If you do not speak the truth, I shall truly have to inform on you. Qi Ili was taken aback, leaning in closer, while the small stool, fearing his Na'vi master might be ambushed, clung to him to prevent any further approach. I am not deceiving you. There really is a prince consort. Surely you have heard of it within the residence? Lin Shanjuan pursed her lips, smiling. Ah, so your sole motivation is mere curiosity? Qi Ili nodded vigorously. Of course. Please, do us a favor and take us to see. We will leave right after. Lin Shanjuan ceased her teasing, returning the silver. There is no need. Keep it. Qi Ili fumbled to catch the silver, momentarily stunned. His expression tinged with doubt. Are you truly? Lin Shanjuan rested her chin on her hand. Her interest piqued. Haven't you heard? The prince consort is a female. Qi Ili pondered for a moment. Indeed, this was true. Moreover, the person before him, a stranger in the princess's residence, was likely well informed about the situation of the female prince consort. He felt reassured and began to scrutinize her closely. Qi Ili examined her from head to toe with a critically discerning gaze, attempting to identify flaws that might convince his sister to reconsider. Even if she were to marry a woman, it must be someone worthy of the esteemed position. She could not be just anyone seeking to take advantage of his sister. As for her appearance, though somewhat sharp-featured, her smiling face seemed rather amiable. Her features were quite pleasing, yet there was a hint of cunning in her expression, suggesting she was not easily manipulated. What if his sister's schemes fell short against her? Contemplating this, he spoke sternly. My sister is the most esteemed woman in all of Jinghua. As a commoner and a woman at that, what merits do you possess to be worthy of her? I fear you are merely a vain individual, short-sighted like most women. The small stool, torn between covering Lin Shanjuan's ears or Qi Ili's mouth, ultimately settled for shielding his own face. Good heavens, he had indeed blurted out their secret. His mind raced with strategies to mitigate the repercussions of Qi Ili's slip of the tongue regarding the sister. However, Lin Shanjuan paid little heed to his inadvertent revelation of identity and expressed her displeasure at his words. I did not expect you to appear clever yet hold such antiquated views. The small stool was incensed. Habitually protective of his master, he wanted to retort, but given their current disguise, he swallowed back the words. How dare you speak to the emperor in such a manner, you insolent servant? Qi Ili, having heard numerous criticisms throughout his life, found this his first encounter with someone labeling him as antiquated. Even the Grand Tutor often praised his foresight and innovative thinking. Thus, he felt compelled to defend himself. Antiquated? Then please enlighten me. Where have I shown such narrow-mindedness? Lin Shanjuan crossed her legs, her demeanor relaxed. Gender is merely a biological distinction. To impose limitations on women and extol them with terms like short-sighted is not antiquated. What is? Qi Ili was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a profound clarity wash over him, and upon further reflection, he found himself in agreement. A flush of shame crossed his face as he readily acknowledged his misstep. I misspoke. Lin Shanjuan was slightly surprised. She understood that in ancient times, men held far greater status than women, and debating such matters with him might be akin to speaking to a wall. Thus, she had anticipated he would react with anger. To her astonishment, he was receptive to constructive criticism. Qi Ili continued to ponder Lin Shanjuan's words, adding, women can also achieve great deeds. My understanding was too superficial. Lin Shanjuan nodded in satisfaction. The princess in this very courtyard is an excellent example. Thus, one must refrain from uttering that women are short-sighted. Qi Ili suddenly lifted his head. Indeed. His sister was a prime example, exceptionally capable, yet due to her gender, she had to support him in ascending to the throne. He had always held this belief and longed to express it, but had never found an appropriate confidant. Even when speaking with the Grand Tutor, he would be suspected of being instigated by his sister, which could bring her unnecessary trouble. To his surprise, he had encountered someone who resonated with his thoughts. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Suddenly, a saying sprang to mind. 1,000 cups of fine wine with a confidant, even a cup of tea can intoxicate. He promptly dismissed the small stool. Go fetch some wine from the kitchen. I wish to converse with this young lady. The small stool was utterly stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Having scaled the wall in eunuch attire to spy on the prince consort was one thing, but if they were to indulge in wine and he were to get drunk, it would spell disaster for him. Chapter 17. Caught after just a few drinks he was about to refute, but a single glare from Qi Zhaomian made him wilt within a heartbeat. He sighed and obediently went to fetch the wine. Before long, he returned with several jugs of liquor, sneaking in as though cradling stolen gold. Lin Shanjuan was not averse to drinking. In fact, she adored it so much that she often suspected she might be the reincarnation of a wine barrel. However, after wandering the princess's residence for an entire afternoon without success, she was pleasantly surprised that this little chubby fellow managed to procure it so swiftly. How did you find this? I've been searching all afternoon and couldn't locate it. You're impressive, she exclaimed genuinely. The little stout one, who was most susceptible to flattery, beamed with pride at her words. Of course. I've been here many times with the emperor. The two of them raised their jugs in a toast, buoyed by their earlier conversation, while the stout one kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Yet, how far could a little chubby boy see? He remained oblivious to the fact that two figures in the corridor had been observing them for quite some time. Yu Lu, who had hastily returned after a gallop, draped a cloak over Shihe's shoulders. Your Highness, should I remind them? Shihe, fuming, glanced at the two drinking companions in the corner, her temples throbbing. She had heard that Lin Shanjuan had been wandering the estate all afternoon, suspecting she had some ulterior motive. She thought it prudent to observe quietly, hoping to catch her in a compromising situation. Yet, she ended up with a lead on Qi Zhaomian instead. To her astonishment, she witnessed her esteemed brother climbing over the wall and pulling along a little stout fellow. She conjectured that Qi Zhaomian was merely curious about what kind of person her future husband was, so she refrained from intervening immediately, allowing him a moment of dignity, hoping he would leave discreetly after a little peeping. However, she never anticipated that the current emperor and a prospective prince consort would encounter one another in her backyard. Considering Lin Shanjuan's unruly nature, she worried that the three might stir up trouble, potentially alarming the guards and compromising Qi Zhaomian's reputation. To her surprise, the two not only got along well, but if she did not intervene soon, Lin Shanjuan might become Qi Zhaomian's sworn brother before ever becoming her prince consort. As she watched, the two, undeterred by the stout one's protests, began to make solemn oaths. Qi's expression darkened. Send the emperor back. Yu Lu sighed for Qi Zhaomian and complied, tossing him over the wall amidst the stout one's yelps, then assisting Qi Zhaomian to follow suit. Recognizing Yu Lu, Qi Zhaomian, already resigned to the predicament of being caught by the imperial sister, lay back, yet did not forget to bid a tipsy farewell to Lin Shanjuan. Lin Jian, I shall take my leave. Let us meet again another day. Do not forget to visit me in the imperial study. Lin Shanjuan, feeling the effects of the stronger liquor from the princess's residence, found it increasingly difficult to resist the allure of the drink. She had not indulged in some time, and now, with the conversation flowing and the alcohol warming her, she felt pleasantly tipsy, slurring, You go ahead. I'll call for a carriage after a short rest. As Yu Lu led the two beyond the wall, she had also reached the base of the wall, her gaze falling upon Lin Shanjuan, who was mumbling as she rummaged through her clothes, seemingly searching for something. She leaned in closer to listen. Where's my phone? She looked at her in puzzlement. Could she genuinely be so famished that she wanted to eat chicken after just finishing dinner? What kind of chicken was she referring to? Noticing a figure standing before her, Lin Shanjuan lifted her gaze, squinting to recognize the person. She stood there silently, poised, bathed in moonlight, allowing Lin Shanjuan the liberty to scrutinize her. Having spent the day discussing business, Lin Shanjuan now had the leisure to appraise Qi's appearance. With willow-shaped brows and peach blossom eyes, her visage radiated profound tenderness, yet her eyes bore no trace of emotion. She was indeed stunningly beautiful. It was a pity. Lin Shanjuan observed her slender shoulders and could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Such beauty, yet burdened with so much, born in this era, with aspirations thwarted and devoid of freedom. Leaning against a pillar, she appeared nonchalant, hardly resembling a lady, which might explain why she had blended in as a man in the Xiongfeng stronghold for an entire month without detection. You know, despite having killed so many and encountered countless individuals, I have never met anyone as striking as you, Lin Shanjuan remarked with a laugh, only to yawn mid-sentence, revealing her fatigue. Qi frowned, taking note of Lin Shanjuan's mention of killing so many. How could a mere neglected concubine have committed such acts? Reflecting on it now, numerous questions arose. Her martial prowess, boldness, and sharp judgment were qualities not typically possessed by someone who had been marginalized and confined to a small courtyard. All these details intrigued her. There was certainly a deeply hidden secret within this person, the implications of which remained unknown to her. Originally hoping to find an ordinary companion, she had inadvertently entangled herself in a predicament. A gust of night wind swept by, and Qi, wrapped in her cloak, felt no chill, while Lin Shanjuan instinctively sneezed, though she was careful to avoid the person before her. Despite her rough demeanor, she displayed a certain grace and etiquette. Qi gazed down at her, only to hear Lin Shanjuan mutter, "But not only are you beautiful, you also invite me to enjoy delicious food. Even if there were others who resembled you, they could not match your beauty." Qi remained silent, having heard countless praises about her appearance since childhood. In her youth, people praised her for her cleverness and liveliness, and upon reaching womanhood, the capital buzzed with tales of her unparalleled beauty. Yet later, those same voices spoke of the danger of a beautiful woman. She turned to leave, but felt a gentle die in front of a drunken person. She had little patience and was stripped of her daytime fade of gentleness. "Do you expect me to support you?" Lin Shanjuan, without responding, used the slight grip on Qi's sleeve to rise, while Qi, irritated, turned back to glare at her. The other merely gazed at her helplessly, leaning against the pillar behind her. "Why are you so fierce? Look, I'm standing now." Unable to reason with a drunken person, Qi scowled, flinging her sleeve as she strode ahead. "Return to your quarters." Lin Shanjuan stared at Qi expressionlessly, who met her gaze defiantly. Their eyes clashed, one languid and carefree, the other charged with tension. Suddenly, Lin Shanjuan broke into laughter, crossing her arms and shaking her head. "I truly do not understand why you insist on marrying me. But rest assured, if I do take you as my wife, I will certainly help alleviate some of your burdens." Sweet nothings bore no persuasive power. As Qi observed Lin Shanjuan's dazed demeanor, she let out a cold laugh and continued on her way. Lin Shanjuan, taking soft steps, pursued Qi, walking backward in front of her. Chapter 18. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. She vividly recalled that this individual was the esteemed princess, wielding the power of life and death over countless lives. Thus she refrained from uttering anything presumptuous. "Are you upset?" Qi, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, retorted, "Should you speak out of turn again, I shall have your tongue severed." She smiled faintly, her countenance still gentle as it had been during the day, yet the tone in which she delivered her words was decidedly menacing. However, Lin Shanjuan paid it no mind, instead humorously covering her mouth. "Then wouldn't others mock you for marrying a mute bride?" A mute bride? What nonsense was this? Qi found herself utterly perplexed by the convoluted thoughts in her mind. One moment she spoke of hens and chickens, and the next of mute brides, merely finding her tiresome. "I mean what I say." Lin Shanjuan chuckled lightly, suddenly retrieving a dagger from Qi's waist. "Do cease with the hostility. If you truly wished to deal with me, you would have acted by now. Your words contradict your heart." She failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Qi's eyes, returning the dagger to its place as she approached the door of the side hall, fumbling to open it and bid her farewell. "Good night. Good night." Qi realized that she understood little of the words spilling from her lips, yet seeing the frightened maid kneeling and pleading for punishment beside her, she chose to refrain from taking action for the moment. Whether she was foolish or simple-minded mattered not, as long as she did not ruin significant matters. The household could certainly afford to accommodate one more mouth. With personnel present in the manor, investigating her would not pose a challenge, and should she be allowed to leave, it would become difficult to capture any leads. Qi cast a scrutinizing glance at the trembling maid on the ground, her tone devoid of emotion. "Should there be a next time, you shall no longer serve." The maid, terrified, scarcely dared to tremble. "Yes." Qi regarded Lin Shanjuan, who was capable of finding her own bed and lying down, with a meaningful gaze before turning back to the inner palace. A quarter of an hour later, Yulu returned quietly to report. "Your Highness, His Majesty has safely returned to the palace." Qi sighed lightly within. You have worked hard. After such a long journey, you should rest. Yu Lu responded affirmatively and rose, but Shiha suddenly inquired about Lin Shanjuan. Send someone to investigate Huang Yu again. No matter how many inquiries it takes, ensure we uncover her true nature without fail. Yu Lu paused, realizing that Huang Yu likely harbored unusual aspects, and thus departed to arrange the matter. The consequences of a hangover are that one awakes the next day with a splitting headache. From within a deep purple quilt, a fair hand emerged as Lin Shanjuan failed to locate her phone amidst the disarray. Struggling, she rolled over, liberating her already numb arm. Rubbing her temples, she yanked off the quilt and groggily opened her eyes. What met her gaze were light-colored gauzy curtains and a sun-drenched rosewood table and chairs. Lin Shanjuan closed her eyes with a sigh, once again struck by the realization of having traversed time, maintaining her previous position, reluctant to rise. Outside, the waiting maid peered at the sun for the fourth time, hesitating for a moment before approaching to knock on the door. Your Highness, it is already the hour of the snake. You should arise for breakfast. Lin Shanjuan took a moment to comprehend that she was being called, shutting her eyes as she rapidly recalled the events of yesterday, remembering her reluctant agreement to become a prince consort. With a reluctant response, she attempted to prop herself up, only to be met with a sharp, needle-like pain in her neck. Hiss! This familiar sensation. Had she slept awkwardly again? She possessed a peculiar habit of awakening face down whenever there was nothing nearby. Therefore, she typically kept a pillow or a stuffed toy close at hand before sleeping. However, last night she had been so inebriated that she could not recall how she had returned to her room, let alone such trivialities. Upon hearing her stirring, the maid rushed in to attend to her, fearing she would turn and fall back asleep. The stiffness in her neck limited her ability to turn, forcing Lin Shanjuan's gaze to be locked at a 45-degree angle to the left, directly at the maid who was there to assist her with washing up. The maid held a basin of water, occasionally glancing up in confusion. She noticed Lin Shanjuan fixating on her as she dampened a cloth, then watched as she rinsed her mouth, and finally observed as she assisted in loosening her garments. At last, unable to withstand the intensity of Lin Shanjuan's gaze, the maid reproached, Your Highness is to wed the princess. Why do you not look upon her? What is there for a mere old woman to display? Lin Shanjuan. She opened her mouth in a pained expression, gesturing to her neck. That I have a stiff neck, or rather, that I simply cannot move for the time being. Do you understand? The maid paused, then coughed awkwardly. I shall help you dress. The princess awaits you in the study. Please follow me. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as Lin Shanjuan, with her neck rigid, stood up, dismissing the lack of breakfast since she rarely ate in the morning. They proceeded one after the other. Lin Shanjuan struggled to navigate, awkwardly greeting the curious gazes of the maids as she stumbled several times before finally reaching the door of the study. She closed her eyes, unilaterally declaring today as Death Monday, or perhaps Tuesday. The maid bowed respectfully. Your Highness, please. Lin Shanjuan intended to nod, but the pain in her neck prevented it, so she merely waved her hand. The maid lowered her head and exited, while Lin Shanjuan pushed open the door, a faint fragrance wafting into her nostrils. Unable to resist, she inhaled softly, hearing Shiha's gentle laughter. If you enjoy this incense, I shall have someone bring you some. Lin Shanjuan recalled the cold demeanor Shiha had shown her the previous night. How adept she was at feigning appearances, transforming back into a gentle visage after a single night. Yet, with every word, she offered gifts, and Lin Shanjuan, mindful of her insincere warmth, coughed lightly and stiffly approached. Seeing that Lin Shanjuan remained silent and would not meet her gaze, Shiha felt puzzled and patiently inquired, Why does the prince consort not look at me? Lin Shanjuan halted, on the verge of tears, and sighed, I have a stiff neck. At that moment, she wondered if this was a term that modern individuals would use. Perhaps those from ancient times might not comprehend it. Shiha's lips twitched as she regarded Lin Shanjuan's rigid posture, recalling how this person had been thoroughly intoxicated the night before, and could not help but find it amusing. Yu Lu, standing nearby, could not suppress a light chuckle, which Lin Shanjuan caught in her ears. How delightful, so she understood after all. Raising an eyebrow, she shifted the topic. What business do you have in summoning me? Shiha exchanged a glance with Yu Lu before addressing the awkward Lin Shanjuan. Yesterday, I discussed matters with His Majesty. Shortly, an official will arrive bearing the imperial decree for our marriage. and this afternoon, a matron will come to instruct you on the rites of marriage. Lin Shanjuan understood that their union was merely a facade, a mutually beneficial arrangement, and thus did not concern herself with the timing. As long as her needs were met, she would not go hungry. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Chapter 19. The imperial marriage decree. She harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding the term stiff neck ascribed to her, yet upon reflecting on the individual in question, a sense of bewilderment began to take hold. If she were indeed an emissary sent by Qi Zhaomian, how could she have intoxicated herself so thoroughly with the emperor on the very first night, only to appear in such a disheveled state the following day? Was it a case of profound wisdom masquerading as folly, or could it be that she was truly a dim-witted spy? Before long, the individual tasked with delivering the decree arrived, and with her current appearance on display, it was inevitable that rumors would circulate. While she cared little for her own embarrassment, she could not bear to tarnish the royal family's reputation. Setting down her brush, she approached her with a feigned expression of concern. If the Duke is feeling unwell, perhaps we should summon the imperial physician. Lin Shanjuan immediately envisioned the consequences. Once the physician departed, the maids would undoubtedly learn of her predicament. To suffer such humiliation on her first night at the princess's residence was simply too mortifying. Despite her current status as a fallen assassin, she could not endure the mockery that would ensue. Hence, she resolutely declined, "There is no need. I shall recover in due time. The nurturing matron is expected this afternoon. I assure you I will be well before her arrival." She, initially indifferent, acquiesced to her wishes to avoid further complications. "As you wish." Lin Shanjuan responded affirmatively, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." She smiled gently, bidding her farewell as she exited. Observing the young lady rubbing her neck while departing, the soft smile on Shi's face gradually transformed into a pensive expression as she suddenly queried, "What do you think?" Yulu pondered for a few moments before replying, "This subordinate believes she is unlikely to be Ji Taisher's informant." Shi chuckled softly, "You seem to speak in her favor." Yulu, taken aback, stammered, "Your Highness, forgive me. I have spoken out of turn." Shi turned back, resuming her writing, "No harm done. I inquired, and your honesty is commendable." With that, Yulu rose, relieved. As she continued to write, she remarked, "Her timely appearance, coupled with numerous suspicious circumstances, leads me to suspect she is not Huangyu. Once the informants return, the truth will be unveiled. At that point, her true identity will surely be established." As the sun traversed the sky, afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. Having dined, Lin Shanjuan found herself idly sketching small flowers in her chamber. With a stable position secured, her spirits lifted considerably, and the melodies of chirping birds and buzzing insects became far more pleasant. Humming a fragmented tune, she was suddenly alerted by a voice from outside, "Miss Lin, the envoy for the decree has arrived." The voice was unfamiliar, causing her to stiffen momentarily before rising. She found herself feeling somewhat better than that morning, at least no longer having to fixate on a single direction. Thus, she felt emboldened to step outside. However, as she opened the door, she collided with the maid who had called for her, and they tumbled into one another. Lin Shanjuan, being sturdier, inadvertently knocked the young maid to the ground. The maid, flustered and panicked, did not dare to rise and immediately knelt, bowing her head to the floor. "Please spare me. I was blind to your presence, and I have offended you." Lin Shanjuan placed a hand on her chest, speechless, yet recognized the fault lay with her for rushing out. She could not solely blame the maid. Watching as the girl continued to bow repeatedly, Lin Shanjuan felt as though a numeric display of her lifespan was diminishing with each motion. She quickly reached down to help the maid up. "It's quite all right. I didn't see you. It's my fault. Please, no more bowing." Accustomed to managing delicate items, she lifted the petite maid effortlessly. The young maid's head swiftly departed the ground, and, to her astonishment, her entire body was lifted off the floor. With wide, blinking eyes, she gazed up at Lin Shanjuan, leaving even the latter feeling somewhat bashful, prompting her to hastily set the maid back down. "My apologies. Has the envoy for the decree arrived?" The maid, resembling a startled rabbit, realized she had been gazing at her mistress and hurriedly lowered her head. "Yes, she is waiting in the front courtyard. Your Highness has instructed me to summon you." Lin Shanjuan responded with an "Then please guide me." My neck is rather inconvenient. The maid nodded eagerly, casting a few curious glances at her overly polite mistress. The Duke, please follow me. The two traversed the winding corridors until they reached the front courtyard, where a number of maids and servants knelt upon the ground, alongside a small platform bearing the imperial decree. Recalling the camaraderie shared over drinks the previous night, Lin Shanjuan felt a certain fondness towards the little eunuch overseeing the proceedings. The eunuch exchanged a glance with her, cleared his throat, and called out, "Lin Shanjuan, accept the decree." His voice, in stark contrast to the previous night, was now high-pitched and piercing, echoing through the twists and turns of the courtyard. Lin Shanjuan stood frozen in place, while Bai Shu, noticing her hesitation, gently tugged at the corner of her garment. Understanding that she was expected to kneel, this being her first experience with such an act, she found herself needing a moment of mental preparation. After a brief pause, she decided to bend at the waist, adopting an imperfect version of the traditional kneeling position, ensuring her knees hovered just above the ground, allowing her to maintain the pretense that she was indeed following protocol. Very well, the distance between her knees and the ground was the thickness of a coin, rendering her efforts undetectable, even to herself. Satisfied with her ruse, she remained blissfully unaware that he, observing from the side, had already seen through her little charade. Unwilling to kneel, could it be she truly was one of those treasonous spies? Yet if she were indeed a spy, how could she be foolish enough to engage in such self-deceptive antics before the very person she sought to deceive? The atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Lin Shanjuan awaited the eunuch to read the decree, while he awaited a signal from Shi, who, in turn, was keenly observing Lin Shanjuan with interest. Let us see how long you can endure this. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity. Lin Shanjuan silently counted in her mind, while the eunuch remained uncharacteristically quiet. What is the matter? Does the decree come with a password? Or have you brought the wrong document, one devoid of writing? Come now, do speak. Shi was somewhat taken aback by her persistence, while the eunuch, visibly uncomfortable, leaned in to whisper, "Your Highness." "Very well, I shall spare her for now." A smile curled at the corners of Shi's lips, its charm flickering like a fleeting flame. "Read." The eunuch exhaled in relief and cleared his throat, finally proceeding to read the decree. Lin Shanjuan struggled to comprehend the convoluted language, her mind still busy counting the seconds. After what felt like an interminable 2 minutes, the eunuch finally fell silent, and she released a breath she had been holding, nearly springing to her feet. Bai Shu hastily whispered the response to her. "Commoner receives the decree and expresses gratitude." Lin Shanjuan echoed the phrase, "Commoner receives the decree and expresses gratitude." Upon finishing, she glanced at Bai Shu, who offered her an encouraging look. "Excellent, there were no missteps," she observed their subtle exchange, her smile taking on a more dangerous edge. Could it be that these two truly harbored secret affections for one another? The eunuch's face brightened with a radiant smile as he stepped closer to Lin Shanjuan. "Now that the Duke has accepted the decree, you must take good care of Her Highness Shi in the days to come." Chapter 20. The oppressive presence of the governess Lin Shanjuan held the imperial edict in his hand and responded, "Understood." The little attendant nodded and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, the Prince, I shall take my leave now." Shi courteously added, "Thank you for your trouble, my lord." "I dare not," he replied. "Shower, see him off." Just then, Lin Shanjuan's maid collided with him and hurriedly got up to bid farewell. As she passed before Lin Shanjuan, she lowered her head, and he couldn't help but take a second glance. No wonder they could be lifted with a single hand. Why were these young girls all so frail? "My prince, what are you gazing at?" Shi's voice, laced with concealed coldness, suddenly rang out. Lin Shanjuan quickly regained his composure and candidly replied, "Nothing, I merely find them too thin." Shi, utterly perplexed by his thoughts, chuckled lightly. "My prince, you are quite the tender-hearted one, indeed." As her words fell, the other maids felt their hearts leap to their throats. It was evident to anyone that the princess's tone dripped with acidity. How could the prince be so inept at flattering her? One sentence had inadvertently implicated them, the innocent servants. Yet Lin Shanjuan discerned that her acidity was a deliberate display, likely intended to mislead someone, so he decided to play along. With a forced smile, she approached Shi, and amidst the latter's puzzled gaze, she feigned a supportive embrace around her waist to help her rise. Shi's expression turned icy, but she soon noticed that Lin Shanjuan was only lightly grasping the edge of her belt, maintaining a measure of propriety. "Do not be vexed, Your Highness. I am merely concerned that others may perceive you as harsh toward your servants, and my heart aches solely for you. No other maid can compare to your grace." She exerted her utmost effort to utter such syrupy words, feeling as though her teeth might rot from the sweetness, completely oblivious to Bai Shu's astonished expression. Stiffly, she led the increasingly compliant Qi toward the back courtyard. The two presented themselves as inseparable, their affection unmistakable. In truth, one harbored thoughts of murder should the other dare to draw near, while the other pondered how vast the courtyard was and when it might end. Pretending to be affectionate seemed less engaging than drawing flowers. It wasn't until they entered the Heyang Hall that, just as Yu Lu shut the door, Lin Shanjuan swiftly withdrew her hand. He raised an eyebrow. Had she recognized her intent to perform? "Why does my prince seem so distant once we are alone?" She inquired with a smile. Lin Shanjuan froze. Was there a spy concealed within the room? Believing herself to be quick-witted, she hastily repositioned a chair, which she had just moved. "Not at all. I was merely assisting you with the chair. Please, take a seat." She regarded her forced and awkward excuse, suppressing a laugh as she sat down, an air of command developing as she raised a hand. "Would my prince be willing to massage my shoulders?" Lin Shanjuan hesitated for a second before moving behind her to begin the massage. Was that spy still lurking? Could she unearth them? The comforting pressure gradually alleviated the tension in Shihi's shoulders, her gaze falling upon the calluses on Lin Shanjuan's left hand, which caught her attention. Calluses here often indicated an archer. Could it be that this person possessed archery skills? Does my prince possess any martial prowess? Martial prowess? Lin Shanjuan contemplated her own abilities and refrained from boasting, merely for fitness, nothing more than a trifling skill, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, she became increasingly interested in the calluses on her hand. Lin Shanjuan, meanwhile, pondered why she had suddenly posed such a question. In her distraction, her grip fluctuated, inadvertently causing Shihi discomfort. "There's no need to continue," she suddenly interjected. Lin Shanjuan retracted her hand, sensing something amiss in her tone, and instinctively leaned forward to inquire, "What is it?" Shihi took a breath, adopting a smiling demeanor. "If your mind is elsewhere, there is no need to trouble my prince. The governess will arrive tomorrow, and you shall prepare for the ceremony, correct?" Hadn't she just been enjoying herself? Why the abrupt change in mood? Lin Shanjuan, unable to fathom her temperament, felt a sense of relief upon hearing she could depart, and made her exit. It seemed that the spy had indeed left, she surmised. Just as Lin Shanjuan stepped out, she harbored the same thought. This spy had departed. She rubbed the spot on her neck that had been massaged, instructing Yu Lu. She has calluses on her hand, likely skilled with a bow. Find an opportunity to test her skills. Yu Lu acquiesced but hesitated. Should we perhaps call another person to attend to the prince? Ever since Hua Er's exposure, it was unclear whether she felt disheartened or defensive. No maid had been permitted to serve her closely since. Recalling the earlier scene, she pondered, summon that shower. She seems to have some connection with Lin Shanjuan. It would be wise to keep her close. The following day, Lin Shanjuan encountered the four beaming governesses, all clad in drab attire, their facial wrinkles eerily similar, as though four NPCs had assembled to greet her. Lin Shanjuan felt as though the vitality she had nurtured overnight swiftly dissipated upon their arrival. She was loath to accept this reality, feeling as if she were confronted by four stern language teachers. "Greetings, Prince." Lin Shanjuan touched her face, scarcely managing a polite word before being inundated by the governesses, each vying to impart a wealth of information. She felt as though she were a sausage, comfortably shriveled, now being stuffed into an uncomfortable, swollen state. This was true mental torment. It felt like brainwashing. In agony, Lin Shanjuan could endure only half a day of this before seizing the opportunity to escape to Bai Shu's quarters while the governesses left for dinner. However, this act of defiance incensed them. How could the unprecedented female prince dare to enter a man's chamber before their wedding? All the afternoon's discussions appeared futile. The head governess raised her arm and declared, "We have come at the behest of the princess to clarify the proper etiquette with you, Prince." Lin Shanjuan felt as though the sky had fallen. She seemed to hear the true sentiment of the four. "Sisters, this person is utterly shameless. Enough talk. We shall work overtime tonight." Bai Shu could not assist her. In fact, he was sent to the servants' quarters under the pretext of hindering the prince's learning of etiquette. The four governesses dedicated the afternoon and a good part of the evening to an intensive spiritual guidance session with Lin Shanjuan. At that moment, Lin Shanjuan's gaze became vacant, and the impulse to commit murder resurfaced. Only the realization of her current predicament kept her from acting upon it. After respectfully bidding farewell to the governesses, Lin Shanjuan felt her stomach grumble. She had not dined. Having endured such torment for so long, she was now dizzy from hunger and stumbled toward the kitchen in search of food. In the stillness of the night, only a few guards patrolled the estate. A thought echoed in her mind, "Do not roam at night," and Lin Shanjuan jolted, realizing with horror. Had she truly been brainwashed? Chapter 21. The prince consort subdues his opponent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she circumvented the maids and guards. Upon reaching the kitchen, she casually rummaged about and soon discovered a roasted chicken. This was the advantage of residing in a princess's palace. Even a haphazard midnight snack rivaled a grand feast from outside. Indeed, in terms of the quality of life, the princess had not deceived her. However, she noticed that typically there would be someone on night duty in the kitchen, yet tonight there was no one in sight. Never mind, as long as there was something to eat. With a joyful gleam in her eyes, Lin Shanjuan hurried back to her room, eager to indulge in a chicken leg. Just as she was about to stuff it into her mouth, she recalled the wine she had consumed the previous night, and her cravings stirred. After much contemplation, she stealthily made her way back to the kitchen. Under the moonlight, she searched around but found nothing suitable for holding wine, only spotting a wooden board with a pull ring lying on the ground. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be a wine cellar? With this thought, she cautiously pulled the board aside and indeed discovered a staircase leading downwards, along with a plethora of wine jars of various sizes neatly arranged. What could one say? The innate sensitivity of a wine lover. Lin Shanjuan descended with delight, clutching a jar, her mind conjuring images of savoring roasted chicken paired with exquisite wine. Unfortunately, her reverie was abruptly interrupted. As she emerged from the wine cellar, she was taken aback to see a masked figure pouring a packet of powdered poison into a jar. The masked individual, equally startled by the sudden upheaval of the floor, found themselves locked in a moment of mutual surprise. "You?" Lin Shanjuan exclaimed, clutching a jar of wine. "Are you trying to poison someone?" The masked figure, realizing their scheme had been uncovered, ceased to conceal their intentions and swiftly drew a sword, its blade glistening ominously in the moonlight. Without uttering a word, they lunged at her. Lin Shanjuan barely managed to roll away, but the assailant's blade pursued her with alarming swiftness. Had she not instinctively turned her head aside, it would not have been a mere cabbage that was cleaved in two, but rather her own head. The confrontation ignited with ferocity, yet Lin Shanjuan found herself weaponless, save for the jar of wine, which she was reluctant to part with in desperation. She used her foot to hook a nearby stick, gripping it tightly to defend herself. Pressed against the wall, the masked assailant believed she had nowhere to flee and thrust their sword towards her. In their haste, a flaw in their technique was exposed, allowing Lin Shanjuan to evade swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, she struck the assailant's hand forcefully with the stick, eliciting a pained grunt as they dropped their weapon. With a flick of her wrist, she snatched up the sword and deftly maneuvered to the assailant's side, delivering a powerful kick to their ribs. The masked figure staggered back several paces, ultimately colliding with a basket of eggs, leaving them in a most disheveled state, covered in egg yolk. Clutching their side, they exhibited a heightened sense of caution, glancing around as if contemplating an escape. Lin Shanjuan toyed with the sword, remarking, "Is this how your assassins operate? Truly, you tarnish the very name of assassins." The figure's eyes gleamed with malice as they hissed, "Enough of your prattle." Their eyes burned crimson as they seized another stool to strike her down. With a swift motion, Lin Shanjuan shattered the stool, and despite it being her first encounter with such a cold weapon, the sword's sharpness compensated for her inexperience. She advanced a step, using the blade to topple the cloaked figure to the ground. As they struggled to rise, she pressed the sword's edge against their throat, halting all further movement. With a cold snort, she declared, "So eager to take a life? Resorting to poison, how utterly despicable." The masked figure seemed to grasp her words only partially, yet they registered the taunt within her tone, their voice tinged with bitterness. "If you wish to kill me, then do so." Why the need for this chat? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Shanjuan retorted. Your skills are lacking, yet your tongue is bold. She prepared to summon the patrolling guards to take the assailant away for interrogation, but the masked figure, realizing their mission had failed, chose to end their own life with poison. Lin Shanjuan barely had a moment to intervene before witnessing them consume something, their bodies stiffening and convulsing before succumbing to death. What? She shook her head in disbelief, murmuring, How much were you offered to go to such lengths? And now, not only have you failed your task, but you've also lost your life. Truly useless. With that, she reclaimed the wine jar and cast a glance out the window. Having seen enough, you may report to whomever you please, but do remember to return and share a drink with me afterward. The moonlit figure, Yu Lu, stood frozen in surprise below the window. Upon regaining composure, they revealed themselves and offered a bow, then awkwardly made their way to report to Shihi, their astonishment only deepening, crouching in the corner. No, rather, they had spent years gathering intelligence and had never encountered such a decisive and elegant display of skill. It was perplexing how they had gone unnoticed during their previous tailing. Why had they been exposed so quickly this time? Could it be that Lin Shanjuan had feigned ignorance of their presence before? Yu Lu had intended to wait until Lin Shanjuan was at a disadvantage to intervene, but to their astonishment, they had been discovered before they could even reveal themselves. Contemplating as they hurried to the Heyang Hall, they gently knocked on the door. A soft voice from behind the door responded, Come in. Pushing the door open, Yu Lu entered to find Shihi setting down a book. Is there news? Shihi inquired. Yu Lu nodded, unable to hide the astonishment in their eyes. The prince consort went to the kitchen for a bite to eat, during which a person did indeed infiltrate with the intent to poison, but was caught by the prince consort. Shihi rose slowly, pacing around the table with deliberation. We should summon a physician. If they perish before the marriage, it would be a waste of all this effort. Yu Lu chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, the prince consort was unharmed, and even managed to subdue the assailant, who chose to commit suicide. Shi's eyes widened in surprise before furrowing into a frown. Then why have you returned? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Yu Lu lowered their gaze to mask their embarrassment. I was discovered. The prince consort even told me to report back before seeking her out for a drink. Shihi paused, recalling the cocoon she had seen that afternoon, her understanding dawning. It seems I underestimated her. Very well, you may leave. Yu Lu cautiously looked up. Where shall I go? Shihi sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. Do you still wish to join her for a drink? Yu Lu shook their head in a panic. Shihi turned away. In that case, it saves us the trouble of testing her ourselves. Tell me, how does her skill compare to yours? Yu Lu pondered for a moment before shaking their head in difficulty. Your Highness, forgive me, but I do not know. The prince consort's moves were swift and astute, lacking any hesitation. The masked figure was subdued after merely 3 exchanges. Such skill is rare in the Central Lands, and her decisive technique offers no clues as to its origin. So mysterious. Shihi's gaze deepened, her curiosity about Lin Shanjuan's undisclosed side intensifying. Yu Lu continued to reflect on the scene they had just witnessed, and suddenly made another observation. However, the prince consort's techniques seem to form a unique system. While distinctive, it is evident she has undergone training. Training? Shihi recalled how effortlessly Lin Shanjuan had disarmed her of her dagger the other night, that keen awareness persisting even inebriated. Could it be that she truly was a hired assassin under someone's command? You may leave now. Understood. As Yu Lu departed, she opened the window, directing her gaze towards the side hall. Calculating the days, she realized those sent out for investigation might not return for another month. However, she had formed some conjectures. The findings of her subordinates would undoubtedly differ from those regarding Lin Shanjuan. Perhaps she was not Huang Yu. Chapter 22. The unrestrained son-in-law. On the following morning, Lin Shanjuan, unusually weary, surprisingly did not indulge in lingering in bed. The previous day's strict governess had truly left her feeling persecuted, and throughout the night, her dreams were filled with visions of the governess's wrinkles and incessant chatter. She dreamt of 4 mouths opening and closing right before her eyes, which startled her awake and dispelled any remnants of sleep. Gazing at the plain canopy, Lin Shanjuan rubbed her temples and decided to rise for a morning jog. She had a habit of exercising in the morning, though recent complexities had prevented her from doing so. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, She felt somewhat lightheaded upon rising, and in passing by the furniture, she accidentally knocked over a couple of chairs. She cast a lazy glance at them, too indifferent to right them, and continued on her way to the back garden, adjusting her clothing as she walked. The morning light was dim, yet the governesses arrived punctually, much like diligent office workers. Having just finished breakfast, the four of them entered Lin Shanjuan's quarters, only to find the room in utter disarray, with no sign of her, causing them to panic. Lin Shanjuan had just settled comfortably in the pavilion when she heard the commotion outside, crying out that the son-in-law has been abducted. With her eyes closed, she massaged her temples, reflecting on the unquiet nature of the princess's residence. Just last night there had been an attempted poisoning, and now, early this morning, news of the son-in-law's abduction. Wait a moment, I am the son-in-law. What are they shouting about? If they let it slip that a killer like me has been taken, how will I save face? Her lips twitched slightly as she hurried toward the side hall, encountering a maid who was rushing to find Qi and report the news. The maid, engrossed in her haste, unexpectedly collided with Lin Shanjuan, and they both stumbled into each other. Lin Shanjuan clutched her chest, exasperated, wondering how everyone in this place could be so clumsy. How could such a grown person not see her? When she finally looked up to see the maid, well, it was only this girl who was so careless. Why are you running? Did I lose something that has you in such a flurry? The maid looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing Lin Shanjuan, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She then knelt and stammered, "Son-in-law, please spare me." Lin Shanjuan sighed in resignation. It was difficult for her to be angry with a girl of merely 15 or 16. She bent down and gently pulled the maid to her feet, saying, "It's not that serious. Just be more careful in the future." Perhaps her gentle demeanor contrasted greatly with that of other mistresses, for the maid stood there in stunned silence, feeling overwhelmed by the kindness shown after having bumped into her not once but twice. Tears welled up in her eyes, prompting Lin Shanjuan to hastily retract her hand. "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you? My chest is still aching. I am too embarrassed to admit it." The maid shook her head vigorously. No. It's just that the son-in-law is so beautiful and kind-hearted. I am truly moved." Lin Shanjuan thought, No. With your tears, I can't even tell if you're thanking me." Qi, having just risen, heard the uproar outside proclaiming that the son-in-law had been taken, filled with confusion. "Did you Lu not say that the assassin had been slain last night? Could there be another wave of attackers?" She hurriedly dressed and, upon turning a corner to reach Lin Shanjuan's side hall, happened upon the scene of Lin Shanjuan and the maid in a rather intimate exchange. The maid's eyes were red, suggesting a mix of shyness and embarrassment, while Lin Shanjuan stood with her arms crossed, trying to cheer her up. In modern times, this would be inconsequential, but Lin Shanjuan was now the son-in-law and, soon enough, the entire princess's household would know of her true identity, followed by the world. Even among women, such flirtation seemed rather excessive, bordering on impropriety. She intended to step forward to call out to them, but she exchanged glances with Yu Lu, who subtly gestured for her to remain silent. She was curious to see what further tender gestures Lin Shanjuan might display in front of her. Lin Shanjuan maintained a measured demeanor, even feigning modesty, yet when it came to others, she was not above sweet words. Lin Shanjuan continued to share some dry jokes, completely unaware that Qi was observing her from a short distance, just as she quipped about the steamed bun that, while walking, grew hungry and ended up eating itself. In a flurry, Bai Shu rushed over. Their eyes met, both relieved to see each other unharmed. Lin Shanjuan thought, "This sweet-talking lad, come save me quickly." Bai Shu, panting heavily, came to a halt, thinking aloud, "Thank goodness, you weren't really taken." After speaking, he noticed the maid who was still dabbing her tears in a flustered manner. "What happened here?" Lin Shanjuan shook her head helplessly, lowering her voice. "You need to comfort her. I just helped her up, and now she is crying from being moved." In her past life, she hadn't even had the chance to help an elderly woman cross the street, so she completely missed the point of the maid's tears. Bai Shu looked around, scratching his head for a moment, then forced a smile, offering a rather insincere consolation. "Do stop crying, little girl." Lin Shanjuan thought, "That I had such high hopes for you, and this is what I get." She looked at Bai Shu with disdain. Had she not known his background, she would have expected him to say something akin to, "Uncle will take you to find your mother." However, The maid remained silent, bowed to both of them, and quickly ran off. Seeing this, Bai Shu returned to the matter at hand. Weren't you studying etiquette yesterday? How could you have been abducted? Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brow, letting out a deep sigh. The thought of having to endure lessons from those old hags today left her with a profound sense of emptiness. Just as she was about to express her grievances, familiar laughter interrupted her thoughts. Oh, the son-in-law is right here. We've been looking everywhere for you. Come quickly. We have several important matters to discuss with you. The corners of Lin Shanjuan's mouth twitched. At this moment, she felt she might as well have been abducted. Bai Shu, taken aback, stepped forward to cover her mouth, only to receive an exasperated glare from her. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, surveying their surroundings warily. This is the princess's residence. How could any ill-intentioned person enter freely? You really ought to watch your... He fell silent abruptly, as if someone had gripped his throat. Lin Shanjuan followed his gaze and found she smiling at them, though that smile sent a chill down her spine. They were positioned in a rather intimate manner, engaged in a low conversation, appearing closer than even she and Xiao'er had been. Heaven knows she regarded Bai Shu merely as a sister, yet he was oblivious to this. Thinking that Xiao'er had already represented Lin Shanjuan's lack of restraint, she was shocked to realize that Lin Shanjuan could be even less discreet. If any servants were to witness this, would they not claim she was sowing discord among lovers? Unable to contain herself, she felt compelled to intervene. Bai Shu trembled, adhering to the principle of birds of a feather flock together, shot Lin Shanjuan a look of good luck to you, and fled as if his life depended on it. Chapter 23. Does the princess enjoy speaking in a flattering manner? Lin Shanjuan stood frozen in place, watching as he gracefully approached her with long strides. With a gaze imbued with profound meaning, she observed Bai Shu's flustered retreat, her expression tenderly smiling, yet her words devoid of warmth. I never anticipated that my esteemed consort would cultivate such a close relationship with his subordinates. The term, close, resonated like a heavy anchor, weighing down on Lin Shanjuan as she discerned the veiled malice in her words. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over her, prompting her to touch her nose. Not at all, no matter how close, it pales in comparison to the bond one share with you, Your Highness. She had taken to employing sweet-talking, those deceptive phrases rolling off her tongue with ease. She scoffed softly, casting a glance in the direction the maid had hurried away, her meaning unmistakable. Lin Shanjuan, feeling compelled to clarify, explained, She bumped into me twice, and I merely offered her a hand. Who would have thought she would be so moved as to weep? Lin Shanjuan's face bore the unmistakable mark of innocence, eager to assert that she had no intention of creating misunderstandings in public. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further, her eyes flitting to the four waiting matrons, who instantly lost their authority before Lin Shanjuan and knelt in submission. He merely glared at them, her frigid gaze sending shivers down their spines. Though she remained silent, her formidable presence alone was enough to intimidate all. I am to be wed in 2 days. Is it not a sign of your inadequate instruction that my consort remains so unaware of proper conduct? Upon hearing this, the matrons felt their hearts sink, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Although the princess might allow her consort some leeway, she would show no mercy to those beneath her. Just look at the maid, Huar, whom she had raised since childhood. Did she not die under ambiguous circumstances? Your Highness, please spare us. We shall do our utmost. We will ensure the consort does not err again. The atmosphere was palpably one of intimidation, and Lin Shanjuan, who had always detested being coerced, felt a surge of displeasure. She believed she had been sufficiently accommodating. Was it truly necessary for this woman to be so capricious, threatening severe consequences over trifles? As her pent-up rage threatened to erupt, she cast her a fleeting glance, piercing through her resolve, causing her anger to dissipate significantly. Lin Shanjuan thought to herself, is it truly fear I feel towards her? How amusing. I, the foremost assassin of whose city, fearful of her. Do you have something to say, consort? He inquired, her eyes curving mischievously. A smile concealing a blade. Lin Shanjuan ground her teeth in frustration. There is no need to distress them. Should you believe my regard for others is lacking, I can remain by your side from dawn until dusk. Please do not be angry. Such emotions are harmful to the liver, oh dear heart. She strained to recall the charming phrases she had seen in film, but she found her inability to express anger directly, instead resorting to syrupy flattery, utterly nauseating. The term, dear heart, made her wish to have Yulu eliminate Lin Shanjuan. She chose to ignore her, disregarding her insipid words, and continued to focus on the four matrons. If my consort intercedes on your behalf, I shall spare you. However, today's lessons must proceed swiftly and not be delayed until the late hours. The matrons were left trembling, their hearts racing. Was this truly the sort of talk one would expect from a person of dignity? How shameful, yet, astonishingly, it appeared effective. Did the princess genuinely delight in such nauseating flattery? Grateful tears brimmed in their eyes as they reverently bowed their heads, watching Shihi depart. Lin Shanjuan forced a smile as she observed Shihi hastily retreat, then swiftly donned an expression of impatience. Were it not for the singularity of her mission, she would have considered eliminating the princess and seeking a more compliant target. She was an assassin but did not regard human life as expendable. Her targets had always been the wicked and malevolent, those who harbored ill intentions towards her. She had never laid a finger on the innocent. As an orphan, Lin Shanjuan had been taken from the orphanage at the age of 7 by her leader to the organization, where she learned the art of becoming an exceptional assassin. Since that time, she had never formed any attachments, though gained the ability to control her own fate. She had fought to survive amidst men, training tirelessly day and night. From being a target for everyone's ire to finally clawing her way to the top, she was now on the verge of finishing her final assignment to retire in peace. She had no attachments. In truth, aside from her sharp intellect and exceptional skills, she possessed nothing. As a top-tier assassin, she was devoid of self. Most of the time, she was swayed by her missions and reality. Lack of emotion was a mere jest, yet also a reality. Over the years, she had witnessed countless forms of life and death, and the depths of evil and greed, rendering the term emotion akin to a lost baby tooth, long fallen away. Yet just now, the sensation of being manipulated, of lacking autonomy, surged back into her consciousness, filling her with dread, revulsion, and aversion. Her mind seemed to split in two. One half clamored for her to eliminate Shihi, while the other urged her not to forfeit her chance to return to her own world. The two voices clashed, their sparks igniting a searing headache. Ultimately, the latter prevailed. In recent days, she had heard numerous rumors about Shihi, nothing more than a woman of many men, and cold-hearted as a viper. Being a modern individual, she had paid little heed to such slanders. She understood that to single-handedly safeguard the young emperor and the nation, Shihi must have endured countless burdens and unspeakable trials. Nevertheless, that did not excuse those who would threaten others' lives for their own gain. She could not muster a shred of goodwill towards them. The matrons exchanged glances, and finally, the head matron cleared her throat. "Consort, shall we begin?" Lin Shanjuan. Yet, when compared to this woman's irritating nature, those four matrons were far worse. How long must these lessons endure? With a weary sigh, Lin Shanjuan resigned herself to returning to her chambers, her silhouette resembling that of a bird with its wings clipped. Shihi, observing her dejected entrance, felt an unexpected urge to laugh. She resembled a wolf cub retrieved from the mountains, its wildness still intact, struggling futilely against the collar, ultimately resigned to compliance. Yet, Lin Shanjuan, are you truly compliant, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Chapter 24. The prince consort's generosity. As the sun sank in the west, Lin Shanjuan, weary after a day spent learning the intricacies of etiquette under the tutelage of the matron, found her eyes dull and her spirit languid. Her mind was filled with the phrase, feeling utterly drained, until the head matron performed her courtesy. "Your Highness, we have imparted all that we can teach. Should you have any lingering doubts, we remain at your service." With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Shanjuan sprang to her feet. "Doubts? None. I have comprehended everything." The matron was taken aback. You truly understand it all?" Lin Shanjuan nodded earnestly. "Absolutely, matron. Please take your leave." "But, call someone. Escort the matron out." For matrons were politely ushered away by the maidservants who arrived at the sound of her command, while Lin Shanjuan leaned against the window, smiling as she waved them off, watching them glance back 3 times. "Ah, farewell, dear friends." It was only when the matron's figures had completely vanished from the corridor that Lin Shanjuan finally rose and stretched her arms wide in a grand yawn. Princes serve their lords, and one must not lose decorum nor speak carelessly, she mused. Yet today, she resolved to indulge in the most extravagant yawn imaginable. She opened the door, eager to seek out Bai Shu for a stroll in the town, and had nearly reached the courtyard of his residence when she suddenly recalled Shi's warning glance from the morning, causing her to halt. Something feels amiss. Why am I so timid? Why should I fear her? She wrestled with herself, lifting her foot but then turning back. I am not afraid of her. I merely choose to accommodate her. Without seeking Bai Shu, I cannot obtain the funds necessary for leisure. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lin Shanjuan wandered the princess's estate. She remembered the vast expanse of open land she had seen on her first afternoon here, on the western side of the estate, where workers had been coming and going for the past few days. Curiosity piqued, she decided to explore the commotion there. As she casually strolled into the western courtyard, she discovered not only a number of horses grazing but also bows and targets. A shooting range. Lin Shanjuan's interest was immediately piqued. Having previously engaged with ancient archery, she had commissioned a bow of her own, weighing around 3 stones, which had proven quite cumbersome to draw, eventually relegated to mere display. Now, standing before the real thing, her fingers itched with anticipation. "Your Highness," called the doorkeeper, bowing respectfully. Lin Shanjuan nodded. "May I enter and take a look?" The doorkeeper smiled. "This area has been specifically prepared for the prince consort. You may come and go as you wish. Please do enter." Specifically prepared. The mere mention of this smoothed away Lin Shanjuan's earlier irritation, and she instinctively glanced toward the Hyang Hall, a smile curving her lips. Unexpectedly, this woman, despite her irascible temperament, had an uncanny knack for pleasing others. The doorkeeper guided Lin Shanjuan inside, where an array of bows adorned the racks, some elegantly crafted, others exuding a wild essence, including quite diminutive bows reminiscent of those still employed for hunting in remote regions. Lin Shanjuan found each one fascinating and appealing. Unable to resist touching them all, a soldier in uniform approached, bowing respectfully, and inquired with curiosity, "Your Highness, do you also practice archery?" His question stirred Lin Shanjuan's enthusiasm. "Let me give it a try." The soldier nodded, selecting the lightest bow for her. Lin Shanjuan effortlessly drew it back, yet it felt insubstantial. She earnestly replied, "Please, bring me another. This one lacks power. Find one that you typically use." The soldier regarded her with surprise before handing her a 3-stone bow. "Please be cautious." Gripping the bow, Lin Shanjuan assessed its weight, retrieved an arrow, and slowly drew back the string. This bow felt remarkably more stable than the previous one, igniting her enthusiasm. She was accustomed to the Mediterranean style of archery, with 3 fingers gripping the arrow's tail. After a few seconds, she decisively released, and the arrow soared through the air, striking near the bullseye 100 paces away. The soldier on target duty called out the distance, 3 inches off-center. The soldier was taken aback. "You truly can shoot?" Lin Shanjuan, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, the bow's material differed, and it did not feel entirely intuitive to her. She wondered how long she would remain here. It seemed prudent to practice more, lest she encounter difficulties when the time came. She likened archery to brewing wine. The arrow on the string was akin to setting down a fine vintage, filled with anticipation and speculation. The process of drawing the bow was undoubtedly a prolonged fermentation. The feelings that arose upon releasing the arrow and hitting the target mirrored the joy of savoring an aged wine. It was a deliberate act of freedom and elation, release of pent-up emotions, and the most gratifying means of expressing oneself. Lin Shanjuan appeared tireless, her passion for her hobby bordering on addiction. Though she consistently hit the target after the first 5 arrows, she held herself to the standard of perfection, immersing herself completely in the endeavor. She rummaged through her pockets, retrieving a few coins, left over from her purchases prior to arriving at the princess's estate, and offered them to the soldier. "Here, take this. I'll play for a while before I leave." She could not expect him to remain by her side indefinitely. The soldier hesitated, yet out of consideration for her status as prince consort, he accepted the coins. Who knew what one could buy with the price of a candied hawthorn stick in this season devoid of such treats? "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness," he said, bowing as he stepped away, while she turned to observe the platform where he stood. He had been watching for quite some time. Upon learning of Lin Shanjuan's presence, she had hastened to verify her suspicions regarding the calluses on her hands. To her surprise, Lin Shanjuan indeed proved to be an adept archer, exhibiting considerable skill. Aside from the initial few arrows that strayed slightly, she now appeared to be hitting her mark consistently. From this, she discerned two significant insights. She is not a person from Jinghua, and due to her unfamiliarity with the bow in her hands, her shots ahead have all gone awry. She is a clandestine assassin, not Huangyu. Your Highness, as per your instruction, I have escorted the prince consort inside. This is the reward bestowed upon me by him. A reward? Indeed, she had surreptitiously taken 10,000 taels for herself. She cast a sidelong glance and beheld the meager coins resting in the guard's palm. She thought, is this individual truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? What significance do a few coins hold as a reward? She waved her hand, ultimately refraining from allowing her to unwittingly lose face. Go to the treasury and collect your reward. The prince consort possesses only these, and I fear they may all be yours. The guard, elated, complied with a bow and retreated with enthusiasm. Once again, only she remained on the observation platform, tightening her cloak around her and brushing aside her disheveled hair, yet sitting as straight as ever. It is said that high places are fraught with chill, and it appears that this adage holds true in this instance as well. Chapter 25. The probability of success and provocation is 10,000. Lin Shanjuan, completely oblivious to Shihi's position, was instead consumed by the joy of once again grasping her bow and arrow. Immersed in her passion, fatigue was a foreign concept. Thus, despite Shihi finding her repetitive practice somewhat monotonous, she reveled in it wholeheartedly. Unbeknownst to her, the sun began its descent, casting a warm orange glow that enveloped the vast archery range and rendered Lin Shanjuan, who appeared diminutive within it, almost ethereal. Her face took on a tangerine hue, the bowstring leaving an imprint on her cheek as she released her arrow once more, striking the bullseye with unwavering precision. Since the 15th arrow, she had not deviated an inch. Such accuracy could easily earn her the title of a master archer. Shihi, captivated by the spectacle, shifted her gaze to the archer, just as the sunlight illuminated her contented profile. Feeling a pang of hunger from her exertions, Lin Shanjuan turned to see Shihi atop the high platform. Unable to discern the expression on Shihi's face, she merely recognized that the other was observing her. Reflecting on the silent generosity that had provided her with such an expansive archery range, the earlier suppressed grievances from the morning seemed trivial in comparison. Was this not a grander gesture than a wealthy suitor merely securing a fishing pond for her? This was an archery range, one that required a considerable gallop to traverse. It was akin to having 10 or more fishing ponds at her disposal. With provisions to eat, garments to wear, and such a vast space for her archery practice, what more could she desire from life? All she wished for was to prostrate herself before the affluent princess, dismissing any notions of capriciousness or ruthlessness. Surely, this was a display of generosity and subtlety. What? The princess had threatened her in the morning? That was hardly a threat. As a princess of noble birth, was it not natural for her to exhibit a slight temper? Moreover, in this current context, she was indeed her benefactor. Naturally, a benefactor should maintain a degree of decorum, and her presence there must also indicate her awareness of her earlier words, wishing to apologize yet unable to lower her pride. Lin Shanjuan felt she could entirely empathize with this delicate sentiment and thus decided to descend graciously from her lofty thoughts. After a moment's reflection, she displayed an unusually cordial demeanor, waving at Shihi, assuming she was summoned for a meal, and cheerfully called out, "I'll be there for dinner shortly." As a gentle breeze swept through, her smile possessed a wild and uninhibited charm. Shihi, observing this, subtly moved her fingers. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Lin Shanjuan, what is wrong? Why is she leaving again? Ah, princess, wait for me. She hurriedly entrusted her bow to a servant and swiftly pursued her. Princess, thinking to gauge the situation, she kept her head down, ignoring the call from behind her. It seemed that those 4 maids had been summoned for naught, with such noise, which lady behaved so unruly. Inviting her in had been a grievous mistake. Princess, let us go together. In mere moments, Lin Shanjuan had caught up to her, prompting a resigned sigh from Shihi. It appeared that tranquility would be a rare commodity in the princess's residence henceforth. The following afternoon, on the eve of Lin Shanjuan's first wedding, she was blissfully unaware of the impending event. When Xiao'er came to find her, she was leisurely perched with her feet up, entertaining a parrot. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Shanjuan tossed nuts meant for the parrot into her own mouth, causing the bird to flail anxiously in its cage. She inquired, "What brings you here?" The maid, head bowed, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Your Highness, the prince is waiting for you in the garden." A summons from her benefactor? Lin Shanjuan promptly abandoned her avian antics, stuffing the remaining nuts into her mouth, and, recalling Xiar behind her, generously offered, "Would you like some, Xiar? Don't think I didn't see you feeding the bird." Reluctantly, she replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Shanjuan waved it off. No need for pleasantries. The parrot grew increasingly agitated. Following Xiar, she meandered into the back garden, where a flurry of butterflies danced around, and upon raising her gaze, she spotted the individual seated in the central pavilion. Though this benefactor was known for her unpredictable temperament, one could not deny that she was utterly flawless in appearance. Perched gracefully upon a stone bench, she was bathed in the warm embrace of spring sunlight, her beauty eclipsing even the most radiant of days. Her features were exquisite, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, exuding an air of elegance. The delicate contours of her figure, concealed beneath a well-tailored fringed gown, rendered her all the more enchanting, her poise captivating. She did nothing but sit there quietly, yet she inspired boundless beautiful imaginings. Lin Shanjuan's heart raced, an unfamiliar sensation emerging that she could not shake, causing her steps to grow heavier. Noticing someone approaching, she turned her gaze, and Lin Shanjuan instinctively bit her lip, her mind conjuring the phrase. Captivating radiance. Returning to her senses, she sighed inwardly, in a wonder Meng Mu relocated thrice. An enriching environment indeed cultivates cultural refinement. After only a brief stay in the princess's residence, her vocabulary had expanded dramatically. He, unaware of her thoughts, greeted her arrival with her customary feigned smile, gesturing to the stone bench before her. "Sit." Lin Shanjuan complied, sitting down and glancing at her. "What did you call me for?" With attendants still tidying up nearby, she smiled slightly. "As my prince, is it not permissible for me to summon you even without a specific matter?" Lin Shanjuan noted the other servants with their ears perked up, instantly understanding. Ah, was this yet another phase of their romantic period? She eagerly played along, inching closer with a grin. "Of course not. I feel like a day apart is akin to 3 autumns." This display of eager flattery masked any remnants of her earlier defiance. She, surprised by her rapid change in demeanor, opted not to comment further, instead turning her attention to the freshly sprouted willows, broaching the subject at hand. "Tomorrow is the wedding, and I need you to carry me from the Jingshu Palace to the carriage. I fear you may not be accustomed to it, hence I summoned you for practice." Jingshu Palace was her former residence in the royal palace. Now that she had established her own princess palace, she spent most of her time there, only returning to the Jingshu Palace occasionally if she were to work late into the night. Lin Shanjuan was unsure of the distance between the palace and here, and before she could ask, she resolutely nodded in agreement. "You're so slender. Practice isn't necessary." Her confidence was palpable. She stifled a chuckle, curious to see how Lin Shanjuan would fare once she learned the actual distance. "Prince, do not merely boast. If you cannot carry me tomorrow, it would be a source of ridicule for both you and me, as it would reflect poorly on the royal family to have a partner incapable of such a simple task. Cannot carry. Unable to move. Incapable of lifting a chicken. Weak. Embarrassment." These words struck a chord with Lin Shanjuan's competitive spirit, igniting her determination. "Ha! All right." She sprang to her feet, rolling up her sleeves. "Shall we head to the palace now?" Her eagerness to prove herself was quite comical, prompting Shi to smile as she replied, "No need to go to the palace. We can practice right here." Lin Shanjuan pouted. "I can do it. Trust me, this space is too constricted for me to demonstrate my abilities." As she spoke, she began to warm up, her peculiar stretching resembling a street performer's antics, causing Shi to shake her head with amusement. Walking 5 laps around the garden is equivalent to the distance from Jingshu Palace to the front gate of the royal palace. Chapter 26. There is no need for the prince to practice any longer. "I shall walk myself." Lin Shanjuan's stretching exercise nearly resulted in her spine being pulled asunder due to this proclamation. She mechanically turned her head to glance at the seemingly endless garden, her lips twitching. "Are you certain?" She smiled even more broadly. "Why would I deceive you? If the prince finds it too difficult, it is perfectly acceptable to use a carriage instead." Find it too difficult? I shall confront it head-on. Ah. She raised her hand in a gesture to stop. I have never heard of such a phrase as knowing when to retreat. Just 5 laps, it is merely a leisurely stroll. It appeared she was putting on a brave face, and at last, she genuinely revealed a mocking smile, tilting her head to observe her. If that is the case, then I shall trouble the prince. Lin Shanjuan made a gesture as if to embrace her, waving her hand in a manner that suggested, no more words. Simply watch my performance. She restrained her smile. Let us commence. Lin Shanjuan willingly moved to sit beside Qi on the stone bench. Just as she was about to bend down to lift Qi, she suddenly recalled the lesson imparted by the old maid yesterday. As a princess, you must not allow your shoes to gather dust. You must be carried back to the princess's residence. Carrying seemed less laborious than lifting. Seeing her pause, Qi thought she might finally concede her limitations, only to have Lin Shanjuan suddenly meet her gaze. No, the old maid instructed me to carry you out of the palace. Qi regretted allowing those old maids to teach her thoroughly. Had she known she would be on her period today, she would have never permitted them to instruct her to carry herself that distance. She found herself caught between Lin Shanjuan's embrace and the stone table, an uncomfortably close proximity that crossed her boundaries, yet with others watching, she could not push her away and could only endure for the time being. Lin Shanjuan, however, seemed entirely justified in her stance, exuding an air of, I simply wish to carry you. Qi, witnessing this, had no choice but to articulate the reason for her preference for being carried. I am on my period. Being carried presents certain inconveniences. Lin Shanjuan waited patiently, but did not expect this to be the reason. Upon reflection, there were no sanitary products available at the moment, and being carried would indeed be inconvenient. She could fully empathize. Very well then, I shall carry you. Qi was taken aback by how quickly she acquiesced. Her prepared arguments were rendered moot, and she gazed at her in astonishment. Lin Shanjuan, without further ado, bent down and effortlessly swept her into her arms. Qi had not anticipated such decisiveness. Her body left the ground in an instant, nearly causing her to exclaim in surprise, her arms instinctively wrapping around Lin Shanjuan's neck. Lin Shanjuan glanced at the person in her arms, clearly startled yet managing to suppress her reaction. A smile tugging at the corners of her lips, she felt light, her weight comparable to what Lin Shanjuan had estimated. She held her with a degree of caution. The two remained silent, with Qi studying Lin Shanjuan's profile, her resolute demeanor devoid of any wavering, as if this were merely a task to be completed. In truth, Lin Shanjuan was fatigued. Even the lightest of burdens, walking 5 laps around such a large flower bed, was undeniably excessive. She held her breath, counting the distance in her mind, the veins in her neck becoming increasingly prominent. Qi had initially intended to test her strength, pondering that since she could draw a 3-stone bow, her strength must be extraordinary, thus using this opportunity to probe. However, after being carried for so long, she felt her body stiffening and suddenly spoke, "Let us conclude our practice for today." The ever-ambitious Lin Shanjuan responded, "There is still 1 lap remaining." Qi was taken aback. I said, "We shall stop here for today." Lin Shanjuan halted, looking down at her. "If I were to set you down now, you wouldn't label me as weak, would you?" Qi could hardly believe that the reason she had been forcing herself to endure 4 laps was this. She was Qi. No other woman in the realm could rival her. Some may possess beauty, but none matched her grace. Those with her grace could not be as beautiful. With such exquisite warmth in her embrace, all she cared about was not wanting to be called weak. Had she realized that Lin Shanjuan's thoughts were so distinct from those of ordinary individuals, she would not have expected such disparity. Taking a deep breath, she was unsure whether to be vexed or not, gritting her teeth as she commanded, "Set me down." Her voice carried an icy tone, prompting Lin Shanjuan to hastily release her, enduring the numbness in her arms while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Qi found herself further vexed by Lin Shanjuan's smug expression. Her gaze dropped to Lin Shanjuan's right arm, and a mischievous thought arose, leading her to pinch it without warning. This only intensified the sensation of numbness in Lin Shanjuan's arm, prompting her to exclaim, "Hey, hey, hey." Qi, having vented her frustration, smirked, "There is truly no need for the prince to practice any longer. Such strength, that I shall simply take a carriage tomorrow." Lin Shanjuan barely had the chance to emphasize her point before she saw Qi gracefully departing, her head held high, her back radiating an air of triumph. Infuriated, she bared her teeth in frustration. Was she truly such a person? Did she intend to pinch me on purpose? Did she invite me here just to mock me? A night passed, and dawn broke the following day. Lin Shanjuan was promptly roused by the matchmaker and a throng of maidservants, who pressed her before the mirror. With her eyes still closed in a daze, she allowed the maidservants to apply makeup to her face. After more than an hour, the makeup was finally completed, and she began to regain her senses. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a face rendered much more austere, likely to diminish her femininity as the female prince, thus accentuating the rugged contours of her features. The matchmaker noted the time was slipping away and hurried Lin Shanjuan to change into her wedding attire and mount her horse. Bai Shu had been waiting outside for quite some time, harboring a vague sense of concern regarding Lin Shanjuan's status as a prince. As Lin Shanjuan emerged, he stepped forward to assist her with her horse, voicing his worries. "Boss, at this point, I still worry for you." Lin Shanjuan was not entirely unacquainted with riding. She firmly grasped the reins and nimbly mounted the horse, accepting the reins from his hands, bending down to say, "Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Cheer up. Do not let others perceive me as a frail woman abducted by the mountain bandit to become the chief's wife." Bai Shu. His concerns were indeed excessive. Meanwhile, she was also fully adorned, engaged in the phase of having her hair styled as a bride. The nearby Chen Mama could not help but shed some tears. Having served the Empress Dowager in her youth, and later being summoned by the Empress, she had watched Qi grow up, now regarding her as her own granddaughter. Witnessing Qi prepare for her 5th marriage, this time to a woman, she felt a profound ache, her tears flowing freely in this world. Which woman endured such a tumultuous fate as Her Highness? Why must she always encounter unworthy partners, and now, to marry a woman directly, how much criticism would she have to endure? Understanding her distress, Qi gently patted Chen Mama's hand, her tone unusually soft, carrying a soothing undertone. "Mama, do not cry. If you weep any harder, you might wash her away." Chapter 27. The code of caring for the princess within the palace. She had but one affectionate elder, who, due to her advanced age, could not bear to see her shed tears. Granny Chun wiped her eyes, her voice still trembling with emotion. "I wonder if that Miss Lin knows how to show kindness. Your departure is a cause for concern." Qi thought of Lin Shanjuan, and although she found this person inscrutable, she was reluctant to express her worries to Granny Chun, managing a helpless smile. "Rest assured, Granny, as fellow women, she surely understands the importance of cherishing me and will protect me." After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, you will be accompanying us, so if she does not care for me, you can seek justice on my behalf." Granny Chun immediately broke into a smile. Once today is over, she will be His Highness's husband. How could this old servant dare to chastise her indiscriminately? Qi gently shook Granny Chun's hand, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. "Granny Chun is my kin. What is there that you cannot do? If she treats me poorly, you shall discipline her." Granny Chun felt a wave of relief wash over her and wiped her tears away. "Your Highness knows how to soothe this old servant's heart. The time is drawing near. Let us make our way." No sooner had she spoken than a maid entered to announce, "Your Highness, the groom has arrived to escort you." As Qi adjusted her veil, the warmth that had filled her gaze when facing Granny Chun vanished in an instant. "Let her in." After a long ride, Lin Shanjuan's drowsiness had long dissipated. The distance to the palace was not short. She had walked the streets, observing the common folk discussing her, and felt a measure of sympathy for Qi. For all these years, she had endured amidst countless whispers, a feat not easily accomplished. She dismounted her horse with practiced ease, straightened her attire, and was surrounded by jubilant sounds. The palace gates adorned with decorations made her feel a twinge of disorientation. She was truly to be wed. Just half a month ago, she could never have imagined she would marry a woman. "Big sister, it is time to go inside," Bai Shu reminded her. Lin Shanjuan nodded and stepped forward, guided by the throngs of people until she arrived at the entrance of Jingshu Palace. This marriage was a mutual arrangement. At most, the princess would bear some minor inconveniences, while for Lin Shanjuan, it was an opportunity to discern her desires, paving the way for her eventual return. Once that was accomplished, the princess could marry whomever she wished, and neither would be hindered. Having come to this understanding, Lin Shanjuan felt unburdened as she pushed open the palace doors and beheld the figure seated at the head. Veiled in her Witty, yes, it was her 5th marriage. Both the ceremony and proceedings had been simplified, eschewing extravagance. Otherwise, how could she have come directly to fetch her? The delicate figure wrapped in wedding attire seemed almost fragile, and Lin Shanjuan recalled the curious gazes lining the road, her heart softening a little. After all, she was merely 26 years old. Approaching her, Lin Shanjuan spoke in a gentler tone, "Allow me to carry you for this distance." He declined, "There is no need. I can manage myself." Without further ado, Lin Shanjuan swept her up into her arms. The lightness of her form made it effortless, countering her refusal with, "Your Highness's shoes must not touch the ground. Do you truly think I have wasted my lessons?" He was momentarily taken aback. "Lessons?" Lin Shanjuan began to stride confidently out, each step deliberate. "When we return, I shall have you transcribe what I have taught you, and we shall call it the Code of Caring for the Princess. You may then verify whether Granny Qin's expenses were in vain." She jested with a light-hearted spirit, while he merely smiled in response, not taking it to heart. Granny Qin followed closely behind, observing Lin Shanjuan's careful demeanor and feeling reassured, her smile growing more genuine. As the pair departed Jingshu Palace amidst joyous sounds, Lin Shanjuan carried Qi through the courtyard. The fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating. Unable to identify the scent, Lin Shanjuan found it delightful. Having been surrounded by it for so long, she occasionally glanced down to see Qi nestled against her, and felt her heartbeat quickening more than the day before. Qi, nestled in her embrace, displayed a demeanor of a delicate bird, closer than ever before, naturally drawing Lin Shanjuan's attention to the increasingly rapid rhythm of her heart. She could not help but recall how, just yesterday, this person had entirely disregarded her allure, determined to prove her strength by avoiding her gaze. Oh, so she too could feel bashful? She playfully poked Lin Shanjuan's chest. "Your heart is racing quite fast, dear groom." Lin Shanjuan instinctively tightened her grip, a slight itch in her ears, yet she did not refute. With such exertion, a heart rate of this frequency is entirely normal. Her words were foreign to Qi, and coupled with her earlier mention of lessons, Qi was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Lin Shanjuan, lacking the patience to elaborate, changed the subject. "What I mean is, it is time for you to enter the sedan chair." Qi blinked in surprise, and the next moment, the voice of the matchmaker echoed in her ears, "Enter the sedan chair." Had they arrived so swiftly? She noticed Lin Shanjuan's cautious movements, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself gently placed inside the carriage, the careful manner in which she was handled making her feel akin to a precious porcelain figurine. Lin Shanjuan exhaled in relief, taking hold of the horse Shu had brought, leading the wedding procession back to the princess's residence. With the marriage rites thus far completed, upon returning to the princess's abode, Qi was expected to await Lin Shanjuan's return inside. Although she held the esteemed title of princess, the requisite decorum must still be observed. Asked the groom. Lin Shanjuan was compelled to partake in toasts at each table, a guise under which the officials sought to gauge her character. Amidst the array of scrutinizing gazes, Lin Shanjuan discerned neither friend nor foe, opting instead to feign ignorance, consuming wine without uttering a word. If pressed to speak, she would only chuckle. After making the rounds, even the notoriously suspicious Qi Zhaomian had not deemed her worthy of concern. Beside him, the grand scholar of the Hall of Elegance, Qin Wenxiang, inquired in hushed tones, "How could the woman chosen by Princess Qi be so? Is she perhaps confused? To select such a one, is she not aware she cannot outmaneuver the Grand Minister, harboring thoughts of retreat?" Qi Zhaomian scoffed. "She seeks to select an ordinary citizen to lower the official's guard. This way, you all will perceive her as having relinquished her ambitions, allowing her to operate with greater ease in the shadows." Qin Wenxiang was taken aback. "Such an idea! Had it not been for the Grand Minister's insight, I might have— no need to speak of that." Qi Zhaomian drained his cup, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Shanjuan. "However, the person she has chosen is truly incompetent." Lin Shanjuan had already taken note of the two elderly men who were whispering and casting sidelong glances at her. Their audacity was astonishing, as they showed no restraint, nearly coming forth to mock her. "Who are those two?" she inquired of Shu. having been instructed by Lin Shanjuan to mingle among the guests since the start of the banquet, recognized them immediately. They are the Grand Minister Qi Zhaomian and the Grand Scholar Qin Wenxiang. Lin Shanjuan nodded. Keep a close watch on them. Ensure their people do not have the chance to wander recklessly within the princess's residence. Bai Shu acknowledged her instruction. Chapter 28. A pamphlet. The banquet had been underway for over 3 hours and was finally drawing to a close. Lin Shanjuan, feigning ignorance of the world, played the part of a naive commoner as she mingled among the guests. The more astute maidservants had already replaced her wine with water, and after navigating the rounds, Lin Shanjuan found herself not intoxicated, but rather in desperate need of a restroom. She pretended to be inebriated, appearing as if she could not distinguish east from west, while being led about by the maidservants to offer toasts, an act that only served to deepen the disdain some harbored for her. After several days, Qi Zhaomian finally laid eyes on his confidant once more. Despite the excitement surging within him, he maintained a facade of calm. When Lin Shanjuan eventually approached him, she noted that Qi Zhaomian appeared solemn and dignified, exuding a certain regal authority reminiscent of a youthful emperor. After a brief hesitation, she poured out the water in her cup and replaced it with wine, raising a toast to Qi Zhaomian. Although she uttered no words, Qi Zhaomian appreciated her subtle gesture, downing the drink with evident pleasure. As the moon rose above the willow treetops, the guests became slightly tipsy, swaying as they were supported by their own attendants on their way home. Lin Shanjuan likewise feigned drunkenness as she was assisted by a maidservant into the inner chambers, thus evading the duty of sending guests off. Once in the backyard, she relinquished her pretense of inebriation, massaging her temples that ached from the noise, internally dismissing the notion of marriage. Could it be that a pair of blissful lovers would remain unscathed by such a raucous wedding? Once the majority had departed, the matchmaker approached with a beaming smile. "Your Highness, it is time to enter the bridal chamber and perform the ceremonial toasting with Princess Shihi." Lin Shanjuan suddenly recalled this obligation, sighing in resignation as she suppressed her desire to sleep, following the matchmaker to the bedroom. Having sat for too long, she found the jujube and longan on the bed uncomfortable. Just as she rose to stretch, she heard footsteps approaching from afar and reluctantly settled back down. Upon entering the room, Lin Shanjuan was immediately struck by a sea of red. Rubbing her brow, she approached the bed and beheld the array of jujube and longan, along with the poised figure of Shihi. Lin Shanjuan felt a pang of sympathy for her discomfort and was about to help her up when the matchmaker presented a scale. "Your Highness, do assist the princess in lifting her veil." Reluctantly, Lin Shanjuan withdrew her hand and took the scale instead, gently lifting Shi's veil. As it fell to the ground, Shi's exquisite visage was revealed, causing Lin Shanjuan's breath to catch. Shihi, already possessing beauty that could rival the finest of flowers, appeared even more enchanting with her delicate makeup, each feature meticulously accentuated, rendering her breathtakingly alluring, to the point where one could hardly tear their gaze away. At a loss for words, Lin Shanjuan could only conclude that the beauty before her surpassed every face she had ever seen, surpassing the vibrancy of spring, the fervor of summer, the restraint of autumn, and the purity of winter. Even the splendor of the 4 seasons would pale in comparison to her every smile and frown. Shihi, satisfied, curved her lips into a smile and locked eyes with Lin Shanjuan, instructing the maids and attendants in the room, "You may go and receive your rewards." The maids stifled giggles as they handed Lin Shanjuan an item before joyfully exiting, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Shihi, with a cheerful demeanor, regarded Lin Shanjuan. "Your Highness, do you find me beautiful?" Lin Shanjuan, momentarily stunned, nodded in affirmation, quickly regaining her composure and awkwardly clearing her throat. Placing the scale by the bed, she recalled her earlier intention upon entering. Furrowing her brow, she helped Shihi to her feet, and amidst the latter's puzzled gaze, swept the jujube and longan from the bed to the floor. Shihi, bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing, Your Highness?" Lin Shanjuan continued her task, muttering, "We won't be having children anytime soon, so why sit on something so hard? I might as well make a clean space." She then bit into a longan, surprised, "Oh, this is quite sweet." The warmth that had blossomed in Shi's heart due to Lin Shanjuan's earlier words dissipated at this remark, her lips twitching. "If you enjoy them, I shall have someone bring fresh ones tomorrow." Lin Shanjuan picked up another and replied, "No need, these treats are fine in moderation. Too many would render them uninteresting." Without further comment, Qi moved to the table, pouring 2 cups of wine. Let us drink the ceremonial toasting wine. Following the proper customs, Lin Shanjuan nodded, approached, setting down the longan, and filled her cup before pouring for Qi. Qi remained still, gazing at Lin Shanjuan with a glimmer in her eyes, not born of affection, but rather due to her gentle makeup, which lent her an air of unspoken longing. As Lin Shanjuan met her gaze, she was reminded of her visits to Poyang Lake, clear and warm, drawing one into its depths. Coming back to herself, she poured the wine, placing the jug down. Qi noticed the few drops in her cup and, misinterpreting the gesture as a form of defiance, her expression darkened. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Lin Shanjuan downed the drink in one go, the rich flavor lingering on her palate, and poured another cup for herself before explaining, since you are visiting, it's best not to indulge too much. After all, this is merely a pretense. A little will suffice. Qi was taken aback by her response, warmth flooding her heart, and her gaze towards Lin Shanjuan lost some of its playful mockery. With the ceremonial wine consumed, the day's events had reached their conclusion. Lin Shanjuan, reeking of alcohol and having sweated throughout the day like a spinning top, yearned only for a thorough bath and a long sleep, hoping to compensate for the rest she had lost that morning. Setting her cup down, she rubbed her weary brow, intending to summon a maidservant for hot water to bathe and rest. Qi, perceiving her intent, offered a knowing smile. Your Highness isn't thinking of washing up and going to sleep, are you? Lin Shanjuan paused. Is there something else to be done? Qi surveyed her with a smile, and Lin Shanjuan felt as though she were under a scrutinizing gaze, instinctively clutching her chest. In doing so, her fingers brushed against a hard object, reminding her of what the matchmaker had handed her before leaving. Curious, Lin Shanjuan retrieved the item, discovering it to be a book. What is this? Why would they give me a book? Unlike Lin Shanjuan's innocent curiosity, Qi was all too aware of the contents typically bestowed upon newlyweds on their wedding night. Previously, she had watched with a smirk as her husband had presented the book to her, but tonight, she found herself inexplicably concerned, wishing to avoid seeing its contents. However, before Qi could utter a warning to not open it, Lin Shanjuan had already flipped to a random page. Qi swallowed the words she had nearly let slip, composing herself and feigning ignorance. What is inside? Having read it numerous times, her inquiry was merely an attempt to tease Lin Shanjuan. She was nearly certain that Lin Shanjuan would display a side of herself that she had never witnessed before, throwing the book aside as if it were a hot potato, and subsequently scolding her for her lack of propriety, her complexion flushed with embarrassment. Qi squinted her eyes, eagerly awaiting Lin Shanjuan's response. Chapter 29. Provocation. In the past, she merely regarded her husband of the evening with a mocking expression, but tonight, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself rather concerned and unwilling to confront the contents laid before her. However, before she could utter a word of, "Don't open it," Lin Shanjuan had already flipped a page with nonchalance. Qi immediately swallowed the words that were about to escape her lips, composed herself, and feigned ignorance by asking, "What is inside?" She had, of course, perused it countless times, and her current inquiry was merely an attempt to tease Lin Shanjuan. She was 90% certain that Lin Shanjuan would reveal a side of her she had never witnessed, the demeanor of a bashful young lady, before discarding the book as if it were a hot potato, subsequently scolding her for her shamelessness. Accustomed to Lin Shanjuan's carefree attitude, she was genuinely curious to see her in a state of embarrassment. It promised to be far more amusing. With her eyes narrowed, Qi awaited Lin Shanjuan's response. After all, Lin Shanjuan was a modern individual, well acquainted with comics and films featuring same-sex themes. She had certainly encountered more explicit materials. Moreover, this was merely an illustrated book, rather discreet in nature, and thus she felt no shame whatsoever. Consequently, she perused it with an impassive expression and offered a candid assessment. It's acceptable. There are quite a few poses, though the extent is rather modest. Why depict clothing at all? A rather superfluous endeavor. Qi thought she would be mortified, only to be taken aback by Lin Shanjuan's reaction. Is it possible that you frequently read such books? She scoffed. Does the prince find this illustrated album unsatisfactory? Lin Shanjuan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a sudden inquiry. She met Qi's gaze with lifted brows. Isn't this merely an illustrated book? What is there to find satisfactory or otherwise? If I were to say it's unsatisfactory, would you then offer to personally illustrate one without clothing for me? Shiha's ears flushed with heat, baffled as to where the misstep had occurred. This person not only showed no signs of embarrassment, but also spoke so audaciously. Who exactly was she? Was this calm demeanor merely a facade, or was she inherently flirtatious and thus indifferent? Without uttering a word, she suddenly leaned closer, one hand clasping the back of Lin Shanjuan's neck, her entire form gracefully settling onto her lap, her demeanor enchanting as she tilted her chin, locking eyes with her. I am not adept at painting. Perhaps we could discuss it together, saving us both some effort. What do you think, Prince? Lin Shanjuan was taken aback, never expecting such a bold advance. In her bewilderment, she could only reject with the words she had just spoken. Isn't it unnecessary for us to perform such elaborate charades? Shiha, mistaking her fluster for anxiety, smiled and inquired, Who said I intended for you to marry me as a mere act? Lin Shanjuan, unaware of Shiha's triumph, instinctively glanced towards the windows, her mind conjuring a plausible suspicion. Could it be that someone outside was eavesdropping? Suddenly recalling a scene she had once seen, where a cot was rocked in the dead of night to obscure the sounds, she felt a light bulb go off in her head. Others might be oblivious, but did she not know the true nature of this benefactor? Usually, even a slight closeness would elicit a look of aversion, yet today, with Shiha seated on her lap, it was clear someone was watching, and she needed to comply. Lin Shanjuan prided herself on her keen perception, and so she immediately drew upon her scant acting skills. Wrapping her arms around Shiha's waist, she hoisted her effortlessly, striding to the bedside where she placed her down, then, without further ado, leaned over her. If someone were indeed peeping, it could not be limited to mere rocking of the cot. Surely, many eyes were upon them, and some genuine interaction was called for. Shiha had not anticipated Lin Shanjuan to take the initiative. Few could keep pace with Lin Shanjuan's mind, which could be likened to a drift on a grand racetrack. Her typically composed tone now betrayed a hint of irritation. Do you dare to offend me? The seriousness of her expression only confirmed Lin Shanjuan's suspicions. This was clearly an invitation to be more intimate. Otherwise, how could her demeanor be so grave? Without hesitation, she leaned in close to Shiha's ear, deliberately teasing. Instinctively, Shiha attempted to evade her, but inadvertently brushed against her breath, causing her earlobe, untouched by such advances before, to flush crimson. Yet Lin Shanjuan did not rush to withdraw. Rather, she provocatively uttered, I am your prince. Tonight is our wedding night. What we do can hardly be considered an offense, can it? Shiha bit her lip, regretting her earlier decision to dismiss the others. She struggled to regain her composure. Lin Shanjuan, I command you to get off. Lin Shanjuan, sensing the chill in her tone, found herself momentarily perplexed. Was this a signal to continue or to cease? She pressed down on Shiha, observing her flushed visage, radiant and alluring, which stirred an indescribable feeling within her. This woman suited the color red so well. Such a bold and striking hue only served to accentuate her beauty, especially with her dignified and graceful makeup. Gathering her thoughts, Lin Shanjuan was uncertain of how to proceed and simply whispered to Shiha, Should I continue? Shiha was baffled by her meaning. The sensation of being pinned down felt ominous. She stubbornly turned her head away, her eyes and brows radiating frostiness. If you dare to do anything, I shall have you executed by dawn. Lin Shanjuan gazed at her in astonishment. What did that even mean? Her eyes wide with innocence, she asked, Tonight, are we really going to sleep? Shiha thought she should have executed her long ago. Get off. The weight of her words was a potent deterrent, and Lin Shanjuan quickly scrambled off her, brushing herself down and surveying the surroundings. Presuming the eavesdropper had departed, she exhaled in relief while attempting to soothe Shiha, who was likely itching to summon Yulu to take action. Fear not. I understand the nature of playacting and harbor no ulterior motives. We are merely partners. Partners? What did that even mean? Shiha immediately sat up, both perplexed and furious over her earlier transgressions. Lin Shanjuan, do you think I will not kill you? So you are becoming increasingly unrestrained? Why was she angry again? Lin Shanjuan took a step closer, and Shiha instinctively shifted away, clearly regarding Lin Shanjuan as a dangerous individual with a history. Lin Shanjuan scratched her head, uncertain of how to handle the situation, bending down to bring her face closer to Shiha's. Are you truly angry? Did she feel like a zero in front of others because she was pinned down? Surely, the normally commanding princess must feel discomfort at being subdued. Perhaps she wished to be on top. Shiha was somewhat perturbed by Lin Shanjuan's sudden proximity, frowning and preparing to scold Lin. Believing she had deciphered Shiha's thoughts, Lin Shanjuan spread her arms wide, wearing an expression of righteous resolve. Then I shall let you take the lead. Whatever you wish, just do not be angry. Shiha took a deep breath, turning her face away, unwilling to look at her. What was there to investigate? No need to delve any deeper. This person was simply a rogue. She turned her face aside and spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Get out and wash up. The usually courteous and refined princess had resorted to cursing, and Lin Shanjuan understood this as a sign of her decision to let go of the matter. With a pleasing smile, she swiftly exited to bathe. Once Shiha regained her composure, she coldly called out, "Yu Lu." The clipped and venomous tone startled Yu Lu, who had been waiting outside, into a shiver as she quickly climbed through the window. "Your Highness." Shiha gestured towards a small couch not far away. "Fetch a blanket to place there." Yu Lu glanced at the narrow couch but said nothing, exiting to procure one. Shortly thereafter, she returned with bedding, setting it down before hastily leaving. The room fell silent once more, the fiery wedding candles crackling softly, while Shiha's mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Shanjuan's earlier actions, growing increasingly agitated. She had invited trouble. What on earth was she thinking? Her ire stemmed from her own failed attempts at seduction, only to be met with Lin Shanjuan's audacity. The sight of Lin Shanjuan's bewildered expression fueled her frustration. And what of this partnership? It seemed as though Lin Shanjuan held no interest in her, even regarding her actions as merely a means to alleviate her own burdens. In that moment, Shiha finally recognized that the thought processes of her and Lin Shanjuan were utterly misaligned. One spoke of citygate towers while the other contemplated hip joints. Clearly, it was time to establish some ground rules. Chapter 30. The self-cultivation of a fitness enthusiast. Before long, Lin Shanjuan returned, feeling refreshed after her bath, her sleeves swinging as she walked in. Upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of Shihi, who sat by the bed, her expression radiant with laughter. Just moments ago, she had been filled with anger, yet now she wore such a delightful smile. A chill ran down Lin Shanjuan's spine as she let out a dry chuckle, unable to raise her sleeves. "Are you waiting for me, princess?" With a playful smile, Shihi nodded and patted the space beside her. "Come sit by me, prince consort." Having endured quite a bit of frustration tonight, she momentarily set aside her decorum. It was time to express herself. Lin Shanjuan instinctively touched her face, thinking someone else had arrived. Though reluctant, she maintained a smile. Resigned, she sat down, her beauty enhanced by the recent bath. Her features softened, the faint scent of milk wafting into Shihi's nostrils. Shi's irritation faded slightly at the sight of Lin Shanjuan's current docility, her smile tinged with mockery. "Prince consort, you washed up so quickly. Aren't you concerned about what the servants might say?" Lin Shanjuan, preoccupied with the thought of having provoked someone earlier, resolved not to resist any longer and decided to play the part of a delicate flower. With a submissive smile, she gazed at Shihi. If the princess wishes to continue, then let us proceed." As she spoke, she began to unfasten her garments. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shihi's eyes as she contemplated the implications of Lin Shanjuan's brazen nature, pondering whether to take the bait. Observing her indecision, Lin Shanjuan concluded that the prying eyes must have returned. Otherwise, Shihi wouldn't exhibit such a conflicted expression, torn between desire and repulsion. For the sake of appearances, she decided to act intimately. Lin Shanjuan raised her hand to draw back the bed curtain, instantly transforming the space into a narrow, intimate setting. Startled, Shihi instinctively wanted to call out for Yu Lu but was taken aback as Lin Shanjuan suddenly bent over as if pedaling a bicycle. Her taller stature made the confined space feel even more cramped, causing the bed to shake violently. Shihi was stunned. She could not fathom the meaning behind Lin Shanjuan's actions or why she was behaving so inexplicably. An unexpected malady? Yet Lin Shanjuan, breathing heavily, uttered ambiguous phrases. "Take it slow, princess." Shihi thought to herself, Perhaps it is you who should slow down. At this rate, you might ruin my bedding." Her exaggerated movements and bent posture left her neckline wide open, revealing glimpses of her form, with beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. With eyes that were starkly devoid of lust, yet her words were laced with innuendo, Lin Shanjuan's demeanor only piqued Qi's interest further. The scent of milk enveloped the air, mingling with the warmth radiating from Lin Shanjuan. At this moment, Qi finally grasped Lin Shanjuan's intentions. She believed her playful antics were for the benefit of an audience. No wonder she had feigned concern for Qi's well-being while simultaneously crossing boundaries. It seemed she had misjudged her. Qi, unrestrained in her ambitions and desires, sought to possess whatever caught her interest, be it political reform or captivating objects. As a princess, she was accustomed to having what she desired within easy reach. Thus, now yearning to experience Lin Shanjuan, she acted decisively. With her fair hand, she grasped Lin Shanjuan's collar, pulling her from her vigorous pedaling right in front of her. Lin Shanjuan lost her balance and fell into Qi's embrace, the distance between them evaporating as their lips met in a fervent kiss. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard the roar of a departing airplane. "Is this a real kiss? Are you truly kissing me?" I drew the curtain. "Why are you kissing me? Are those eavesdroppers hiding beneath the bedding?" Lacking experience, Qi was unsure how to proceed and, after a brief moment, retreated, observing Lin Shanjuan's dazed expression and flushed cheeks, her heart swelling with satisfaction. At least now it was quiet. A bit of decorum was indeed more pleasing to the eye. She pushed Lin Shanjuan's arms aside, and in the latter's moment of bewilderment, unceremoniously kicked her to the floor. "It's late. Prince Consort, return to your own bed. Should you disturb me, you shall face the consequences." Her voice was laced with coldness, exuding a sense of indifference akin to someone who had finished a task and refused to acknowledge it further. Lin Shanjuan, grimacing from the fall, took a moment to gather her wits, shock coursing through her as she touched her lips, watching Qi turn her back and lie down. She swallowed back countless retorts. Glancing at her own bed, she lamented the cramped space, realizing it was barely large enough to turn over without risking injury. "Very well, now that she's left, are you switching personalities again? Fine, I shall remember this score." Qi lay with her back turned, listening to Lin Shanjuan huff as she spread her bedding on the floor, then extinguished the candlelight to sleep. A smirk crept onto her lips as she pondered. Foolish individuals are common, and the astute are plentiful. Yet those who are both foolish and clever are truly rare. The next day, Lin Shanjuan finally awoke naturally, free from the sharp tongue of a maid or the incessant nagging of an elderly matron. She felt utterly refreshed. Having shed the habit of incessantly checking her phone, she glanced around and found that Qi had long vanished. Embarrassed to continue sleeping, she folded the quilt, stole a glance at the position of the bed, and, after some thought, decided to move her bedding onto the bed to avoid drawing attention from the servants. Having enjoyed a restful night, the awkward kiss from the previous evening faded from her mind, leaving no impact on her mood. After all, it was just a brief touch. We are merely nominally wed. What does it matter? Feeling famished, she wandered to the kitchen and decided to combine breakfast and lunch. Just after finishing her meal, a young attendant arrived. "Prince Consort, His Majesty has instructed me to invite you to the palace for a discussion." Hadn't Qi seen him just yesterday? Why another meeting today? The young attendant did not elaborate on the reason, likely due to the sensitivity of the matter, so she did not inquire further, changing into appropriate attire for the palace. The carriage swayed for a few minutes before finally coming to a halt. The palace's architecture was grand and intricate, adorned with towering red walls and high roofs. The young attendant guided Lin Shanjuan through a maze of corridors, twisting and turning for quite a while before finally arriving at the imperial study. "Prince Consort, please." Having memorized the route, Lin Shanjuan cast a glance at him. "Aren't you joining me?" With a mysterious grin, the young attendant replied, "His Majesty has instructed that the Prince Consort enter alone. I shall wait outside." Lin Shanjuan did not press further and stepped inside. Behind the writing desk sat a figure clad in brilliant yellow, who, upon hearing her entrance, lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shanjuan's eyes. She recognized the suppressed joy within his gaze, and it seemed her summons was not for anything ill-fated, prompting her to perform a respectful salute. Chapter 31. Do you genuinely hold affection for the princess? Though Qi Ili is the sovereign of the Jing Kingdom, he remains merely a 16-year-old youth, tenderly sheltered by Qi, lacking the art of concealing his emotions. Thus, before Lin Shanjuan, who has grown weary of the hypocritical visages of corrupt officials, he appears as transparent as a glass of clear water, revealing his thoughts with the slightest glance. The prince has arrived? Please, take a seat, Lin Shanjuan remarked, nodding slightly without pretense. What brings you here? Qi Ili, undeterred by her seemingly disrespectful demeanor, felt a surge of joy at her presence, viewing her through the lens of a genuine disposition. My elder sister is to wed you. Naturally, I must inquire if you are sincere in your intentions towards her. With an air of youthful seriousness, Qi Ili attempted to adopt a more mature countenance. However, Lin Shanjuan sensed a hint of dissonance. Based on their previous encounter and the gleam of joy in his eyes, it was clear that this boy was not as earnest as he pretended. It seemed evident that there were others present in the room, and the only individual capable of instilling such apprehension in the young emperor was none other than Shi, whose absence that morning had now become clear. Had Qi Ili sought her out for casual conversation, she would have been inclined to believe it was simply that. Yet the current circumstances indicated that his sister, Qi Zhaomian, was the one seeking her audience, which boded ill. Lin Shanjuan did not beat around the bush, regarding him with a smile. If the emperor has something to say, feel free to speak candidly. We are all family here. Her inherently free-spirited nature imbued her every smile and frown with an extraordinary nonchalance, a quality that captivated Qi Ili, who was accustomed to more subtle and delicate expressions. Remembering his own intentions, he chuckled softly. I am aware of your straightforward nature. Over these past few days, you have likely heard numerous rumors. Let us speak frankly. Qi Ili moved to the seat beside Lin Shanjuan, shedding the usual airs of royalty. I must speak plainly. There are undercurrents within the court, and the factors at play are beyond control in such uncertain times. If I wish to secure my position, I must nurture trusted allies and gather talent to cleanse the court and ensure the stability of the realm. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback by his candor and nodded, encouraging him to continue. Qi Ili pressed his lips together, his expression reflecting a gravity that belied his youth. Since I ascended to the throne, the phenomenon of powerful ministers wielding unchecked authority has persisted. The measures I have taken thus far have only yielded modest results. They are lying in wait, and it is only a matter of time before they resurfaced. Why then? My throne may no longer be mine. Lin Shanjuan grasped the implications of his words and discerned that his candidness indicated a desire to incorporate her into his inner circle, to make her an ally. However, she abhorred the notion of being controlled or relegated to a subordinate role. Having finally extricated herself from a previous organization and attained freedom in her past life, she had no intention of returning to a gilded cage. It was not a question of capability, but rather a matter of principle. She detested the very notion of confinement and control. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Qi Ili continued to appeal to her emotions and reason. I am well aware that over the years, many have harbored treacherous intentions towards the realm. I propose the establishment of a new institution, to be named the Court of Integrity, led by an official of the third rank, titled Imperial Inspector. What do you think? The position was indeed significant, and the proposal was enticingly ambitious. Lin Shanjuan smiled faintly. It appeared he intended for her to partake in this grand vision. She cast a discreet glance at the landscape painting adorning the screen, responding in a measured tone, emulating his eloquent style. Your Majesty speaks of matters of state. As a mere commoner, I am not in a position to comment. Qi Ili discerned her subtle refusal and clarified his intentions. You know my thoughts. I wish for you to assume the role of Imperial Inspector, to oversee the misconduct of court officials and manage significant cases in the capital. How do you feel about that? He softened his tone, no longer referring to himself as I. Yet Lin Shanjuan remained unmoved, forthrightly stating, My marriage to your sister is merely a matter of mutual benefit, as she must have conveyed to you. Furthermore, I possess only a modicum of skill. Can you truly entrust such a pivotal position to me if you wish to rejuvenate the court? Qi Ili's brow furrowed, his faith in Lin Shanjuan bolstered by his sister's encouragement. I have no one else. Moreover, I trust you. After a brief pause, his tone softened further. I am not a virtuous emperor, always shielded by my sister. Her greatest wish is for me to stabilize the court and become a wise ruler, preserving the legacy of our father. If you do not assist me, I fear I will be left with no options. Lin Shanjuan listened with a lack of enthusiasm until a few key phrases piqued her interest. What did you say? Her greatest wish? Is it truly your sister's desire? Uncertain of Qi Zhaomian's aspirations, she suddenly sensed an inkling of direction, and the dormant passion within her surged forth, momentarily forgetting her lack of formal address. Qi Ili frowned. Why do you refer to the princess in such a manner? Should you not show her the respect of addressing her as Your Highness, the Grand Princess? After all, as the husband of the princess, he was a subject and ought to demonstrate proper respect. He did not take offense, but the potential for others to overhear and raise a complaint was a concern. Lin Shanjuan, eager to redirect the conversation, pressed on, do not evade the topic. What is her greatest wish? Qi Ili hesitated. To guard, to protect the realm. Why do you ask? Lin Shanjuan nodded slowly. Her surroundings transformed from the confines of the imperial study to a soft bed, high-speed Wi-Fi, and the blissful tranquility of retirement. What was there to hesitate about? Very well. Whatever it takes to fulfill her wish, I am all ears. Caught off guard by her sudden reversal, Qi Ili stared at Lin Shanjuan in astonishment, quickly articulating his request. I want you to lead the court of integrity and assist me in stabilizing the court. Lin Shanjuan readily accepted. Agreed. What else? Qi Ili shook his head. For now, that is all. However, you seemed quite resistant just a moment ago. What has changed? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, his eyes alight with excitement. Oh, is it because you wish to fulfill the princess's desire? Lin Shanjuan nodded, reflecting on how Qi Ili, being the closest to Qi Zhaomian, must be privy to all her innermost thoughts. She lamented not having sought information from him sooner. Nevertheless, it was not too late. She decided to agree to everything. Indeed. Whatever her wishes may be, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. After all, one could never tell which endeavor might lead her to hear the delightful sound of little C's notifications. Unbeknownst to her, her words resonated deeply with both Qi Ili and the concealed Qi Zhaomian behind the screen. Qi Ili was taken aback by her unreserved acknowledgement, and the quips he had prepared swiftly evaporated. He gazed intently at Lin Shanjuan, earnestly seeking confirmation. You truly hold affection for my sister, do you not? Chapter 32. I shall strive to fulfill all her heart's desires. Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brow in contemplation, uncertain how to articulate this collaborative relationship. She chose to be evasive, stating, occasionally annoying, but for the most part, rather likable. She and Qi Zhaomian belonged to entirely different worlds. Although, from a certain perspective, their early lives had been fraught with turmoil, she now had an escape route and wished to steer clear of Qi Zhaomian's political intrigues. However, since this was her wish and a rare opportunity for Lin Shanjuan to return, she could only assist her to the best of her abilities in the presence of those merciless old ministers. Thus, she could not speak of affection or dislike. It was beyond the realm of first impressions. For her, Qi Zhaomian was merely a subject of duty, devoid of emotional investment in her joys or sorrows, as her focus remained solely on the progression of her task. Yet, Qi Ili perceived her words as a heartfelt confession. He suddenly lowered his head and solemnly met Lin Shanjuan's gaze. Please, take good care of my elder sister. She is often constrained by circumstances, and I hope you can be accommodating and refrain from contention with her. This is my personal request. His understanding of Lin Shanjuan was limited, yet anyone capable of uttering, women should be treated as equals to men, could not be entirely devoid of virtue. Before General Ye's return, he wished for his sister not to remarry and to avoid further gossip surrounding Qi Zhaomian. Given their fate of marriage, it seemed reasonable to offer her extra consideration until her beloved returned to the capital. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback by his earnest plea, unable to find the right words. Her lips twitched slightly. Though I am not particularly inclined to say it, you seem to be preparing for a final farewell. Qi Ili immediately faltered, exclaiming, No, no, no. That is most inauspicious. Lin Shanjuan offered a faint smile. I shall do so. You must also ascertain her desires, share them with me, and we shall collaborate effectively. Qi Ili puffed out his chest proudly. Leave it to me. While others may elude my understanding, I can read my sister like an open book. You need not worry. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially. But remember, next time you are in the presence of others, you must address her as Your Highness. Otherwise, if anyone overhears, they may report you. Lin Shanjuan nodded in acknowledgement. Although she detested such formalities, she understood the importance of adhering to local customs. It was merely a title, nothing too burdensome to yield. Satisfied, Qi Ili retrieved a plaque from the table and handed it to Lin Shanjuan. This is a special token I had made for you. Henceforth, you may roam freely within the palace without needing permission. You may come and go as you please, and no one shall question your movements. She accepted it with a smile, reflecting that this task was not entirely devoid of freedom, at least allowing her unrestricted access. Qi Ili, seeing her acceptance, felt joy in his heart and reiterated, "You must attend court tomorrow. I will announce the imperial decree at the morning assembly. This plaque will only take effect then, so do not lose it." Lin Shanjuan weighed the plaque in her hand and assured him with a reassuring glance, "Rest assured. I have never misplaced anything in my 20-plus years." Qi Ili, astonished, remarked, 20-plus years. Are you not 19? Lin Shanjuan offered an awkward smile, instinctively glancing at the screen, realizing she had inadvertently revealed something. She chuckled, "Well, rounding up makes it sound more mature, doesn't it?" Qi Ili, perplexed by the concept of rounding up, attributed it to his own lack of knowledge, feeling even more admiration for Lin Shanjuan. "You certainly possess great wisdom." Lin Shanjuan scratched her face, masking her unease. While she found the boy easily deceivable, she did not wish to linger, fearful that she might inadvertently reveal too much. Qi Ili was simple to manipulate, yet he was overshadowed by the far sharper Qi Zhaomian lurking behind the screen. Sensing the moment was right, she expressed her intent to leave. "Since you have shared everything you wish to convey, I shall take my leave." Although Qi Ili felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that Qi Zhaomian would not permit him to continue celebrating with Lin Shanjuan, so he nodded in agreement. "Then, do return safely." The evident reluctance and sorrow in his eyes made Lin Shanjuan uneasy, and she pretended not to notice, waving her hand dismissively without looking back. Just as she reached the door, she heard the boy sigh and add, "Do visit me often." Lin Shanjuan thought to herself, "What have I done to deserve this? Has someone imprisoned you? Or why this lamentation?" As she stepped outside, the screen was gently pushed aside, revealing a beauty with a complexion akin to a peach blossom. Qi Ili approached her with a beaming smile, eager to share his accomplishments with Qi Zhaomian. "Elder sister, not only did I persuade Lin Shanjuan to accept the position, but I also heard her express her heartfelt sentiments towards you. What do you think?" Qi Zhaomian tilted her head, observing Qi Ili's eager expression, and smiled helplessly. "Well, I feel increasingly reassured." Qi Ili nodded in satisfaction. "It will only get better from here." Qi Zhaomian ruffled his hair and glanced at the darkening sky. "It is getting late. I must return. If I remain absent from Lin Shanjuan for too long, she will undoubtedly grow suspicious." Qi Ili feigned a pained expression. "Is this what marriage means, that you can so easily abandon me?" "I still wish for you to assess my work." Qi Zhaomian shot a glance towards the desk. "Have you completed the punishment of copying the text?" This referred to the incident where he had carelessly intruded into the princess's residence, almost forming a bond with Lin Shanjuan. Qi Ili faltered, his confidence dwindling. "I have not yet finished." Quickly, he shifted the topic. "Lin Shanjuan mentioned she likes you. What of your feelings towards her?" Qi Zhaomian paused, momentarily taken aback. Qi Ili leaned closer, grinning. "Does elder sister not like Lin Shanjuan?" Qi Zhaomian discerned that Lin Shanjuan's expression of liking did not align with Qi Li's interpretation. She smiled lightly. "Inquire again once you have taken a consort." Qi Li was about to press further, but Qi Zhaomian responded with a gentle smile. "Perhaps you should copy a treatise on statecraft a couple more times. You might find yourself too busy to concern yourself with my trivial matters." Qi Ili, cursed be my foolish tongue. He watched as Qi Zhaomian exited the imperial study, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears, only to be met with further punishment for his loud and improper entreaties. Xiao'er opened the carriage door, helping Qi Zhaomian into the vehicle. As the carriage swayed and traversed through the bustling market, she suddenly recalled Lin Shanjuan. Recently, she had taken to analyzing the young woman's behavior, endeavoring to uncover her true nature. Although the informant she had dispatched had yet to return, it was evident that Lin Shanjuan was indeed Lin Shanjuan, and not some false persona. The reason these two individuals shared a single body remained unclear to her for the time being, but it seemed that Lin Shanjuan's intentions were not to harm her. Rather, she appeared genuinely curious about Qi Zhaomian's aspirations. The grandiose claim of I shall endeavor to fulfill all her heart's desires, left Qi Zhaomian wondering just how capable Lin Shanjuan truly was. It seemed likely that in the days to come, this individual would reveal much more, perhaps even before Qi Zhaomian could gather the evidence herself. Chapter 33. In the depths of the forest, silence beckons the weary mountains, while the moon's gentle glow lulls one to slumber. When Qi Zhaomian returned to the princess's residence, the sun was already partially obscured by the mountain peaks. The fiery sunset cast a warm orange hue over the surroundings, imbuing the atmosphere with tranquility and serenity. Several maidservants approached, assisting Qi Zhaomian as she alighted from the carriage. She casually inquired, "Where is the prince consort?" The maidservant bowed respectfully, replying, "The prince consort entered the palace today and has just returned. He mentioned he would be painting in his chamber." "Painting? She can paint?" A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Zhaomian's mind as she nodded, gracefully shifting her steps, eager to discover what he was creating. However, upon entering the inner courtyard, she immediately spotted the so-called painting individual. Lin Shanjuan lay languidly on the eaves, her arms cradling her head. One leg propped up while the other dangled, gently swaying. A soft breeze tousled her hair, casting delicate shadows across her face. Merely gazing at her, Qi Zhaomian could sense the profound contentment emanating from her being. The maidservants beside her felt a flush of warmth and contemplated calling Lin Shanjuan down. Qi Zhaomian waved her hand. "You all may withdraw. Do not disturb the prince consort." The maidservants exchanged glances before bowing and retreating. Hadn't the princess herself remarked upon their first meeting, "I detest those who act improperly or sit ungraciously"? Yet now, climbing the eaves seemed excused from such judgments. With the maidservants gone, Qi Zhaomian remained silent, her hands clasped behind her back as she observed Lin Shanjuan, her mind recalling the words spoken earlier that afternoon. "I shall fulfill all her wishes. You must inquire diligently. Should she express any desire, inform me immediately." She had never anticipated hearing such words from Lin Shanjuan, having long harbored suspicions that Lin Shanjuan was beholden to someone else, perhaps even an adversary. Yet, the signs since their acquaintance suggested otherwise. She appeared to care for her own wishes more than the assassination opportunities she had deliberately left behind. This was the reason Qi Zhaomian had never maintained a distance from Lin Shanjuan. With the protection of the moonlight, she had orchestrated moments of solitude, hoping to grant Lin Shanjuan a chance to let go. Yet Lin Shanjuan seemed disinclined to harm her. Rather, she was consistently attentive to Qi Zhaomian's desires. Approaching her as a commoner, solely to fulfill her own wishes, surely promised Lin Shanjuan greater rewards. What could these rewards possibly be? Someone had once uttered similar sentiments, "I shall fulfill all her wishes," yet when she made her request, it echoed into an empty void unheard. As the years passed, she felt increasingly trapped, and since then, no one had inquired what she truly desired. It was assumed that as the eldest princess, her wants were easily attainable. Yet there were two things she had struggled for years to obtain: a transparent court and genuine affection. The former she regarded as her lifelong destiny, a battle she must wage. The latter, however, had been gradually eroded over time. In her efforts to assist Qi Ili in seizing power, she had wed 4 sons of powerful ministers, contemplating the possibility of finding stability among them. Yet, the actions of these men on their wedding nights were uniformly disheartening, as if they were all cast from the same mold, lustful and greedy. These individuals, akin to maggots, were unworthy of her purity and grace. Over time, any notion of love or belonging had become a mere jest. Yet today, she once again heard those stirring words escape the lips of that carefree and unrestrained individual, imbued with a hint of wildness yet underscored by sincerity. Had this been 3 years prior, she would have believed them wholeheartedly and felt deeply moved. But now, such promises came too late. Her heart had long since relinquished all expectations, and thus, no ripples were stirred within her. As the sun sank lower, the orange light persisted, unwavering in its hue. Having rested long enough, Lin Shanjuan brushed a small insect from her face, rubbed her eyes, and sprang upright, only to unexpectedly lock gazes with those exquisitely beautiful eyes. They sparkled with the remnants of the setting sun, entwined with playful mirth and threads of other emotions. In that instant, Lin Shanjuan recalled a phrase often encountered before her transmigration. Her eyes conceal the finest treasures of this world, akin to the galaxy, surpassing even the stars, rendering me utterly captivated. Qi Zhaomian stood alone in the courtyard, gazing up at her. Her pale pink gown transformed into a shade of orange, while the evening glow softened her coldness and artifice, revealing a striking gentleness. Lin Shanjuan, momentarily speechless, held Qi Zhaomian's gaze for an extended moment before Qi Zhaomian finally asked, "Have you not yet seen enough, Prince Consort?" With that gentle reminder, Lin Shanjuan awoke from her reverie, offering a sheepish smile as she gracefully slid down the edge and took a few steps closer to Qi Zhaomian. "You've returned?" Qi Zhaomian nodded with a smile, walking towards the main hall while inquiring, "I heard from the maidservants that you were painting. What did you create?" Lin Shanjuan's face flushed as she recalled the portrait she had attempted to draw for the servant, letting out a nervous chuckle. "Ah, perhaps we should not delve into that. My attempts at painting were nothing short of an inkblot." Moreover, while in the midst of her endeavor, she had been interrupted by Granny Chen delivering ginseng soup, her incessant chatter rendering Lin Shanjuan utterly disheartened. Hearing her self-deprecating remarks about her artwork, Qi Zhaomian could not help but smile. If the prince consort has a penchant for painting, you could always summon someone to instruct you. Was this the feeling of authority bestowed by her elevated position? Lin Shanjuan felt a sense of relief, realizing that Qi Zhaomian had clearly overheard her earlier musings yet chose not to inquire further, allowing her to seem forthright. "The emperor summoned me around noon." She took the initiative to mention it, and Qi Zhaomian felt a measure of satisfaction. There was no reticence between them. "What did he summon you for?" Lin Shanjuan feigned seriousness, mentally critiquing her own facade as she recounted the responsibilities entrusted to her by Qi Ili. Qi Zhaomian nodded. "Since he is willing to place his trust in you, do not betray his confidence as you step into the limelight. Should you encounter any discomfort, do not hesitate to voice it." Lin Shanjuan acknowledged this, contemplating a matter. "I have no issues, but how should I address you? Must I call you princess in both public and private?" Since their acquaintance, they had not even exchanged names, and Lin Shanjuan felt this was rather awkward from a modern perspective, contradicting Qi Zhaomian's occasional attempts to foster intimacy. What if one day Qi Zhaomian mentioned another name for the princess, leaving Lin Shanjuan utterly bewildered? Her request was not unreasonable. Qi Zhaomian replied, "Qi Zhaomian." Lin Shanjuan paused, then beamed, hearing that, "Our names seem quite harmonious." Qi Zhaomian looked at her curiously. "Harmonious? In what way? Were they merely rhyming?" Lin Shanjuan pondered for a moment before articulating a perfectly balanced couplet. "In the depths of the forest, silence beckons the weary mountains, while the moon's gentle glow lulls one to slumber." As Qi Zhaomian contemplated this, she envisioned a picturesque scene of moonlight filtering through the mountains, and just as she began to appreciate its essence, Lin Shanjuan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "What do you think? Am I not quite cultured?" Chapter 34. Choosing an intimate nickname, Qi Zhaomian turned her head and caught sight of her eyes brimming with a plea for praise, momentarily at a loss for words. She could not fathom how one could oscillate between being utterly earnest and steadfast, yet at times, whimsical and free-spirited. She remained silent, the admiration she had intended to voice swallowed whole, transforming into a mere mediocre bestowed upon Lin Shanjuan as she entered the main hall. Lin Shanjuan, doused with cold water from her words, remained undeterred, delighting in the thought of inscribing that phrase to hang upon the wall, murmuring it to herself as she stepped into the hall. Qi Zhaomian, irritated by her incessant mutterings, shot her a piercing glance, causing Lin Shanjuan to suddenly freeze. She expressed her doubts, her features contorting slightly. "Oh no, what was it? Lin, what month was it again?" Qi Zhaomian. Is there truly someone so forgetful that they can completely erase profound words from their memory after merely walking a few steps? Would that mean the declarations of loyalty she made to Qi Ili have also been forgotten? They had traversed such a distance, even creating art and resting upon the rooftop for an extended period. Had all of that faded from her mind as well? She felt an onset of fatigue, waving her hand to summon Xiar. "Expel the prince consort, I desire solitude." Xiar hesitated, glancing at Lin Shanjuan, who merely pouted, indicating no need for expulsion. "If I must go, then I shall go. I'll remember shortly," she grumbled as she made her way outside. Qi Zhaomian observed her furrowed brow, suspecting she was struggling to recall. However, those 2 lines of 7-character verse remained etched in her memory, resounding and harmonious, evoking a certain artistic essence, resembling the fleeting brilliance of some individuals. The following day, As dawn broke, Lin Shanjuan, still wrapped in her blanket, was roused by a sigh. "How long do you intend to sleep?" Recognizing Qi Zhaomian's voice, she groggily opened her eyes a sliver, muttering, "What is it?" Qi Zhaomian gazed down at her, her tone firm. "It is time for court. Have you forgotten?" Lin Shanjuan, still not fully alert, grappled with Qi Zhaomian's words while battling her lingering drowsiness. Qi Zhaomian, lacking in patience, parted her lips to utter a threat. "If you are unwilling to rise on your own, I shall summon Granny Chen to assist you with your grooming." The mere mention of Granny Chen jolted Lin Shanjuan awake. She sat up with a start, fumbling for her clothes, her eyes barely open as she hastily dressed. Though Granny Chen had only just arrived the previous day, her incessant chattering rivaled that of the four nurturing matrons, making Lin Shanjuan's endurance wear thin. What deepened her despair was that Granny Chen not only resided in the princess's palace, but was also an elder figure by her side. Akin to a grandmother in the presence of such authority, Lin Shanjuan could only endure the endless prattle, hardly daring to retort. Granny Chen mistakenly believed that Lin Shanjuan was receptive to wise counsel, and thus, whenever they met, she would inevitably ramble on. Qi Zhaomian could hardly comprehend why Lin Shanjuan so vehemently avoided these matrons. "Granny Chen is the kindest matron in the palace. Why do you fear her so?" Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brow, swiftly donning her garments. I have a severe phobia of kindly old ladies. The more benevolent they are, the more I cannot bear their presence." Qi Zhaomian, accustomed to hearing a new term each day from her, found this one particularly absurd. What kind of phobia was this? She understood that Lin Shanjuan would likely be unable to elucidate her reasoning, so she refrained from pressing further. "I shall accompany you, Qian, as you venture forth." She then called out to the door, "Xiar." A voice from below responded, "This servant is here. Prepare the morning meal." "Yes." Lin Shanjuan awkwardly smiled. "Must you truly call me that?" She had never encountered such a saccharine appellation in her life, so sentimental it made her skin crawl. Qi Zhaomian turned her head, puzzled. "What, do you find it so objectionable?" Lin Shanjuan chuckled awkwardly. "Not exactly. It's just that I'm a bit unaccustomed to it, and if you call me that, what should I call you?" "Me honor." No, even the thought of it made her want to seal her lips shut. Qi Zhaomian inhaled deeply. "You mentioned yesterday that avoiding names seemed distant. Now you are resistant. Do you suspect I am jesting?" She was evidently irked. Lin Shanjuan hurriedly defended herself. "That is not my intention. It's just that I am not quite accustomed to it." Observing Qi Zhaomian's increasingly perilous expression, she quickly amended her statement. "But I truly like it. I will adapt immediately." Qi Zhaomian shot her a skeptical glance before exiting the room. Lin Shanjuan sighed, murmuring the name Qian to herself, scratching her scalp in confusion, still unable to accept it, and began folding her blanket. After breakfast, Lin Shanjuan boarded the carriage bound for the palace, while Qi Zhaomian entered from the opposite side. After all, appointing someone without consulting the ministers would surely provide Ji Shirhan with an opportunity to exploit the oversight. Though Lin Shanjuan was playful by nature, she felt ill-equipped to handle these seasoned officials. If she were to embarrass herself and allow Ji Shirhan to succeed, resulting in her dismissal from this post and hindering the establishment of the Qingzheng Sea, the loss would be significant. As the carriage rattled along, Lin Shanjuan began to doze off until it finally came to a halt. Bai Shu stood outside, alerting her of their arrival. She lifted the curtain, stepped down, wiped her face, and adjusted her attire before entering the palace. Upon entering the grand hall, many ministers had already gathered, huddling in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions. No one paid her heed, which suited Lin Shanjuan just fine. She was not prepared to engage in conversation just yet. Therefore, she chose to remain outside, knowing it would be some time before she was called upon, and there was no space within to accommodate her. "The emperor has arrived." At the call from the young attendant, those below, promptly aligning their garments according to rank, returned to their respective positions, standing respectfully. With a chorus of "Long live the emperor," Qi Ili took his seat upon the dragon throne, his expression stern as he surveyed the ministers, lingering his gaze upon Ji Shirhan for an extended moment. "All ministers, rise." As his words fell, various ministers approached to present their matters one by one. After addressing several trivial issues, Qi Ili took the initiative to speak. Recently, There have been numerous bandit incidents in the capital. I have perused all the reports submitted to me. I raised this issue a few days ago, yet to this day, none of you have proffered any solutions. Therefore, I have a proposal that you might consider. Silence enveloped the grand hall. No one dared to respond. Qi Ili was accustomed to this one-man show. The absence of replies signified no objections, making it the perfect time for him to share his thoughts. Thus, he continued, banditry rampant beneath the sun of heaven's feet is, of course, a failure of the 6 departments of the judicial yuan. A few ministers clad in crimson robes immediately bowed and knelt, representing the heads of the 6 ministries. This humble minister is wronged. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth. Qi Ili let out a cold snort. He was all too familiar with such theatrics. Whenever he uttered a word of blame, the relevant parties would promptly scramble forth, exclaiming, "This humble minister is wronged." These responses were, to him, utterly tiresome. Chapter 35 Confrontation in the Imperial Court. Qi Ili emitted a cold snort. He was already accustomed to such brazen disregard. Whenever accusations were voiced, the implicated parties would promptly scuttle forth, exclaiming, "We are wronged," a repetition that truly irked him. "I have no desire to investigate further, nor do I hold any blame against you," he declared. Such leniency left the others exchanging puzzled glances, including Qi Zhaomian, who harbored his own doubts. Normally, this sovereign would be seething with anger, demanding answers. Why did he seem so indifferent today? Did he have ulterior motives? With a smile that seemed almost too pleasant, Qi Ili regarded the assembly. "You are all esteemed officials of the realm. I cannot bear to chastise you. Nor is it entirely your fault that you, my loyal ministers, must bear the burden of your advancing years." Qi Zhaomian discerned an implication of dismissal in his words, and a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Just as he had suspected, Qi Ili was indeed contemplating a change. "I have decided that, effective immediately, the supervisory ministry will be restructured, and a new ministry of clean governance will be established, headed by a 3rd-rank imperial inspector. All officials from the 6 ministries will be subject to reassignment as deemed fit. What say you, my loyal ministers?" Everyone present understood that the emperor was using the pretext of rampant banditry in the capital to justify his intention to abolish the supervisory ministry and replace it with a new power base of his own. This was not a matter to be easily acquiesced to. Qi Zhaomian subtly signaled to one of his colleagues, Grand Scholar Qin Wenxiang. Receiving the cue, Qin stepped forward and advised, "I believe this is unwise. The supervisory ministry has existed since time immemorial. Restructuring the 6 ministries at this juncture would be illogical." Qi Ili was already aware that these men would attempt to deflect him with such historical arguments. Raising an eyebrow, he let his sharpness pierce through his words. "Has Lord Qin forgotten? Even your current position as Grand Scholar was recommended by the Grand Tutor, a precedent that has never before existed. If the Grand Tutor can recommend, why can't I?" This statement, upon deeper reflection, suggested that Qi Zhaomian sought to elevate himself above Qi Ili, rendering Qin Wenxiang momentarily speechless. He could merely mutter, "I am but a foolish servant," before bowing his head and retreating. Another official, summoning courage, interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe the 6 ministries should operate distinctly. If consolidated, it would inevitably lead to confusion of responsibilities and chaos." The Grand Tutor Li Zhang countered, "If the 6 ministries were truly functioning with clarity, banditry would not be so rampant. Your Majesty is kind-hearted and reluctant to reprimand the 6 ministers, yet this issue must be addressed in some capacity." The implication was clear. Either resolve the situation or deal with the 6 ministers themselves. This silenced any further dissent from the others, leaving them mute. Qi Zhaomian cast a furtive glare at Li Zhang, realizing the latter's cunning nature. His sharp rhetoric had effectively stifled all opposition. It seemed the Ministry of Clean Governance was destined to be established, and if that were the case, he had his own countermeasures ready. The Ministry of Clean Governance will oversee the 6 ministries, and the position of Imperial Inspector is of utmost importance. It must be filled by someone capable. I am willing to relieve your Majesty of this burden by recommending a person of virtue for this significant role." Internally cursing vehemently, Qi Ili feigned contentment outwardly. "Ah, the Grand Tutor truly cares for me and understands my burdens. However, I already have a candidate in mind, so there is no need for your assistance." Qi Zhaomian's expression grew tense. It dawned on him that the emperor was still quite young, and that he had unwittingly handed over a potential lever against himself. Having never ventured beyond the palace walls, how could he possibly know of any virtuous individuals? Regardless of what he said, he could conjure a myriad of reasons to counter, and with pressure from the ministers, the final selection would ultimately rest within his control. With a quiet scoff, he adopted a more serious tone. "May I inquire who your majesty intends to appoint?" Qi Ili's face lit up at the mention of Lin Shanjuan. It is none other than the consort of the Grand Princess, Lin Shanjuan. At this announcement, a murmur rippled through the court. The Grand Princess's recent marriage was no longer a novelty, yet this consort was an unremarkable commoner, which led many to dismiss her altogether. Qi Zhaomian nearly laughed aloud upon hearing that such an obscure figure was being considered for such an important position. As a woman, her elevation to consort already sparked public discourse. To bestow upon her such a significant role now would surely be inappropriate. Qi Ili shook his head. "The consort has already been summoned by me. Whether this proves fruitful or not, it would do well for the Grand Tutor to witness it." An attendant then called out sharply, "Summon the Grand Princess's consort, Lin Shanjuan, to the court." Qi Zhaomian's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed a hawkish gaze on the entrance. Lin Shanjuan, having nearly dozed off, was suddenly called forth. She jolted to attention. Steadying herself, she tidied her attire and strode into the grand hall. The officials cast sidelong glances, observing that she possessed both beauty and grace, her demeanor exuding a certain boldness that starkly contrasted with her earlier timidity on the day of her marriage. Qi Ili's expression brightened, and his tone softened considerably. "There is no need for the consort to bow. I trust you heard my earlier remarks. Do you have any objections to my appointment?" The exemption from bowing resonated well with Lin Shanjuan, prompting her to soften her stance. "Your Majesty, I have no objections." Qi Zhaomian interjected with a cold snort. "Your Majesty, I find this woman to be fragile and lacking in knowledge, wholly unqualified for such responsibilities. I implore you to reconsider and appoint a person of true talent." Lin Shanjuan turned her gaze toward him, recognizing the rotund figure with beady eyes as the Grand Tutor, and found his sharp tongue rather ungracious for a first encounter. "While I may be inexperienced, I am aware that one cannot judge a person's worth merely by their appearance. If we are to follow this esteemed gentleman's logic, then my slender arms and legs would naturally render me less capable than someone of his stature." Her words imbued Qi Zhaomian's face with alternating hues of red and white. Even a fool could discern that Lin Shanjuan was mocking his corpulence. Sharp-tongued and clever with words, this Grand Tutor has neither the time nor the inclination to engage in a battle of wits with you. With that, he turned his attention back to Qi Ili, seeking to press his advantage. Lin Shanjuan, with a cold scoff, retorted, "Since you are the Grand Tutor, I have a question to pose." Qi Zhaomian met her gaze, his demeanor icy. "Ask away." Lin Shanjuan, "Whose realm is this?" Qi Zhaomian, "Naturally, it is the realm of your Majesty." Lin Shanjuan, "Then does that not mean all matters of the realm are at the Emperor's discretion?" Qi Zhaomian, believing Lin Shanjuan intended to leverage the Emperor's authority against him, thought to himself that she was overly naive to think she could act with impunity simply because she had the Emperor's backing. He coldly retorted, "It is, of course, the ministers who assist. If the sovereign's decisions are misguided, it is the duty of the subjects to correct them." His implication was clear. Your connection to the Emperor will not shield you from the truth. I maintain that you lack the capacity to serve as the imperial inspector. Lin Shanjuan, sensing his trap, smiled subtly. Then the Grand Tutor's position is also conferred by the Emperor. If the Emperor is mistaken in his judgment, would that not render the Grand Tutor equally inept? Qi Zhaomian was left momentarily speechless. He had anticipated her using the Emperor as leverage, yet she had ensnared him instead. Qin Wenxiang stepped forward, brimming with righteous indignation. "You are but a commoner. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Grand Tutor?" Lin Shanjuan regarded him with a sidelong glance, dismissing the uninvited defender of her superior, and retorted, "What constitutes disrespect?" Qin Wenxiang, with a self-righteous air, proclaimed, "To speak without the Grand Tutor's permission is an affront." Chapter 36. "My prince consort, have you become infatuated?" Lin Shanjuan regarded him with a disdainful gaze, her words revealing the gaping flaws in his reasoning. One could scarcely fathom how such a high-ranking official had attained his position. Her eyes glimmered with unmistakable sarcasm. Has the emperor summoned you to speak? Your voice certainly booms louder than mine. Qin Wenxiang was taken aback, hastily dropping to his knees. Your servant has overstepped. I implore your majesty for forgiveness. Qi Ili was about to interject, but Lin Shanjuan lightly tossed out another remark. Since you are aware of your transgression, how can you still hope for his majesty's mercy? If he does not grant forgiveness, what then? Will you resort to threats of death? Her words left Qin Wenxiang speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Why you? Ji Shihan snorted coldly. His majesty possesses the divine judgment. You, a mere commoner, dare to press Qin Daren so brazenly, truly showing a disregard for the laws of our kingdom. Lin Shanjuan, unfazed, retorted. I have been appointed by the emperor as the inspectorate. My official rank surpasses that of Qin Daren, albeit slightly. If he can scold me so freely, am I not entitled to defend myself? Qin Wenxiang flicked his sleeve and stood up, but before he could utter a word, Lin Shanjuan launched another indiscriminate attack. Does Qin Daren believe that his outburst was an error, kneeling to beseech the emperor's forgiveness, yet he stands before us without having received it? Qin Wenxiang's knees buckled, and he knelt once more, his glare capable of devouring Lin Shanjuan whole. Ji Shihan was astonished to discover that this seemingly submissive individual was merely feigning weakness. Her incisive words had thrown him off balance. This was indeed a significant predicament. She must not be allowed to serve as inspectorate, overseeing all 6 ministries. Your Majesty, although the prince consort is eloquent, he ultimately lacks true talent. I beseech your Majesty to deliberate carefully. Qi Ili was preparing to present his carefully crafted argument when Lin Shanjuan chuckled lightly. Lord Taisher has not witnessed my abilities, yet he makes such sweeping judgments. Could it be that he has delved into my background and labored to undermine me? Ji Shihan had never encountered such a tenacious rebuttal. Did he truly expend effort on the princess's consort? The audacity of Lin Shanjuan's words left him speechless. You speak nonsense. Lin Shanjuan had a way of dealing with these seasoned officials. Seeing Ji Shihan rendered mute, she pressed on. I have long heard that Lord Ji is erudite, yet here I stand, a mere commoner, rendering him speechless. Surely, this serves as a testament to my own abilities. Remarkable, climbing over Ji Taisher with such audacity, and so candidly, this woman was indeed unafraid of consequences. The court fell silent, all eyes on Ji Shihan, who glared intensely at Lin Shanjuan. Qi Ili, sensing the atmosphere had shifted, quickly called for the attendant. If there are no objections from my esteemed ministers, let it be decided thus. Ji Shihan's face turned a deep shade of purple, brimming with rejection. Just as he was about to speak, the attendant preemptively announced, by the emperor's decree, to stabilize the court, the Ministry of Supervision shall be restructured, and a unified governance office shall be established. The princess consort Lin Shanjuan is appointed as the head of this office, serving as a third-rank inspectorate, directly under the emperor's authority. No one else shall have the right to question her. Thus decreed. Your Majesty. Ji Shihan coughed, attempting to intervene. Lin Shanjuan smiled slightly. I accept the decree. Your Majesty. Qi Ili could no longer remain silent. Does Lord Ji have anything further to say? Ji Shihan. The order has been issued, the decree delivered, and soon she will be claiming her official seal. Why did he not wait until she had served a year before addressing me? Lin Shanjuan, seeing the situation, bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Ji, for your congratulations. Ji Taisher, do you see my expression? Is it one of congratulations or reprimand? Qi Ili was stifling laughter, his abdomen aching, and hurriedly commanded the court to disperse before joyfully returning to the study. He could hardly wait to recount to Qi Zhaomian the blackened faces of Ji Shihan and Qin Wenxiang. After leaving the court, a group soon gathered to curry favor with her, offering platitudes like, congratulations to Lin Si for receiving such a grand honor. Lin Shanjuan, unwilling to listen, feigned pleasantries before preparing to depart. Lin Si, please wait. The change in address was swift. Lin Shanjuan recognized Ji Shihan's voice, raising an eyebrow. She turned back with a smile. Does Lord Taisher have further matters to discuss? Ji Shihan huffed coldly. Now that Lin Si has received such a great responsibility, it is customary for me to assist in organizing a banquet to celebrate with your colleagues. Lin Shanjuan flashed a smile lacking genuine warmth. I thank you in advance, Lord Taisher. Once the arrangements are made, please send someone to inform me. I must go to fetch the princess and shall take my leave now. Her words reduced the Taisher to the role of a secretary, and Qi Zhaomian was thoroughly exasperated once more, muttering angrily as he returned home. Once inside her carriage, Lin Shanjuan began to laugh, the thought of the two elderly officials' awkward expressions bringing her further delight. Bai Shu, accompanying her, asked, "Elder sister, Lin Si, shall we head back to the princess's residence?" Lin Shanjuan, familiar with the title and recalling her earlier statement about fetching the princess, felt compelled to comply. To the palace, to fetch the princess. Understood. In the study. The expression on Ji Taisher's face was priceless. I've never seen him look so utterly defeated. And Qin Wenxiang. Ha ha ha. Sister, it's truly a pity you missed it. Qi Ili had been bubbling with excitement since leaving the court, circling around Qi Zhaomian, animatedly describing the two officials' expressions, laughing until his sides ached. Qi Zhaomian regarded him with exasperation. Though she had not witnessed it, she suspected Lin Shanjuan herself had outshone his dramatics. Such loud raucousness. Where is the demeanor of a sovereign? Her words caused Qi Ili to momentarily temper his mirth, though his face still bore a look of yearning. I am in utter admiration of Lin Shanjuan. She is simply, that I lack the words to describe her significance in my heart. I have never encountered such a remarkable woman. She truly inspires awe. Qi Zhaomian raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of unease. My consort has taken on such an extraordinary position in your heart? Qi Ili's smile faltered. Sister, you misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely pure admiration. Qi Zhaomian huffed lightly. On her first day at court, she humiliated Ji Shihan and Qin Wenxiang so thoroughly. She will undoubtedly face repercussions. However, Qi Ili was not overly concerned, lost in a state of, my idol is invincible. With only he and his sister in the study, he quickly squatted beside Qi Zhaomian and began to massage her legs. Hey, you're here to protect her, right? You wouldn't allow Lin Shanjuan to be tripped up by others, would you? Besides, I believe Lin Shanjuan is no mere pawn. She is truly impressive. Qi Zhaomian. Having seen her only a handful of times, he speaks of Lin Shanjuan with such familiarity. His prideful tone suggested an intimacy that could easily mislead others into thinking she was his concubine. Perhaps it would be best to limit this young man's interactions with Lin Shanjuan. Chapter 37. If unhappy, call the prince consort. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a voice from Xiaodun interrupted her. Your Majesty, the prince consort has arrived. Hearing this, Qi Ili leaped up in excitement, only to be halted by a stern glance from Qi Zhaomian, causing him to sulk back down and continue rubbing his legs. Qi Zhaomian, eyes closed in exasperation, was filled with the words, what a disgrace. Stand up, she commanded. Qi Ili hurriedly straightened himself, adjusting his attire while muttering, the Empress is too fierce. Stealing a glance, he noticed Qi Zhaomian had set aside her chastising demeanor and was now wearing a gentle and delicate expression. Let her in, she instructed. What? Suddenly, she was so gentle. When Lin Shanjuan saw Qi Zhaomian, she wasn't surprised. She had anticipated that this individual would not be waiting at the princess's residence on her first day at court. Qi Zhaomian smiled faintly, genuinely pleased with her performance in the court that day, and couldn't help but show her some warmth, initiating a greeting. Prince consort. Lin Shanjuan responded, catching sight of Qi Ili behind Qi Zhaomian, desperately vying for attention, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. I came to see the emperor. Qi Zhaomian's smile faltered. Oh. Qi Ili shot her a triumphant glance and gleefully bounded to Lin Shanjuan's side. Come sit. I am often stifled by those old geezers, and you were truly impressive today. You've avenged me. Lin Shanjuan couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Had I known I would offend them anyway, I might as well have said something more scathing. Qi Ili was further amused, gazing at her with unabashed flattery. That's just perfect. That makes me very happy. Lin Shanjuan's laughter made her eyes crinkle, and to Qi Zhaomian, it appeared as if there was a trace of indulgence in her expression. The two were engaging in lively banter, with one being her brother and the other her prince consort, resembling a married couple. Qi Zhaomian's expression darkened as she coldly reminded, Your Majesty, mind your demeanor. Her flat tone concealed an underlying anger, and Qi Ili instantly became compliant, pouting, All right, I acknowledge my mistake. Lin Shanjuan, unable to bear his pitiful demeanor, patted his shoulder and comforted him in a tone only they could hear. I remember your sister saying that after a few days in court, there's a day of rest. I'll come to find you for a drink on that day? Qi Ili's eyes brightened, nodding enthusiastically, yes, yes, yes. Having successfully cheered him up, Qi Zhaomian's gaze fell upon Qi Ili's shoulder, her expression growing somber. I was unaware that the prince consort had become so close to the emperor. Lin Shanjuan's hair stood on end as they exchanged glances. She discerned Qi Ili's desperate need for survival and awkwardly chuckled as she turned away. I sent the princess coming home with me? I specially came to fetch you. Qi Zhaomian's expression softened slightly, letting out a light huff. Didn't you just say you came to see the emperor? How has it turned into a special trip to fetch this princess? The prince consort certainly possesses a silver tongue. Lin Shanjuan stepped closer, standing before Qi Zhaomian. Oh, every time I converse with the princess, sweet words just escape me. Princess, would you do me the honor of returning with me? Her humble demeanor was earnest, and Qi Zhaomian, seeing no need to continue being difficult, rose gracefully, nodding in acquiescence. In that case, I shall not refuse the prince consort's kind invitation. Let us depart. Qi Ili stared in astonishment at his elder sister, a startling thought flashing through his mind. His sister was being coy? No, no, no. How could she possibly be coy? Ugh! Lin Shanjuan sighed in relief, gesturing for them to proceed. Princess, please. As Qi Zhaomian gathered her skirts and took a few steps, she suddenly turned to look at Qi Ili, who immediately tensed. Sister, what is it? Qi Zhaomian smiled warmly, yet her words struck Qi Ili like a winter chill. Your Majesty has been behaving rather improperly these past few days, which must be due to the Grand Tutor's preoccupation with academic pursuits, neglecting the teachings of decorum. Therefore, Your Majesty should copy the regulations of the Emperor 10 times. Qi Ili, but sister, I just finished the first round of copying the general principles of governance because I spoke out of turn last time. He discreetly glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who wore an expression of helplessness. All right, I remember. Once they left the study, they boarded the carriage. The wheels clattered as Qi Zhaomian initiated a conversation. How did the prince consort know I was in the study? Lin Shanjuan, lazily leaning against the carriage wall and closing her eyes to rest, had yet to adapt after waking up early that morning. Weren't you worried that I would struggle with those old officials on my first day at court? Since my matters concluded, I naturally had to go to the study to fetch you and return together, allowing others to see that our relationship is indeed quite harmonious. One stroke, many benefits. Her ability to consider such nuances demonstrated her meticulous nature. Qi Zhaomian scrutinized her once more, recalling the interactions between her and Qi Ili, and spoke in a grave tone. The palace is not like the wilderness. You are the prince consort, and he is the emperor. You must not be overly familiar. This admonition stemmed from Lin Shanjuan's commendable performance that day, prompting her to exercise patience in delivering the message. Lin Shanjuan, taken aback, replied, I thought you would scold me. Qi Zhaomian paused. Am I really that fierce? Lin Shanjuan, unable to suppress a laugh at her serious demeanor, replied, There's no need to take it to heart. It's normal for someone in your position to be a bit stern, that I understand. I will be mindful of maintaining distance in the future. Having grown accustomed to her unruly and unrestrained demeanor, Qi Zhaomian was unexpectedly taken aback by her sudden compliance. Did she genuinely believe that being a bit stern was normal, or was she merely saying what was pleasing to hear? Throughout the past 5 years, she had been labeled with terms like forceful, cold, and cruel, and had come to see herself in that light. She felt she was neither a woman nor a warm-hearted princess. Yet, here Lin Shanjuan was, expressing understanding of her position. Noticing Qi Zhaomian's contemplative gaze upon her, Lin Shanjuan felt a twinge of guilt and touched her own face. If I ever say something you dislike, please feel free to scold me directly. Your gaze makes me quite anxious. Qi Zhaomian. How could she be overthinking this? Lin Shanjuan, flattering her. She could only utter straightforward truths that made her want to bestow death upon the speaker. Qi Zhaomian smiled faintly, her eyes devoid of warmth. The prince consort speaks earnestly. How could I take offense? She had begun addressing her as prince consort. After a few days of observation, Lin Shanjuan had discerned a pattern. Qi Zhaomian did not wear her emotions on her sleeve. If she was in a good mood, she would call her Jenner, but if not, she would refer to her as Prince Consort. Clearly, Qi Zhaomian did not feel that her words were earnest. She likely thought she was being too blunt. Having conducted a series of meticulous calculations in her mind, Lin Shanjuan was about to utter some sweet words to placate her when the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the princess's residence. Qi Zhaomian wasted no time, rising to exit the carriage. Well then, once again, she could not coax her. Chapter 38. The princess declares no one shall disturb. After returning to the princess's residence at noon, Qi Zhaomian remained ensconced in the study. Lin Shanjuan, intent on soothing her, hesitated to barge in directly. After much contemplation, she decided to gather a few snacks from the kitchen. As she made her way toward the study, she overheard two maids whispering in the corridor. The general of the southern town is soon to return. I've heard he will enter the capital in just a few days. Is that so? No wonder the princess has been isolating herself in the study today. Alas, what a pity if it weren't for the invasion by Daong back then. The princess and the general of the southern town would have been wed long ago. Indeed, the princess was utterly heartbroken at that time. After marrying several times since, the general of the southern town may find it hard to accept. With each word, Lin Shanjuan's brow furrowed deeper. Deliberately placing the snacks down with a thud, the two maids were startled and fell to their knees, trembling in fear. If your mouths are too idle, find something to eat instead of gossiping. The maids, rendered speechless, dared not respond. Finding little amusement in the situation, Lin Shanjuan set down the pastries and returned to her room. If what the two said held any truth, Qi Zhaomian's mood must surely be dismal. Aware of her own limitations in offering comforting words, she resolved to steer clear of provoking her further. However, she had never heard of this general of the southern town, and her curiosity piqued. She decided to inquire with by SHU.in the study. Qi Zhaomian stared vacantly at the intelligence report in her hand. General of the southern town Yi Lang will arrive in the capital in 3 days. The sparse figures ignited a flicker of hesitation within her. Memories of the past flooded back. Delicate blossoms, the gentle warmth of spring, and the bright visage of a youth frolicking amidst the floral expanse. Zhao Zhao, I have made it clear to my father that I shall marry no one but you. He has promised to approach His Majesty tomorrow to propose. I Zhao Zhao, my feelings for you are as steadfast as the heavens. Please marry me. Allow me to cherish and protect you for a lifetime, to shield you from the storms of life. Would that be agreeable? Very well. Your Highness, with external threats looming, as the general of the southern town, it is my duty to repel the invaders and safeguard the realm. And what of our marriage? I implore your Highness to prioritize the greater good. After I have vanquished the enemies, I shall return to claim you. Very well. The general of the southern town and Princess Daong are to be united in matrimony, a blessing for the state and a boon for the people as the wars subside. Your Highness, a reply has arrived. What does it say? Your Highness is pure as jade. I, a mere soldier, feel unworthy that I wish for you to find happiness soon. No need to read further. Having been forsaken, what more is there to say? In Bai Shu's chamber, Lin Shanjuan remained silent after hearing the news she had gathered. Bai Shu sighed that Yi Lang clearly senses the impending collapse of his house. Thus, he seized the pretext of Daong's incursion to flee to the borders, fearing for his own family's misfortune. Lin Shanjuan's anger mounted with each word, so, he first publicly courted Qi Zhaomian, then made a grand exit when she faced adversity, only to later pompously wed the princess of Daong. Bai Shu recognized her indignation and quickly urged her to lower her voice. Mind your words. One cannot casually invoke the princess's name. Yi Lang is indeed unscrupulous. I felt like cursing him too when I heard. No wonder Qi Zhaomian had sequestered herself. Who would relish the imminent return of such a repugnant ex? As the sun dipped in the west, Bai Shu rose and stretched. But now that the princess is wed to you, Yi Lang should pose no further trouble. It must be mealtime. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Xiao Er conveniently arrived to summon Lin Shanjuan for dinner. As she bid Bai Shu farewell and turned to leave, she recalled his last remark. She is married to me. This thought struck a chord. If Yi Lang truly cared for her, how could he abandon her amidst the whirlpool of the capital, allowing her to be wed to others time and again? Despite Qi Zhaomian's frequent coldness toward Lin Shanjuan, she was not without reason. Lin Shanjuan understood her plight. Being in a position of power often breeds temperamental behavior. If she were more accommodating, How could she carve a path through the thorns? Thus, Lin Shanjuan would not hold her minor irritations against her. On the contrary, she felt they were now on the same wavelength, bordering on friendship. In essence, she sought an excuse to voice her sentiments. She felt her friend was undeserving of such a scoundrel. A man who repeatedly thrust Qi Zhaomian into the harsh spotlight. Now, he basked in glory, with accolades and a beautiful wife at his side, triumphantly returning home. Yet Qi Zhaomian, having been wronged, faced scorn, sacrificing her own dignity for political stability. The populace would undoubtedly compare the two once more. If Yi Lang harbored even a shred of guilt toward Qi Zhaomian, he ought not to return, reigniting old grievances. Upon reaching the main hall, a lavish spread awaited her alone. Lin Shanjuan instinctively inquired, "Where is the princess?" Xiao Er's expression turned pained as she shook her head. "Your Highness remains in the study. Her appetite is poor, so she won't be dining." Heartbroken to the point of losing her appetite, Lin Shanjuan's brow knitted tightly, and she did not take a seat but instead hurried to the kitchen, requesting a food box. After loading it with several dishes, she carried it toward the study. Xiao Er, feeling powerless, trailed behind. "The princess has forbidden anyone from disturbing her. The prince should. I am not a mere person. I am a little dog, woof woof." Xiao Er. With determined strides, Lin Shanjuan approached the study door, halting to advise Xiao Er, "You wait outside for me. She may be inclined to scold, and I don't want you to be caught in the crossfire." Xiao Er, eager to comply, shot Lin Shanjuan a cautionary glance, about to speak again when Lin Shanjuan preemptively cut her off. "Woof woof. Xiao Er, please, do go ahead." Taking a deep breath, Lin Shanjuan finally knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, a cold warning emanated from within. "My words are not mere formalities." Xiao Er's legs weakened, causing her to kneel on the ground. Lin Shanjuan, with no other option, pushed the door open and entered, declaring, "I insisted on coming. It concerns no one else." Having said that, she closed the door and seated herself across from Qi Zhaomian, placing the food box on the table. Qi Zhaomian, in a foul mood, cast a frosty gaze at her. "I could execute you at any moment, and there would be no regret." She had explicitly stated that no one was to disturb her, yet this person brazenly intruded. Had her recent kindness led to a lapse in judgment? The atmosphere was genuinely intimidating. Lin Shanjuan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the precariousness of her situation, and softened her tone. "You hardly ate at noon. You cannot be dieting this evening, can you? It is unhealthy to starve for too long. So I came to coax you to eat." Qi Zhaomian remained unmoved, yet she sensed the underlying concern in Lin Shanjuan's voice, prompting her own tone to soften considerably. Leave. Chapter 39. Take him to fill the well. Lin Shanjuan exchanged glances with her, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded, arranging the chopsticks and slowly taking out each dish from within. He spoke languidly, "After all, I have married you, and I must take responsibility for your health. Regardless of who has wronged you before me, I shall not, nor do I wish for you to neglect your own well-being." She lifted her gaze to Qi Zhaomian, saying, "No matter how significant the matter is, let us dine first. If you are feeling unwell, I shall take my leave." Qi Zhaomian could not quite decipher her own emotions. There was a hint of softness, yet also a sense of numbness. Long ago, she had yearned for care, but that longing had long since withered away. Now, the glass of water named concern that Lin Shanjuan offered seemed to arrive too late. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unpalatable. "Clear this away. I shall not partake of my meal in the study," she declared, rising to depart. Lin Shanjuan glanced at her retreating figure, then at the meal, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not summoned anyone to drag him out for a beating. Though he appeared composed, he was genuinely flustered. Xiao Er swiftly entered to tidy up, assisting Lin Shanjuan in carrying the food box back to Chaoshi Hall for their meal. As they picked up their chopsticks, a young servant arrived to report, "Your Highness, someone is waiting outside, claiming to be the steward from the Ji Taisher's residence, here to deliver an invitation." Qi Zhaomian pondered for a few moments and instructed, "Send him to Liuguang Hall." The young servant complied and withdrew. Lin Shanjuan continued to eat heartily, and Qi Zhaomian shot her a glance, inquiring, "Do you know who the invitation from Ji Taisher is for?" Lin Shanjuan quickly chewed her food before swallowing and ventured her guess. "He intercepted me after court today, stating that according to custom, there should be a feast to celebrate my appointment, so it is likely regarding this matter." A cold glint flickered in Qi Zhaomian's eyes. Ji Shihan had indeed arranged these affairs meticulously, using them to win people's hearts. It was no wonder that most in the court supported him, having shared a meal and a drink with him, naturally inclining themselves towards him in minor matters. However, as for Lin Shanjuan, she regarded her and remarked, "It is a blessing that Ji Taisher values you. You should take along a couple of gifts." Lin Shanjuan failed to discern the sarcasm in her tone, lifting her head to meet her gaze. "Please, it is your esteem that is my blessing. As for that old man, let alone valuing me, I would dread even a glance from him." Her disparagement of the man lightened Qi Zhaomian's mood somewhat, yet she continued to test, how many people in the world wish to be regarded by him? "You must not miss this opportunity." Lin Shanjuan, disinterested in such talk, retorted, "That is the concern of countless others. I do not belong among them." Qi Zhaomian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Then to whom do you belong?" Lin Shanjuan nearly blurted out, "I belong to you." But she swiftly recognized the ambiguous nature of that statement and halted herself. "I belong to those who are prone to hunger if they do not eat quickly. Your Highness, let us dine." Her roundabout conversation left Qi Zhaomian perplexed, and she chose to relinquish the topic. After they finished dinner, they made their way to Liuguang Hall to meet the steward who had come with the invitation. The steward stood outside the hall. Though he was outside, his eyes were furtively darting about the room, especially becoming more frequent in their glances once Qi Zhaomian arrived. Lin Shanjuan found such furtive behavior intolerable, and Qi Zhaomian noticed that he harbored ill intentions. She contemplated dismissing him, but suddenly recalled how Lin Shanjuan had been furious with her for reprimanding the servants that day. Perhaps she could not bear to see her own callousness. Oh well, having dined at her expense today, it would not be too much to extend a favor in return. As she pondered this, the steward produced the invitation from his bosom. "Lindsay, this is what our master sent me to deliver." Shower was about to step forward to receive it when Lin Shanjuan interrupted. "Step outside and re-enter." The man was taken aback, looking up with a puzzled expression. "What?" Lin Shanjuan casually poured Qi Zhaomian a cup of tea and repeated, "I said, step outside and re-enter." Anger flickered across the steward's face, but he complied and left, only to return once more. "What does Lindsay mean by this? Though I am merely a steward, I am still a servant of the Taisher's residence." "You should know who you are speaking to," Lin Shanjuan scoffed lightly. "What tone is that you use with me? You are but a mere steward. What gives you the audacity to speak so arrogantly?" The steward, feeling aggrieved, stood his ground, thinking he could rely on Ji Shihan. "That is merely my nature." "I hope Lindsay will not take offense." Lin Shanjuan found his obstinacy amusing. "Your backbone is quite stiff. Do you truly believe Ji Taisher would risk offending me, a third-rank official in the Qingjing division of the imperial court, because of you? By Shu, drag him away and fill the well." She rarely revealed such sharpness, surprising Qi Zhaomian, who could not help but glance at her in astonishment. The steward's profile, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared more refined, yet his tone was casual, and his gaze bore a chilling intent as he fixed it on the steward. Bai Shu had already rolled up his sleeves, ready to approach. The steward, terrified, immediately knelt. I acted with utmost respect, believing I had adhered to proper etiquette and did not offend Lin Si. "Why does Lin Si wish to take my life?" Lin Shanjuan gave a light huff. "You entered my abode and began to survey it. What is it that piques your interest? Or is it that even the steward of Ji Taisher's residence is so lacking in decorum that he requires instruction?" The man attempted to argue but was cut off by Lin Shanjuan, her voice colder than before. "Moreover, Her Highness the Grand Princess is still seated here. Do you think you can examine her at will?" The steward fell utterly silent, repeatedly knocking his head against the ground. "I recognize my error. Please spare my life, esteemed official." Lin Shanjuan had long noticed Qi Zhaomian's look of disgust. Initially, she was unsure why Qi Zhaomian had not dealt with the steward as she had before. However, upon reflection, given the already tense relationship between her and Ji Shihan, the fact that the messenger was merely a steward made it a delicate matter. "Very well, in the face of my patron's difficulties, this is when I shall stand up. Let us say no more. Your Highness, perhaps you should bestow a death sentence. This individual is far too unruly, and it would be difficult for him to learn without a lesson." This statement terrified the steward, causing him to tremble even more. "I recognize my error. I recognize my error. I beseech the princess for mercy." The path was paved, and Qi Zhaomian cast a downward glance at the steward. Throw him out. Without a word, Bai Shu hoisted the man and proceeded to exit, with several soldiers assisting in the effort, tossing the steward out at the entrance. The steward landed painfully on his rear, no longer daring to be reckless. He scrambled away, fearing that the princess might change her mind and have him dragged back to fill the well. Chapter 40. I shall not marry again. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Qi Zhaomian observed Lin Shanjuan, contemplating the unusual fervor she had just displayed in defending herself. Lin Shanjuan was savoring her post-meal delicacy, and the persistent gaze directed at her made her feel quite uneasy. She glanced at the treat in her hand and then at Qi Zhaomian, pondering deeply before lifting the plate and offering it to her. Qi Zhaomian. Lin Shanjuan, did you not desire to partake? Why else would you keep looking at me? Here, take it. It's yours. It seemed she was still reluctant to part with the small confection, as she spoke without lifting her gaze, fixated on the few morsels. Qi Zhaomian closed her eyes, feeling any curiosity about her motives dissipate, and instinctively retorted, I was not gazing at you for the sake of the treat. No, that was incorrect. I was not gazing at you, she reiterated emphatically. Lin Shanjuan pouted, swiftly reclaiming the confection, which only deepened Qi Zhaomian's frown. Very well, I wasn't looking at you. Perhaps I am simply too self-involved, she conceded. Her words often tumbled out with an air of unfamiliarity. Was it a dialect from her homeland? Qi Zhaomian, ever eager to learn, momentarily set aside her earlier irritation. What does self-involved mean? Lin Shanjuan paused mid-bite, contemplating for a few moments before explaining. It means I consider myself quite remarkable, both in beauty and physique. Qi Zhaomian nodded, appraising Lin Shanjuan with a serious expression. Then I too must be self-involved. Lin Shanjuan could not stifle her laughter. Oh, does the princess believe herself to be the fairest of them all? Qi Zhaomian shook her head. No, I believe you possess considerable charm and a fine figure. Lin Shanjuan's laughter faltered, her heart swelling with joy at the compliment, letting out a pleased hum. Your taste is quite commendable. I truly wonder who among us is more taken with appearances. This person, given an inch, would surely take a mile. Qi Zhaomian rose, wishing to dismiss her. If the prince has nothing to attend to, he ought to visit the administrative office promptly, lest he provoke my ire. I shall not. Provoke your ire? Then I shall simply appease you, Lin Shanjuan interjected as she stood beside her. I am quite adept at soothing others. To think of herself as a pet needing to be fed was indeed a curious approach. As the candlelight flickered out, Lin Shanjuan tucked herself beneath the covers, her thoughts drifting to the General Yilang, whom the maids had spoken of that afternoon, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. According to their accounts, was this not a quintessential case of the white moonlight returning home? One careless word from that young man could easily thwart her chances of marrying the prince, and should she be cast out of the princess's residence, her dreams would be further from reach. The more she pondered, the more her worries swelled. Lin Shanjuan turned to face the darkened bed. If in the future you encounter someone you fancy, and no longer require me as your prince consort, might I serve as your protector instead? Qi Zhaomian too was mulling over Yilang's return, inhaling deeply at the unexpected suggestion. Why was she so eager for her protectoress role? Was being the prince consort a burden to her? Upon reflection, it likely stemmed from some rumor she had heard, hence her belief that the position of prince consort was in jeopardy. Having come to this realization, Qi Zhaomian displayed a measure of patience. I shall not marry again. Marrying you was my final endeavor. Qi Ili had grown up now. Her last marriage had served its purpose of alleviating the concerns of the ministers. In 3 to 5 years, when Qi Ili was capable of firmly securing the throne, she would no longer have to feign affection for anyone. It was exhausting and cumbersome. Lin Shanjuan pondered her words, recalling the Yilang described by Bai Shu, and found him utterly unworthy. Indeed, he is not fit for you. The identity of he was all too clear. Qi Zhaomian lowered her voice slightly. Does the prince take pleasure in commenting on my feelings? Alas, she had inadvertently referred to him as prince consort again. Lin Shanjuan chuckled. I am merely sleeping. I am already fast asleep. Qi Zhaomian turned inward, unwilling to engage further. Yet after a moment, Lin Shanjuan suddenly remarked, Princess, I truly believe I would make a suitable protector as well. I can only be a widow. Should you insist on becoming my protector, then, dreaming, I am merely dreaming, good night, Your Highness. Qi Zhaomian couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered response, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she closed her eyes to sleep. The following day, Lin Shanjuan reluctantly rose early. Although she had no court duties that day, one could not afford to be late on their first day of work, leaving a crowd waiting. The maids helped her don her official attire, the delicate purple satin lending her an air of nobility, though her spirit felt somewhat diminished. She had spent the latter part of the night reflecting on the possibility of losing her position, even dreaming of Qi Zhaomian marrying another man, with herself being cast out of the imperial city. Consequently, she had not slept soundly, her mind still lingering in the warmth of her bed as she sat at the dining table. Qi Zhaomian, demurely sipping her porridge, caught a glimpse of Lin Shanjuan nearly toppling into her bowl, and with a resigned tone, offered a reminder. Did the prince not sleep well last night? Such a topic was not one for the maids to overhear, and Xiar immediately turned away. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her eyes. It was tolerable. I had a few nightmares, not much spirit left. Nightmares? Qi Zhaomian turned her gaze towards her. What did you dream of? Lin Shanjuan swallowed her porridge, staring at her intently. I dreamt of being displaced, homeless. Woe is me! Qi Zhaomian was taken aback by her sudden dramatics and withdrew her gaze. If we continue to delay, perhaps the nightmares will come true. Only then did Lin Shanjuan realize she was running late, her appetite evaporating as she sprang up to grab her official hat, racing for the door. Bai Shu! Hurry! Prince, do be careful. The morning was a flurry of chaos, and Qi Zhaomian shook her head in exasperation, glancing at the untouched delicacies on the table. Xiar, take this with you. Later, have someone deliver it to the administrative office. Homeless? Did she truly think that Yilang would cast her out? Such worries were unfounded. After breakfast, Qi Zhaomian went to the back garden to feed the fish, and Yu Lu, with sword in hand, approached her side. She tossed a few fish pellets into the lake and casually inquired, "Who was it that carelessly spoke yesterday, prompting the prince to overhear?" Yu Lu, having kept a close watch on Lin Shanjuan, had indeed witnessed that exchange and reported accurately it was Yen Er and Hong Er. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qi Zhaomian's eyes, prompting Yu Lu to add, "However, the prince did not take it to heart. She even cautioned them, so I chose not to report it." And how did she caution them? Unbothered, having already issued a warning, why fret over sleepless nights? Yu Lu reiterated, if their mouths are too idle, they should find something to eat instead of gossiping. Qi Zhaomian let out a light laugh, casting the remaining fish food into the lake. Send those two away. They likely find the princess's residence lacking in sustenance, leading them to gossip. Her loyalty was evident. She defended her both in public and private. Such a pawn was rare to find. Well-mannered, clever, sharp-tongued, and loyal. With such a piece on her chessboard, what was there left for her to worry about? Chapter 41. Addendum 1 inch. How did she issue her warning? Unconcerned, having already warned, yet still fretting through sleepless nights? Moon Lu reiterated, if your mouth is idle, perhaps find something to eat instead of gossiping. Qi Zhaomian let out a soft chuckle, casting the remaining fish food into the lake. Perhaps those two have been dispatched because they found the princess's abode lacking in sustenance, hence their idle chatter. She is indeed loyal, known to defend my interests both in public and in private. A puppet so easily manipulated, possessing a modicum of cleverness, sharp wit, and a knack for defending her own, along with a touch of beauty. Such a pawn as a prince consort is a rarity. What is there for her to be anxious about? Even with Lin Shanjuan arriving so early, he was still the last to step through the doors of the Qingjing division. As Lin Shanjuan took his seat amidst the gazes of the assembly, he sighed inwardly. Must I now rush over at the crack of dawn to avoid being late? On this first day of meeting, amidst the probing hearts of the attendees, none dared to mention tardiness, and all offered their salutations. We pay our respects to the esteemed inspector. The officials from the 6 ministries, numbering in the dozens, varied in age and rank, yet their voices resonated in unison, powerful and commanding. This uproarious display dispelled any lingering drowsiness from Lin Shanjuan, who steadied himself and forced a smile. I have just assumed office and am not yet familiar with everyone. Please introduce yourselves. Stepping forward first was a man clad in crimson robes. I am Lu Feng, head of the 6th division of the Qingjing division, a 4th-rank official, formerly the Minister of Rights. Lin Shanjuan nodded slightly, mentally substituting his title with that of a secretary. instructing him to sit and record the current positions and past appointments of the others. Lu Feng poised himself, pen in hand, sleeves rolled up, presenting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Once Lu Feng was prepared, a man clad in armor, brandishing a sword, stepped forward and clasped his fists. "I am Qi Zhaomian, a fourth-rank city guard commander, here to pay my respects to Lin Si." He refrained from mentioning his former position, but Lu Feng interjected at the opportune moment. "Aside from myself, the others have yet to be confirmed. The emperor has decreed that all are to be assigned at Lin Si's discretion." The implication of such discretion hinted at Qi Zhaomian's intent to overhaul the 6 ministries, placing her own people within. This matter was evidently beyond her sole purview. It seemed essential to record everything carefully and later confer with Qi Zhaomian. Lin Shanjuan, understanding the situation, thought, "Very well, let us begin recording." Her index finger lightly tapped the table as she listened to one introduction after another, feeling inexplicably drowsy, stifling several yawns until her eyes brimmed with tears. By the time everyone had introduced themselves, over an hour had passed. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her temples, fatigue evident on her delicate features. She pointed to Bai Shu behind her. "This is someone I brought along. Lu Feng, please find him a position here, so he is not left without a title while accompanying me." Lu Feng, puzzled by her intent, ventured cautiously, "I find this young man to possess remarkable talents. Perhaps he would suit a position under my authority?" Good heavens, he is praising Bai Shu to the heavens. Realizing Bai Shu might take such compliments to heart, she quickly interjected, "No need to flatter him. I am well aware of his capabilities." Bai Shu, "How can someone be so intolerable? She won't praise him but cannot abide others doing so." Qi Zhaomian, catching the drift, hesitated before proposing, "I am in need of a deputy. What does Lin Si think?" That was indeed a commendable suggestion. Lin Shanjuan nodded. "Very well, you shall accompany Qi Zhaomian." Lu Feng presented the meticulously transcribed roster. All the officials' names have been duly recorded. Might Lin Si have any plans? Lin Shanjuan accepted the document, scanning it briefly and feeling quite satisfied with Lu Feng's handwriting and meticulousness. Now that she occupied this position, it was only proper to contribute to the proceedings. She lowered her gaze to emphasize her rules. "From this day forward, any cases presented, regardless of their magnitude, must first be submitted to me. All conclusions must also be presented to me for my seal to take effect. Anything else shall be deemed invalid. Do you understand?" Given Qi Zhaomian's desire to consolidate control over the 6 ministries, it was imperative to eliminate any pests and spies. Lu Feng, seasoned in the political arena, quickly grasped Lin Shanjuan's intention. This was not merely to block the paths of those who offer bribes. Setting such regulations on her first day in office as a female prince consort could only be at the behest of Her Highness, the Long Princess. Having concluded her directives, Lin Shanjuan waved her hand. "You may leave, Qi Zhaomian, stay behind." The hall emptied with hushed movements, and Qi Zhaomian remained, his expression neutral as he regarded Lin Shanjuan. She discerned his forthright nature, suggesting he could be of use to her, hence her decision to probe further. She smiled politely. "How long have you served as the city guard commander, General Qi?" Replying to the esteemed one, "I have been in office for 5 years and 4 months." Bai Shu gazed at Qi Zhaomian in surprise, prompting Lin Shanjuan to inquire, "What troubles you?" Bai Shu hesitated to speak in front of others, leaning in to whisper, "Typically, if there have been no significant disturbances for 4 years, one would be promoted to the rank of 4th-rank general of the capital guard. Why is he still a commander?" Qi Zhaomian lowered his head, having anticipated their inquiries but remained silent. Lin Shanjuan pondered for a few moments, arriving at a possible reason. The adage, "Two rigid breaks easily," might apply here. He likely faced suppression for not taking sides. With the establishment of the Qingjing division, all positions will be reassigned. However, the emperor values individual competence. Your qualifications are sufficient, and your abilities are unimpeachable. The emperor will not overlook you. She intentionally offered Qi Zhaomian a measure of reassurance before rising. "We are here to serve the emperor. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others." Qi Zhaomian was taken aback by her forthrightness. Having heard many rumors about this female prince consort, he now realized she was likely the princess's eyes and ears, rather than a mere figurehead. Perhaps the future he once deemed hopeless might yet shine with promise. Without hesitation, Qi Zhaomian knelt on one knee. "I vow my unwavering loyalty to the emperor." After a bustling day, in the evening, Lin Shanjuan and Bai Shu rode back to the princess's residence. She clutched the roster transcribed by Lu Feng, not having had a moment to drink water before seeking out Qi Zhaomian. Qi Zhaomian was still perusing the invitations sent by Ji Shihan the previous night, finding no fault in the wording, but what truly caught her attention was a particular line: to welcome the general of the Southern Pacification. Everyone knew of her relationship with Yi Lang, and Ji Shihan's actions were clearly not benevolent. Merging the celebration of Lin Shanjuan's appointment as inspector with the welcoming banquet for the Southern general, one reflecting her past and the other her present. Surely there were ulterior motives at play. She understood that as long as she did not relinquish her power, nor perish, Ji Shihan would remain restless. First, he had urged her to step back, and now, did he wish to further obscure her presence in the public eye? Qi Zhaomian, I have returned. She knocked on the door, pulling Qi Zhaomian's thoughts back to the present. She was quite particular about how she was addressed. Come in. Lin Shanjuan entered, and before Qi Zhaomian could stress the importance of titles, she laid the invitation before her. Since all positions are to be rearranged, and I am uncertain of the specifics, I thought it best to transcribe everything and present it for your review. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Qi Zhaomian momentarily forgot to correct her address, taking the document and examining it closely. With Lin Shanjuan's list, she could better visualize the arrangement of positions. I will provide you with a response to this matter tomorrow. Meanwhile, take a look at this. Qi Zhaomian handed her the invitation, curious to see Lin Shanjuan's reaction. Lin Shanjuan frowned as she read the ornate language of the invitation, experiencing a shiver down her spine. So this old fox intends to place her, the current appointee, at the same table as Qi Zhaomian's predecessor? What is your take on this? Qi Zhaomian's smile did not reach her eyes. It is only right for this princess to inquire first, and for the prince consort to respond in kind. Lin Shanjuan scratched her forehead. I have no strong feelings about it. It's merely a dinner after all. His intentions are clearly aimed at you. She pointed at the invitation salutation. Your name is also inscribed here. You must attend, correct? If the three of us stand together, others will undoubtedly speculate about you. If not, perhaps you should abstain from attending. Qi Zhaomian shook her head. I must attend. After all, he is the grand tutor. However, his motives extend beyond merely inciting speculation about this princess. There are surely other designs at play. Lin Shanjuan found it difficult to decipher the old fox's intentions as she gazed at Yi Lang's name, uncertain of Qi Zhaomian's current feelings towards him. Should she appear overly familiar, it might cause Yi Lang to retreat, and Qi Zhaomian might take it out on her. Conversely, if she were to maintain distance, it could also present an opportunity for others to exploit. A conundrum indeed. Qi Zhaomian noticed her preoccupation. What troubles you? Do you believe this princess would cast you aside? Having her thoughts laid bare, Lin Shanjuan awkwardly laughed. Your Highness is gentle and magnanimous. How could you possibly cast me out? I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. Qi Zhaomian shot her a fleeting glance. The past is a realm I wish to leave undisturbed. Presently, you are this princess's prince consort, so do not dwell on irrelevant matters. Lin Shanjuan's eyes brightened as she approached Qi Zhaomian. Actually, I wish to inquire about this. Qi Zhaomian turned to her. What is it? Lin Shanjuan scratched her face. I want to know, should we act more intimately, or maintain a bit of distance? After all, in his presence. Before Lin Shanjuan could finish her sentence, Qi Zhaomian suddenly embraced her waist, drawing her into her arms. In that brief moment of surprise, the distance between them diminished to mere inches. What are you doing? Qi Zhaomian met her gaze directly. He is nothing special. I shall reiterate. You are this princess's prince consort. Since we agreed to mutual benefit, our public demeanor must reflect that. Do you understand? Lin Shanjuan thought to herself. Even if you were to deliver this message while standing still, I would comprehend it. Is it truly necessary to hold me while conveying it? She struggled lightly. Does the princess believe this stance is essential for me to grasp your meaning? Qi Zhaomian remained steadfast. I merely sensed you had a nightmare of abandonment last night, and today you seem preoccupied. Thus I wish to offer you some reassurance. Lin Shanjuan inhaled deeply. I feel reassured now, truly. Even if the King of Heaven were to approach, I would still be your perfect match. Henceforth, let this be my motto. Is that acceptable? Qi Zhaomian inquired. What is a motto? If you do not release me, it will be difficult to explain. Upon loosening her grip, Lin Shanjuan quickly stepped back 2 paces as her stomach emitted a timely growl, prompting her to pat her belly. How about we eat first before discussing further? The following day, Qi Zhaomian finalized the assignments of all officials and conveyed to Lin Shanjuan those who could be reintegrated and those needing gradual removal. Qi Zhan's years of steadfast service had not been in vain. He was not only promoted to the rank of 4th-rank general of the guard but also appointed as the same position as Bai Shu within the Qingjing division, effectively serving as Lin Shanjuan's military aide. The day passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Shanjuan, eagerly awaiting a day of rest, found it coinciding with Ji Shihan's banquet for the public. Throughout these days, Qi Zhaomian had been patiently rousing her each morning. In just 5 days, she had grown accustomed to it, so that upon hearing Prince Consort, she would reflexively sit up. Today, isn't it a day of rest? She asked, eyes still shut as she climbed out of bed. Qi Zhaomian, already dressed, shook her head slightly at Lin Shanjuan's appearance. Ji Shihan has arranged a banquet. It seems the Prince Consort has entirely forgotten. Lin Shanjuan sighed deeply, tidying her bedding before Shower entered to assist her with her grooming. Since arriving in the capital, Lin Shanjuan had possessed very few private garments, typically donning official attire, and now faced the challenge of selecting appropriate clothing for such a grand occasion. Fortunately, Qi Zhaomian had foreseen this, arranging for attire tailored to her official sizes, all in dark hues, lending an air of gravitas. Lin Shanjuan's morning irritability was swiftly soothed. Though Qi Zhaomian appeared distant, she not only called her to rise but also thoughtfully prepared exquisite garments. Such a benefactor is hard to come by, she lamented inwardly. After washing her face and feeling refreshed, she stepped outside, where Qi Zhaomian awaited her in the Chaoshi Hall. Good morning, Your Highness. Qi Zhaomian instinctively looked up as Lin Shanjuan crossed the threshold, her eyes sparkling as she approached. Her 3,000 strands of hair were gathered into a high ponytail adorned with a golden, uniquely shaped crown, and she wore the deep purple robe prepared by Qi Zhaomian, complemented by a matching collar. The delicate waist was cinched with a black and gold leather belt, imbuing her with an air of calm composure. With brows like distant mountains and eyes like clear streams, the chill of her demeanor melted in the warmth of her smile. Striding confidently, she approached Qi Zhaomian with graceful steps. Accustomed to her in official garb, Qi Zhaomian was momentarily taken aback by her radiant appearance. She truly possessed the grace befitting a prince consort. Lin Shanjuan also scrutinized Qi Zhaomian, not for her enhanced beauty today, but rather for the clothes she wore, which seemed to complement her presence splendidly. Clad in a powder-pink cross-collared skirt, adorned with flowing cloud sleeves and embroidered with purple gold trim, Qi Zhaomian's features radiated warmth. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, with several pearl hairpins nestled within, undeniably showcasing the dignity and restraint befitting a long princess. Qi Zhaomian lifted a bowl of congee, savoring a mouthful before noticing Lin Shanjuan's gaze lingering upon her. Why does the prince consort persist in staring at this princess? Lin Shanjuan snapped back to reality, generously offering her praise, a sight for sore eyes. Seeing you this early brightens my mood. The maidservants averted their gazes, and Qi Zhaomian paused, setting down her bowl. If it pleases you, then feel free to look as much as you wish. Lin Shanjuan turned back to face her, and upon witnessing Qi Zhaomian's gentle smile, felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, quickly averting her gaze. Very well, I shall look more. Let us eat first. Qi Zhaomian noticed her fluster, curious but choosing not to press further. Chapter 42. Additional update 2. After dining, the two emerged together from the princess's residence. The carriage had long been awaiting them at the entrance, and upon the footstool being lowered by the attendant, Lin Shanjuan, exhibiting a remarkable sense of awareness, extended her hand. Qi Zhaomian cast her a glance, her eyes shimmering with autumnal warmth, and gently remarked, Jenner is thoughtful. Lin Shanjuan instinctively swallowed hard, acutely aware of the fleeting touch on her arm, and straightened up to ascend into the carriage. This marked their first appearance together in the eyes of others. Taking separate carriages would have seemed distant. Lin Shanjuan was not particularly fond of carriages. They were not only tedious but also moved at a languid pace that often lulled one to sleep. Barely a street had been traversed when drowsiness washed over her, her vision blurring intermittently. Did Jenner not rest well last night? Lin Shanjuan struggled to regain some clarity, offering a vague response, initially intending to speak, but instead stifled a yawn. Tears welled in her eyes as she met Qi Zhaomian's gaze, who appeared puzzled, before suggesting, If Jian'er is truly exhausted, then sleep for a while. Why cry? Lin Shanjuan. She quickly wiped away her tears, sitting up straight. Jian'er is not tired. Qi Zhaomian's lips curled slightly. Not tired? Then why are you crying? Lin Shanjuan scratched her ear. Jian'er rarely sheds tears. Your Highness must be mistaken. Whenever she felt flustered, she tended to fidget. Qi Zhaomian had long since discerned this habit and pressed further. Could it be that sitting in the carriage with this palace makes you uncomfortable? Lin Shanjuan widened her eyes. What a grand misunderstanding. Had I known I would be sharing a carriage with you today, I might have been too excited to sleep last night. Qi Zhaomian tilted her head slightly, feigning anger, yet in truth, she wished to conceal her amusement at Lin Shanjuan's transparent attempts at deception. Lin Shanjuan assumed that Qi Zhaomian had seen through her aversion to the carriage, prompting her to draw closer. You, Lin Shanjuan intended to say, do not be angry, but at that very moment, Qi Zhaomian also wished to say, your pretense is rather unconvincing. The sudden closeness rendered both momentarily stiff. Lin Shanjuan caught a whiff of the faint floral fragrance emanating from Qi Zhaomian, and as their gazes unexpectedly locked, both were taken aback. Lin Shanjuan propped herself against the carriage wall, while Qi Zhaomian leaned in, her gaze lifting to meet hers. What do you wish to convey? Qi Zhaomian inquired. Lin Shanjuan, forgetting to retreat, maintained the proximity as she replied, I wish to say, do not be angry. I do not particularly dislike riding in carriages. Pausing, she added, what about you? Qi Zhaomian lowered her eyelashes, her long lashes fluttering, concealing her captivating gaze beneath their delicate veil. How much longer do you intend to maintain this position? Qi Zhaomian lifted her gaze, observing the fluster in Lin Shanjuan's eyes, finding it amusing. Could it be that you wish to engage in something else? The inflection in her voice rose playfully, devoid of any irritation. Lin Shanjuan hastily retreated, silently observing Qi Zhaomian's feigned innocence. I do not wish to engage in anything else. Qi Zhaomian's interest waned slightly, as she exhaled softly, do not wish? She leaned in, her finger playfully teasing Lin Shanjuan's waist sash. Is it that this palace's appearance fails to pique your interest? Lin Shanjuan found herself drawn closer, with no retreat left to her. Resolutely, she leaned in as well. It is merely that your Highness has not granted me permission. Were you to allow it, I would not be so restrained. Their gazes locked, and suddenly, Qi Zhaomian turned her head back to her own seat. It is good that you understand boundaries. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts, you are aware of the consequences. The enchanting atmosphere dissipated entirely, and Lin Shanjuan breathed a sigh of relief, opting not to respond further. The remainder of their journey passed in silence, Lin Shanjuan's drowsiness resurfacing as she swayed, nearly banging her head several times. Qi Zhaomian observed her, reflecting on how hard she had been working these past few days, rising early and retiring late. Perhaps allowing her to rest against her for a moment would not be unreasonable, considering it was ultimately for her own benefit. Yet, such indulgence could easily lead to complacency. Should Lin Shanjuan awaken to find herself resting against her, would she not revel in her triumph? After all, her previous remark, if your Highness permits, I would not be so restrained, certainly hinted at a desire to overstep. Torn in thought throughout the journey, Qi Zhaomian finally resolved to allow Lin Shanjuan to rest her head upon her shoulder when, Your Highness, the Prince, we have arrived. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and as Lin Shanjuan was about to lean into Qi Zhaomian, the latter suddenly felt a pang of panic, instinctively attempting to brace her. The door was nearly opened by shower, and in her haste, Qi Zhaomian inadvertently pushed Lin Shanjuan aside. Thud! Ouch! Ah! Lin Shanjuan's head collided with the carriage wall, the impact startling Shower, who was about to open the door. Lin Shanjuan, clutching her head, regained her senses and glanced at Qi Zhaomian, who was quickly retracting her hand, then looked at her own right arm, and finally wiped her forehead. The unspoken tension lingered thickly in the air. Qi Zhaomian's sharp gaze felt uncomfortable under scrutiny, and her fingers curled within her sleeve. This palace did not mean to. Lin Shanjuan continued to stare at her, and Qi Zhaomian felt a flicker of guilt. We have arrived. She intended to remind Lin Shanjuan that it was time to disembark, hoping to swiftly navigate past the awkward moment. Lin Shanjuan nodded. Indeed, my head nearly exited through the small window first. Her expression, rife with unexpressed grievances, elicited a laugh from Qi Zhaomian. the mirth blooming like an unexpected spring, though she quickly masked it with her hand. Yet Lin Shanjuan found it impossible to divert her gaze. Shower tapped on the carriage window. "Your Highness, Prince, we have arrived." The gentle call snapped both women back to reality. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her forehead as she pushed open the carriage door, leaping down before extending an arm to assist Qi Zhaomian. A conspicuous red mark adorned her forehead, and Qi Zhaomian could not resist glancing at it, which only made her want to laugh. She averted her gaze from Lin Shanjuan entirely. Lin Shanjuan thought to herself, "How unfair. Not only did you push me, but you also refused to acknowledge me, not even a glance. Was it because I was too restrained earlier? Does she secretly wish for me to act more boldly?" The two arrived not too late, coincidentally encountering several officials who were also arriving with their families, and naturally, they approached to greet Lin Shanjuan and Qi Zhaomian. "Lin Si, Your Highness Shi He." Lin Shanjuan positioned herself properly, dutifully following Qi Zhaomian and listening to their official banter. One could not deny that this princess exuded a leader's charisma, explaining why some elder courtiers harbored concerns over her potential to seize power. With a commanding presence and eloquent speech, should she possess the ability to sway public opinion, she would undoubtedly be a wise ruler. As Qi Zhaomian engaged in conversation, her peripheral vision caught Lin Shanjuan's expression of awe, seemingly entranced. Had she been struck dumb? Just moments ago, she had been sulking behind her, and now this. "Lin Si? Wait for me." The simultaneous calls yanked Lin Shanjuan back to reality. She turned to see Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu hurrying towards her. Bai Shu, being an outsider, found it inconvenient to reside within the princess's residence. Thus he had moved to the Qingjing bureau. Coincidentally, Qi Zhaomian's family also resided there, and they had taken to being neighbors, aiming to encourage each other to avoid tardiness. The outcome was evident. After a night of revelry, they had instead ensured one another's deep slumber. They hurriedly donned their garments and rushed out, spotting the princess's carriage from afar, fearing they might miss Lin Shanjuan and be unable to locate her once inside. Their shouts drew the attention of those nearby, and the womenfolk exchanged glances, their eyes following the two until they reached Lin Shanjuan and Qi Zhaomian. They had heard rumors that Princess Shi had chosen a female prince consort, yet word had it that this consort was grotesque, stout as an ox, and fierce as a demon. The ladies of the capital could not fathom the princess's choice. However, upon witnessing her today, how could one call her a demon? How could such a spirited and beautiful woman exist? Not only did she possess the delicate complexion of a lady with a slender waist, but she also exuded a bold and carefree demeanor. Particularly striking were her eyes, dark and bright, seemingly veiled in a mist that imbued her gaze with an alluring depth. Although both wore purple, one was tender while the other was composed, appearing remarkably well-matched. The beauty of His Highness the Princess need not be elaborated upon. This young woman is indeed striking. Indeed, who could dare to call her a demon? Such slander! The murmurs of admiration reached Qi Zhaomian's ears, prompting her to observe Lin Shanjuan's reaction to these praises. Yet Lin Shanjuan was oblivious to the comments around her, instead watching as the two men puffed with exertion. She whispered, "Keep your voices down. How come you are later than I am?" Qi Zhaomian's face flushed slightly. "I was out drinking with Vice Commander by last night and lost track of time." Bai Shu nodded in agreement. Yes, we were both nursing hangovers." As they looked up, the redness on Lin Shanjuan's forehead became even more pronounced. "Elder brother, what happened to your head?" Qi Zhaomian felt a flicker of guilt, walking ahead with her hands behind her back, not pausing to greet anyone as she entered. Shower hastily followed suit. Lin Shanjuan took a deep breath. "You two kept me worried sick." Qi Zhaomian quipped, "Worried red-faced?" Bai Shu added, "Looks like you bumped your head." Lin Shanjuan retorted, "Enough with the chatter." Qi Zhaomian had already entered, and Lin Shanjuan felt the stares from the surrounding ladies, making her uncomfortable. She pulled Bai Shu aside to whisper, "If the wine is so good, next time, invite me along." The two hesitated briefly, shaking their heads vigorously. Though they had merely gone out to drink, if the princess were to learn they had taken her to Taohua Tower, they would surely face dire consequences. Rebuffed, Lin Shanjuan's face scrunched in displeasure as she tossed her sleeve and strode ahead, prompting Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu to hastily follow. As they entered the main gate, a man and woman rode in on horseback. Upon spotting the princess's carriage, Yi Lang's eyes lit up, and he instinctively urged his horse forward to catch up. Wai Shi, noticing, pulled his arm. "Brother, Do not forget father's admonition. Sister-in-law is still in the carriage. Yi Lang's anticipation swiftly soured into impatience. I remember. I merely wish to confirm. Yi Shi, recalling the events of yesteryear, sighed. That is indeed the princess's carriage. With so many eyes around, brother, it would be best not to act rashly. Yi Lang tightened his grip on the reins, his expression darkening. I understand. Oh. Young General Yi and the princess have arrived. Truly a resolute youth, far more admirable than the pampered sons of nobility in the capital. Indeed, see how he carries himself, reminiscent of the old general. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Yi Lang sighed inwardly, adjusting his expression before dismounting to respond to the flattery of the other officials. The Yi family had long been known for producing valiant generals, their lineage rich in loyalty, having fought alongside the former emperor to establish their dominion, thus holding substantial prestige in court and drawing considerable attention. As the siblings presented themselves before the crowd, they were met with a steady stream of well-wishers even as they entered the Grand Tutor's residence. In stark contrast, Lin Shanjuan, seated beside Qi Zhaomian, found herself enveloped in a much quieter atmosphere. Everyone knew that courting favor with the neutral Yi family was advantageous, while the female prince consort appeared to be of lesser significance. Lin Shanjuan savored the exquisite wine within the Grand Tutor's residence, and though autumn had arrived, the weather remained pleasant, with a clear sky and soft clouds, making it quite enjoyable. Young General has achieved remarkable military feats. He is indeed the pillar of our Jing Kingdom. Indeed, the old general has a worthy successor. This is truly commendable. Yi Lang, surrounded by admirers, approached Lin Shanjuan, and upon hearing his name, curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to wish to glimpse the one who had captured Qi Zhaomian's heart. Her inquisitive demeanor did not escape Qi Zhaomian's notice, who teasingly asked, "What is it, Prince Consort? Do you wish to make his acquaintance?" Lin Shanjuan quickly composed herself, pressing closer to Qi Zhaomian. "Not at all, Your Highness. I merely wish to see what he looks like." As Yi Lang drew nearer, Qi Zhaomian's peripheral vision caught sight of him, and she caressed Lin Shanjuan's face tenderly, her eyes full of warmth. "Am I not sufficient to look at?" While Lin Shanjuan was well aware this was merely an act, and though she did catch a glimpse of the young general casting his gaze this way, she still found herself undeniably flattered. This woman possessed an infuriatingly gentle charm. That is sufficient, The pressure of Qi Zhaomian's hand on her face jolted Lin Shanjuan back from her reverie of pink bubbles. Not enough. It must be a daily occurrence, for I cannot gaze upon you enough. Only then did Qi Zhaomian withdraw her hand, and as she popped a grape into her mouth, her luscious lips parted and closed, almost prompting Yi Lang to rush over and embrace her. For countless days and nights, he had yearned for her. Though he had chosen to withdraw during their youth, he ultimately could not imagine life without her. Why she tugged at his arm, subtly shaking her head, before relinquishing her sister-in-law's hand to him. Sister-in-law is here for the first time. Brother, you should take her around. Yi Lang redirected his gaze, forcing a smile while suppressing his desire to look back, gripping his wife's hand tightly. Observing his hesitation and capitulation, Lin Shanjuan found him increasingly unappealing. He clearly had a wife yet continued to stare this way. How shameless could one be, glancing at what was on the table while coveting what was in the pot? Qi Zhaomian turned her head to regard Lin Shanjuan's expression of disdain. "What do you see?" Lin Shanjuan nearly blurted out, "Your ex-boyfriend," but quickly caught herself. "I was merely tired of this place. I shall take a stroll elsewhere." Qi Zhaomian, catching sight of the mark on her forehead, turned back. "Go ahead, but do return before the banquet begins." Lin Shanjuan took the cue and stood to leave. Chapter 43. National Day Celebration. Qi Zhaomian continued to watch her until she exited the garden, withdrawing her gaze only to ponder her earlier expression. It was likely one of disdain or contempt. She was undoubtedly observing Yi Lang, yet why did she display such sentiments upon their first encounter? Logically, she should harbor no aversion towards men, especially since Yi Lang possessed a rather handsome visage. It seemed improbable for her to exhibit such overt dislike at first sight. Could it be due to me? Having taken his seat, Yi Lang appeared somewhat distracted, his eyes frequently drifting in this direction. She seemed even slimmer than she had 5 years prior, yet her beauty remained striking, her demeanor markedly altered, exuding an air of newfound assertiveness. "Zhaomian, Zhaomian. That he had thought her forgettable, believing he could easily find substitutes for her in this world. Yet upon seeing her again, he realized that the moon above Tianshan was irreplaceable. She continued to tug at his heartstrings. This evident anomaly had already caught the attention of the young mistress, Qi, who swallowed her tea and slammed her jade cup onto the table. At noon, the banquet commenced. The male guests gathered in clusters, engaging in idle chatter from all corners of the realm, while in the rear garden of the Taisher mansion, groups of women conversed and laughed together. Lin Shanjuan, fatigued from accommodating sycophants, was unaware that the festivities had begun and sought refuge in a secluded courtyard to bask in the sun. Qi Zhaomian claimed the banquet was in honor of Lin Shanjuan, but his true intention was to draw closer to Yilang, hoping that Lin Shanjuan would choose to hide away, thus providing an opportunity to humiliate him, avenging the grievances of that day in court. "Where is the prince consort?" One individual raised his cup and scanned the surroundings. Yilang instinctively raised an eyebrow, casting a sharp glance at him. "Prince consort?" Qi Zhaomian smirked inwardly at his reaction. The young general may not be aware, but Her Highness the Princess has recently sought a female prince consort, even appointing her as an imperial inspector, hence the special invitation to this banquet. A female prince consort? Yilang's gaze darkened. 5 marriages in 5 years, and now gender no longer mattered? How utterly absurd. Noticing his growing anger, Qi Zhaomian realized his plan had taken root and began to ply Yilang with wine. It is said they are quite enamored with one another, but I beg to differ. Yilang's eyes glimmered with interest. "Pray, enlighten me further, Taisher." Qi Zhaomian twirled his cup, refraining from a direct answer, and leaned in to whisper. It is well known that the matter between Princess Shiha and the young general is common knowledge. Despite being a princess of the realm, she is still a woman, and once her heart is given, it is not so easily reclaimed. Yilang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qi Zhaomian recognized he had captured half of his belief and continued to pour more wine, weaving his narrative. She sat at the head of the women's banquet, observing the two engaged in low whispers, her heart growing colder. She had not anticipated that Yilang, who so despised political maneuvering, would now converse so amicably with a seasoned strategist. "Yilang, oh Yilang, how many more loathsome traits do you possess that I have yet to uncover?" Princess Shiha. A call brought Shihi back to focus, and she withdrew her gaze, not missing the flash of jealousy and resentment that flickered in Qing's eyes. His wife. "Having just arrived, I would like to propose a toast to your highness," Qing declared, raising her cup and downing its contents in one go. Seated beside her, Yishi had no time to intervene and felt too shy to meet Shi's gaze, merely tugging at her sleeve to signal her. Yet Qing was beyond caring. Did these two treat her as if she were air? They dared to gaze at each other in front of so many, and if she did not exhibit some semblance of displeasure, would she not risk being cast aside come morning? Shihi disregarded her display of defiance, lifting the tea poured by shower. "I am not fond of wine. I shall substitute it with tea." After all, this was a matter between the two of them. As women, there was no need to involve Qing, nor to humiliate her before so many others. Qi Zhaomian slowly finished her cup of tea, having accorded her sufficient courtesy, yet Qing dismissed it as mere obligation. "My young general has always enjoyed drinking, which is why we have come to know and love one another. Your Highness, however, seems to have lost the exquisite pleasure of wine." This statement was unmistakably clear. She mocked Shihi, not for her loss of enjoyment in drinking, but for having lost Yilang. "I am the only legitimate wife of Yilang," she emphasized. Yishi was utterly astonished, gripping Qing's hand tightly, shaking her head in a silent plea. Yet Qing could no longer contain herself, especially as she noted her husband's gaze increasingly drawn towards this direction. She understood he was not looking at her but rather at the princess. Unable to intervene further, Yishi felt too uncomfortable to remain seated and shamefully rose to excuse herself. Qing continued to stubbornly glare at Shihi. She was merely a neglected wife, her mind consumed solely by the young general, fueling her absurd courage to demand an explanation from Shihi. The other women present leaned in, their ears straining to catch the unfolding drama. Qi Zhaomian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she reopened them, not a shred of emotion remained in her gaze. On the afternoon she learned of Yilang's impending return, Qi Zhaomian found herself contemplating. She had heard he had achieved military success and had a gentle wife. If they were to cross paths, would she still feel that bitter ache within her heart, unable to meet his eyes? Yet now that this scenario had materialized, she realized she seemed indifferent. Indifferent to whether he was welcomed back in glory, indifferent to the character of his wife, who was purportedly gentle and virtuous. To put it plainly, ever since she laid eyes on He Qing, she had completely lost the desire to even glance at the two of them. For instance, at this moment, she scrutinized the face before her, which bore a hint of similarity to her own, and smirked derisively. Did he marry you and love you truly for who you are? If such words were to escape her lips, onlookers would surely mistake her for a street harpy, vying with He Qing for a man. Continuing to gaze upon the face filled with jealousy only aggravated her, so she stood up to leave the shower. Noticing this, hastily followed suit. Qi Zhaomian, provoked by such foolishness, felt her mood sour. Where is the prince consort? Go find her and inform her that the banquet has commenced. Shower, startled, nodded and hurried off to seek her out. He Qing clutched her cup in silence, and after a while, drained it of its chilled contents. The other women watched the spectacle unfold, whispering amongst themselves. Wei Lang, naturally, had seen her depart and felt a pang of urgency. Having consumed copious amounts of wine, coupled with the stirrings of his emotions, his regret began to bubble to the surface. Ji Shihan, keenly observing his thoughts, deliberately suggested, could it be that Her Highness has gone to the rear garden? That spot is usually quiet and unoccupied, a perfect place for solitude. Unoccupied, yet a place to find solace. Would it not allow him to converse with her for a few moments? Yi Lang felt a surge of anticipation, and Ji Shihan promptly provided him an out. I shall go check over there. The young general may proceed as he wishes. Yi Lang took the opportunity, bowing respectfully before leading two attendants towards the rear garden. He Qing glared at Yi Lang, incensed that he had not even spared her a glance before rushing after He. Chapter 44:5 years, merely in search of a woman with a mere resemblance to me? As Qi Zhan and Bai Shu sipped their wine and surveyed the ladies present, they were suddenly tugged at by Xiao Er. Bai Shu recognized her and whispered, Why are you not attending to His Highness in Qi Palace? What brings you here? Xiao Er bowed politely. His Highness has sent me to find the Duke and inform him that the banquet has commenced, yet he remains absent. Bai Shu nodded and turned around, only to realize that Lin Shanjuan had inexplicably vanished. He hastily pulled Qi Zhan. Have you seen Lin Si? Qi Zhan was equally perplexed, and the three of them hurriedly set off in search of Lin Shanjuan. At this very moment, Lin Shanjuan was comfortably nestled in a small swing, dozing off, attempting to recuperate from her early awakening that morning. The gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, and the soft bubbling of fish in the nearby pond created an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, a sharp, scornful voice abruptly shattered the peace. Which household do you belong to? You have neither maid nor escort. Could you be an interloper? Impudent. I am Yi Jiangjuan's daughter, Yi Shi. Do you dare to lie? Does the esteemed Yi Junju exhibit such boorishness? Throw her out. Lin Shanjuan frowned, her patience wearing thin as she observed the unfolding scene, muttering under her breath, How irritating! Annoyed, she rose, intending to find another place to rest. Unfortunately, the small courtyard seemed to rest atop the pond, with only one path for entry and exit, which was currently blocked by a raucous group of women. She sighed, trying to diminish her presence, hoping to slip by unnoticed. One sharp-eyed woman spotted Lin Shanjuan and called out, Who are you? Why do you not have a maid? Are you another intruder? Lin Shanjuan stood her ground. You may continue your ruckus. I merely wish to pass. A young maid, eager to assert herself, pushed against Yi, attempting to shove both women into the pond. The sudden turn of events caught Lin Shanjuan off guard. Instinctively, she grasped the person colliding with her, finding no support nearby. With a swift motion, she secured her grip on the nearest lady, using the leverage to steady herself. Although she and Yi avoided an embarrassing fall, the lady she had held onto could not escape the pond's embrace. Chaos erupted on the path as cries for help filled the air. Qi Zhan and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. As members of the Qing Si, they could not ignore a call for aid. Qi Zhan sprinted ahead and, upon spotting Lin Shanjuan, rushed towards her, excitedly exclaiming, Lin Si, we've been searching high and low for you. The pond was shallow, and the woman who had fallen was quickly assisted back to the bank by her fellow maids. Upon hearing the title, the women exchanged glances, uncertain whether to address Lin Shanjuan or Yi Shi. Lin Shanjuan, having recently assumed the role of imperial inspector, had garnered significant attention. Despite being ladies of the court, they had heard their husbands speak of her, recognizing her as a high-ranking official of the third grade. Feeling somewhat flustered, they hesitated. Lin Shanjuan released her grip, yet Yi Shi clung to her waist. Aware that prying eyes surrounded them, Lin Shanjuan urged, "My dear, you might want to let go now." Yi Shi, blushing and apologizing, quickly complied, saying, "My apologies, I panicked and forgot myself." Lin Shanjuan chose not to respond, her gaze sweeping over the other ladies. "It is rather amusing that I have only just taken office and nearly became my own first case." The ladies fell silent, their fear palpable, while the young maid trembled visibly. Lin Shanjuan offered a cryptic smile. "Since it seems I can no longer remain here, I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, ladies, but do take care not to fall in again." The women remained mute, their eyes fixated on the ground. Lin Shanjuan shot them a disdainful glance before exiting the courtyard, with Qi Zhaomian and the others following suit. "What business do you have with me?" Lin Shanjuan adjusted her sleeves, while Xiao Er, her expression fraught with urgency, replied, "The banquet has begun. His Highness sent me to find you. We have delayed for too long, and if we do not hurry, he may become displeased." Lin Shanjuan suddenly remembered Qi Zhaomian had indeed reminded her to return for the banquet. She had been so comfortable that she had completely forgotten. "Quickly, lead the way. We mustn't tarry." She maintained her seriousness for a fleeting moment, only to elicit laughter from the others at her frantic demeanor as they hurried towards the main banquet area. Xiao Er ran ahead, but before Lin Shanjuan and the others could catch up, she returned, sweat glistening on her brow. "His Highness is missing." "Missing? Where could he possibly be?" Lin Shanjuan glanced around, noting the bustling crowd, but failing to spot Qi Zhaomian. Xiao Er, growing anxious, added, "He was just here. How could he have vanished?" With so many people around and given Qi Zhaomian's vulnerability to assassination, Lin Shanjuan felt a twinge of concern. Time was of the essence. She furrowed her brow and instructed, "Qi Zhan, head north to inquire. Xiao Er, go west. By Shu, east. I shall proceed south. We will reconvene here in half an hour." The three complied and dispersed, while Lin Shanjuan made her way south, inquiring as she went. "Excuse me, have you seen His Highness Shihi?" "Yes, he seemed to have gone to the back garden." Lin Shanjuan nodded, following the direction indicated by the lady. The further she ventured, the more elusive he became. As doubt crept in, she spotted two guards stationed at the garden entrance. Noting that their armor did not belong to the Taisha residence, Lin Shanjuan kept her observations discreet and approached them. "Have you seen His Highness Shihi?" The guards hesitated momentarily before resolutely shaking their heads. "No." Lin Shanjuan saw through their facade, scratching her forehead. "I intend to enter and search for him. Do not impede my passage." The guards instantly tensed, blocking her path. "This is not a place for a lady. You must leave." In Lin Shanjuan's lexicon, there was no such thing as a forbidden place. Lacking the patience for further dialogue, she swiftly dealt with the two guards and stepped into the back garden. As fate would have it, after walking just a few paces, she heard Qi Zhaomian's cold voice. "It is indeed laughable. The young general has gone to such lengths to escape to the border, and for 5 long years, he sought only a woman with the faintest resemblance to me. The very thought makes me want to retch." Initially, she had intended to wait for Lin Shanjuan in the quieter back garden before entering the banquet, but when Lin Shanjuan and Xiao Er failed to arrive, Yilang unexpectedly appeared instead. He was visibly intoxicated, his face flushed and eyes brimming with tears as he spoke nonsensical words, refusing to let her leave. At that moment, she suddenly comprehended Ji Shihan's ulterior motives. This secluded garden, devoid of witnesses, could easily be misconstrued as a secret rendezvous, and should anyone take it upon themselves to discover them, neither she nor Yilang would be able to extricate themselves from the ensuing scandal. In such a case, Ji Shihan could use the pretext of enticing a married man back to his old flame to completely remove himself from the political arena. He truly had orchestrated a masterful scheme. Chapter 45. With a soft pop, Qi Zhaomian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Yet Yilang remained oblivious, continuing to pour out his heart. "Zhao Zhao, behind me lies the general's residence. Why past departure was not without its burdens." Lin Shanjuan had not intended to intervene directly. After all, the benefactor was entangled in emotional discourse with an ex-lover, and it would be most unseemly for her to intrude without cause. Her role was merely to remain vigilant outside, ready to whisk Qi Zhaomian away should anyone approach, leaving no room for gossip. However, upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but think, was this not the quintessential rhetoric of a scoundrel? Oh, the implication was clear. He expected Qi Zhaomian to comprehend his sentiments. What worth did he hold that warranted her 5 years of understanding? Unbeknownst to Qi Zhaomian, Lin Shanjuan had already arrived. She coldly shook her head. Your wife awaits you outside. At the very least, you should understand the need for discretion. Discretion. Wei Lang felt a pang in his heart, mistakenly believing Qi Zhaomian's reminder was rooted in jealousy over his marriage, which only fueled his irritation. Do you not know why I wed her? You may flit from one marriage to another in the capital, but am I not entitled to marry someone who bears even a hint of resemblance to you to ease my longing? Lin Shanjuan, hearing footsteps behind her, turned warily, only to find the stunned and sorrowful visage of the young general's legitimate wife. Oh dear, she scratched her face, feeling somewhat awkward about intervening. After all, having overheard such harsh words, what more could she possibly say? Could the young general truly utter even more hurtful remarks? She doubted it. Qi Zhaomian's voice turned colder, laced with resistance. Yi Lang, if you have married her, you must cherish her. I care not whom you wed, nor do I wish for you to concern yourself with whom I marry. As things stand, we each have our own wives. Let us not speak of such absurdities. She understood Yi Lang well. If she did not put an end to this conversation, he would not relent. Rather than allow this entanglement to become a latent threat, it was better to extinguish it outright. She had painstakingly navigated her way to this point, her future meticulously planned, leaving no room for even the slightest disturbance. Yi Lang shook his head vehemently. I did not marry her out of love, Zhao Zhao. You know whom I truly love. If you were to reconsider now, I could easily divorce her after a while. Lin Shanjuan. She stole a glance at the young general's wife, realizing that the phrase, nails embedded in flesh, had never been more apparent. This young general could indeed utter even more dreadful things. She believed it. After a while, Qi Zhaomian caught on to the trap he was attempting to lay, scoffing coldly, Yi Lang, I truly misjudged you from the start. Heartless and ungrateful, utterly despicable. The notion of after a while surely implied he wished for her to play the role of the mistress. How audacious of him! The rejection was unmistakable, and Lin Shanjuan grasped her intent. Coupled with the palpable resentment emanating from the young general's wife, she did not hesitate to stride over to Qi Zhaomian's side. Qi Zhaomian's slender figure turned away from her. The pale purple gown lent her an air of gentleness, yet it did not render her weak. She stood tall, resolute in casting aside this emotional burden, shattering it into fragments. Yi Lang was nearly in tears. Your heart is as hard as stone. How cruel! His gaze fell upon Lin Shanjuan, who approached with purpose, his anger intensifying. Lin Shanjuan moved directly to Qi Zhaomian's side, embracing her. The latter was startled, but upon recognizing her, she relaxed. With Lin Shanjuan's presence, even if someone were to arrive at that moment, there would be no chance for rumors to circulate regarding any discord between her and Yi Lang. She is neither heartless nor cruel. She simply knows how to distinguish people, Lin Shanjuan continued, recalling Yi Lang's earlier comments about being a substitute, which ignited her fury. Does the young general seek out his wife to drunkenly vent his frustrations while conversing with my lady? Yi Lang, panting with rage, despised this unexpected interruption of his heartfelt confession, especially since she was the rightful consort, and particularly because she was holding onto Qi Zhaomian so tightly. His gaze locked onto her hand around Qi Zhaomian's waist, gritting his teeth. Release her at once. No woman should be touched in such a manner. Lin Shanjuan let out a cold laugh, sensing Qi Zhaomian was about to speak again. She tightened her embrace, signaling that everything would be handled by her. This rare display of firmness rendered Qi Zhaomian momentarily dazed. Whether it was due to Lin Shanjuan being her consort or simply the bond between women, she found herself less averse to being held. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude for the support she was receiving. She is mine. I need not seek your permission to do as I please, Lin Shanjuan declared. Yi Lang clenched his fists tightly. I am discussing past romantic escapades with Zhao Zhao. I advise you to leave at once. Lin Shanjuan smirked. her words unyielding. What value do past experiences hold? If you wish to reminisce fondly, so be it. We have no need for such things, can't you see that? Moreover, if you wish to discuss romantic matters, I, too, would like to listen. Should there be anything worth learning, I will gladly take note, so I can regale her with tales for the rest of my life. Yi Lang had never been so insulted. Lin Shanjuan's words served as a constant reminder that the one who would accompany Qi Zhaomian through life would be her, not him. Why? Yi Lang stepped forward. I shall say this once more. Release her. Who is he threatening? Qi Zhaomian furrowed her brows, about to admonish him when Lin Shanjuan suddenly grasped her chin, turning her face. In an instant, Lin Shanjuan's visage loomed closer, blurring in Qi Zhaomian's sight. Finally, her lips met something equally soft. With a firm kiss upon Qi Zhaomian's lips, the tranquil garden resonated with a loud pop. Qi Zhaomian was taken aback, momentarily stunned into silence. I have not only embraced her, I have kissed her. What do you intend to do about it? Her rebellious spirit was undeniable. Yi Lang's fury surged, as he lunged forward with intent. You seek death. Lin Shanjuan stepped back, shielding Qi Zhaomian behind her, then raised her foot to meet Yi Lang's punch, sending him staggering back. Assessing Yi Lang's capabilities, she turned to reassure Qi Zhaomian, her eyes glinting with mischief. I will handle this. Wait for me. Yi Lang, a soldier forged in battle, was formidable. Given the disparity in their sizes, Qi Zhaomian instinctively grasped Lin Shanjuan's wrist, worried for her slender consort. You? Lin Shanjuan noticed her apprehension. Then, how about you cheer me on? If I win, you must take me out for a feast. A feast? Did she mean a banquet? With confidence brimming, Qi Zhaomian relaxed her grip, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well. Once reserved solely for herself, her gentle smile was now shared with another, igniting Yi Lang's jealousy, which boiled over. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Lin Shanjuan, targeting her vital points. Yet, Lin Shanjuan had faced countless life-and-death situations in her 26 years. Chapter 46. May I sleep on your bed? Since she became an assassin at the tender age of 13, she has spent the subsequent 13 years grappling with life and death on a daily basis. Although Yi Lang exudes an aura of military ferocity and possesses formidable strength, he still lacks the finesse in lethal techniques. Soon, Qi Zhaomian realized that her concerns were somewhat unfounded. The last time she heard Yu Lu speak of Lin Shanjuan's ruthless and decisive nature, she now witnessed firsthand that Lin Shanjuan's methods truly warranted such descriptions. Her strength was on par with Yi Lang's as they exchanged blows. Yet Lin Shanjuan employed clever parries that redirected Yi Lang's fierce punches into trees and onto the ground. Yi Lang gradually became disoriented in his techniques, while Lin Shanjuan remained composed, her hair untouched by the fray. Seizing the moment, she delivered a swift kick to the back of Yi Lang's neck, causing him to crumple to the ground. Lin Shanjuan stood triumphantly, and He Qing, hidden in the woods, could no longer contain herself, rushing to Yi Lang's side and cradling him in her arms. Lin Shanjuan paid little mind to this display of infatuation, quickly approaching Qi Zhaomian with enthusiasm. We won. Let us indulge in some delicious food. Qi Zhaomian's surprise gradually subsided as she observed Lin Shanjuan's once furious expression soften, and suddenly an idea flickered through her mind. Perhaps Lin Shanjuan was not merely a pawn of others, but rather a treasure she had stumbled upon herself. All right, she replied with a smile, genuinely pleased. Lin Shanjuan felt an inexplicable warmth on her cheeks. Qi Zhaomian's smile seemed to be a compliment that threatened to unveil her pride. The harmony between them stung He Qing, who, with indignation, called out, Stop! Though he has been my husband for 5 years, I know his heart belongs to you. How can you be so cruel? Qi Zhaomian froze as anger simmered within her. Cruel? It was she who had been abandoned and betrayed, while he basked in success with a virtuous wife by his side, yet the scorn still fell upon her. Lin Shanjuan, however, was quicker to anger, her modern sensibilities fueling her indignation. Are you truly so shameless that you would defend a man who has forsaken you? How dare you criticize Qi Zhaomian? Who is the real heartbreaker here? And you, a mere substitute seeking to climb higher, should be grateful for the facade others have afforded you. Have you forgotten your own current standing while you champion him? Her emotions flared, spittle flying as she spoke, and Qi Zhaomian, initially furious, found herself less agitated at the sight of Lin Shanjuan's fervor. Outside, a commotion stirred. Lin Shanjuan grew wary, realizing that if they were discovered, unsavory rumors would surely follow. Qi Zhaomian had a past with Yilang, and should they be seen together, it would lead to even more complications. Yilang would suffer no repercussions, but Qi Zhaomian could not afford such a fate. With no time to explain, Lin Shanjuan seized Qi Zhaomian's hand and dashed toward the wall. "You!" Qi Zhaomian exclaimed, lifting her skirt to keep pace, the sudden rush of panic and quickening heartbeat leaving her momentarily dazed. "We must hurry. Someone is approaching," Lin Shanjuan urged, reaching the wall and without hesitation, lifted Qi Zhaomian into her arms. "Step on my shoulders to climb up. This is the only way out." Qi Zhaomian steadied herself, aware of who was coming. Though she valued propriety, in a crisis, she was willing to set aside convention. Nodding, she climbed up, placing her toes on Lin Shanjuan's shoulders. Lin Shanjuan leapt up to the wall, hoisting herself over with agility and landing gracefully in the adjacent courtyard. "Come, Qi Zhaomian, I can hold you." She spread her arms wide, her clear eyes devoid of any ulterior motives, only urgency. With no other choice, Qi Zhaomian shut her eyes and jumped. Lin Shanjuan kept her promise, catching her securely and gently placing her on the ground. Qi Zhaomian's heart raced, her surroundings still fraught with trepidation. Lin Shanjuan knelt down, smoothing Qi Zhaomian's disheveled skirt, ensuring everything was in order before brushing off the dust from her own attire. Qi Zhaomian watched her intently, noticing the frown on Lin Shanjuan's face and instinctively asking, "What is it?" Lin Shanjuan, still frowning, replied, "It's a fine garment, now soiled." Thinking it a trivial matter, Qi Zhaomian couldn't help but chuckle, tugging at the wrinkles on Lin Shanjuan's shoulder. "It's merely clothing. I can easily have someone make you another." Her unintentional kindness was disarming, causing Lin Shanjuan to scratch her ear, quickly redirecting the conversation. "Shall we depart?" Qi Zhaomian retracted her hand and nodded with a smile. "Very well." From the next room, a cacophony erupted, with indistinct shouts of, "Quickly take the Major General to rest in the room," and requests for the physician, creating a chaotic scene. Qi Zhaomian suddenly let out a soft, delicate laugh, which Lin Shanjuan noticed, unable to suppress her own amusement. This was a significant favor done for the benefactor. Surely, she would value me more. A return home was imminent. Qi Zhaomian had never anticipated that this matter would resolve so swiftly. Not only had she bested the arrogant Yilang, but also chastised the foolish He Qing, causing the meticulously plotted schemes of Ji Shihan to backfire. And she, having expelled all her pent-up frustrations, left that den of discord with her dignity intact. Now, on the first day of the Major General's return to the capital, he lay inebriated within the residence of the Ji Grand Tutor, his face stained with tears, while his wife appeared equally disheveled. Such a disgraceful affair would undoubtedly be witnessed by the Ji Grand Tutor, and the proud Yi General would surely hold Ji Shihan accountable. All of this was undeniably due to Lin Shanjuan. As time passed, Qi Zhaomian's heartbeat had long since steadied, her tone still lifted with exhilaration. "Lin Shanjuan, you have rendered me a great service. If there is anything you desire, it shall be rewarded." Lin Shanjuan's eyes sparkled. She had no particular wants, but with winter approaching, sleeping on the ground was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. "May I request to sleep on your bed?" Qi Zhaomian paused, furrowing her brow at the audacity of the request. It was evident that Lin Shanjuan had not considered the implications of her words, yet the mere sound of them left an impression. Who would seek such a reward? Did she wish for her own demise? Having spent some time together, Qi Zhaomian had grown somewhat accustomed to Lin Shanjuan's unconventional thought process, and instead of reacting with anger, she inquired for a rationale. Lin Shanjuan sensed an opportunity and quickly began to massage her arms and shoulders. "It will soon be winter. How cold it is to sleep on the ground. Fear not, I am a very orderly sleeper. I assure you, I will not disturb you." Having just been aided in a significant manner, Qi Zhaomian hesitated to refuse her request, questioning whether it would be inappropriate to decline after having just offered rewards. Yet, she truly did not wish to share her bed with anyone else. After much contemplation, she proposed a compromise. Why not sleep in the side room instead? Lin Shanjuan was not picky. As long as there was a bed, she readily agreed. That very night, she prepared bedding and carried it to the adjacent room, even managing to wave goodbye to Qi Zhaomian with one hand, her demeanor betraying no sense of reluctance. Qi Zhaomian was uncertain of her own feelings. All she knew was that from this night onward, The incessant chatter of an unwelcome presence before sleep would no longer disrupt her, and she found herself feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the newfound silence. Chapter 47. Stepping out without informing the princess after enduring the long wait until the second day of rest, Lin Shanjuan recalled her previous promise to Qi Ili. Should there be a day off, she would pay him a visit. With this thought in mind, she changed her attire and prepared to leave. However, such matters were not easy to discuss with Qi Zhaomian. Firstly, she had no suitable excuse, and secondly, Qi Zhaomian was always meticulously observing the etiquette surrounding Qi Ili. Instead of aiding her, she found herself unwilling to seek him out for a drink. The more she pondered, the more she felt it was best to remain silent. Knowing that Qi Zhaomian typically occupied the study at this hour, she decided to take the path through the small garden where she exercised each morning. Yet, just as she emerged from the artificial hill, she spotted Qi Zhaomian seated gracefully in the pavilion, draped in a cloak. Her feet reacted faster than her mind, and she promptly turned to escape through another route, but it was already too late. Prince Consort, Her Highness has summoned you to respond. Lin Shanjuan thought to herself. "Oh, brain of mine, conjure a good excuse swiftly." She approached Qi Zhaomian slowly. "Good morning, Your Highness." Qi Zhaomian glanced at her with mild indifference. "Where is Jewer headed?" Lin Shanjuan scratched her face awkwardly. "Isn't it you who is admiring the scenery here?" "I thought I might stroll in another courtyard." Qi Zhaomian's gaze lingered on her attire, which was as exquisite as what she had worn to the last banquet. "Oh, wear such finery for mere exercise." It was a blatant lie. "Ah, I see. Then, dear Prince Consort, why not simply exercise here? I am quite curious about your early morning activities." Having already exercised earlier, Lin Shanjuan felt cornered. I would not mind being interrupted," Qi Zhaomian interjected, cutting off her excuse. Lin Shanjuan chuckled awkwardly. Then, shall I begin?" Qi Zhaomian maintained a poised smile. "Feel free." Lin Shanjuan closed her eyes, letting go of her inhibitions. Qi Zhaomian watched her attempt unfamiliar movements, alternating between lying down and bending over, increasingly reluctant to continue observing. None of her actions appeared dignified. Was she merely jesting at her own expense? "Continue, Prince Consort," she suddenly stood. "I shall go have breakfast." Since they had begun sleeping in separate chambers, their rising times diverged. More often than not, Lin Shanjuan would hastily consume a simple breakfast before heading straight to the Qingjing department. Thus they no longer shared meals together. Feigning to see her off, Lin Shanjuan watched as Qi Zhaomian turned past the hill and, once the coast was clear, quickly made her way out. Qi Zhaomian observed her hurried demeanor, her eyes darkening. "Follow her. See what she is up to." "Yes." Lin Shanjuan rode directly to the palace, oblivious to anyone trailing behind her. With her waist token, she passed through the halls unobstructed and announced her arrival to the inner chambers. Qi Ili had anticipated her visit and was already waiting inside. Upon hearing that she had indeed arrived, he quickly sprang up to greet her. "Lin Aiqing, come in." He beckoned her eagerly. "I knew you would come today. Ive had food and drink prepared. Truly, you are a confidant." Lin Shanjuan stepped inside, and once the attendant dismissed all the palace servants, he closed the door and stood watch. She casually found a chair and sat down. "Don't mention it. I initially intended to sneak out, even taking a roundabout way, only to end up right in front of your sister." Qi Ili's expression fell. "Ah? Does that mean my imperial sister knows you came to find me for a drink?" Lin Shanjuan waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. I'm quite clever. I got her to leave before I came." The inner guard, who had been secretly observing the prince consort's every move from the rooftop, thought. Today, it seems the prince consort cannot escape calamity. "Prince consort, I got her to leave before I came." Qi Ili nodded vigorously. "I certainly know Lin Aiqing is resourceful. You must have easily sent my sister away." Inner guard, it appears His Majesty is also inescapably bound. "Let us not dwell on that, you." Just as Lin Shanjuan was about to engage in small talk, her gaze fell upon the towering stack of papers on his desk, prompting her to shift topics. "Are you busy today?" Qi Ili followed her gaze and grimaced. "Oh, it's nothing urgent. Those aren't official memorials to be dealt with. The actual documents are with my sister. She will only bring them to me after she has reviewed them." Lin Shanjuan inquired. "Then what are those?" Qi Ili chuckled awkwardly. "What my sister left for me last time. A punishment to copy." Calculating in her mind, Lin Shanjuan noted it had been over 10 days since then and looked at him in astonishment. It has been so long and you still… Qi Zhaomian raised his hand in exasperation. I feel like my hand has become deformed. I've been transcribing until deep into the night. Lin Shanjuan regarded him with pity. How much do you have left to copy? Qi Zhaomian sighed. Alas, probably another 2 days' work. But my sister will arrive tomorrow, and she will surely inspect it. Lin Shanjuan pondered, scratching her chin. How about I help you write? Qi Zhaomian's eyes brightened at the suggestion, but then hesitated. But you've come to the palace with such difficulty. It's really not a problem. My sister will only punish me by making me copy something else. Why not indulge ourselves instead? Oh, you dare to think so? Lin Shanjuan glanced at the papers, feeling overwhelmed. If you get punished again, how long will it take? Share some with me. Let us write together, and then we won't have to face any further penalties. Though Qi Zhaomian lamented the lost opportunity to revel in merriment, the looming threat of punishment for copying loomed larger, and he ultimately yielded to his trepidation of Qi Zhaomian, instructing the attendant to fetch 2 sheets from the desk. The two sat side by side, each taking turns to copy the regulations of royal etiquette. Lin Shanjuan's penmanship was commendable. However, her experience with the brush was limited. Fortunately, the original owner of her body retained some muscle memory, and her occasional artistic endeavors kept her from being entirely unskilled. As she attempted to emulate Qi Zhaomian's handwriting, her pace was not particularly swift, and soon the chamber was enveloped in a silence so profound that a needle could be heard falling. Their thoughts became entirely consumed by the paper and ink. As the sun shifted, the morning slipped away unnoticed. Princess's residence, flowing pavilion. Qi Zhaomian sat in contemplation beneath the corridor, gazing into the pond before her. The events that transpired at the Grand Preceptor's residence played back like a revolving lantern in her mind, refusing to fade. Although 5 days had passed, recalling it still made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The sensation of Lin Shanjuan's arm around her waist and that sudden kiss were experiences she had never encountered before. Despite her consecutive marriages, the nights of consummation were typically orchestrated to render her unconscious, providing only a concoction of sedatives to create a fade and muddle the truth. Even during her youthful affection with Yilang, their interactions were limited to enjoying flowers and chatting, bound by their respective statuses and etiquette, never crossing the bounds of intimacy. Yet Lin Shanjuan seemed unbound by such rules, brazenly pressing her down on the bed on their wedding night, and now repeating such audacity was utterly infuriating. Nevertheless, she could understand that Lin Shanjuan's actions were driven by the need to repel Yilang's affections. Perhaps she herself bore no feelings in the matter. The intimacy displayed before others was a rule established from the beginning, and perhaps it was not so objectionable after all. Chapter 48. Dining with the princess for the past 5 days, she had been entangled in how to address this matter, yet she remained indecisive. Yu Lu stood behind her, observing as her expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. After much hesitation, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Is there something troubling your highness? Might I be of assistance in alleviating your concerns?" Qi Zhaomian regained her composure, uncertain of how to articulate the situation to Yu Lu, and simply shook her head. "It is but a trivial matter. There is nothing of significance to discuss." Yu Lu retreated to his previous position, and Qi Zhaomian scattered a few fish pellets. "Have there been any updates from those dispatched to follow her?" Yu Lu shook his head, recalling an urgent matter, and produced a letter from his bosom. "There is no news yet, but there has been progress regarding the investigation into Huang Yu." "Huang Yu?" Qi Zhaomian took the letter, while Yu Lu discreetly stepped aside. A gentle breeze rustled the pages, which were filled to the brim with detailed information. However, after patiently reading through the extensive characteristics attributed to Huang Yu, Qi Zhaomian was further convinced of her suspicions. Lin Shanjuan was not Huang Yu. It was likely that she had only recently taken Huang Yu's place, which explained why no one had yet discerned the stark contrast in her temperament. Regrettably, the maidservant who had attended to Huang Yu had been poisoned, leaving no means to verify further details. If Lin Shanjuan was indeed responsible for the poisoning, what could have compelled her to commit such an act? Was it to silence someone? Countless speculations formed and dissipated in Qi Zhaomian's mind as she sat by the pond for an extended period, pondering until the sun began to set, at which point a guard accompanying Lin Shanjuan returned, momentarily halting her contemplation. "Your Highness, the prince has gone to the imperial palace today," spending the entire day transcribing texts with His Majesty, and has not visited any other locations. This is all I have gathered from my eavesdropping. To the imperial palace. Why the need for secrecy regarding a meeting with Qi Zhaomian remained silent as she accepted the materials from the guard and, after scrutinizing the contents, suddenly let out a cold laugh. She has returned? The guard's scalp prickled with unease. Not yet. The prince is still transcribing. Qi Zhaomian clenched the note in her palm, her expression darkening slightly. The thought of the two plotting together that day, was it concerning their meeting today? She lost interest in feeding the fish. Let us return to the residence. Yulu stared in astonishment at the swift change in her demeanor, hesitant to inquire further. He simply nodded and followed. As Qi Zhaomian walked ahead, she turned back to instruct Xiao Er. When the prince returns, just Xiao Er strained to listen, considering for a moment before irritably turning back. Forget it. She and Lin Shanjuan were merely utilizing each other. They had agreed that neither would interfere in the other's affairs, maintaining only the facade of a marital bond. Why should she breach the agreement and meddle in Lin Shanjuan's actions? Imperial study. As dusk descended, Lin Shanjuan's hand had long grown numb, and upon finishing the final stroke, she tossed the brush aside. Qi fared little better. Having completed his portion first, he had assisted Lin Shanjuan with a small part, yet now his eyes were devoid of life, prompting Lin Shanjuan to associate his appearance with the notion of a ruler neglecting morning court. Lin Jia, we are now bonded in adversity, no. We are sworn brothers. Lin Shanjuan chuckled at his simplistic designation, massaging her aching hand. You ought to behave yourself henceforth, lest you find yourself punished again. Qi rested his head on the writing table, frowning and sighing heavily. If I could dictate my sister's actions, we would not be in this predicament. Suddenly, he lifted his head. Alternatively, you might persuade my sister. Perhaps do not say perhaps, Lin Shanjuan interrupted. Am I capable of influencing her? You think too highly of me. Qi expression fell. I had thought your sister would heed your words. Lin Shanjuan attempted to envision the scenario he described but shook her head after a moment. I cannot even begin to imagine. I am but a puppet in her hands. Qi sighed once more that at least this hurdle had been crossed. He straightened and announced, the hour grows late. I shall summon someone to prepare a meal. You should eat and return quickly. Lin Shanjuan glanced at the sky. No, I have been out all day. If I do not return for dinner, and she inquires, I will have no answer. I shall head back first. Qi made no further attempt to stop her but, as she departed the imperial study, he pitifully clung to the doorframe, pleading, sister-in-law, do visit me again on your next day. Off the term sister-in-law nearly caused Lin Shanjuan to stumble in shock as she looked at Qi, who wore a sincere expression and waved at her with a handkerchief. Before she could respond, her horse, ever perceptive, darted back towards the palace. The distance between the palace and the princess's residence was not great, and Lin Shanjuan arrived at the princess's residence in the time it took to burn half a stick of incense. Though she had partaken of some tea and snacks earlier, the day's labor, both mental and physical, left her instinctively drawn to the kitchen upon catching the aroma of food. Qi Zhaomian had just picked up a pair of chopsticks to eat some greens when she glanced at the darkening sky for the third time and asked Xiao Er, has the prince not returned yet? Xiao Er peered outside nervously, replying to your highness, he has not. Qi Zhaomian took a deep breath, resolutely placing her chopsticks on the table. Let us clear the table. Although she had dined alone in the past, she had grown accustomed to sharing meals with Lin Shanjuan during this time. The absence of her hearty appetite made her feel somewhat disoriented. Typically, watching Lin Shanjuan eat heartily would stimulate her own appetite, but with this small source of entertainment absent today, her hunger noticeably waned. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she wondered why Lin Shanjuan had yet to return. Would she not return for the night? Such impropriety was unacceptable. If others were to see her leaving the palace so early, would it not provide them with ammunition against her? Qi Zhaomian's brow furrowed even deeper as she resolved in her mind to add a stipulation to their agreement. No staying out overnight. Just then, Lin Shanjuan leaped into the room. Has the princess dined already? Oh no, she had returned late. Xiao Er hesitated momentarily, but Qi Zhaomian raised an eyebrow. Xiao Er, there is no need to clear the table. Xiao Er sighed in relief and stepped back, standing respectfully at a distance. Lin Shanjuan wore a look of delight, hurriedly washing her hands before sitting down to eat. Qi Zhaomian, seeing her lack of intention to explain, snorted coldly. causing Lin Shanjuan to startle and sheepishly set down her chopsticks. Quickly, she poured a cup of tea for Qi Zhaomian. Might the princess join me for a bite? Qi Zhaomian accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip before setting it down to inquire, where did the prince spend his day wandering? Lin Shanjuan was unprepared with an excuse, feeling somewhat guilty. She was about to fabricate a reason when Qi Zhaomian added, this is not a matter of interference. It is merely that you are my prince. If you spend your days out and return only at night, it may invite gossip. My inquiry is simply to avoid being subjected to undue scrutiny alongside you. Chapter 49. I am not allergic to Qi Zhaomian's cosmetics. Why explain so much? Lin Shanjuan thought quickly. Clearly she cared deeply, yet spoke at length to assert her indifference. In truth, she was undoubtedly quite concerned. What was it that bothered her? After dismissing several conjectures, she tentatively approached Qi Zhaomian. Is it because I wasn't home to keep you company, Your Highness, that you were upset? Unaware that her thoughts had been accurately discerned, yet still wishing to resist, Qi Zhaomian retorted, Prince Consort, do not overestimate your own importance. Does this palace truly require your company? Addressing me as Prince Consort, have I made a misjudgment? Shower, standing opposite her, quickly nodded subtly to signal her. Receiving the hint, Lin Shanjuan felt emboldened and drew her chair closer. I did indeed stray a bit far today. How about next time I spend the entire day with you at home? Ah, the intimacy displayed in public, I comprehend. Qi Zhaomian swallowed hard, remaining indifferent to Lin Shanjuan's approach. I have already stated it is not because of that. Lin Shanjuan detected an air of stubbornness in her words and could not help but chuckle, though she quickly suppressed it upon meeting Qi Zhaomian's fierce gaze. Very well, very well. Regardless of the reason, it is still my fault. Your Highness, being magnanimous, grant me this one reprieve. I shall surely return early next time, if you will allow it. Her attitude of contrition was somewhat acceptable, and Qi Zhaomian cast her a sidelong glance, relenting. There is no point in further discussion. Let us dine. Lin Shanjuan exhaled with relief, having successfully navigated that hurdle, and promptly began serving her dishes with great attentiveness. Qi Zhaomian remained motionless. I have already finished eating. Though she claimed to have finished, she did not explicitly refuse, prompting Lin Shanjuan to cheerfully continue. Then do stay and share a bit more with me. This looks delectable. Do try it. Observing Lin Shanjuan busily serving herself, Qi Zhaomian suspected her actions were more for her own enjoyment, for her gaze was fixated on the food. Though this individual lacked decorum, she was not entirely unyielding and even showed signs of vulnerability. Ultimately, assisting in transcribing documents seemed a minor transgression. She eventually picked up her chopsticks and took small bites, transforming the usually quiet Chaoshi Hall into a lively scene. This is truly delicious. A dream dish. You must try this as well. Wow, one should not speak while eating. Such silence is unreasonable. Quickly, do taste it. Acceptable. That is rather understated. Your assessment is far too modest. If you enjoy this, I cannot believe it is merely acceptable. You are a bit noisy. I am not noisy. You eat. Lin Shanjuan's official position did not require her to attend morning court daily, yet she still needed to report to the Qingjing Bureau each day. Previously, she would delay until the last possible moment to rise for her morning exercises, hastily grabbing a bun before departing. However, today, in her rush towards the kitchen, she happened to pass by Chaoshi Hall, where Qi Zhaomian was also preparing to dine. Shower, well aware of the princess's sentiments, smiled and greeted her. Your Highness specifically instructed the chef to prepare your favorite delicacies. Qi Zhaomian paused momentarily but did not correct her. Lin Shanjuan nodded and called out to Qi Zhaomian inside, Good morning, Your Highness. Before the smile could fully grace Qi Zhaomian's lips, she turned to shower. All right, I shall take it with me shortly. There is no time to lose. I must be off. You all enjoy your meal. Upon finishing her words, she snatched a food box from the table, slinging it over her arm and dashing away with such speed that Shower could not stop her. Oh no! Cautiously glancing at Qi Zhaomian, Shower found her rising with a stormy expression. Withdraw. Shower sighed, Tomorrow, I shall rise early to awaken the prince consort. Lin Shanjuan hurriedly made her way into the Qingjing Bureau, deliberately avoiding Lu Feng, who relentlessly pursued her with reminders. Though Lu Feng was commendable in many respects, he was exceedingly pedantic and rigid. She had been subjected to his incessant admonitions about the dignity of Lin Si reflecting the dignity of Your Highness, so please pay attention to your demeanor. to the point where she now viewed Lu Feng's features with an air of disdain. Lin Si, Bai Shu approached. The documents submitted today are all here. Lin Shanjuan took her seat, casting a glance over the mountain of documents on the table while nibbling on her food. Reports of General Li's concubine's cat going missing, the housekeeper of the Duchess stealing a sapling, and the scandal of the Duchess and her junior wife engaging in a fierce brawl. Upon reaching the 10th volume, she could no longer endure it and looked up at Qi Zhaomian. In such a vast capital, are the cases submitted to the Qingjing Bureau each day truly limited to these trivial matters between wives and concubines? Bai Shu replied helplessly, at least this is the capital. What major cases could there possibly be? Finding little interest, Lin Shanjuan set it aside and opened another. The Madam of Cassian Tower conspires with 5 courtesans to murder. The Minister of Rights? Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brow, raising her head in confusion. What kind of place is Cassian Tower? What does red card mean? With a brothel involved, could it be a brothel? 5 courtesans plotting against a minister? How audacious! Qi Zhaomian explained, Cassian Tower is the most renowned brothel in the capital, and the red card refers to courtesans who sell their talents and bodies. Bai Shu leaned forward, thinking she was intrigued and offering, Your Excellency, we know about this matter. Would you like us to elaborate? Lin Shanjuan felt overwhelmed by the cramped text and found the madam excessively frugal. As if she were skimping on paper for her petitions, she set it aside. You explain? These characters are making my head spin. Bai Shu nodded. Lord Du's wife passed away long ago, and he has not remarried, keeping only one favored concubine. After he failed to return home for several consecutive days, this concubine took her housekeeper to search for him, only to find him at the largest brothel in the capital, Cassian Tower, but alas, he had already passed away in bed. Lin Shanjuan, does he not understand the concept of knowing one's limits? Qi Zhaomian chuckled, while Bai Shu sighed, in truth, it is entirely his own fault. The madam advised him several times, but he would not heed her counsel, resulting in, due to this incident, the courtesans who served him at Cassian Tower have not taken clients for 2 days. Lin Shanjuan sensed something amiss and shot him a glance. You seem quite well informed? Bai Shu's face flushed. I merely understand the case. Lin Shanjuan remained non-committal, glancing at the pile of documents before her, finding nothing particularly captivating. Most were disputes that could easily be resolved by a neighborhood committee. Just write the hand over to Lu Feng. Let us go to Cassian Tower. The 3 changed their attire and rode on horseback to Cassian Tower. The moment they arrived, the guards recognized the embroidered eagle robes and promptly summoned the madam to greet them. Before long, a middle-aged woman, exuding a charming demeanor, approached with a giggle. Oh, it is the esteemed officials from the Qingjing Bureau. I apologize for my tardiness. I kept you waiting for quite some time. Lin Shanjuan was momentarily overwhelmed by the heavy scent of rouge that assailed her senses, and she could not help but sneeze. A hush fell over the group as Bai Shu awkwardly explained, Our Lin Si is allergic to cosmetics. Chapter 50, The Brothel Keeper. Forced cooperation. The brothel keeper glanced at Lin Shanjuan, whose appearance was indeed devoid of any embellishment. His stiff countenance softened slightly as he managed to smile. Gentlemen, if you have matters to discuss, please follow me inside. With that, she led the way, guiding the 3 into the establishment. Bai Shu, standing behind Lin Shanjuan, whispered, My lord, you must endure this. The air here is thick with the scent of cosmetics. Shall I fetch you a nose plug? Lin Shanjuan gently shook his head. I merely dislike the overpowering fragrance that clings to her. Bai Shu, still visibly anxious, pondered for a moment before offering an example to support his assertion. I quite enjoy the scent of Qi Zhaomian. It does not provoke my allergies at all. Bai Shu's face paled in horror, and he hurriedly covered his ears, exclaiming, My lord, speak more softly when mentioning the princess's name. Should anyone overhear such irreverent words, it would be a grave offense. Lin Shanjuan sighed and nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, an official from the court had met with foul play. Those women had not only ceased receiving clients, but had been gathered together for ease of summoning. Before Lin Shanjuan could step inside, he was met with the shrill sounds of several women arguing, the cause of their dispute unclear, yet their crude language was most unbecoming. Irritated, Lin Shanjuan rubbed his temples, already feeling a sense of aversion before even entering. The brothel keeper, adept at reading the room, noted his discomfort and forced a smile as she stepped inside. only for the trio to hear even sharper shouts emanating from within, the words more cutting than before. Lin Shanjuan turned to his companions, both wearing expressions of dread. Bai Shu hesitated, stepping back behind Lin Shanjuan. "Boss, you going first?" Lin Shanjuan. In mere moments, the brothel keeper emerged, her face a mask of forced cheerfulness, her demeanor a stark contrast to before. "My lord, please." Lin Shanjuan offered an awkward smile, steadied himself, and entered with the two men in tow. The room was unexpectedly quiet, casting doubt on the earlier cacophony. Upon seeing Lin Shanjuan, several women brightened, instinctively gravitating towards him, their professional habits kicking in. Having been in this line of work for so long, they were accustomed to all manner of older men, yet encountering such a beautiful young man was a first for them. They assumed that their madam had finally allowed them to entertain clients again and hurriedly sought to showcase their skills to Lin Shanjuan. The brothel keeper's expression darkened, and she barked, "You little harlots. Pay closer attention. This is the Imperial Inspector from the Qingjing Division. He has come to investigate the case of Lord Du. If you approach him carelessly, you will all lose your heads." The girls fell silent, obediently taking their seats, awaiting Lin Shanjuan's words. He regarded them with a smile, noticing their identical demeanor of restraint. Assuming they were frightened, he softened his voice. "Is Lord Du a guest of yours?" In unison, they replied, "Yes, my lord, it is indeed us five." Their synchronized response made Lin Shanjuan suspicious. If they were outwardly reserved, how could their answers be so uniform without a hint of tension? An idea sparked in his mind. "You two, take them outside and question them separately. Leave this one in the green dress." Though the two men were perplexed, they complied, leading the remaining four girls away for individual questioning. The brothel keeper, unsure of whom to follow, paused as Lin Shanjuan smiled at her. "The scent of cosmetics is rather overwhelming in here. I hope you don't mind if I send them outside?" If anyone were to be considered excessive in their use of makeup, it would certainly be the brothel keeper herself. She forced a smile, understanding that this was her dismissal, and nodded as she exited. "Not at all, my lord. Please proceed with your investigation." Once the door closed, Lin Shanjuan turned his attention to the woman in the green dress. "What is your name?" Typically, inquiries were made by burly men. Encountering such a gentle approach was a first for Yen Lu, who felt less on guard and replied softly, "My name is Yen Lu." Lin Shanjuan nodded, pouring her a cup of tea. "Does Lord Du always request all five of you together when he visits?" Yen Lu hesitated, and Lin Shanjuan patiently waited for her response. Not necessarily. That day we had just introduced a new performance to add some flair, and upon hearing about it, Lord Du wished to experience it." Lin Shanjuan feigned a playful demeanor. How fortunate for Lord Du to arrive just in time for a new spectacle. Yen Lu, unsure of his intent, could only nod hesitantly. The favored concubine who reported the case mentioned that Du Hua had not returned for several nights, yet Yen Lu claimed he had only come that very day. Had he perhaps frequented other brothels in the preceding days? Meanwhile, in another room, Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian were simultaneously conducting inquiries, all centered around Du Hua, with the girls responding effortlessly, seemingly without any inconsistencies. Lin Shanjuan had already discerned the critical flaw in their testimonies. Other questions were likely anticipated by the brothel keeper, and pursuing them would only lead to meticulously crafted answers. "A waste of time," he rose. "Let us conclude for today. I shall return another time." Yen Lu was taken aback, instinctively rising to see him off, and Lin Shanjuan called for Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu, who were surprised he was leaving after only a few minutes. The brothel keeper hurried upstairs, her expression shifting dramatically upon hearing of Lin Shanjuan's departure, and she rushed forward with an overly eager smile to block his path. "My lord, do not be in such a haste to leave. Stay for a drink before you go." Lin Shanjuan sensed her unusual behavior. The more she insisted he stay, the more it hinted at ulterior motives. He firmly declined her entreaty. "No, the investigation is urgent. I shall come another day." The brothel keeper dared not press further, stepping aside to allow him to exit. Lin Shanjuan paused for a few seconds before turning to Bai Shu. "This place is quite distant. Riding back will require a lengthy detour, which is rather inconvenient." Bai Shu immediately grasped his implication and eagerly agreed, "Indeed, my lord. I know of a small gate that is much closer to our Qingjing division." Qi Zhaomian chimed in, "Yes, I can arrange for our horses to be brought back." The brothel keeper's expression darkened further. Lin Shanjuan smirked, intentionally soliciting her opinion. I hope you don't mind if I take the back exit? The badge at his waist gleamed ominously in her sight, effectively silencing any objections she might have had. No, not at all. I shall escort you. Lin Shanjuan smiled slightly. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all, haha, really? Her anxiety became increasingly apparent, and the three exchanged glances, each remaining vigilant as they followed her to the rear. The back door led directly to the courtyard, where the girls typically rested and groomed themselves. With just a couple of turns after exiting, they would reach the Qinzheng division, which was indeed convenient. The brothel keeper hurried ahead, her pace brisk as if eager to reach their destination first. Lin Shanjuan signaled to Bai Shu, who quickly caught up with her, ensuring they kept a close watch on her movements. As soon as the door opened, a man was seen lifting the curtain of a carriage, pulling out a woman who appeared unsteady on her feet. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned, and upon spotting Bai Shu's embroidered eagle robe, panic set in, and the depravity etched on his face froze in place. The girl in his arms, unfamiliar with the embroidered eagle robe, mistook it for the man's contact and began to weep, crying out, "You beasts, I would rather die than sell myself." The man hastily covered her mouth, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Esteemed sirs, I didn't know. How did you come to be exiting through the back door?" Chapter 51. Possessiveness. One. Lin Shanjuan and Qi Zhaomian closely followed behind. She cast a glance at the madam and then at the man, offering a faint smile. How embarrassing. It seems I truly caught up with you. The madam gestured desperately at the man. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shanjuan preemptively declared, "Seize him." She then turned to the madam with courtesy, saying, "Thanks to the information you provided, we would not have apprehended him so easily otherwise." A subtle sound emanated from the earthen wall behind her, and Lin Shanjuan's gaze flickered towards it, yet she did not turn around. When it came to tracking, these individuals were indeed leagues behind Yulu. The man's expression shifted, and before he could even hurl insults at the madam, he thrust the woman he held into Qi Zhaomian's arms and fled towards the exit. Qi Zhaomian swiftly handed the girl over to Bai Shu, declaring, "I will pursue. You ensure the safety of the master." Bai Shu, supporting the girl, looked towards Lin Shanjuan, who willingly accepted the girl. "You should go assist him. There might be accomplices, and besides, I do not require your protection." That was indeed the case. Bai Shu nodded vigorously, casting a warning glance at the madam before dashing off. The woman in Lin Shanjuan's arms seemed utterly drained, leaning against her feebly, gazing at her with curiosity. A fragrant scent wafted into Lin Shanjuan's nostrils, prompting her to turn her head to avoid it. "Let's call it a day for now. Farewell." She bid a cheerful farewell to the madam, leaving no room for reproach, which only heightened the madam's anxiety. Upon exiting the Caxian building, Lin Shanjuan instructed her subordinates who had rushed over, "Have someone keep a close watch on this location. If there are any unusual movements, report to me immediately." Understood. With Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu in pursuit, Lin Shanjuan found herself at a loss regarding the girl. Clearly, she had been administered some sort of drug, rendering her weak and helpless. Taking her back to the Qingjing office would not be wise. She had no other place to go. Reluctantly, she summoned a carriage. To the princess's residence. The carriage offered ample space. Lin Shanjuan placed the girl on one side and took a seat on the opposite end, her fingers rhythmically tapping her knee as her thoughts drifted. The girl scrutinized her throughout the journey, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Are you an official?" Lin Shanjuan snapped back to reality, dismissively waving her hand. "No need to concern yourself. In any case, I am not a villain. Judging by your condition, it seems that man fed you something. Will you recover on your own? Please do not tell me that, without an antidote, one will perish." The girl nodded with effort. "They said I would recover in about an hour." Lin Shanjuan acknowledged her understanding with a nod, allowing the conversation to lapse into silence. Although the woman's attire was not particularly fine, her delicate fingers and graceful movements hinted at a background beyond that of an ordinary family. If she were indeed a lady from a prominent household, she ought to have a maid accompanying her. How could these individuals seize the opportunity against her? Princess's residence. The weather today was splendid, and Qi Zhaomian continued to feed the fish by the pond with Yulu. Yulu harbored an answer she was hesitant to voice, anxiously awaiting Qi Zhaomian to pose the fateful question. At last, after the final handful of fish feed was scattered into the water, She heard her master's voice rise in pitch. What did the prince do today? The inevitable had arrived, alas. Yulu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relayed the truth. The prince took 2 subordinates to Kasian building. Qi Zhaomian paused, turning to furrow her brows at her. Kasian building? That renowned brothel in the capital? Yulu dared not respond, feeling the atmosphere grow noticeably colder. Qi Zhaomian had no intention of continuing to feed the fish, or rather, she was no longer inclined to use the feed for that purpose. To the study. Yes. As they stepped into the study, Xiao Er arrived to report on the daily tasks. Your Highness, the prince's carriage has arrived at the street corner. Qi Zhaomian did not turn around, remaining with her back to the entrance, and coldly snorted, So soon? Then Xiao Er and Yulu shall go greet the prince on my behalf. She flicked her sleeve and sat down in a chair, while Yulu and the oblivious Xiao Er went outside to receive the guest. Lin Shanjuan disembarked from the carriage and immediately spotted Xiao Er and the unfriendly Yulu waiting at the entrance. It was usually Xiao Er who awaited her here. Why was Yulu present today? She felt a sense of confusion. Why was she glaring at me? The coachman halted the carriage and inquired, Shall I assist the young lady out? Lin Shanjuan recalled how the girl had leaned against her, utterly limp, and felt averse to the idea. Yet, she was indeed a lady, and it would be inappropriate to have the coachman carry her out. No need. Xiao Er, please assist the young lady inside. Yulu displayed surprise, followed by a look that seemed to say, Prince, you truly disappoint me, casting a deep glare at Lin Shanjuan before turning on her heel to leave. Lin Shanjuan was completely bewildered. Xiao Er helped the girl down, then approached Lin Shanjuan with a complex expression. After a moment's contemplation, she offered a word of advice, Prince, that if you do not intend to keep this girl, why bring her back to the residence? The eldest princess will undoubtedly be very upset. Before Lin Shanjuan could respond, Xiao Er frowned and led the girl inside. Lin Shanjuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Er, then pointed to herself. Me? Are you implying that I am bringing a woman home and suspecting infidelity, and voicing concerns for Qi Zhaomian's feelings? What is there to be sad about? Our marriage is but a hollow shell. Wait a moment. The princess? Yulu was also present earlier. Could it be that she was waiting here to report my actions today because she accompanied me and decided to inform on me? A wave of panic surged through Lin Shanjuan as she hurried into the residence. Before she could sort through her chaotic thoughts, she found herself standing before the study door. Well, I am already here. It would be prudent to see what awaits inside. She cautiously pushed the door ajar and peeked in, only to find Qi Zhaomian seated at the table, sipping tea. Though she heard the commotion, she did not glance in Lin Shanjuan's direction. An aura of icy detachment enveloped Qi Zhaomian, sending shivers down Lin Shanjuan's spine. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her arms discreetly within her sleeves, then stepped fully into the room, braving the chill as she approached Qi Zhaomian to refill her tea. What is the princess doing? After a prolonged silence, Qi Zhaomian finally spoke, her tone devoid of warmth, reverting to the coolness of their initial acquaintance. Yet she granted Lin Shanjuan an opportunity. Where did the prince go today? Lin Shanjuan pondered for a moment, struggling to recall the convoluted name, then replied honestly, I went to that place called Kasian, something building. I truly cannot remember. I shall return tomorrow, and inform you once I have it straightened out. Chapter 52. What is ambiguity? Qi Zhaomian's chest heaved with emotion. Was bringing one back today not enough, and she had to go again tomorrow? Was she not a woman? Did she also find herself enamored with the female form, behaving just like those men? Not long ago, she had claimed to have no interest in women, yet here she was, repeatedly bringing them back. Surely, the smiles bestowed upon her had made this individual increasingly brazen. Qi Zhaomian felt a heaviness in her heart and gritted her teeth, stating, Let me inform you, that place is called Kasian Lu, the largest establishment of its kind in the capital. Did the prince find it to his satisfaction today? Lin Shanjuan was taken aback. That is indeed the name, but I did not go there for pleasure. I went to, however, Qi Zhaomian assumed she was merely making excuses. Closing her eyes, her voice pierced like ice. What do you intend to do with the one the prince brought back? Lin Shanjuan pondered momentarily. She could serve as a witness. Would it be acceptable to let her stay in the residence for a few days? If that is inconvenient for you, I can find another place for her. Qi Zhaomian's mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Shanjuan daring to visit a brothel behind my back, and even bringing back a woman. Naturally, She could not hear Lin Shanjuan's words and replied with an unkind expression. Although I have made prior arrangements with you, it does not permit my prince to frequent such establishments, let alone bring someone back to the princess's residence. Lin Shanjuan suddenly understood. This misunderstanding had caused Qi Zhaomian to be at odds with her since she entered the room. She exhaled, ready to explain the situation, when a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Was Qi Zhaomian feeling jealous? Upon that realization, Lin Shanjuan's mood brightened considerably, and she felt emboldened to sit down closer. Your Highness, you have truly misunderstood me. Qi Zhaomian avoided looking at her, wishing she could move her chair to the street, distancing herself entirely. Now that she is residing in my princess's residence, what further misunderstandings could there be? Lin Shanjuan could not suppress a chuckle, quickly stifling it under Qi Zhaomian's fierce gaze. She promptly retrieved a document from her bosom and placed it on the table. Your Highness, do not be angry. Just take a look at this. Qi Zhaomian shot her a skeptical glance before opening the document. After scanning it briefly, her expression faltered, leaving her uncertain of how to react. Why had Yu Lu not been clearer? Now, she found herself at a loss for words. Stealing a glance at Lin Shanjuan, who remained expressionless, only deepened her discomfort. Lin Shanjuan, sensing the tension, coughed awkwardly. I truly have no interest in her. Qi Zhaomian remained tight-lipped, unsure of how to respond. Lin Shanjuan, desperate to salvage her earlier reputation, began to flatter. Besides, with a wife as beautiful, gentle, virtuous, and graceful as you at home, how could I possibly be drawn to anyone else? Your Highness is my benefactor, providing me with sustenance and clothing. No one else possesses such influence over me. Even if I were oblivious to others' feelings, how could I fail to recognize such generosity? She continued endlessly, striving to restore her previous good standing. Finally, Qi Zhaomian could endure no longer. What was this talk of eating soft rice? Such terms seemed far from honorable, yet she could so easily utter them. I do not intend to blame you, but in future instances, you ought to inform me in advance. At last, the princess spoke, and Lin Shanjuan eagerly agreed. Rest assured, Your Highness. Should such matters arise again, I will know how to handle them and will not allow you to misunderstand me. Recalling her own vexation over the situation, Qi Zhaomian felt guilt settle in as she had taken her frustrations out on Lin Shanjuan. She adjusted her posture, turning slightly towards Lin Shanjuan. It was not that she could not bear to face her, but rather she felt a twinge of shame witnessing Lin Shanjuan, who had been scolded, still smiling and seeking a way to alleviate the tension. I am weary, deal with that person as you see fit. Lin Shanjuan, sensing her discomfort, momentarily lost her composure. So, tell me, did you not just misunderstand me? Qi Zhaomian hesitated, her fingers pausing slightly, and upon catching Lin Shanjuan's gaze, she reluctantly admitted, yes. Lin Shanjuan had never seen Qi Zhaomian like this before. A thrill coursed through her, and she seized the opportunity. Then surely I deserve some form of compensation? Compensation? Qi Zhaomian envisioned countless treasures, but was uncertain of what Lin Shanjuan desired. After a lengthy silence, she contemplated rewarding her with some silver for her own purchases, when Lin Shanjuan suddenly drew closer. Qi Zhaomian instinctively tensed. You? Has the princess made up her mind? Lin Shanjuan inquired with a cheerful smile. Qi Zhaomian quelled her rising anxiety. I have decided. Why do you come so close to me? Are you trying to offend me? You truly possess audacity. Lin Shanjuan was unperturbed, her gaze averted, clearly feigning bravado. If you have made a decision, what will you give me? Why was she suddenly pressing so insistently? Was she not usually the one to maintain distance? Qi Zhaomian stood resolute. What about the one you brought back? Was she still angry? Did she feel discomfort at Lin Shanjuan's casual return without prior notice? Or was it the prince's possessiveness that irked her? As a long princess, she was accustomed to wielding control. To her, the prince was merely an object, and expressing affection toward others was normal. Since the soft approach had failed, perhaps a firmer stance would suffice. Lin Shanjuan narrowed her eyes, rising and boldly edging closer to Qi Zhaomian. Qi Zhaomian, sensing her approach, stood firm, determined not to yield. Lin Shanjuan drew nearer still, their toes mere inches apart, their bodies nearly touching. She dared not advance further and slowly leaned in. Qi Zhaomian found herself leaning back against the table's edge, her hands instinctively grasping the table's edge for support. The scent emanating from Lin Shanjuan was faint yet intoxicating, causing Qi Zhaomian to feel flustered. You are too close to me. The absence of the term prince indicated her lack of anger. Lin Shanjuan felt relieved, and as their bodies drew together, she leaned against the table's edge, their distance now negligible. For the first time, Qi Zhaomian experienced such closeness, her heart racing. Yet, given her earlier guilt, being harsh with Lin Shanjuan now seemed excessive. She could not explain why, but her tolerance for Lin Shanjuan seemed to be increasing. This restrained demeanor appeared quite agreeable, and Lin Shanjuan finally had the opportunity to clarify the circumstances. I went to that place to investigate a case. If you wish to hear about it, I can tell you whenever you like. Having addressed the serious matter, she did not forget to acknowledge Qi Zhaomian's possessiveness. Moreover, aside from you, I have never approached anyone else so closely. I have never engaged in ambiguity with anyone nor harbored feelings for anyone else, and I will not in the future. Should similar matters arise again, grant me the chance to explain before becoming angry, will you? Heavens, she had never before exercised such patience in explaining herself to anyone, her mind so frazzled that it had abandoned any semblance of linguistic decorum, merely saying whatever came to mind. Fortunately, she had not misspoken. Once Lin Shanjuan had finished, she quietly observed Qi Zhaomian, attempting to decipher her feelings from the slightest change in expression. Qi Zhaomian, still in a fog, nevertheless endeavored to embody the spirit of humility in inquiry. What does ambiguity mean? Lin Shanjuan initially thought Qi Zhaomian had grasped her explanation, only to realize she was asking for clarification, nearly laughing aloud. Yet, she feared that laughter might be perceived as mockery, further provoking the princess's ire, which would be disastrous. But what did ambiguity entail? Lin Shanjuan lowered her gaze, noticing their proximity, and whimsically suggested, ambiguity is, just like how we are now. If we were a little closer, we could almost kiss. Chapter 53. My princess, I shall guard you. The warmth gradually rose to Qi Zhaomian's face, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of discomfort, leaving her somewhat flustered. The most effective way to handle such bewilderment was to state, now that the explanation is complete, must you remain so close? She brusquely pushed him away. Lin Shanjuan promptly took a step back, his expression earnest as he clarified, I have made it clear from the outset that I have no interest in women, so you need not worry about me being involved with anyone else. Moreover, as we currently share a cooperative relationship, I shall not develop affections for others. Qi Zhaomian caught a glimpse of the sincerity in his gaze, hesitating on whether to place her trust in him. You may speak of such commitments when you can genuinely uphold them. Lin Shanjuan nodded, refraining from further argument. Time would reveal the truth of one's character. She understood what was appropriate and what was not, and Qi Zhaomian would eventually come to trust her. After all, throughout the years, her benefactor had toiled tirelessly, navigating a perilous existence, so a measure of suspicion was entirely justified. I only wish to assist you in fulfilling your wishes, and then I shall return. Lin Shanjuan inhaled deeply, halting just in time, cursing herself for nearly revealing more than she intended. What was amiss today? Why did she feel so uncharacteristically audacious to voice such sentiments in her presence? Qi Zhaomian perceptively noted her abrupt cessation of words, and sensed she was on the verge of uncovering Lin Shanjuan's true intentions, prompting her to inquire, and then what? Lin Shanjuan fell silent, her mind racing with a multitude of excuses, ultimately blurting out the most foolish one. And then I shall consummate the marriage with the princess. Qi Zhaomian. As soon as the words left her lips, both were lost in their thoughts. Lin Shanjuan. This is a disaster, Qi Zhaomian. Heh? She rose with a cold laugh. It seems the prince has quite a few desires. Lin Shanjuan quickly stood, attempting to clarify, No, princess, that's not what I meant. Spare me the elaboration. Qi Zhaomian snapped back. If you truly possess the capability to ascend to my bed, I would have to regard you with newfound respect. Her icy glare swept through the air like a chilling gale, and the resounding slam of the door left Lin Shanjuan feeling as though she were trapped in an ice cellar. Oh dear. Does the Imperial Hospital truly lack a psychiatric department? Perhaps I ought to seek their counsel. Qi Zhaomian, her visage adorned with frost, strode forth, her mind preoccupied with Lin Shanjuan's proximity and the irksome words she had uttered. If she wished to avoid honesty, she could easily fabricate another excuse. I would not insist on unearthing the truth at this moment. But what did her frivolous words imply? Had my frequent smiles led her to presume she could overstep her bounds? Consummation. Very well, if there ever comes a day when I would willingly entertain the notion of consummating with you, that would indeed be a sight to behold. Shower, sensing the tense atmosphere, dared not breathe too deeply and hurriedly trailed behind the princess's long strides. Where is that woman being kept? The icy tone made Shower shiver. Replying to the princess, she is in the side chamber. Princess, I truly did not mean it that way. The vexing voice called out from behind, causing Qi Zhaomian to momentarily halt before hastening her pace towards the side chamber. Lin Shanjuan realized she intended to confront the woman, fearing that if she did not clarify now, Qi Zhaomian would harbor even greater grievances against her over time. However, this chase and retreat inadvertently led them to the door of the side chamber. Lin Shanjuan intercepted her. I truly misspoke. Qi Zhaomian glanced at her. Is it appropriate for the prince to discuss such matters before outsiders? The door to the side chamber creaked open, revealing a bewildered young woman gazing at them. Lin Shanjuan had no choice but to relent, softly pleading, "Please allow me to explain later." Qi Zhaomian ignored her. "Step aside." Lin Shanjuan scratched her forehead and moved aside, introducing the girl. "This is Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess." Upon hearing this, the girl froze, then instinctively knelt. Qi Zhaomian strode into the room, took a seat, and finally spoke, "Rise." The girl, trembling, stood up, awaiting Qi Zhaomian's inquiries. Qi Zhaomian scrutinized her before asking, "What is your origin?" Replying to the princess, "I am Shuang from Liangzhou. Recently, while out for a stroll, I was abducted by a man who covered my mouth and nose and brought me here, remaining in a daze until I encountered this benefactor and escaped the tigeress den." Lin Shanjuan, observing the situation, asked, "What does your family do?" "I am the sole survivor in my family, without parents. I usually earn a meager living by washing and mending clothes for the wealthy." Washing and mending? Lin Shanjua's gaze fell upon her hands, choosing not to reveal her thoughts directly. Qi Zhaomian glanced at Shuang and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Do you recall any other details about how you arrived here?" Shuang remained visibly anxious, cowering on the ground. Replying to the princess, "I only remember being awake partway through, in a carriage with 6 or 7 other girls of similar age. I overheard the driver say we had been drugged and would be unable to move for 3 hours. 3 hours, equivalent to 6 hours of incapacitation. This indicated that their journey had taken approximately 6 hours. Qi Zhaomian noticed the contemplative expression on Lin Shanjuan's face, surmising she had also detected something unusual, and thus did not press further. "Now that we have clarified matters, how do you intend to proceed, Prince?" Lin Shanjuan snapped back to reality and quickly acquiesced. "Whatever you decide, I shall follow your lead." "Oh, how compliant." Shuang's gaze shifted between the two, silently concluding that this princess was indeed formidable and that relying on her would yield little hope. Perhaps she could place her trust in Lin Shanjuan instead. After contemplating for a moment, Shuang bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I implore you, your Royal Highness, do not blame the gentleman. It is all my fault." Qi Zhaomian's previously raised lips fell instantly. "Did I ask you to speak? What do you mean by your fault? The inquiry posed had nothing to do with you, yet you choose to defend her." Shuang immediately knelt. "Your Highness, please spare my life." Such a loud declaration. Was she attempting to emphasize her plight at Qi Zhaomian's expense? Given that outsiders already labeled Qi Zhaomian as cold-hearted, allowing her to continue would tarnish her benefactor's reputation, which would reflect poorly on me. Lin Shanjuan was instantly filled with righteous indignation, stepping in front of Qi Zhaomian. "The princess is speaking to you kindly. Why are you shouting at her?" Shuang was taken aback. "Me? I am the one who shouted for mercy." Qi Zhaomian was equally surprised. Yet she had witnessed such lowly ploys before and found them tiresome. "Your life is, of course, in your own hands. What reason have I to decide your fate?" Shuang, trembling, cast a furtive glance at Lin Shanjuan, truly resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. "I am aware that your Royal Highness stands above all, and taking a life is but a thought away. I dare not speak further. Please forgive me, your Royal Highness." Lin Shanjuan's features contorted in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? Are you implying that my gentle, considerate, and gracious princess has become a killing machine?" Her resolve was unwavering, and a singular thought dominated her mind. "Today, no one shall utter a single disparaging word about Qi Zhaomian." Chapter 54. The bowl of rice is in my hands. No one shall take it away. Her demeanor left Shui Ying utterly perplexed. The princess was so assertive that instead of feeling humiliated by being overshadowed, she even spoke up on her behalf. Was it merely a facade? Let us test it further. Shui Ying felt even more aggrieved, her face streaming with tears as she crawled to Lin Shanjuan's feet, clutching her legs. My lady, I implore you to persuade the princess, I beseech you. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback, then felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She cherished this black garment so dearly. What was that glistening substance? Snot, undoubtedly. Qi Zhaomian, observing this scene, felt her previously quelled anger surge anew. Just as she was about to order someone to pull Shui Ying away, she witnessed Lin Shanjuan swiftly kick her aside before she could speak. Shui Ying, being a delicate woman, lost her grip and fell backward, rolling on the ground before stabilizing herself, gazing at Lin Shanjuan in shock, momentarily forgetting her pain. Lin Shanjuan, with a righteous expression, declared, "The princess is my wife. Whatever she does is justified. And you, daring to pounce while the princess is present, are utterly outrageous." Her indignant demeanor was far from feigned, petrifying Shui Ying while simultaneously appeasing Qi Zhaomian's lingering ire. They all discerned that this person was a master of deceit, likely with a complex background, necessitating her confinement for thorough interrogation. Coincidentally, Qi Zhaomian had just read about the disappearance of women in Liangzhou that morning, and now they had apprehended a victim with dubious intentions. There was certainly a deeper conspiracy at play, and keeping her would prove advantageous. Taking advantage of the need to change clothes, Lin Shanjuan entrusted her to Qi Zhaomian's arrangements, whispering before she departed, "I have something to discuss with you. I shall seek you out shortly." Qi Zhaomian smiled slightly, pleased that their thoughts aligned, thus sparing her from considerable trouble. It seemed that appointing her as the imperial inspector was indeed a wise decision. With the keen audacity to venture into the lion's den accompanied only by a reckless companion, her capabilities were evidently extraordinary. Nodding subtly, Lin Shanjuan strode out to return to her quarters. Qi Zhaomian intended to have Shui Ying settled into a guest room but noticed Shui Ying lost in thought, staring at Lin Shanjuan's retreating figure. There are limits to endurance. Shower, prepare a room for this young lady to reside in. Since she fears my presence, let her stay far from my chambers and that of the prince. She left behind a cold remark and departed in search of Lin Shanjuan, eager to hear her analysis. Shower complied, and once alone, kindly helped Shui Ying up. "Miss Shui, you needn't be so frightened of the prince. He is quite a good person, as is the prince consort." Shower handed her a handkerchief to wipe her face and poured her a cup of tea. Shui Ying accepted it, seemingly casually inquiring, "Indeed, Lin Si is kind-hearted. However, she is clearly a third-ranking official. Why do you not address her as my lady, but rather as prince consort?" The title of prince consort denotes a subject with no real power. Thus, it would seem Lin Shanjuan would prefer the title of Lin Si. Shower, oblivious to the underlying implications, patiently replied, "Our prince consort is exceptionally benevolent. Though she is a woman, she and our princess are truly a match made in heaven. She herself has stated that regardless of the circumstances, she is the princess's prince consort. Calling her my lady would make her seem like someone else's." Shui Ying set down her teacup, then Lin Si and the princess must share a very close relationship. Shower contemplated for a moment, sighing, "Our prince consort is admirable in every way, though she sometimes struggles to win the princess's favor." Shui Ying's interest piqued. "Oh, please do elaborate. I won't tell a soul." Shower waved her hand, typically refraining from discussing matters of the household. Even if she hesitated, "I am rather foolish. I likely wouldn't comprehend matters of the heart, so your inquiry is perhaps in vain." Seeing this, Shui Ying ceased her inquiries, lowering her gaze and smiling, a contemplative glimmer in her eyes. Lin Shanjuan returned to her room to change clothes, gazing regretfully at the black robe that appeared to be sullied with snot, letting out a soft sigh. "Alas, I might as well have worn official attire." At that moment, Qi Zhaomian entered the room, catching the remark and chuckling lightly. "Why the long face, Wanner? Wanner? Is the anger dissipated?" Lin Shanjuan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly assisted Qi Zhaomian by fetching a stool. "Princess, please take a seat." Qi Zhaomian settled down. "You mentioned having something to discuss. Pray, share it now." Lin Shanjuan hastily poured tea for her, I find that the words of that Xue Ying are a blend of truth and falsehood. She must possess some connections. Qi Zhaomian expressed a hint of satisfaction. What leads you to that conclusion? Lin Shanjuan paced thoughtfully, articulating her observations. Her fingers are delicate, unlike those accustomed to laborious tasks such as washing and sewing. Furthermore, her movements prior to her sudden advance were quite restrained, indicating that she likely hails from a wealthy family. With her keen insight, Qi Zhaomian nodded slightly. What do you propose we do with her? Lin Shanjuan frowned. I have already dispatched someone to trace the man who transported her and ordered surveillance on the brothel keeper, hoping to follow the trail to uncover more substantial leads. For now, should we confine her within the estate, I fear she may attempt to escape. This notion aligned with Qi Zhaomian's own thoughts, and she nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? Lin Shanjuan instinctively glanced at her recently changed attire, a sly smile forming. If the princess insists, there is indeed a trivial matter. Qi Zhaomian, having caught her glance, recalled the earlier offense and deliberately turned her neck. I had a restless night and my neck is rather uncomfortable. Lin Shanjuan instantly understood. Rising to massage her shoulders, very well. How about now? Qi Zhaomian smiled faintly. My back is also a bit sore. Lin Shanjuan, eager to please, grinned as she kneaded her back. Is this pressure satisfactory? Qi Zhaomian nodded in contentment. Wanner, you possess such skills. From whom did you learn this? Mentioning that someone else had done it would be detrimental, Lin Shanjuan sweetly replied. I have long planned to alleviate the princess's burdens. I practice on my pillow each night before sleep. Qi Zhaomian responded with an appreciative ahem. Your words grow increasingly sweet. Now, what is it you wish? Lin Shanjuan's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. My garment was ruined by that girl's tears. I would like another one, heh. What do you think, princess? As expected. Qi Zhaomian nodded approvingly. I grant it. Do you have any other desires? Speak freely, for today I am in a generous mood and may consider them. Lin Shanjuan's eyes lit up, on the verge of mentioning the roast chicken from the welcome pavilion, when they heard a light cough at the door. Both turned to find Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu stifling laughter as they stood there. Lin Shanjuan thought, did they presume I would cease merely because I was spotted? A grave miscalculation. I crave for all of the capital to know how adept I am at pleasing my benefactor. Since this bowl of rice is firmly in my grasp, no one shall dare take it away. Lin Shanjuan pressed even harder. Princess, ignore them. Does this spot ache? Allow me to massage it for you. Qi Zhaomian was sent into shivers by her overly sweet tone. It isn't my body that aches, but your voice makes my teeth hurt. Chapter 55. Lady Qin's urgency suppressing his amusement, Qi Zhen bowed and addressed Lin Si. Reporting to you, Lin Si, we have apprehended that man along with his 2 accomplices and confined them in the prison, seeking your presence for an interrogation. Bai Shu chimed in, however, there is no rush at this moment. The 2 exchanged a glance. Who would have thought that Lin Si would exhibit such meekness before the princess? Lin Shanjuan paused briefly, counting the captives, wondering if any of them had overheard anything. Since we have captured them, let us proceed to take a look. She turned around, casting a flattering gaze at Qi Zhaomian. About the clothing matter. Qi Zhaomian raised an eyebrow. In a good mood, rest assured. I shall not go back on my word. Lin Shanjuan, feeling pleased, bid farewell as she passed by Qi Zhen and Bai Shu, saying, Come, let us see what this fishing line truly looks like. Once the 3 had departed, Qi Zhaomian immediately suppressed her smile and called out, Yu Lu, at your service. Ensure that those individuals in the prison are well guarded. We must not allow them to silence themselves. Understood. Yu Lu took his leave, and Qi Zhaomian surveyed Lin Shanjuan's room, which was quite sparse, merely a bed and a table. Others might assume she was deliberately being neglected, yet she found solace in such simplicity. Although she was a princess consort, she was still a third-rank official, and it was perplexing how she could remain so unfazed by being treated so humbly in front of others, while simultaneously exhibiting such assertiveness in public. Your Highness, Mr. Sin has returned and requests an audience. Xiao Er's announcement interrupted her thoughts, causing Qi Zhaomian to stiffen slightly before rising. Please bring a blanket for the princess consort. It is cold, and we must not let her catch a chill. Ask Mr. Tsin to wait in the study. Xiao Er, feeling cheerful, responded readily. As Qi Zhaomian elegantly exited the side room and entered the study, Sun Li was already seated in a chair, and upon her entrance, he knelt on the ground. Sinli pays his respects to your highness. Qi Zhaomian softened her tone slightly as she gestured for him to take a seat. There is no need for such formalities. Please sit. Once they were both seated, Sinli took the initiative to speak. During my 6 months away from the capital, I have been investigating the intelligence network in Jiangnan and have dealt with Ji Shihan's infiltrators. The situation in Jiangnan is now firmly under our control. Jiangnan is a fertile land, and Qi Zhaomian nodded in satisfaction. Your efforts are commendable. I shall send a reward to your residence shortly. Sinli appeared hesitant, hesitatingly articulating. Serving your highness is an honor. I would prefer to forego the reward. However, I do have a question to pose to you. Please go ahead. I have heard that your highness has summoned a female consort. May I inquire who orchestrated this on your behalf? Qi Zhaomian lifted her gaze to meet his. This decision was made by me alone. Do you find anything amiss? Sinli was taken aback, slightly shaking his head. I would not dare suggest such a thing, but I wonder about the purpose of this female consort. Qi Zhaomian averted her gaze. The old ministers in court are overly watchful. Having a female consort serves merely as a facade to deflect scrutiny. Sinli finally felt reassured. That is indeed a sound strategy. I have heard that your highness shares a deep affection with her and was concerned. What were you concerned about? Caught off guard by the abrupt interruption, Sinli quickly altered his statement. I was concerned that your highness might be losing morale. Qi Zhaomian closed her eyes briefly. Not at all. Mr. Sin, you have worked hard. Please take your leave and rest. Sinli discerned the dismissal in her tone and rose to depart. The female consort is certainly not merely a shield. It appears I must engage with her further. Once he was gone, Qi Zhaomian opened her eyes. What is the purpose of the female consort? Initially, she intended to use her as a mere shield, but over the past 6 months, this individual has surprised her more than she had anticipated. Your Highness, Qi Zhaomian looked up to see Lady Chun, her smile becoming more genuine. Lady Chun, please come and sit. Lady Chun smiled but did not take a seat. Instead, she approached Qi Zhaomian with a worried expression. I have come to inquire whether there has been a rift between you and the princess consort? Qi Zhaomian paused. What leads you to say that, Lady Chun? With a sigh, Lady Chun replied, Your Highness has been sleeping in separate quarters for quite some time now. Is that not indicative of a rift? At a loss for words, Qi Zhaomian recalled her own declarations on the day of the wedding, professing her deep connection with Lin Shanjuan, and now found herself in a precarious position. I have not quarreled with her. She rises too early for court, disturbing my peaceful slumber. Thus we have chosen to sleep apart for the time being. She struggled to provide a justification, yet it was insufficient to satisfy Lady Chun. But does not the princess consort also sleep apart during her rest days? Please do not think me meddlesome. It is simply that the late empress entrusted you and his majesty to my care, and I cannot help but worry, especially after hearing that the princess consort has brought another woman back. Continuing on might escalate the matter, so Qi Zhaomian took a deep breath and shifted the blame entirely onto Lin Shanjuan. She refuses to reside with me. Lady Chun was taken aback, but soon appeared resolute. I understand now. She turned to leave, leaving Qi Zhaomian anxious. What does she understand? What is she planning to do? With her thoughts in disarray, Qi Zhaomian rubbed her temples. Strangely enough, her interactions with Lin Shanjuan had become the most relaxed among all those around her. What could Lady Qin possibly intend to do? Yet, what could Lady Qin do? It was merely the folly of a busybody. Qingjing office, prison, Lin Shanjuan lounged languidly in the main interrogation seat, tapping her fingers idly on the table while the other hand flipped through 30 methods of coercive interrogation. This book was essentially just a volume of the Book of Songs, merely dressed in a different guise. Before her knelt 3 robust men, each more obstinate than the last, refusing to utter a single useful word despite Qi Zhan and Bai Shu's relentless efforts. It seemed that only a forceful approach could break these hard-headed individuals. She pointed to the text line, the calls of the ospreys on the river isles, and asked Bai Shu, Tell me, would it not be rather cruel to sear a wire red-hot and force it down a person's throat, tugging repeatedly? Bai Shu shivered, instinctively protecting his neck and swallowing hard. Indeed, my lord, yet for some stubborn souls, such measures may be necessary to awaken them, lest their throats be obstructed and the truth remain unspoken. The 3 burly men fought the urge to touch their throats, casting furtive glances as Qi Zhaomian had already begun heating the wire. Lin Shanjuan nodded in agreement and then pointed to the line, the green collar and the deep feelings of my heart, asking Qi Zhaomian, what of shattering a criminal's teeth only to reattach them, then striking them down again, while sanding their gums repeatedly? Quite intolerable, would you not agree? Qi Zhaomian licked his teeth, momentarily unable to fathom the bizarre yet cruel methods conjured by Lin Shanjuan's mind. I believe such methods could indeed be employed, as their teeth are quite resilient. Chapter 56. A bowl of nourishing soup before her knelt 3 men, each more robust than the last. At that moment, Lin Shanjuan's mind conjured the image of a Russian nesting doll, eliciting an involuntary smile. Though the kneeling figures kept their heads lowered, a few dared to steal glances at her. Lin Shanjuan's 30 methods of coercive interrogation was already quite intimidating, and her sudden smile sent a chill down their spines. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Shanjuan turned a few pages of her book, the iron wire glowing a fiery red. The oppressive silence of the cell amplified the suffocating atmosphere, causing the 3 men to exchange terrified looks, trembling uncontrollably. I have a great fondness for steadfast subordinates like you, Lin Shanjuan remarked, closing her book and rising to stroll toward the brazier, examining the iron wire with keen interest. Individuals of your ilk possess resilient bones. You can endure much. I would be most pleased to experiment with several methods to determine which is the most excruciating and effective. As she spoke, she approached them with the iron wire in hand, her tone gentle, yet evoking a sense of dread akin to thorns upon their backs. Selecting the one who trembled the most, she brought the wire near his throat. Hold him down. At long last, the man could no longer maintain his composure, his voice quivering as he pleaded for mercy, on the verge of tears. My lord, please, ask whatever you wish. The 3 of us will surely divulge everything truthfully. Just spare me from that. Lin Shanjuan's lips curled into a smirk as she tossed the iron wire into the flames. The experiment must still be conducted. Fortunately for you, there are 3 of you. Let us begin with your names and origins. Each shall speak 5 sentences. In the end, I shall grant clemency to the one whose testimony proves most valuable. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately began to report their names in order from right to left, Bai Shu nodding as he noted them in the ledger. Lin Shanjuan felt a sense of clarity as the stoutest among them, Tian San, spoke first. My lord, the women sent this time are all from Witty town. Every so often, a few are delivered to us, the number varying. Approximately every half-month, someone leaves a message at the foot of the stone lion outside the town, indicating the number and location for the transaction, and the 3 of us go to collect them. Lin Shanjuan nodded in satisfaction, prompting Lu Wu to eagerly add, usually, they are brought by a leper. Allow me to elaborate. On the night we receive the signal, we must head to the location indicated on the note. There are no secret codes. We simply need to meet while wearing black headscarves, carrying a lantern with the character inscribed upon it. Zhao Lu, trembling in fear, edged forward. We deliver the girls to Cassian Tower, where the madam will then send them elsewhere. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Lin Shanjuan fell into silence for a moment, observing the 3 as they huddled in place. Seemingly having revealed all they could, there was little more to extract. Qi Zhaomian leaned in, whispering, Lin Si, we have apprehended 2 young servants trying to flee from Cassian Tower. They were caught at the city's exit. Lin Shanjuan nodded. Increase the number of watchers. As one comes out, let another follow. We must not fall for any diversion. Ensure that anyone emerging is captured, and we shall see whether her servants outnumber our patrols. Qi Zhaomian took his leave to execute her orders. After a while, Lin Shanjuan turned to Tian San. May I borrow your headscarf and lantern? Tian San nodded vigorously. Of course, they are at Qingyuan Inn, in room 1. Bai Shu quickly noted this down, while Zhao Lu, feeling his own words insufficiently weighty, interjected, Oh! Sometimes, a crow lands on the windowsill of room 1. That too is a signal for transactions. Lin Shanjuan nodded, feigning regret as she closed the 30 stratagems. It appears I shall not require it this time. Alas, I had wished to observe its effects. Bai Shu stifled a laugh in agreement. I too have wished to see. Alas, it shall have to wait until next time. Sighing, Lin Shanjuan rose. Let us tidy this up. By the way, should we not introduce the wild boar into the cell of the one we captured yesterday? Come, let us take a look. It could prove to be delightful entertainment. Bai Shu, aware of her fanciful fabrications, feigned excitement. Then, my lord, let us hurry. If we delay, we may miss the sight of a wild boar that has gone hungry for 6 or 7 days. The 3 men knelt on the ground, plump, frail, and utterly helpless, quaking in fear. Lin Shanjuan smiled wryly. These 3 shall be sent to the dungeon. They have already divulged quite a bit. No need for further torture. The 3 men felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, expressing their gratitude fervently. Thank you, esteemed inspector. You are truly a benevolent official. Once outside the cell, Lin Shanjuan stretched languidly, feeling a sense of lightness. Not only had she extracted valuable information, but she had also enhanced her reputation. Truly a dual victory. Send 2 people to the abandoned manor to await news, and another to Qingyuan Inn. Inform me as soon as the crow arrives. Yes. He rode swiftly to Qingyuan Inn, while Lin Shanjuan, noticing the sun beginning to set, mounted her horse leisurely and strolled back to the princess's residence. As she approached the gates, humming a tune, she spotted Nurse Qin waiting at the entrance, startling her. Hadn't she sent Yu Lu to receive her in the morning? Why was Nurse Qin here in the afternoon? However, considering the matter of Shui Ying, Qi Zhaomian would likely know, and she felt confident in her explanations, unafraid of Nurse Qin's inquiries. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Shanjuan rode up to the gates, where Nurse Qin greeted her with a beaming smile. Lin Shanjuan stiffened. What was with that expression? Alas, it seemed she had misjudged. Finally, the prince has returned. I have been waiting here for you. Lin Shanjuan's lips twitched. Nurse, what do you require of me? Nurse Chun merely smiled silently. Follow me, and you will find out. Lin Shanjuan followed her into the kitchen, where a pot of soup was simmering on the stove. Upon opening the lid, she was met with a delightful array of nourishing ingredients floating within the earthenware pot. This is a recipe I learned from the palace chefs. It is delicious and beneficial to the body. Please, do have a taste. Lin Shanjuan peered into the pot, noting the myriad of nourishing herbs within. Did she need such nourishment? Did she appear so frail? This, Nurse Qin, I am in good health truly. I do not require. I have specially brewed this for you, my lord, simmering it for over 2 hours. Surely, you must wish to taste its flavor. Allow me to serve you a bowl. Lin Shanjuan. It was futile to protest now. Escaping was no longer an option. Thank you, nurse. Nurse Chun soon presented the bowl of nourishing soup before her. My lord, please. The prince. She held it in her hands, scooping a small spoonful, blowing on it to cool, and taking asipit was difficult to describe the flavor. It was rather complex, much like the variety of herbs it contained. Surely, there could be no conflicting ingredients to poison her. Chapter 57. I am not implying that your words are repulsive. I simply feel nauseated. Madame Qin gazed at her with a face full of tenderness as she drank, and only after the bowl was empty did she earnestly advise, Your Highness has grown up under great affection. The prince indulges her in many matters. Indeed, she holds him dear in her heart. Just this morning, she had someone bring you an extra blanket, fearing you might catch a chill. Lin Shanjuan, feeling perplexed by her meaning, could only respond in agreement. Yes, our relationship is quite good. Madame Chen clapped her hands with a smile. That is wonderful indeed. However, as the weather turns cold, it would be far warmer for you both to reside together. There's something troubling the prince that he wishes to avoid sharing a dwelling with your highness. Where did this unfounded accusation come from? Was it not she who had cast me out? Who told you that? We did not have a quarrel. I simply arose early for court, fearing I might disturb her rest. Madame Chen's eyes crinkled with mirth. Look at that! These two have even concocted matching excuses. Could it not be a sign of a deeper connection? Her resolve to bring them together strengthened. How could that be? As the weather grows colder, it is best for you to stay together. The princess feels wronged by your reluctance to share a dwelling. Prince, be more accommodating. A few kind words will suffice. So this is the burden cast upon me by the benefactor. It is indeed a golden burden. Very well, I shall return tonight. Thank you, madam, for your guidance. Madame Chan nodded with a smile. Then I shall await good news, and tomorrow I will prepare soup for your return. Good news? What good news? Even if the two of us were truly in tune, what good news could there be? And this soup? Must I drink it every day? Having consumed the nourishing concoction until she could no longer bear it, Lin Shanjuan fled, the sound of water sloshing in her belly audible with each step. She desperately sought a place to expel it, but as she exited the kitchen courtyard, she was halted by a man's call. Lin Shanjuan turned with a frown, encountering a scholarly-looking man, appearing to be around 30, with a fair complexion, quite the handsome figure. "Are you the prince?" Having never seen this person before, Lin Shanjuan felt a twinge of caution. "Are you questioning my identity in my own home?" Sunli pressed his lips together slightly. "I am from the back courtyard of your highness, Sunli. A pleasure to meet you." From the back courtyard? Lin Shanjuan recalled the secluded little yard she had never set foot in, rumored to house the favored companions of Qi Zhaomian, initially oblivious to its meaning, but later understanding it as akin to a hidden concubine. Now, standing before her was one of those back courtyard individuals, and Lin Shanjuan regarded him with a hint of displeasure. "What do you seek from me?" Sunli had taken the opportunity to assess Lin Shanjuan in turn. With striking features and a relaxed demeanor, he appeared to be a free-spirited individual. The calluses on his hands hinted at years of archery practice, and his graceful gait suggested he possessed martial prowess, likely of considerable skill. Would the princess be fond of such a person? That is hardly conceivable. Having formed an initial impression, his wariness diminished substantially. "It is nothing of great import. I merely returned from a trip aimed at alleviating the princess's worries and heard that she has taken a female prince, so I came to have a look." Lin Shanjuan detected the subtle implication in his words, contemplating that he was likely an admirer of Qi Zhaomian, akin to Yi Lang. While she was uncertain how much affection this strategist had garnered from Qi Zhaomian, she could not help but feel the nourishing soup was too rich. She was on the verge of vomiting, unable to continue. I have something to attend to. You have seen me. I must take my leave." Suppressing the contents rising in her throat, Lin Shanjuan sought an escape, but Sunli misinterpreted her haste as intentional disdain, scoffing, "I have yet to finish speaking. No one in the princess's residence dares to treat me with such neglect." Ugh! Before the nourishing soup could even fulfill its purpose, it was vividly displayed before Sunli. Sunli stared at the splatter on his clothing, the veins at his temple pulsing uncontrollably. "How could the prince? Could it be that my words were too?" he faltered, at a loss for words, but fortunately, Lin Shanjuan only retched once and quickly regained her composure, apologetically stating, "I beg your pardon. I drank too much of the nourishing soup. Tea is not that your words are repulsive. I simply felt unwell, nothing more." Sin Li's fists clenched tightly, his face darkening. "I never said my words were repulsive. So you truly think that?" The situation became increasingly difficult to salvage. Lin Shanjuan offered an awkward smile. Sin Li, was it? My apologies. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave." With that, she fled, leaving Sin Li fuming in place, his gaze fixed angrily on her retreating figure before he stormed back to the back courtyard. The following evening, after dinner, Madame Chen did not depart as usual, remaining behind Qi Zhaomian, both of them understanding the unspoken tension. Lin Shanjuan eyed the earthenware jar on the table, her heart sinking. Who knows how long she would be compelled to drink this soup? She could not discern Qi Zhaomian's intentions. The latter seemed unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of change, remaining indifferent towards the earthenware jar. Unable to force another sip, and knowing Madame Chen would not heed her pleas to cease its preparation, it seemed she must endure until they shared a chamber. Yet, it was the benefactor who had cast her out, and now that he remained silent, she could not return of her own volition. Caught in a bind, Lin Shanjuan reluctantly devised a desperate plan. I may need to stay at the Qingjing office tomorrow evening to tend to some matters. If I return too late, the princess need not wait for me." Qi Zhaomian cast her a surprised glance. Very well. She knew Lin Shanjuan had only one pressing case at the moment, which was still in the investigative stage. Aside from that, there was nothing urgent requiring her presence at the Qingjing office. Was she genuinely occupied, or merely fabricating an excuse to conceal her true intentions? For the next 3 days, Lin Shanjuan concocted various reasons to remain at the Qingjing office, and Qi Zhaomian had someone investigate, confirming that she indeed only rested there, without attending to any other matters, deepening her puzzlement. On the 4th day, Xiao'er returned from the Qingjing office bearing a food box, once again alone. Qi Zhaomian set down her chopsticks. "Is she busy today as well?" Xiao'er nodded silently. Qi Zhaomian took a deep breath. "Dismiss her. I shall rest as well. Busy? Spending all day idly observing the quarrels among the mistresses and concubines qualifies as busy. What could be so pressing in this princess's residence that she would go to such lengths to avoid me? Outside, the moonlight was clear and winter was fast approaching, the chill creeping through the window to seek warmth indoors. Qi Zhaomian wrapped her fox fur cloak tighter, unable to quell her restless mind. Even the most beautiful moonlight lost its allure, prompting her to shut the window and lie down. Yet, as her head hit the pillow and her eyes closed, she could not help but reflect on all that had transpired in recent days, attempting to discern what Lin Shanjuan was evading. After much contemplation, she recalled Madame Chen's actions, realizing that it was precisely from the day after Madame Chen's inquiries that Lin Shanjuan began to stay overnight at the Qingjing office. Could it be that Madame Chen had spoken to her about something? Chapter 58. After all, with so many eyes upon her, she might as well embrace it. On the 5th day, Qi Zhaomian, having pondered for half the night, found herself feeling rather unwell. She decided to summon Granny Chen for an inquiry, and indeed, her suspicions from the previous night were confirmed. What astonished her further was that Granny Chen not only attempted to persuade Lin Shanjuan, but even forced her to consume 2 large jars of nourishing soup. She was momentarily at a loss as to whether to feel pity for the woman or to find amusement in the situation. Once the crux of the matter was identified, it became much easier to administer the appropriate remedy. After relaying her concerns, Granny Chen sighed with worry. My capabilities are rather limited, and I fear the prince may not know how to refuse, which is why he has been busy outside every day. Qi Zhaomian could have chosen to remain silent, for Granny Chen had indeed hit the nail on the head. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to offer a veil of protection for her. Not at all. She is currently investigating a major case, and it is only natural for her to be unable to extricate herself. She has just sent word that she will return tonight. Granny Chen expressed her surprise. The prince is capable of investigating cases? Qi Zhaomian raised an eyebrow. If she were truly a fool, would I have entrusted her with such a heavy responsibility? Granny Chen, realizing her misstep, lowered her head in remorse. I misspoke. Please do not take it to heart, Your Highness. Qi Zhaomian shook her head. I understand that you are only considering my well-being, and I harbor no resentment towards you. However, although she appears slender, overnourishing her is unnecessary. Excess can be detrimental. Restoring one's health should be a gradual process. Granny Chen hurriedly nodded in agreement. From now on, I shall be more discerning and prepare some other broth for the prince. Qi Zhaomian smiled. It has been a while since I savored your culinary skills. This opportunity allows me to indulge. With Qi Zhaomian joining in the consumption of the soup, Granny Chen naturally could not proceed with the preparation of the nourishing tonic. Upon uttering this, the notion of having the medicinal ingredients was promptly dismissed. It seemed the princess needed no such fortification, and thus, only chicken broth would suffice. After Granny Chen departed, Qi Zhaomian fell into deep contemplation. Even Granny Chen perceived her as lacking substantial abilities. It was only natural that others regarded her as a mere figurehead, a shield against criticism. Perhaps she often endured ridicule in the outside world, yet she had never mentioned it to herself. The day her subordinates witnessed her bending over backwards for Qi Zhaomian, she had shown no anger. Rather, she seemed to take pride in it. What sort of temperament did this person possess? Did she truly care so little for her reputation outside? The reason she chose to withdraw might stem from a desire not to offend Granny Chen while simultaneously avoiding putting herself in a difficult position, thus opting to sleep alone on a hard bed. It was indeed thoughtful of her, since she had endured so much for Qi Zhaomian, and with Granny Chen observing, a little consolation seemed only right, did it not? As dusk fell, Shower prepared a food box, intending to deliver it to the Qingjing office, when she unexpectedly encountered Qi Zhaomian and Yu Lu around the corner. Your Highness. Heading to the Qingjing office? Yes. Qi Zhaomian glanced at the food box. There is no need to deliver this. Merely convey a message. Shower, puzzled, set down the food box, which Yu Lu took into her arms. Qi Zhaomian, with her hands clasped behind her back, instructed, tell her that there is no need to drink from the jar tonight, and that she may come and sleep in my chamber without any difficulty. Shower, confused by the intent, memorized every word and recited it on her way, and after half an hour, Lin Shanjuan indeed returned joyfully. Qi Zhaomian, seated, heard her exclaim from a distance, Princess, I'm back. I'm starving. What s for dinner? The corners of Qi Zhaomian's lips instinctively curled upwards as she listened to the approaching footsteps. It was not until Lin Shanjuan entered, washed her hands, and took a seat beside her that she picked up her chopsticks. It has been a few days since we last met. You have lost quite a bit of weight. Do eat more. Lin Shanjuan was overwhelmed by gratitude, thinking, the benefactor is indeed perceptive, who could understand that she had endured several days on a cold, hard wooden bed, unable to return home. And today, Shower had informed her that the princess had cancelled her nourishing soup, and she need not feel awkward, for she could sleep directly on the princess's grand bed. Who could fathom such a liberating feeling? With immense appreciation, Lin Shanjuan lifted her bowl. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. Each word was clear and sincere, prompting Qi Zhaomian to smile. Indeed, it seemed she had suffered quite a bit. There is no rush. This is all that you rightfully deserve. Lin Shanjuan, overwhelmed with emotion, leaned closer and whispered, Rest assured. I shall make certain to clean myself thoroughly tonight, and I will not dirty your bed. The first half of her statement held a hint of intimacy, yet the latter half shattered the ambience, rendering it somewhat unseemly. Qi Zhaomian looked at her helplessly. That truly is a bother. Shanjuan, do eat? Well, after enduring the cold for several days, could she truly reproach her for not uttering sweet nothings? Thus, the once tranquil Chaoshi Hall became lively once more. Qi Zhaomian observed Lin Shanjuan energetically serving herself food, the eager companion, and felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. She had never realized how much liveliness one person could bring. Perhaps she had been too accustomed to the noise. Though she thought this, she consumed all the food in her bowl, only to be reminded of a more pressing dilemma. They would be sharing a bed shortly, and with the weather turning colder, it would be unreasonable to let her sleep on the floor. The bed was too narrow, and with her long limbs, it would surely be uncomfortable. Must it come to sharing the same pillow? Yet, should she inadvertently offend her in her sleep, would she then have to punish her? Lin Shanjuan, unaware of Qi Zhaomian's dilemma, held her bowl and savored the last sip of soup. Just as Qi Zhaomian was grappling with her predicament, a guard entered, bringing news from the Qingjing office. Lin Si, we have news from home. While drinking soup, Lin Shanjuan, hearing this, mumbled unintelligibly, I know. Go find Lu Feng and ask for leave. It's good to rest and spend time with the family. The guard was left speechless. Wife, do you mean your spouse? My lord, I meant, the crow has arrived, but I am not yet married. Lin Shanjuan choked, coughing as she recalled her initial agreed-upon phrase, we have news from home. Her status was unique, with many eyes watching, and the people around her could not discern who was an informant. Thus she had created this code to prevent leaks. Yet, she had forgotten it after just a few days. She coughed until she struggled to breathe, her eyes glistening with moisture. Qi Zhaomian, witnessing this, helplessly patted her back. Lin Shanjuan looked at her with gratitude, and once she regained her breath, she stood up, cough, cough, I apologize, let us go. Qi Zhaomian furrowed her brow and tugged at her sleeve, detaining her. It is not too late to leave after you finish eating. Lin Shanjuan glanced at her bowl. I'm full. Qi Zhaomian, unsure of why she was holding her back, withdrew her hand. As long as you're satisfied. Lin Shanjuan eyed her quizzically, while Qi Zhaomian averted her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. Your Highness, do you have something to say? Qi Zhaomian shook her head, and seeing Lin Shanjuan's skepticism, she hastily sought out a conversation starter. Have there been any developments? Lin Shanjuan nodded, glancing around at the attendants, then leaned closer to Qi Zhaomian's ear, fearful of being overheard. Your Highness has selected commendable individuals. There have been attempts on our lives these past few days, but they have all been thwarted. Thank you for your foresight. Having praised her, she caught sight of Qi Zhaomian's raised eyebrow and continued, We have awaited the arrival of the traitors. Tonight we will disguise ourselves to capture them. Could you keep an eye on that fellow, Su? Though Qi Zhaomian recognized that the first part of her statement was merely a sugar-coated pretext for the latter, the sweetness was indeed appealing, and she readily agreed. You may proceed without worry. Regardless of whom you uncover, we shall root them out. This statement served as a universal pass, and Lin Shanjuan, filled with excitement, expressed her gratitude, embracing Qi Zhaomian tightly and rubbing against her a few times. You are truly wonderful. Thank you, thank you. I must take my leave. The servants in the room swiftly turned away, fearing fearful of witnessing something they ought not to see. In that fleeting moment of being embraced, Qi Zhaomian experienced a sudden flurry of panic. Before she could admonish her, Lin Shanjuan, with keen awareness, released her, yet the spot where she had brushed against her still bore a lingering warmth. "You?" Lin Shanjuan had already dashed to the door, and upon hearing her words, assumed she had predicted the princess's concern, confidently waving her hand. "Do not worry. I will be cautious and return early." Qi Zhaomian fell silent, for the words she had intended to say were, "Should you overstep your bounds without permission again, I shall not be lenient." After all, with so many witnesses present, and her subordinates in tow, and Granny Chun seemingly at ease, perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, with so many considerations in mind, why punish her? Being affectionate in public. Wasn't he that the agreement? Chapter 59. No one escapes. Lin Shanjuan and her companions urged their horses swiftly towards the inn, where Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu awaited their arrival. "Lin Lin Shanjuan replied, gazing at the crow perched on the windowsill. "Is that the crow in question?" "Indeed. This is the note I found in the desolate house," Qi Zhaomian said. Lin Shanjuan unfurled the note, which simply read, "At the hour of the rat, in the southern necropolis." Choosing the necropolis? These individuals are audacious, engaging in treachery yet exhibiting such boldness. Lin Shanjuan shook her head with a faint smile. Just earlier, she had lamented the insular nature of information in this age, where one could only await leads. Yet, it appeared that the slow dissemination of news had its own merits. The situation at Capriciousness Tower was tightly monitored. The trio who had conducted the transaction in the alley had all been apprehended, and with the news stifled, the dealings could naturally proceed. Initially, she had contemplated deliberately letting one escape to relay a message to a higher authority, framing it as a betrayal by the madam to incite internal discord, a strategy that would facilitate her own maneuvers. However, with Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu acting swiftly, this lead would have to be employed at a later time. Her gaze fell upon the 3 black bags heaped in the corner, alongside a lantern. "Is that the headscarf they mentioned?" Bai Shu nodded. "They call it a headscarf, but it's merely 3 hair ties, meant to be worn on the forehead." Lin Shanjuan acknowledged this with a nod. "You 3 can divide them among yourselves. My physique differs greatly from theirs, making any overt interaction potentially perilous. I shall remain in the shadows, ensuring they do not flee." Bai Shu assented. "Then I shall give you this dagger for self-defense." Lin Shanjuan waved her hand dismissively. "I am unaccustomed to such weapons. Procure a bow for me, along with a quiver of arrows." Bai Shu complied, descending to prepare. Qi Zhaomian appeared astonished. "What is this? You seem quite surprised?" Qi Zhaomian nodded, having assumed Lin Shanjuan was merely a reflection of the rumors circulating in the capital. Moreover, she appeared rather fragile. Regardless of her abilities, her physical stature limited the scope of what one could envision her capable of. "I never anticipated that Lin Si could wield archery." Lin Shanjuan offered a mysterious smile, raising a finger to shake it at him. "A secret." Qi Zhaomian was taken aback, lowering his gaze in embarrassment, reluctant to meet her eyes. "Gather a few more individuals and ensure the Madam of Capriciousness Tower is captured as well. Should our operation tonight falter, we must not return empty-handed." "Understood." As night descended, Lin Shanjuan donned her bow and arrows, the assassin's instinct coursing through her veins, seamlessly blending into the darkness. Despite the 4 setting out together, Lin Shanjuan's presence had become elusive. Qi Zhaomian, puzzled, queried, "Where is Lin Si?" Bai Shu, less surprised, recalled Lin Shanjuan's prior assertion of being an assassin, leading him to suspect the truth of her claim. "Lin Si is far from the fragile figure we perceive. Soon you shall see. It will surely astonish you." Qi Zhaomian remained skeptical, stroking his chin. "Very well, I shall brace myself." The impenetrable darkness did not hinder Lin Shanjuan's movements. Rather, it facilitated them. She thrived in the night, having blossomed under its cover for 13 years. Thus, the night was her most familiar companion. Arriving at the necropolis ahead of the others, she selected a vantage point to await their arrival. Before long, Qi Zhaomian and the others arrived at the designated location, and Lin Shanjuan scanned the surroundings, spotting a group of 10 riders approaching, escorting 2 horse-drawn carts. Exchanging glances, Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu understood the forthcoming dialogue. The leader of the group grumbled, "You lot arrived rather early. What if we are discovered?" Qi Zhaomian stepped forward. "The elder brother has drawn the attention of the Qingjing division and cannot leave, hence he sent us to collect. It is our first time here, and we fear we might delay your esteemed endeavors." We shall ensure it does not happen again. The man scrutinized them suspiciously, then rode closer to examine the headscarf and lantern. As he approached, the light from the lantern illuminated his pockmarked face. The three exchanged glances, recognizing his identity. He was indeed the pockmarked man mentioned in their later discussions. Having verified the lantern and headscarf belonged to the three rotund figures, the pockmarked man relaxed, gesturing towards the carts behind him. County magistrate who has stated that there is little of value lately, just these few items. Submit them first, and he will devise a plan. Qi Zhaomian nodded, feigning an indecent expression. Since we have a few days before submission, why not examine the goods ourselves? The pockmarked man spat. You know how it is with the higher-ups. If they discover we handed over used items, they won't hesitate to take our lives. Qi Zhaomian nervously chuckled. You make a valid point. We shall take our leave then. Bai Shu nodded and, alongside the guards, each took hold of a cart. The pockmarked man warily surveyed their surroundings. Be cautious. The Qingjing Division's emergence poses restrictions not only on the officials, but also on us who navigate this territory. I've heard that once captured, none escape. Qi Zhaomian fervently agreed. Indeed, since you are aware, I shall apprehend. The pockmarked man paused. What did you just say? Qi Zhaomian smirked coldly, raising his voice. Seize them. Suddenly, figures wielding torches from the Qingjing division surrounded them. The pockmarked man understood instantly, cursing as he rolled to the ground, producing two small explosive devices from his pocket and tossing them to the earth, releasing a cloud of blinding smoke. The acrid smoke severely hampered the efforts of capture, leading to Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian coughing in frustration while attempting to apprehend their quarry. As the smoke cleared, the group had managed to capture only 6 of the 10, excluding the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man fled desperately, while his subordinates still remembered to flatter him. Truly, the leader foresaw this and brought. In a panic, the pockmarked man turned back, only to see an arrow swiftly pierce one of his subordinates' legs, causing him to collapse in agony. Lin Shanjuan had already set her sights on the pockmarked man, and as he frantically scanned his surroundings, pain shot through his knee. Lin Shanjuan acted decisively, incapacitating the 4 assailants. Once certain there were no additional ambushes, she leapt down from the tree. The approaching officers were momentarily stunned, and Lin Shanjuan waved her hand. Take them away. The men snapped back to reality, dragging the incapacitated individuals back, their cries of distress echoing. Lin Shanjuan, irritated by the noise, snapped, If they continue to wail, I shall remove their socks and stuff them in their mouths. The soldiers, glancing at the soldier's sweaty feet, immediately fell silent, their faces reddening with suppressed laughter. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, exasperated, kicked a small stone. Damn it, we've been outsmarted. Both wore expressions of frustration, glancing around, unsure of which direction to pursue, until the soldiers returned with 4 moaning captives, the fleeing pockmarked man and his 3 subordinates. And there stood Lin Shanjuan, composed and unperturbed. Lin Shanjuan handed her bow and arrows to Qi Zhaomian, who noted that of the 20 arrows in the quiver, only 12 remained. His eyes widened as he observed that each of the 4 captives had been struck in both calves. Stammering, he looked between the quiver and the 4 men. Milady, this. Lin Shanjuan patted his shoulder, a stroke of luck. Mere chance. Now, let us go. It's freezing. Qi Zhaomian nodded dumbly, clutching the quiver and glancing back at Lin Shanjuan, who shivered atop her horse, rendered speechless by the stark contrast before him. Chance. In this pitch-black night, to hit every target without fail. How could that be? Qi Zhaomian, if you don't hurry, I might just shoot you. I'm coming. Chapter 60. Let me see what severe laws are. The princess's residence. Qi Zhaomian emerged from the bath, dried her hair, changed into her clothes, and returned to her chamber. On her bed lay 2 quilts, nestled together in a manner that inexplicably evoked a sense of warmth. It was likely arranged by Mama Chun, who seemed genuinely considerate, though her motivations remained a mystery. Qi Zhaomian shook her head helplessly, lifted one side of the quilt, and lay down, only to open her eyes after a while to glance at the other quilt, her mind swirling with speculation. She had gone out to apprehend someone, and logically, she should not have been gone for too long. Yet, 3 hours had passed without her return. Was it possible she would not return at all tonight? Perhaps she should have sent Yulu to check on things, rather than remain in this state of uncertainty. Lin Shanjuan. Suddenly, Qi Zhaomian found herself unable to sleep. She turned onto her side, her mind filled with thoughts of the dinner earlier, where he had been both attentive and grateful, and a smile crept onto her lips. She was rather naive, finding joy simply because she no longer had to drink from the clay pot. Despite her claims of being cleansed, she felt no shame whatsoever. After such a lengthy investigation, Lin Shanjuan's background was as blank as a fresh sheet of paper. No, it was even more devoid of information than that. She had no idea where he came from, nor did he have a past. In fact, no one seemed to have ever heard of his name. The absence of a trace from a person could imply either a more significant conspiracy, meticulously erasing past records, or that he was not a person of the Jingwa at all. Given the unfamiliar vocabulary he often used, the latter seemed more plausible. What she could ascertain was that Lin Shanjuan harbored no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, considering her own martial skills, her life would likely have been in his possession long ago. But what was his purpose in approaching her? Was it truly, as he claimed, merely to fulfill his own desires? Humans are inherently self-serving. Why would he have a singular focus on helping her realize her aspirations? What could he possibly gain from it? The only incentives that would stir Lin Shanjuan's interest could be wealth or freedom. Lin Shanjuan, what is it that you truly desire? As the night deepened, she gradually succumbed to a heavy slumber. Dawn's first light. Qi Zhaomian once again dreamt of her mother's desperate demise before the emperor's bed. Blood splattered across her neck and garments, plunging her into a nightmarish recollection that she could not escape, forced to relive those harrowing moments. Mother, mother, rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take care and return early. Lin Qi Zhaomian's breath grew heavier, and Lin Shanjuan's voice began to sever the gruesome imagery, until finally, she jolted awake, sitting upright, her temples damp and her collar soaked with cold sweat. The buzzing in her ears persisted as she rubbed her forehead, still struggling to regain her composure. Today is indeed different. I must thank her for allowing me to escape early. She exhaled, observing the unaltered quilt beside her, then glancing at the deliberately left crack in the door from last night. Her mood soured considerably. How could she say come back early when it was yet another night spent apart? She was curious to see just how formidable this captured thief truly was. Shower, assist me in changing my attire. Shower complied, ushering in the maidservants for her grooming. Your Highness, shall we send a portion of breakfast to the prince? Qi Zhaomian couldn't help but recall that charming figure, waving his hand with a radiant smile, declaring, I will be cautious and return early. She shut her eyes, scolding herself for being troubled by dreams, her mind in disarray. Let us take it along. Prepare the carriage and head to the King Zhengxi. King Zhengxi, Lin Shanjuan and his entourage, shrouded in darkness, returned to the King Zhengxi at dawn, escorting the captured rascals. The guard stepped forward to receive them, reporting, Lin sir, thanks to your prior orders, the old Madam's escape plan was thwarted, and she has been apprehended. Lin Shanjuan sighed in relief. Her efforts throughout the night had not been in vain. The captured rascals, being rather thick-skinned, would likely yield little during interrogation. Better to confine them for a while, allowing them to reflect upon their actions through some discomfort. Bring the old madam forward for questioning. Lock up the others. Those injured should receive treatment, while the uninjured can be confined without any unnecessary courtesy, allowing them to reflect on their deeds. The guards loathed those who engaged in the trade of women and promptly dragged away the 10 captives, neglecting any further mention. Bai Shu and Qi Zhan jumped down from the carriage. Lin sir, how shall we handle these young ladies? Lin Shanjuan glanced at the 2 carriages, recalling the last time they had brought someone back, which had sparked various speculations within the princess's residence, thus discarding the idea of taking anyone home. These are all witnesses. Let them stay here in a few rooms while you seek Lu Feng to allocate some funds. We must provide them with the necessary bedding and such. Understood. Moments later, the carriage from the princess's residence halted before the King Zhengxi. Upon seeing the princess's carriage, the guards immediately knelt in unison. We welcome your highness, the eldest princess. As the carriage door opened, Shower assisted a figure clad in pristine white attire. Qi Zhaomian alighted, poised and composed as she stepped onto the ground. Where is Lin sir? Your highness, Lin sir apprehended 10 criminals last night and has since gone to the prison for a thorough interrogation. I shall relay your presence. Qi Zhaomian felt a flicker of curiosity at the mention of a thorough interrogation. With his unruly and carefree nature, she truly wished to witness what his severe methods entailed. No need. I shall go myself. Lead the way. The guard hesitated slightly. The cells are damp, Your Highness, and you are of noble status. Shower interjected. The princess has spoken. She will go personally, so lead the way. With that, the guard rose and guided the two to the prison to seek out the individuals. In the dimly lit cell, the old madam had been left to stew overnight, yet she remained remarkably composed, seated calmly in the corner. The guards dragged her forward, presenting her before Lin Shanjuan, barking, "Lin Sir wishes to speak with you. Kneel properly." The old madam leisurely knelt, sizing up Lin Shanjuan with a look of disdain, a smirk playing on her lips, her voice dripping with flirtation. "Lin Sir summoned me in the dead of night only to make me wait in agony for an entire night. Could it be that you hold me in high regard and desire my services?" Lin Shanjuan fought back the nausea rising in his throat, the overpowering scent of her perfume causing him to sneeze. Achoo! The old madam's expression shifted, recalling her first encounter with him, where he had displayed a similar aversion, and she shot him a venomous glare. Lin Shanjuan, pinching his nose, waved his hand. "Keep her away, further away. It's too pungent." The guards stifled their laughter as they dragged the struggling old madam to the side. After sipping some tea, Lin Shanjuan finally managed to compose himself. Having been awake for a day and a night without rest, his eyelids felt heavy, and he lacked the patience for any preamble, opting for a direct approach. "Last night, where did you intend to go?" The old madam's smile returned, her tone mockingly playful. "Lin Sir, what are you saying? It was merely a business engagement. I was off to meet a client. Surely you do not think that, at my age and with my fading beauty, I have no suitors?" Lin Shanjuan fell silent, struggling to reconcile his modern perceptions of beauty with the notion that anyone would go to such lengths for a client. Chapter 61. Who is bullying the prince consort of this palace? The old madam was unaware of her true thoughts, mistakenly believing that Lin Shanjuan was still young and bashful. After hearing her words, she felt ashamed to continue her inquiries, as though she had found an opportunity to exploit. "Young Lin, you mustn't be naive. As women of my age, we are inevitably ensnared by loneliness day and night, with no one to care for us. How is one to endure such a life?" Lin Shanjuan scratched her head, rendered speechless. Hadn't she learned in her history classes that ancient people were discreet, that matters of love were often veiled in subtlety, conveyed through objects and metaphors? In this instance, was the old madam a counterfeit of those ancient figures, or was her textbook merely a pirated edition? Casting a glance around the room, the old madam noted the expressions of acute embarrassment on everyone's faces, which only fueled her pride. She was aware that as long as she prolonged the conversation, someone would eventually take her away. Thus she grew even more unabashed. "Since Lin Si spends her days with Her Highness the Princess, these matters must not be unfamiliar to you. I, too, have my needs at my age, so what is wrong with me seeking the company of esteemed guests?" Lin Shanjuan curled her tongue, finally speaking up with a cold gaze fixed on the old madam, causing her to shudder. "We both know who this case will implicate. I have captured so many individuals, it is not necessary for you to speak. Others may keep you as a witness, seeking your testimony, but not me. I am the esteemed Lin Si, appointed by His Majesty, and no one has the authority to question my case." She rose and approached the old madam, glaring fiercely at her. "In other words, if I choose to drag someone down, they will have no choice but to comply. As for your life, if I am displeased, I can easily dispose of you. What can you do about it? Your superiors cannot surpass the Grand Tutor, and I am directly under the Emperor's command. Who can challenge me?" The old madam's once smiling face grew increasingly rigid as Lin Shanjuan spoke, eventually twisting into a semblance of savagery. "You, as a high-ranking official, how dare you slander me without evidence?" Lin Shanjuan scoffed. "You know I am a high-ranking official? I thought your arrogance made you overlook my status." The dim light in the cell fell solely upon Lin Shanjuan's face, casting a shadow over her demeanor. I am an innocent person. You wish to kill me without cause. That is a violation of human rights. Even now," she tried to employ threats, prompting Lin Shanjuan to shake her head in derision at her foolishness. She leisurely strolled to the old madam's side, slightly bending down. "Whether you are ill or not is not for you to decide, but for me, you fool. There is little evidence, and I am rather disinterested. Why waste time searching? I already know for whom you are working. If you desire evidence, simply fabricate some." It is a waste of time to engage with an old hag like you. The old madam's face turned pale with panic, yet she gritted her teeth stubbornly. If the emperor finds out, you will be guilty of deceiving the sovereign. That is a death sentence for your entire clan. A faint smile graced Lin Shanjuan's lips, though it did not reach her eyes, clearly indicating her waning patience. Qi Zhaomian, sever her tongue. If she truly speaks everything in court, it will be quite tedious. Qi Zhaomian stepped forward in response, drawing his dagger with a sharp sound, its glimmering blade inching toward the old madam's lips. She clamped her mouth shut tightly, her eyes wide with terror. Observing her expression, Lin Shanjuan smiled slightly, adding the final straw. I initially intended for you to quietly await your demise in prison, but now, if you help me capture the contact, your superior will ensure you have no chance to speak further. Hence, I need not taint my hands with your foul blood. However, you have insulted Her Highness the Princess, which compels me to take matters into my own hands. My benefactor, do you believe you are worthy of such audacity? Qi Zhaomian had pried open the old madam's hands. The dagger, razor-sharp, grazed her lips, leaving a cut. The pain shattered the last barrier within the old madam, and she cried out, Lin Si. Spare me. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Qi Zhaomian halted, looking to Lin Shanjuan for guidance. Lin Shanjuan's gaze was frigid, her murderous intent no longer concealed. Qi Zhaomian, do you wish for me to take action myself? Qi Zhaomian was startled, his hands trembling slightly. Yes. There is no need for Lin Si to act. The old madam writhed violently, her fear overwhelming her previous resolve. It is Zhao Xian. The girls sent here are all delivered to the governor Zhao Xian. Lin Si, have mercy. I will tell you everything. Please listen to me. Qi Zhaomian paused once more, while Lin Shanjuan remained silent, her back turned to the old madam. Sensing a glimmer of hope, the old madam quickly knelt again, her voice stripped of allure, her disheveled hair spilling about her face, blood seeping from her still-open wound, staining her garments. I only took on this business last year. I truly do not know the source of the girls. They are always brought to me by Tianxi and others, and I then send them to Zhao Xian's residence, after which I have no knowledge of how he handles them. I speak nothing but the truth, not a single lie. Lin Si, I beg you, spare my life. I will tell you everything. Having poured out her heart-wrenching confession, she saw Lin Shanjuan still unmoving, and hurriedly crawled to grasp Lin Shanjuan's leg, weeping. Lin Si, I beg you. Everything I said is true. Please believe me. I swear it is all true. Lin Shanjuan. Why does everyone here enjoy clinging to my legs and staining my garments? My clothes? Fuming, Lin Shanjuan kicked the old madam aside, gazing at the bloodied hem of her attire with a pained expression, finding it far more disgusting than mere snot. The officials in the room exchanged glances, none daring to speak, their eyes fixed on the ground. Qi Zhaomian had witnessed the entire interrogation. She refrained from interrupting, partly to observe Lin Shanjuan's methods, and partly out of curiosity about this unfamiliar side of her. Lin Shanjuan appeared adept at psychological manipulation, not only pinpointing the weaknesses of the culprit, but also expertly controlling the pace of the interrogation. Initially instilling panic in the old madam, she then allowed her to grasp at a thread of hope just as she neared the brink of collapse. This approach not only ensured efficiency in the interrogation but also guaranteed the authenticity of the testimony. Truly an impressive tactic. However, Qi Zhaomian was surprised that the old madam's remarks regarding her own situation seemed to genuinely infuriate Lin Shanjuan. The reasons for her anger appeared to be singular, as if she were simply displeased by the slights against her person. But why was she displeased? Qi Zhaomian could not quite discern, though what piqued her interest was the expression of vexation on Lin Shanjuan's face. From calm composure to a flustered demeanor, Lin Shanjuan was now tugging at her garments in frustration, prompting Qi Zhaomian to stifle a laugh. Suppressing her confusion, she gracefully entered the cell, breaking the heavy atmosphere with her words. Who has dared to bully the prince consort of this palace, causing such distress? Chapter 62. All in the soup. The sound instantly drew the attention of those in the room. Upon recognizing the newcomer, they all fell to the ground, bowing in reverence. Lin Shanjuan, weary of expression, grasped the hem of her garment, hesitating to speak, ultimately managing to utter a single phrase. Qi Zhaomian, my clothes, ruined again. The guards, taken aback, hurriedly covered their ears, fearing that the notorious princess, akin to a viper, would take their lives merely for uttering her name. To their surprise, the princess not only remained unperturbed but approached with a smile. After all, with so many eyes upon her, any intimate gesture would merely serve as a display for others. There was nothing inappropriate about it. Thus, succumbing to her sudden impulse, she caressed Lin Shanjuan's face. "No matter, I shall buy you another." Indeed, it felt delightful to touch. She withdrew her hand, her fingertips lingering in her sleeve, savoring the soft sensation, harboring a desire to touch again. Initially intending to step back, Lin Shanjuan reconsidered upon hearing the promise of new garments, choosing instead to advance. Why should she retreat? The princess was so generous. What harm was there in a gentle touch? The interrogation could very well conclude here, for the brothel keeper possessed limited knowledge and would likely divulge no more under duress. It would be wiser to let her ponder in her cell before further inquiries. Lin Shanjuan led Qi Zhaomian to her modest room, where she had been staying for the past few days, and temporarily donned a set of official robes left there. The purple fabric exuded nobility, and the deep hue enhanced her solemnity and composure. Qi Zhaomian watched her change, finding nothing out of the ordinary in merely an outer garment. As she dressed, Lin Shanjuan inquired, "What brings you here so early? Is there something amiss?" Qi Zhaomian smiled and understanding the cue, placed a food box on the table, cheerfully explaining, "Yesterday, Your Highness waited a long time. You did not return, and this morning, the prince was quite concerned, sending for breakfast early, fearing you might go hungry." Qi Zhaomian had merely intended for her to set the food down and subtly suggest sharing a meal, but Shower rambled on, especially when she spoke as if her well-being hinged on the presence of this person. Qi Zhaomian reproached softly, "Mind your tongue." Shower retreated, acknowledging her mistake. This servant spoke out of turn. Lin Shanjuan felt a surge of emotion, unable to perceive that Qi Zhaomian was already embarrassed by Shower's words and was simply seeking affirmation. "You waited for me all night?" "Really?" Qi Zhaomian remained silent, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Lin Shanjuan, delighted by her stiff expression, leaned in closer. "Then I shall return early tonight." Qi Zhaomian drew a breath. "I did not keep the door ajar as Shower suggested. It was merely to allay old Madame Chen's suspicions. Though she had indeed left it open all night without returning, Shower hadn't mentioned it. So why did Qi Zhaomian feel compelled to confess?" Suppressing her laughter, Lin Shanjuan surmised that the princess was simply too shy to admit it, suddenly feeling a surge of self-awareness akin to a canary. "I understand. That's precisely it. I was restless last night because I missed you." How could she so readily spout such words? While she was typically factual in other matters, why did she speak of such intimate feelings so freely? Qi Zhaomian turned her face away. Oh, surely the prince was too busy last night to have time for such thoughts? Why did she refer to him as prince again? Lin Shanjuan cautiously regarded her expression. "So I didn't think of you?" Qi Zhaomian shot her a glare that seemed to suggest a desire to bestow death upon her, causing Lin Shanjuan to startle and reach for a pastry. "Of course, that was a jest, Your Highness. Do try this." Qi Zhaomian inhaled deeply, realizing that she might be acting somewhat unusually. She accepted the offering and took a bite, finding it delightful, especially when paired with the congee. Normally, the prince is obedient and gentle, but now I see that his methods of interrogation are quite effective as well. Lin Shanjuan pondered the sincerity of the praise hidden within her words, eventually sighing. "You see, when dealing with wrongdoers, one must make them feel that you are more ruthless, more cruel than they. Only then will they yield, for within their very nature lies a fear of the strong and a tendency to bully the weak." Qi Zhaomian raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Oh, how did the prince come to know such wisdom?" Lin Shanjuan paused, opting for honesty regarding her past. She doubted that someone as astute as Qi Zhaomian would neglect to investigate her background, and she had never deliberately concealed her former life as an assassin. It was wiser not to attempt to deceive an intelligent person, as it would only foster distance between them. Lin Shanjuan wished to close that gap. Although her initial intent was to expedite the completion of her mission, she had come to appreciate the challenges Qi Zhaomian faced. What she could offer was limited, yet the most she could do was, over time, silently assure Qi Zhaomian that she could guard against anyone, but not against her confidant. She would never bring her harm. "I never spoke of it before, but now I will. I was once an assassin." The sudden confession momentarily stunned Qi Zhaomian. She gazed at Lin Shanjuan, whose eyes held an uncommon seriousness. What I know has been earned through the exchange of lives. My understanding of the value of life comes from the times I nearly lost my own. The lessons untainted by blood are rarely remembered so deeply. She spoke with such calmness that it made Qi Zhaomian's heart skip a beat. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patterns upon Lin Shanjuan. The way she spoke of life and death so matter-of-factly was disconcerting, yet oddly captivating. Previously, Qi Zhaomian had perceived Lin Shanjuan as somewhat eccentric, believing her to be deeply guarded. Yet now, having glimpsed her past, she suddenly recognized another possibility. Perhaps Lin Shanjuan was not merely eccentric. She simply did not care. If she was indifferent to life and death, then she surely would not care about the opinions of the world or the pressures exerted upon her. With each passing day, Qi Zhaomian found herself discovering more of Lin Shanjuan's remarkable qualities. Such a fascinating person, she wished to spend more time with her. Given this, I would be delighted to be the first to share something with you. Qi Zhaomian set aside her pastry, graciously serving Lin Shanjuan a bowl of soup, placing it before her. The first thing I wish to convey is that you ought to cherish your life and serve me well. Lin Shanjuan, taken aback, cradled the soup, hardly believing her ears. She was still unaware of her patron's identity. While the words carried a hint of coercion, they were unmistakably a unique form of care from her benefactor. Cherish your life and serve me was clearly a plea to value your life. Do not make me worry. It had to be this way. Otherwise, why would she serve me soup? Seeing Lin Shanjuan unmoved, Qi Zhaomian assumed she had not comprehended her intent. After a moment of silence, the princess, unaccustomed to soft words, delivered a rather blunt command. I have always been the one to dismiss others. You must not allow me to mourn. Lin Shanjuan clutched her soup tightly, her heart racing with excitement. Today, even if the Buddha himself appeared, this would be her benefactor's heartfelt admonition. My benefactor, the princess of Jingwa, decisive and resolute. Yet she could express such concern for me. Was this not care and reassurance? To entertain the most extreme possibility. If she were to threaten me, why would she serve me a bowl of soup? If she were merely using me, why would she serve me a bowl of soup? Filled with fervor, she lifted the bowl, and amidst the previously ambiguous atmosphere, declared her unwavering resolve, the blood of a northeastern person surging through her. I understand. It's all in the soup. And with that, she drank it all in one go. Qi Zhaomian. At times, she genuinely questioned whether Lin Shanjuan possessed some hidden ailment, perhaps a mental affliction. What could possibly be in the soup? She was eager to discover what else lay within besides goji berries. Everything is in the soup? Chapter 63. This time, she directly called her to lean on her shoulder. You? Her gaze fell upon the steaming empty bowl in Lin Shanjuan's hand, and she hesitated, asking, Isn't it hot? Lin Shanjuan gritted her teeth in denial. Not hot. The temperature is just right. Qi Zhaomian hesitated. Then the tears in your eyes. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Qi Zhaomian had nothing more to say. Turning back to her own meal, sit down, eat. Lin Shanjuan opened her mouth to secretly inhale cool air, attempting to alleviate the pain in her mouth. Qi Zhaomian lowered her eyelashes, her movements elegant and graceful, reflecting on her earlier somewhat inappropriate demeanor, suddenly asking, Do you remember what I said just now? Lin Shanjuan nodded vigorously. I remember. Qi Zhaomian looked at her. If you forget, you shall transcribe it 1,000 times. Lin Shanjuan instinctively rubbed her wrist, recalling the exhausting day she spent transcribing for Qi Ili, sitting up straight with a conciliatory tone. I need not be subjected to such measures, right? I also have to copy? Qi Zhaomian continued to sip her soup, and only after finishing did she wipe her mouth. Do you find this method ineffective, Shanjuan? Lin Shanjuan twitched her lips. It is effective, just a bit too cruel. Qi Zhaomian's expression changed. I have yet to hold you accountable for assisting the emperor in his transcription, and you dare to find my punishment cruel? Lin Shanjuan instantly felt guilty. Raising her eyes to meet hers, you already know? Qi Zhaomian snorted coldly, her silence speaking volumes. Lin Shanjuan chuckled awkwardly. It won't happen again. You know me. I can correct my mistakes as soon as I realize them. While her words were true, Qi Zhaomian detected the underlying meaning. If I am unaware of my mistake, I shall continue as before. Surely, that is what she intended to convey. She chose not to pursue the matter further, redirecting to the main topic. The brothel owner's testimony is credible. Your next target must be Zhaoxian. Lin Shanjuan shook her head. We must uproot the source first. I have people keeping an eye on Zhaoxian. He cannot escape, but the self-important county magistrate of Wuyin town. If we do not hurry to apprehend him, he might retreat into his shell. Qi Zhaomian set down her bowl, her eyes betraying a hint of approval. Your meticulous thinking truly astonishes me, Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan smiled shyly. It's nothing special. Accustomed to her blunt words, Qi Zhaomian was momentarily taken aback by this more refined response, smiling helplessly as her gaze swept across the humble bed. Is this place so crude? Did you sleep here for the past few days? Lin Shanjuan paused, shifting slightly. It's not bad. Adding an extra blanket at night makes it not too hard. Not too hard, which still implied it was hard. Qi Zhaomian shook her head. After a tiring night, would you prefer to return to the princess's residence to sleep, or continue to stay here? Lin Shanjuan's eyes lit up. If we return to the princess's residence, can I sleep in your room on the big bed? Qi Zhaomian pursed her lips, taking a few seconds to respond. Of course. Lin Shanjuan immediately stood up. I've been so sleepy. I can barely keep my eyes open. She took over Xiao Er's duties, assisting Qi Zhaomian out. You truly care for me, knowing I cannot eat or sleep well. I have been so wronged lately. Qi Zhaomian's attendants, Qi Zhuan and Bai Shu, stared at her as she walked out. Qi Zhuan remarked, hasn't Lin Si been sleeping quite well these past few days? Could it all have been an act to reassure us? Bai Shu scoffed. Just yesterday morning, she claimed it was comfortable here, avoiding the nanny and not having to rise early for work. I don't think it seems like an act. The carriage swayed, and Lin Shanjuan's drowsiness deepened with each jolt, becoming increasingly unsteady after traveling just a few dozen meters. Qi Zhaomian glanced at her, suddenly recalling their last journey together to the Grand Tutor's residence for a banquet, during which she had inadvertently shoved Lin Shanjuan aside, causing her to bump her head and develop a large bump. A thread of guilt surfaced in her heart. After hesitating for a few seconds, she raised her hand to rest Lin Shanjuan's head on her shoulder. Lin Shanjuan's momentary wakefulness was marked by her eyes opening slightly, gazing at her in a daze. Her voice had a hint of confusion, and Qi Zhaomian curled her fingers, delivering her words in a more aloof manner. If you bump your head again, you shall blame me. Lin Shanjuan seemed to understand, but the carriage was indeed swaying, and Qi Zhaomian was quite slender. Unable to maintain her balance, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Qi Zhaomian, leaning against her for comfort. A sense of panic arose once more within Qi Zhaomian, causing her to furrow her brow, her voice dropping a few degrees. Lin Shanjuan, loosen. Lin Shanjuan murmured sleepily. Thank you. Yawning, she continued to drift off, her embrace around Qi Zhaomian loosening just enough to be gentle. Qi Zhaomian found her reprimand suddenly difficult to articulate. She remained silent, ultimately helplessly lifting the curtain on the side of the carriage, instructing Xiao Er. Drive slowly. The prince is restless in his sleep. Upon seeing their closely intertwined posture through the curtain, Xiao Er's face flushed, and she hurried to relay the message. Consequently, the carriage moved more steadily and slowly, and Lin Shanjuan's furrowed brow relaxed significantly. Qi Zhaomian hesitated greatly, contemplating whether to push her away, but considering that she had been wholeheartedly devoted to the cause she wished to pursue, and being in public, perhaps allowing her to hold her was not crossing a line. The unusual feeling in her heart grew more pronounced. Apart from her father and mother, she had never been held so tightly by anyone else. Lin Shanjuan's warmth began to seep through their garments, the points of contact radiating a comforting heat. With winter fast approaching, Qi Zhaomian had always relied on multiple hot water bottles for warmth, yet today she had found a larger, warmer, hot water bottle. She gazed at Lin Shanjuan, her eyes sparkling with deepening amusement. Initially intending to be a mere shield, she found herself increasingly appreciating Lin Shanjuan's usefulness. In every aspect, both externally and internally, she proved invaluable. Lin Shanjuan's appearance was not one to captivate a nation, but she possessed a certain vigor that set her apart from ordinary women, and the longer one looked, the more one found her charmingly unique. Qi Zhaomian's gaze traced the contours of Lin Shanjuan's features, noticing her smooth face, and couldn't help but think of pinching her cheeks. With both of them fast asleep, a gentle pinch would likely be harmless. With that thought, Qi Zhaomian slowly raised her hand, but just as she was a hair's breadth away, the carriage came to a halt, and Xiao Er whispered at the side window. Your Highness, General Jin Nan has arrived. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhao. Her intended action interrupted. Qi Zhaomian's mood soured. Abandoning her original plan, she wrapped her arms around Lin Shanjuan instead. Was he not relentless? Then let him retreat in defeat. Lin Shanjuan was blissfully asleep, drowsily hearing a faint sound but not yet fully awake. Qi Zhaomian lifted the curtain, and their intimate posture was fully visible to Yilang, who tightened the reins in an instant, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wished to slay Lin Shanjuan. You? Qi Zhaomian shot him a cold glance. Does General Zhan Nan not comprehend my words? This is the capital. Having spent so long on the frontier, have you forgotten even the etiquette expected of a subject? Chapter 64. Warming the bed for the patron, Yilang felt a chill in his heart, his facial muscles twitching incessantly as he dismounted and knelt on one knee. I have seen Her Royal Highness, Princess Shihi. Qi Zhaomian cast him a sidelong glance. To obstruct this princess's carriage without just cause, do you understand the punishment that awaits you if there are no pressing matters to report? Reluctantly, Yilang rose, while Lin Shanjuan, awakened by their dialogue, stirred as Qi Zhaomian's tone was too frigid for her to remain undisturbed in her slumber. Upon seeing Yilang, Lin Shanjuan instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be held tighter by Qi Zhaomian. Awake? She inquired, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Lin Shanjuan. The journey is still lengthy. Sleep a little longer. This gentle demeanor starkly contrasted with her icy treatment of Yilang, inciting a simmering resentment within him. Yet, in the face of so many witnesses, he dared not speak out. The last time he had been drunk at the Grand Tutor's residence, his father had discovered it, punishing him with 30 strokes of the military rod, and he had only recently recovered enough to rise from his bed. To his dismay, having endured so much for her, he found her engaging in flirtations with this woman. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Your Highness, I have been commanded to take over the patrol camp and to rotate the guards in the capital. There is nothing of great importance to report." Qi Zhaomian did not spare him a glance. "General Yi has worked hard in his duties. If there is nothing urgent, you may step aside." Her cold indifference pierced Yilang's heart further, prompting him to take a step back in silent acquiescence. As the curtain of the carriage fell, it resumed its journey. Lin Shanjuan, now more awake, felt it inappropriate to remain in such close quarters with the patron while dozing. Realizing she needed to adjust her position, she began to shift away. However, sensing her movement, Qi Zhaomian turned her face toward her and abruptly asked, "Where do you intend to go?" Lin Shanjuan was taken aback, pointing towards the carriage wall. "I was merely leaning against that. It wouldn't hinder your thoughts." Qi Zhaomian did not release her grip. "Do you not favor my company?" Lin Shanjuan was left bewildered. Hadn't they already distanced themselves? Could it be that Yilang was still lurking beneath the carriage, eavesdropping? Why did she not let go? Yet, she would never voice these questions, so she acquiesced, for a hug bore no detriment. "I like it. I like everything about you, so let us stay like this." Qi Zhaomian pursed her lips, suddenly releasing her hold. "Move away." Lin Shanjuan froze, pondering the recent events, feeling a peculiar sense that Qi Zhaomian was being petulant because she wished to escape her embrace. Good heavens, how could she dare entertain such thoughts? Hesitantly, Lin Shanjuan inched closer again, her arm rewrapping around Qi Zhaomian's waist under her piercing gaze. May I sleep a little longer? The journey is still long." Qi Zhaomian remained silent for a moment before turning her head. Just as Lin Shanjuan prepared to withdraw her hand, Qi Zhaomian uttered 2 stiff words. "Suit yourself." So this was an acceptable proposition. Lin Shanjuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, not pausing to consider what might be amiss, inhaling Qi Zhaomian's faint fragrance, which lulled her back into slumber. Qi Zhaomian's emotions were tumultuous. She had felt a pang of reluctance when Lin Shanjuan had considered pulling away. Perhaps the carriage was not so warm, and Lin Shanjuan was her sole source of heat, which made her sudden withdrawal feel disconcerting. Or perhaps the once cozy atmosphere had shifted to one of distance, rendering both of them uncomfortable. She was uncertain of what she truly desired, but when Lin Shanjuan nestled against her once more, she realized. This embrace was not only warm but alleviated her own fatigue. Lin Shanjuan was leaning on her, yet she found herself relaxing within Lin Shanjuan's hold as well. Qi Zhaomian exhaled softly, unaware that her thoughts were entirely consumed by Lin Shanjuan, while Yilang, who had once occupied her mind, had been completely cast aside. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, Lin Shanjuan disembarked and stretched before proactively assisting Qi Zhaomian down. It was not yet noon when Lin Shanjuan yawned. I may need to sleep a bit longer. I plan to return to the Qingjing office this afternoon to interrogate the individuals captured last night. Qi Zhaomian nodded. Will you return in the evening? Lin Shanjuan considered the distance from the princess's residence to the Qingjing office. It depends on the situation. If it gets too late, I may not return. Qi Zhaomian paused. In that case, you should go and explain to Mama Chan. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback. Explain what? Qi Zhaomian glanced at her but said nothing, turning towards the study. Xiao sighed, shaking her head as she pulled Lin Shanjuan aside. Yesterday, Mama Chan sought an audience with the princess, expressing concerns that you two seemed too estranged, fearing there might have been a quarrel. That is why the princess specifically asked me to summon you back, leaving the door open for you all night. She hesitated, and when Lin Shanjuan gestured for her to continue, she added, however, you did not return last night, and now you plan to. This truly saddens the princess. Lin Shanjuan scratched her head. Though she and Qi Zhaomian were merely pretending, why did it now sound as though she were the one behaving like a wayward woman? I understand I will return to the Qingjing office tomorrow to speak with the princess. Xiao stopped her. It would be better if you do not bring it up. The princess is in low spirits, and mentioning it now may diminish the impact. Her eyes were filled with insinuation, and Lin Shanjuan understood immediately. I see. A canary must possess the awareness befitting its status. If she were to inform Qi Zhaomian that she would not be returning tonight, yet wait for her in her chamber, would that not be a grand surprise? She had completely blurred the boundaries of her role and eagerly set about executing her newfound plan. After sleeping until the afternoon, Lin Shanjuan hurriedly had her dinner before bathing and waiting in the Heyang Palace for Qi Zhaomian's return. As dusk fell, Xiao knocked on the door, announcing, Your Highness, it is time for dinner. Qi Zhaomian set aside her memorials and rubbed her temples, unconsciously asking about someone's whereabouts. Has the prince left? Xiao hesitated, unsure whether to deceive her, but Qi Zhaomian had already opened the door. Forget it, serve the meal. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and complied. With the person who usually piled her plate with food absent from the table, Qi Zhaomian found her appetite somewhat lacking, as she merely nibbled a few bites before departing. After returning from her bath to Heyang Palace, her hair, wrapped in a cloth, was nearly dry, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. The palace was dim, and with winter's arrival, a chill pervaded the air. Qi Zhaomian suddenly felt a wave of restlessness. Just as she was about to summon someone to light the candles, a flicker of light ignited in the darkness. She caught sight of a slender figure darting back to the bed, and an inexplicable anticipation welled within her. Why has the princess returned so late? Come lie down. Indeed, it was her. Qi Zhaomian's lips curved into a subtle smile as she approached the bed, hands clasped behind her back, observing the figure clad only in undergarments, grinning as she lay sideways, propping her head up and patting the space beside her. Come here. Having just experienced the warmth of this hot water bottle during the day, the allure of this bed was undeniable. Qi Zhaomian maintained her composure, regarding her critically. Did you not say you were returning to the Qingjing office to interrogate criminals? Why have you not left? Chapter 65. Softy is merely an oversized plush pink pig standing at 1 meter 80. Lin Shanjuan, weary, sat up and boldly grasped Qi Zhaomian's wrist, urging her to take a seat. I haven't had the chance to accompany you these past few days, having been occupied outside. Just finished my tasks now. Allow me to ease your shoulders. Upon finishing her words, she began to knead without further ado. The sensation of soreness radiated from the side of Qi Zhaomian's neck, effectively silencing her initial protest, which she ultimately swallowed down. A hint of unease crept into her thoughts. Although Lin Shanjuan typically did not emphasize it, there always seemed to be a considerable distance between them when they were alone. Why, then, was she not only hiding in the room awaiting her return, but also being so attentive and massaging her shoulders? Even going so far as to express sentiments of having not accompanied her recently? It sounded as if they were truly a pair of kindred spirits. Her mind wandered back to the morning's interrogation, recalling how the brothel madam had soiled Lin Shanjuan's new attire. Could it be more clothing? Left with no fruitful conclusions, she decided to confront the matter directly. With no one else around, is it that you are so attentive for a request? Lin Shanjuan appeared taken aback. No, am I really being that attentive? Qi Zhaomian shifted slightly to observe her. Her face, freshly washed, glowed with a rosy hue, her delicate skin seemingly fragile, and the sight of her hair cascading down as she glanced back left Lin Shanjuan momentarily at a loss for her actions. I shall have someone make more clothing for you, Qi Zhaomian stated. Lin Shanjuan regained her composure, biting her lip. It's not about clothing. I genuinely meant what I said, that I feel it's been many days since I've accompanied you. Hence the shoulder rub. Qi Zhaomian, puzzled, replied, but, in the past, you hadn't accompanied me. Our relationship does not hinge on the necessity of each other's presence to thrive. Lin Shanjuan was internally chastising herself for coveting the beauty of her benefactor, completely oblivious to Qi Zhaomian's words. How disgraceful, truly disgraceful. The benefactor's beauty had always been evident. This was not their first encounter. Why was she so pitiful? As an assassin, it was one thing to crave wealth and a life of ease, but to also desire beauty. What more did she wish to possess? Her expression grew increasingly grave, and she failed to notice that Qi Zhaomian had already settled across from her, only to hear a soft, leading inquiry. What is it that you are pondering, Juner? The tone was so gentle, so melodious, that Lin Shanjuan inadvertently blurted out. I was berating myself for being enamored with beauty. As the words hung in the air, both fell into silence. Lin Shanjuan felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame, with Qi Zhaomian's gaze akin to searing heat. The torment was palpable. Her face felt as though it might be thoroughly cooked under that scrutiny. Swiftly, she lifted the quilt, clearly attempting to retreat into the covers to escape reality, but to no avail. Qi Zhaomian grasped her wrist, halting her escape. Is it that Juner covets this palace's beauty? Or someone else's? Lin Shanjuan blinked, her second ear now flushed as well. Who else is there in this room? She muttered softly. Qi Zhaomian smirked slightly, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. Is it merely beauty that you wish to covet? Lin Shanjuan felt that this term required a nuanced interpretation. Qi Zhaomian likely believed she only found her attractive. Yet, as she met those alluring, captivating eyes, a phrase flitted through her mind. It wasn't just beauty she coveted. She also desired intimacy. Lin Shanjuan scratched her cheek, feeling increasingly heated, and averted her gaze. Is it excessive to covet beauty? A dangerous glint appeared in Qi Zhaomian's eyes, yet her words remained coaxing. You are this palace's prince consort. To desire more is hardly a transgression. Lin Shanjuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She raised a hand. Then I wish to hold you while we sleep. Qi Zhaomian's smile froze. Truthfully, she had thought Lin Shanjuan's shyness implied some ulterior motive towards her, perhaps related to their unfulfilled union. However, very well, she thought, this was indeed Lin Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan continued to elaborate. I used to adore holding Softy while I slept. It was incredibly comforting. Ever since arriving here, I have been sleeping alone every night, which has been quite unsettling. But today, when I held you while sleeping, it felt exceptionally comforting. So, may I? Oh. Qi Zhaomian's expression darkened, and unable to endure any longer, she kicked Lin Shanjuan off the bed. Go sleep in your side chamber. Lin Shanjuan rubbed her knee, wincing. Why did this woman change her demeanor so suddenly? Hadn't she just agreed to allow her to desire more? Why was she now being denied? Qi Zhaomian had already drawn back the bed curtain, and hearing the sound of Lin Shanjuan inhaling sharply as she departed only fueled her irritation. She was unaware that Lin Shanjuan's Softy was merely her oversized plush pink pig standing at 1 meter 80. She assumed such a gentle name must refer to another woman. Her own prince consort, speaking loudly of intimate moments with other women in her presence, dared to use her as a substitute and even compare. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She felt her temper had improved recently. Otherwise, she might have ordered Yulu to eliminate her immediately. A substitute. Ha! Well done, Lin Shanjuan. The side chamber's bed was also quite comfortable. Upon awakening, Lin Shanjuan felt refreshed and immediately returned to the Qingjing office, instructing the authorities to detain the brothel madam and ensure she was closely monitored. Subsequently, she set off directly towards Wuyan town. Meanwhile, Qi Zhaomian was still preparing herself when Yulu approached with news. The prince consort has departed for Wuyan town with only 2 subordinates, having just set off. Shall we follow? Qi Zhaomian blinked her eyes, recalling the Softy incident from the previous night, her heart still simmering with frustration. No need. As Yulu turned to leave, Qi Zhaomian called her back. Notify the various prefectures along the route to extend proper hospitality should the prince consort pass through. Yulu nodded and exited to relay the orders. Wuyin town lay in the southwest. While not remote, the journey was still lengthy. Even with swift horses, it would take nearly 2 months to reach from the capital. Fortunately, with Bai Shu and Qi Zhan accompanying them, the journey did not feel solitary. The trio rode for over 10 miles, and as the sun dipped below the mountains, they were relieved to arrive at a town where they could find lodging. Weary, they ordered some food and settled in the main hall for dinner. Bai Shu, famished, devoured half a large bun in a single bite, his ravenous demeanor startling Lin Shanjuan. Be careful. Don't accidentally eat your own hand. Qi Zhan chuckled in delight, and Lin Shanjuan cast him a glance. Those with families tend to eat more gracefully. Your manners are rather uncouth. Bai Shu, choking on a mouthful of bun, burped. Boss, we've been running all day. I've been starving. Lin Shanjuan chuckled lightly, saying no more. All right, eat up, Zhu Beiji. Qi Zhan, with a serious tone, remarked, Boss, we likely have another 2 months of travel to reach Wuyin town. If you encounter any inconveniences, please do not hesitate to let us know. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we will ensure you are well taken care of. Lin Shanjuan glanced at Bai Shu. Just leave me 2 buns, and that will suffice. Bai Shu grinned, but his pace of eating remained unabated. Chapter 66. Yi Shi, the general's residence is taking people. Everyone, disperse. A sharp command interrupted the conversation among the three. The other patrons in the establishment turned to look, revealing a woman clad in armor, holding a token. The authoritative shout had emanated from her lips. Although Lin Shanjuan was often rather frivolous, her memory was commendable, and she quickly recognized this as the woman who had accompanied Yi Lang during Master Ji's banquet. It was said that one was Yi Lang's wife and the other his sister. The armored figure before them was undoubtedly Princess Yi Shi of Annan. The trio, wishing to remain inconspicuous in their casual attire, hastily joined the other patrons in retreating to the side. Bai Shu, adhering to his principle of, even if the sky falls, I must ensure I am well fed, approached with a plate of roasted chicken in hand. Boss, would you care for some? Lin Shanjuan, looking at him helplessly, replied, Are you truly going to starve if you don't eat now? She glanced once more at the roasted chicken, admiring its color and aroma, and couldn't resist. Hand me a drumstick? Bai Shu chuckled, tearing off 2 drumsticks, which Lin Shanjuan promptly distributed to Qi Zhaomian. Hurry and eat. Qi Zhaomian grinned foolishly and began to feast. The remaining diners occasionally cast glances their way, their expressions conveying notions of a disgrace to decency. Soldiers rushed upstairs, scouring the premises before returning downstairs. Princess, there's no one up there. Yi Shi's sharp gaze swept the room. Search. Yes. A dozen soldiers surged in, turning the small and upside down, yet the person they sought remained elusive. Princess, there's no one anywhere. Yi Shi frowned. No one? How can that be? The intelligence must be accurate. Have you searched for hidden chambers, or the like? There aren't any either. The innkeeper, near tears, lamented. Your Excellency, what hidden chambers could a humble citizen possess? There's merely a vegetable cellar. Please, spare us the search. Yi Shi shot a glance at her subordinates, who promptly brandished their blades and headed for the cellar, with the anxious innkeeper trailing behind. One of them dragged over a stool, and Yi Shi sat upright upon it, exuding an undeniable air of authority, truly deserving of her martial lineage. Everyone, turn around. Yi Shi commanded once more. The patrons, previously huddled against the walls, hesitated before turning in small groups. Now, Bai Shu's plate became even more conspicuous, immediately capturing Yi Shi's attention. You 3, she mused, her brow furrowing as if she recognized them from somewhere. Lin Shanjuan, glancing around nervously, thought, eating a roasted chicken. Surely this can't lead to our arrest? Yi Shi's brow furrowed deeper as her subordinate unfurled a wanted poster, presenting it to the crowd. Have you seen this person? The patrons collectively leaned forward before shaking their heads in unison, Lin Shanjuan and her companions following suit. Yi Shi became increasingly convinced of their familiarity and approached them. This princess finds you 3 rather recognizable. Lin Shanjuan chuckled lightly. We're merely merchants wandering the streets. Perhaps we've unintentionally crossed paths with you on occasion. Given that the patrols were under Yi Lang's command, it seemed plausible that this princess of Annan often assisted him in alleviating his burdens. Yi Shi nodded, seemingly convinced, just as the soldiers searching the cellar returned. "Princess, we have searched. The cellar contains nothing but vegetables." The innkeeper, feeling despondent, likely mourned for his ruined cabbage. "Princess, indeed, there is no one here." Yi Shi, hands clasped behind her back, began to doubt the accuracy of the intelligence, sighing internally as she prepared to withdraw. Her gaze suddenly fell upon a burly man sporting an impressive beard. "You, come here." The man visibly flinched, taking slow steps toward her. "Your Excellency." Yi Shi's eyes narrowed sharply. Having encountered a myriad of individuals along the southern frontier, she was well acquainted with the peculiarities of human appearance, and this man's beard appeared decidedly out of place, clearly a disguise. "Shave off his beard." Though the soldiers were puzzled, they complied without hesitation as they approached with blades drawn. The man, terrified, retreated in alarm. Is it not permissible to wear a beard within the borders of the kingdom of Jing? Seeing his panic only reinforced Yi Shi's suspicions. "Seize him." "Watch out, princess." Simultaneously, a massive crossbow bolt was suddenly shot through the inn's door, crashing towards Yi Shi. Her innate alertness allowed her to draw her sword just in time, though the force of the bolt sent her tumbling backward. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself, pushing off the wall to evade the arrow, then swiftly severed it mid-flight. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback by her skill, just as several cylindrical devices were hurled into the hall. Before anyone could discern their nature, thick smoke billowed forth. "Capture the Grey Wolf," Yi Shi shouted, but despite her subordinates' assents, the smoke was too dense for anyone to see clearly. "Princess, the individual has vanished." Yi Shi bit her teeth in frustration, covering her mouth and nose as she prepared to pursue, when suddenly 20 or so figures clad in simple garb burst into the inn. "Princess of Annan, we have long admired your reputation. Today, we have come to challenge you." With that proclamation, they raised their blades to battle, demonstrating considerable martial prowess. Yi Shi, facing 3 attackers simultaneously, managed to maintain a stalemate, yet the situation grew dire, as encirclement seemed imminent. Bai Shu, feeling a pang of compassion, remarked, "Boss, this is the Princess of Annan, renowned for her numerous victories in the southern territories. It would be a shame for her to perish here. Should we not lend a hand?" Lin Shanjuan was still contemplating when 2 more assailants surrounded Yi Shi, shouting, "Leave no survivors. Kill them all." "Lin Shanjuan, why must my desire to observe lead to this predicament? Can I even discern your identity through that mask? Help, if we don't, we'll be done for." Upon hearing this, the 2 men nodded and immediately picked up discarded military blades to join the fray. Yi Shi, noticing the shift, was somewhat taken aback, but the 4 attackers left her no time to ponder as she focused entirely on the battle. Lin Shanjuan swiftly dispatched one of the assassins armed with a crossbow, seizing his weapon to familiarize herself with it. By the 6th bolt, her aim had become precise. As the assailants fell one after another, the leader finally noticed Lin Shanjuan, who was stealthily shooting from beneath a table. "Kill her." "Yes." Instantly, 3 men converged on her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shanjuan shot one down and quickly climbed to the beams above. With her pursuers hot on her heels, eyeing the distraction, Yi Shi seized the chance to cleave off one of the leader's arms, prompting a howl of agony as he retreated from the fray. With only 2 left to contend with, Yi Shi found herself increasingly at ease, even allowing herself to observe Lin Shanjuan's agile movements as she battled her pursuers atop the beams. She had never witnessed such agility. It appeared as if Lin Shanjuan was glued to the rafters, evading capture with a combination of arm and leg grips, leaving her 2 pursuers in a state of disarray. Merchants, perhaps, were not as they seemed. The 2 assassins, now incensed, one continued the chase while the other swung his blade. Lin Shanjuan seized her moment, swinging down from the beam and delivering a kick to one assassin's back, sending him tumbling down. The remaining assailant, now visibly hesitant, found himself the target of Lin Shanjuan's mocking gaze. She initiated the attack and swiftly dispatched him, confiscating all the smoke canisters from his pack before shouting below, "Let us go." Ultimately, their numbers were too few. Even with Yi Shi holding her own against 10, they could not sustain such losses indefinitely. Discarding the smoke canisters onto the ground, clouds of smoke erupted, and Yi Shi, Bai Shu, and Qi Zhaomian seized the moment to escape through the back door, mounting their horses and fleeing. Chapter 67. Companions. The four of them fled a considerable distance away. Lin Shanjuan glanced back, noticing that there were no pursuers. Only then did she rein in the reins. Since they haven't caught up, let us rest for a moment. Before her words had fully settled, Yishi weakly parted her lips, then, with a flutter of her eyelids, collapsed to the ground. Oh dear! The three of them hurriedly lifted Yishi and carried her to a shaded spot under a tree. The dim twilight rendered visibility quite poor, and as Lin Shanjuan's hand brushed against something sticky, an uneasy suspicion began to stir within her. Bai Shu, start a fire. Bai Shu complied, arranging the firewood, and with the flickering flames, they finally discerned the wound on Yishi's back. An arrow was lodged in her shoulder, and it was unclear when she had been struck. Remarkably, she had managed to endure in silence for so long. Had it not been for the excessive blood loss that caused her to faint, she might have continued to bear it stoically. Her face bore scrapes from the fall, and her lips had lost much of their color. Qi Zhaomian looked around, worry etched on his face. In this desolate wilderness, we have no supplies. How can we treat her? Lin Shanjuan turned back to glance at the town. They had only run for a brief 10 minutes, and the assailants had not pursued them further, indicating that their primary objective was not to eliminate Yishi. Realizing that they had successfully escaped, it was likely that the enemies would not remain in ambush. Let us return to the town to procure medicine. Bai Shu, feeling the heat of the sparks, hastily blew to cool his hands. Boss, there are still pursuers behind us. This is too risky. Lin Shanjuan shook her head. Look, there are no pursuers in sight. They probably only wish to rescue that disguised man. Once they succeed, they will surely depart. Bai Shu glanced at the unconscious Yishi, then at the direction of the town and sighed, then I'll go. You all wait for me here. Qi Zhaomian intercepted him. No, I should go. I am more familiar with that town and can return swiftly. You stay here to care for the boss. Qi, don't say that. You have a wife and children to look after. What if something happens? I can go. You still have your mother to care for. Qi, Bai Di. Lin Shanjuan, unable to endure any longer, interjected, I will go. Is that acceptable? Boss, this is not acceptable. The two shouted in unison, and as it seemed they were about to start pulling at each other again, Lin Shanjuan mounted her horse without hesitation. Enough of this chatter, wait here. With that, she urged her horse forward and galloped away. Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian exchanged glances, exhaling in resignation. What do you think will happen if the boss goes and does not return? What will become of the Grand Princess? Qi Zhaomian chuckled dryly. The question is, what will we do then? Bai Shu lamented, I merely intended to dissuade her a bit, to make her abandon the thought, yet the boss is truly determined to save her. Qi Zhaomian shook his head. We are still too narrow-minded. We must learn to broaden our perspectives in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Shanjuan's thoughts were even narrower. Hearing that Yi Lang and Qi Zhaomian had grown up together, it stood to reason that she and Yishi had known each other since childhood. If the financial backer were to discover that she had stood idly by, how would that create a rift between them? She rode swiftly back to the town, and as she expected, the assassins had vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper was crying while directing his workers to clean up the wreckage of shattered tables and chairs. Lin Shanjuan cast a quick glance before hurrying off to the apothecary, where she purchased over 20 sets of medicine, strapping them to her saddle and hanging some around her neck before returning. Yishi's condition had worsened. Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu had taken the initiative to fetch water and gather firewood from the river, and had constructed a small tent from large leaves for Lin Shanjuan. Upon her arrival, they hurriedly claimed credit. Boss, you've worked hard. Let me handle the medicine. Come, sit down. Lin Shanjuan swatted his hands away. You two step aside. I need to apply the medicine without hindrance. Realizing the implication, they quickly moved to the sides. Lin Shanjuan, utilizing the firelight and following the physician's instructions, tended to Yishi's wound, settling her comfortably in the makeshift tent while she, along with Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian, slept outside. As dawn broke, Yishi was roused by a vague pain in her shoulder. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was nestled within a leaf-constructed tent, and she gritted her teeth against the discomfort as she turned over. The two men she had seen yesterday were still leaning against the roots of a tree, their sleeping postures far from dignified. One even had his fist stuffed into the mouth of the other. Wake up. Lin Shanjuan had extinguished the fire pit and kicked Bai Shu. You're about to swallow Qi Zhaomian whole. Wake up. Yishi chuckled at her words, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to wince. The two men groggily stirred and soon noticed Yishi gazing at them. Boss, she's awake. Just then, another head poked out from the leafy tent. Yishi had not examined the newcomer closely yesterday, but now she could see that the woman had strikingly sharp features. With 3 heads peering at her, Yishi felt as though she were a wild beast in a cage. Oh! Lin Shanjuan merely stole a glance before retreating again. Since you're awake, come out and have something to eat. Yishi emerged, clutching her shoulder, and the scent of medicine wafted into her nostrils, causing her to pause, realizing that this woman must have treated her, and she felt immensely grateful. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Lin Shanjuan handed her a flatbread. I'm not being ungrateful. If you don't eat soon, those two will leave you nothing. Yishi instinctively glanced at the 2 men who were devouring their food and hastily accepted Lin Shanjuan's offering. Lin Shanjuan was aware that Yishi was affiliated with the General's residence and that her mission to apprehend criminals was a secret, so she refrained from prying. However, since Yishi was someone they had saved, it would be prudent to inquire about her future plans. After this meal, where do you intend to go? Yishi hesitated for a moment before responding. Chong Chong has already fled and will undoubtedly retreat to his lair. I have received reliable information that I should head to Wuyan town. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback as she just divulging everything so freely. What if she suddenly draws her blade and utters some klitsch about only the dead keep secrets? With this thought in mind, she quickly covered her ears. Don't say anything else. I heard nothing. If anyone needs to be silenced, it's those two. Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu, slow to react, dropped their flatbreads and covered their ears, wide-eyed and shaking their heads in an exaggerated manner that was quite comical. Yishi couldn't help but laugh. You are my saviors. How could I turn against my benefactors? There is no need for alarm. Lin Shanjuan finally lowered her hands. Ah, if that's the case, I am at ease. Yishi smirked mischievously. It seems that covering your ears doesn't prevent you from hearing after all? Lin Shanjuan nearly choked on her flatbread. This Yishi truly resembles her brother, not to be underestimated. Yishi, amused by her expression, chuckled. I was just joking. Where are you headed? If it's along the same route, would it be convenient for us to travel together? Lin Shanjuan pondered for a moment. Since their destination was indeed Wuyan town, and given Yishi's impressive skills, it would be wise to have her accompany them. When she departed the capital, she had intentionally spread rumors of heading to Wuyan town, hoping to sow confusion for the governor Zhao Xian, who would likely resort to desperate measures to thwart her. Having Yishi along would certainly provide an added layer of security. We are also bound for Wuyan town, so let us travel together. Yishi appreciated her straightforwardness and smiled in agreement. Excellent. I am Yishi. May I know the names of the 3 of you? Lin Shanjuan preferred to keep her identity and purpose for going to Wuyan town under wraps. Although they had fortuitously encountered Yishi, she was uncertain of the political affiliations at court and who Yishi truly served, so there was no need to divulge too much. I am Lin Shan. This is Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian. Lin Shan? Yishi found the name familiar but did not reveal her recognition. The pain in her shoulder was nothing compared to the hardships she had endured in the past, so after they finished their meal, the group mounted their horses and set forth, heading directly toward Wuyan town. Chapter 68. Her brother only deepens her disappointment. The 4 of them hurried along at full speed and finally arrived at the nearest small mountain to Wuyan town after a month's journey. Throughout the journey, they benefited from the care arranged by Qi Zhaomian in the capital, coupled with the identity of Yi Shiqing, the princess of the Tsang army, which ensured their passage was smooth and uninterrupted, with no one daring to obstruct them. As night fell, they reached the final checkpoint, and it was clear to everyone that this night would likely be anything but peaceful. Bai Shu, filled with worry, scanned the surroundings while Qi Zhaomian tended to the fire and caught fish, both displaying expressions of concern. Lin Shanjuan, having borrowed a bow and 2 quivers of arrows from the soldiers at the town they passed during the day, was now idly playing with the bowstring beside the fire. Yi Shiqing tied her horse to a patch of tender grass and, upon noticing her actions, grew increasingly curious about Lin Shanjuan's identity but refrained from asking outright. She had a premonition that upon their arrival at Wuyan town, the identities of the 3 individuals would be revealed. Miss Lin, you can do this as well? I never noticed it before, Yi Shiqing remarked. Lin Shanjuan snapped back to reality and set the bow aside. It's merely a means of survival. Tonight, we might not experience the same tranquility as before, and I must apologize in advance if you become embroiled in it. Having traveled together for 2 months, Yi Shiqing was thoroughly familiar with Lin Shanjuan's character, recognizing that such words were merely polite formalities, and she waved her hand with a smile. Oh, do refrain from such niceties before me. Am I truly the sort to hide away out of fear of being implicated? Lin Shanjuan chuckled in response. I don't often indulge in niceties. Should you miss this opportunity, it may be some time before I extend such courtesy again. Observing her stern appearance contrasted with her amiable demeanor, Yi Shiqing nodded appreciatively. I would prefer you to speak unvarnished truths for a lifetime, rather than these polite fictions. Lin Shanjuan nodded in agreement. Ah, I wish I could learn from Bai Shu, but I have yet to find the opportunity. Bai Shu, having been unjustly maligned countless times, had learned to cope with madness, laughing hollowly as he carved a wooden shield. Ha, 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 this requires innate talent. Mediocrity need not attempt to replicate it. Lin Shanjuan shot him a sidelong glance and tossed a small stone his way. You complain of being fat, and yet you're still out of breath. Qi Zhaomian and Yi Shiqing burst into hearty laughter, but amidst the mirth, Yi Shiqing suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Though they're your subordinates, it feels more like a sibling bond between you, much like when I first met you, Bai Shu, and you introduced Lin Shanjuan as your elder sister, Qi Zhaomian as your second brother, and yourself as the youngest. At that time, Bai Shu had remarked on the stark size difference, leading Yi Shiqing to believe that their family favored the youngest, as all the delicacies seemed to be directed towards him. Lin Shanjuan scoffed lightly. If Bai Shu were my brother, I would be giving him 3 beatings a day. Qi Zhaomian chimed in. I could help you hold him down. Bai Shu wore a perplexed expression. Why 3 beatings a day? Is it because I eat a lot? Yi Shiqing laughed until her eyes squinted into slits, but as she thought of her own brother, her smile gradually faded. 5 years ago, her brother had still been her brother, handsome and valiant, with a heart of righteousness. However, since his departure to the south, his conduct had become increasingly incomprehensible to her. They had even begun to argue, and with each quarrel, her disappointment in him deepened. Especially when he had abandoned she and his highness at a crucial moment, only to turn around and seek women who bore some resemblance to her. She found it intolerable, yet her brother did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Perhaps these matters were never hers to meddle with. Noticing her growing despondency, Lin Shanjuan changed the subject. If we survive tonight, that would indeed forge a bond of life and death. I have heard that your General S. Manor possesses a horse farm. When I come to visit, don't forget who I am. Yi Shiqing looked at her helplessly. Whenever you choose to come, I will personally greet you. How could I possibly forget you? Seeing her spirits lift, Lin Shanjuan smiled and chose not to press further. Though autumn in the south was not particularly frigid, the nights were still cool, especially in the mountains, where even a slight breeze could chill one to the bone. This night was destined to be turbulent. Rather than taking turns to keep watch, they opted for individual concealment and vigilance. Lin Shanjuan had already selected an excellent vantage point atop a large tree, while Yi Shiqing volunteered to act as bait by the fire, with Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu hiding in the underbrush, each waiting for the unwelcome guests to arrive. One is most aware of impending danger not during the long, languid night, but at the break of dawn. At that moment, the tension built up over the night begins to ease with the first light, leading to fatigue as one's mental fortitude wanes. As a fellow assassin, Lin Shanjuan understood this principle. The assassins targeting them were likely aware of it too. Hence, she took a comfortable nap, but was abruptly awakened by the dawn breeze. A sudden bird call pierced the stillness of the forest. Though it sounded authentic enough, both Yi Shiqing and Lin Shanjuan, who had been dozing, sensed the looming threat. They had come. Yi Shiqing swiftly drove her dagger into the ground to rouse Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian, and in the next moment, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the woods. Yi Shiqing drew her blade and cleaved it in two. Lin Shanjuan, observing the trajectory of the arrow, immediately spotted a figure clad in black, concealed behind a tree, preparing to release a second shot. With a cold snort, she wasted no time drawing her bow and loosing an arrow that pierced the assailant's skull. The woods erupted into chaos. In the next instant, arrows rained down like a storm. Bai Shu, without hesitation, distributed the shields he had crafted the previous night to Yi Shiqing and Qi Zhaomian. The three of them braced back-to-back against the shields, the damp wood providing some resistance against the onslaught and buying precious time for Lin Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan did not squander their efforts. Within mere breaths, she swiftly dispatched 4 attackers. The assassins in the thicket struggled to pinpoint her location, and to avoid losing half their forces before the fight had even begun, their leader emerged from the brush. Those with courage stepped forward for a face-to-face duel. The others also stepped out from the thicket, each brandishing gleaming blades, warily eyeing Yi Shiqing and her companions. Yi Shiqing discarded her shield and brandished her blades, taking a stance. Do those who only dare to strike from the shadows have the right to utter such words? Her words enraged the leader, who charged forward with a hefty sword, and Yi Shiqing met him fearlessly, their steel blades clashing with a resounding echo that stirred the very soul, signaling the onset of battle. Lin Shanjuan became a relentless machine of death, her arrows claiming 3 more lives before someone finally discerned her position and rushed forward to eliminate her. Calmly, Lin Shanjuan remained atop her tree, swiftly dispatching the first 2 assailants with her dagger before gracefully sliding down the branches. In the next moment, her previous position was pierced by arrows. Chapter 69. The disappearance of military supplies by Shu and Qi Zhaomian faced 2 opponents each, while Yi Shi contended with 4, resulting in a chaotic melee. Aside from the 5 adversaries they had dispatched at the outset of their confrontation, they had eliminated 3 more during the fierce battle and 3 with daggers, leaving an additional 12 assassins on the opposing side. Lin Shanjuan calculated that he would need to eliminate 3 more foes before he could assist his companions. He swiftly turned, releasing an arrow that struck down the foremost pursuer. In the next instant, he executed a backflip to evade a crossbow bolt, deftly retrieving the steel knife from the lifeless body beneath his feet, engaging the 2 advancing foes in combat. Assassins engaged in a deadly trade, their lives at stake, and even in death, they would not divulge the identity of their employer. Lin Shanjuan understood this reality all too well. Thus, he showed no mercy, swiftly neutralizing the 3 adversaries before rushing to aid Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu. As the captain of the capital's defense forces, Qi Zhaomian possessed considerable martial prowess. Although Bai Shu lacked significant skill, his immense strength endowed him with the courage of 1,000 men. Alongside Yi Shi, who had long fought at the frontier, they effortlessly dealt with these hastily assembled assassins. Their opponents had underestimated them, believing they were merely 3 men, plus a seemingly harmless individual, thus sending over 20 assassins, which they thought would be more than sufficient. Little did they know of Lin Shanjuan's capabilities, nor did they anticipate Yi Shi's involvement, which ultimately granted them an advantage. The last remaining assassin, witnessing the demise of his comrades, collapsed before Yi Shi, pleading, "Heroine, spare my life. I have a wife at home. If you ensure her safety, I am willing to divulge everything I know." The others exchanged glances, and Yi Shi inquired, "Where's your wife?" In Wuyan Town." "So it is Wuyan Town? It seems this place harbors numerous secrets." Lin Shanjuan tossed his bow to Bai Shu, who secured it, then approached the man, asking, "Then tell me, who sent you?" The man hesitated for a moment, but Yi Shi, impatient, drew her sword with a swift motion, pressing it against his throat. "County Magistrate." The man's voice twisted in fear. "It is County Magistrate Hu Kun." Lin Shanjuan gave Yi Shi a thumbs up from behind, and she flashed him a brief smile. The man, fearing for his life, spilled forth all he knew, anxious that any delay might cost him his head. "My name is Su Chong, from Wuyan Town. 3 days ago, Hu Kun contacted us. I overheard him say, 'Lord Zhao has sent word. They are nearing us, we must eliminate them. Beyond that, I know nothing, I beg for mercy.'" Yi Shi sheathed her blade, her suspicions regarding Lin Shanjuan and his companions intensifying. With such exceptional marksmanship and 2 comrades at his side, they could not possibly be nameless figures in the capital or the martial world. How had she never heard of the name Lin Shan? Lin Shanjuan nodded, recognizing that this man could serve as a witness, and inquired, "How far is it from here to Wuyan Town?" Su Cheng shook his head. "Not far. We can reach it in half a day's journey." Lin Shanjuan nodded, signaling Bai Shu to bind the man securely. "Then lead the way. We shall set off." The 4 mounted their horses once more, with Su Cheng taking the lead. Lin Shanjuan recalled Yi Shi's pursuit of a fugitive 2 months prior, who had stolen military supplies for illicit sale. He couldn't help but speculate further. "Su Cheng, where did you acquire your weapons?" Su Cheng, candid, replied, Our leader provided me with silver to exchange with the commander of the Hutu camp in town. Yishi immediately grasped the implication and pressed, "What is this Hutu camp?" Sucheng explained, "The Hutu camp is merely a place for trading weapons and explosives. The leader, Hu Chong, is Hu Kun's younger brother. He frequently exploits his brother's protection to act tyrannically, but recently, he has begun selling weapons and explosives, all of military-grade supply." Bai Shu interjected, "All military-supplied weapons bear distinctive markings. You dare to purchase them without knowing their origin, unafraid of being discovered?" Sucheng shook his head. "We only buy explosives. As for weapons and arrows, we generally procure them from other sources." Lin Shanjuan exchanged a glance with Yishi. Evidently, military weapons were not typically sold, so what purpose did he have for hoarding such a quantity? Sucheng spoke truthfully, and by noon, they had indeed entered the territory of Wuyin town. Without having ascertained the situation, they refrained from acting recklessly and instead sought accommodation at an inn. As Lin Shanjuan contemplated the events of the afternoon in his room, Yishi knocked and entered. "Forgive the intrusion. I am plagued with doubts and believe it best to share them with you." She seated herself directly, and Lin Shanjuan shook his head. "I was just about to seek you out. May I inquire about the extent of the theft committed by the fugitive Chen Chong?" Yishi sighed. "Allow me to recount the events. He was previously in charge of military affairs, overseeing all military supplies. Last winter, when soldiers reported a sudden shortage of bedding, coupled with the invasion from the southern tribes, it became apparent that we were also lacking in explosives. The battle was exceedingly arduous, and in a fit of anger, my father commanded him to investigate the matter thoroughly while simultaneously petitioning the court for military provisions. We had no inkling that he was the one embezzling supplies. Consequently, he brazenly siphoned off 1/10 of the military provisions dispatched by the court. Due to last year's shortfall, a month ago, I had the sudden inclination to inspect the military storerooms, and indeed, many supplies were missing. I devised a ruse, feigning that the court was dispatching further provisions to test his reaction, which ultimately led to his capture. However, the man is cunning. I received intelligence suggesting his destination was Wuyin town, prompting my pursuit. Yet, as you know, he was rescued by his accomplices that day. He had held his position for 7 years, and the supplies he pilfered could easily sustain an army of tens of thousands. This matter is grave. The supplies were procured from the Qingsong army, and should they be repurposed, the Qingsong army would become the royal family's enemy. Her face was etched with determination, and Lin Shanjuan nodded, contemplating a plan. Setting aside her duty to protect her benefactor, Yishi was indeed a commendable ally, and assisting her would not be a burden. Fortunately, he still had a card to play. "Sucheng, do you have any money?" Lin Shanjuan suddenly asked. Yishi paused, hesitating before nodding. "Do you need some?" Lin Shanjuan nodded, then shook his head. "I meant to suggest we disguise ourselves as buyers of military supplies and send Sucheng to make contact, seizing the opportunity to investigate. If it truly is stolen from the Qingsong army, we can then devise a strategy." Yishi nodded. "To be honest, I was considering the same approach. However, Sucheng is your witness. If this delays your matters, I would feel quite remorseful." Lin Shanjuan recalled Sucheng's motives for defecting. He seemed to have a wife. Since he was willing to share such information for her sake, his wife could undoubtedly be leveraged. "You need not worry about that. I will speak with him." Chapter 70. A clever scheme at Tiger Head Camp, Sucheng ultimately acquiesced, fully aware that his only path to redemption lay in accomplishing a significant feat to ensure the safety and reputation of his wife. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. The following morning, Sucheng donned a fresh set of clothes and made his way directly to Tiger Head Camp. Perched atop a mountain, the camp was guarded by 2 burly men who greeted Sucheng with jovial familiarity upon recognizing his face. "Didn't you just visit a few days ago? Back again so soon?" Sucheng responded with a warm smile. "Business has been thriving lately. Is Hu Lao inside?" The guards chuckled. "Yes, he is." Understanding the necessity of goodwill, Sucheng discreetly offered them a few pieces of silver before dismounting with Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian to enter the camp. Inside Tiger Head Camp, white tents dominated the landscape, with the only exception being a stone fortress nestled at the foot of the mountain. Constructed entirely of stone, the fortress was secured with a large lock, evidently serving as a storage for military supplies. The weather in Wuyin town was particularly arid, with the crunch of dry leaves beneath their feet echoing in the stillness. Upon meeting Hu Chong and articulating his intentions, Su Cheng exchanged pleasantries before Hu Chong summoned someone to retrieve the military supplies. The eyes of all camp members were fixated on their every move. Any notion of slipping away for a reconnaissance mission was clearly out of the question. It seemed they would have to bide their time until nightfall. Using the silver provided by Yi Shi, the trio procured 50 feathered arrows, along with cartridges and gunpowder, ensuring they were well equipped before descending the mountain and returning to the inn. Yi Shi, anxiously awaiting their return, examined the military supplies they had procured. To her astonishment, they were indeed the very items pilfered from the Qing Tsang army. Indeed. Lin Shanjuan nodded, spreading out prepared paper and writing instruments. Sketch a rough outline of the layout for me. I shall investigate tonight. With this much gunpowder, even if we encircle them, these men may resort to desperate measures, leading to casualties among our ranks, and the blame will undoubtedly fall upon you. Yi Shi felt immensely grateful, yet she could never allow Lin Shanjuan to undertake such a perilous endeavor on her behalf. I shall go. After all, it is the Qing Tsang army's negligence that has led to this. How can I let you? I may lack your martial prowess, but when it comes to covert investigations, my skills surpass yours, Lin Shanjuan interjected, refusing to prolong the discussion. We must resolve this matter swiftly, so the three of us can act against Hu Kun without delay. Otherwise, with Hu Kun and Hu Chong united, dealing with such local thugs would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yi Shi shook her head resolutely. Then I shall accompany you. I cannot stand by while you face danger alone. Understanding her determination, Lin Shanjuan reluctantly acquiesced. As night fell, the duo donned dark garments and stealthily ascended the mountain. To divert the guards' attention, Lin Shanjuan ignited dry twigs with a fire starter and tossed them into the central tent. Given the dry season and the abundance of combustible materials, the flames swiftly engulfed the area. Quick! Extinguish the fire! Hurry! Chaos erupted within Tiger Head Camp. Lin Shanjuan and Yi Shi met in front of the stone fortress, where a sturdy lock hung on the massive door. As Yi Shi raised a dagger to strike it, Lin Shanjuan halted her. Yi Shi produced a pre-prepared wire and deftly inserted it into the keyhole, turning it several times until the lock clicked open, leaving Yi Shi in stunned silence. As they had suspected, the fortress indeed served as a cache for military supplies. Yi Shi meticulously inspected the arms and armor, while Lin Shanjuan ventured further inside to examine the gunpowder. Neatly organized in the corner, the gunpowder was stored with evident care, devoid of moisture. Such a substantial quantity of gunpowder could not be moved by just the two of them. Amidst the clamor of guards still shouting to extinguish the flames, Lin Shanjuan conceived a plan and whispered it to Yi Shi, prompting them to set their plan into motion. They seized the opportunity, carrying several packages of gunpowder outside and concealing them throughout the camp. Afterward, they extracted numerous fuses and returned with buckets of water, thoroughly soaking all the gunpowder before relocking the door and dispersing to hide within Tiger Head Camp. By the latter half of the night, the flames were finally subdued. Exhausted, the bandits retreated to their tents, collapsing into sleep. Lin Shanjuan and Yi Shi swiftly commenced their actions, connecting the buried explosives with fuses and burying them in the ground, ultimately tossing the ends over the wall before making their escape. That night, Yi Shi proceeded to the nearest city defense camp to mobilize troops. As dawn broke, the inhabitants of Tiger Head Camp were roused from their slumber by a cacophony of battle cries echoing from outside. Hu Chong was startled, as his men scrambled in panic to report, "Boss, a certain Princess of Annan is leading a multitude to encircle us." While the name of the Princess of Annan did not resonate as loudly within the borders of the Jing Kingdom as that of General Zhang Nan, Hu Chong scoffed, "They sure are quick on the chase." Upon hearing this news, Chen Chong rushed over in haste. "We cannot withstand her. This woman is a formidable figure in the southern territories, instilling more fear in the southern barbarians than her father and brother combined. We should retreat through the tunnels while we still can. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood." Hu Chong dismissed his concerns. "The Princess of Annan. If she has pursued you here, this is her road to the underworld. Just watch how I avenge you." After all, the key to the fortress was in Hu Chong's possession. Despite Chen Chong's futile pleas, he could only anxiously await atop the mountain. Fully armored, Hu Chong led his men down the mountain with a roar, encountering Yi Shi amidst the trees. "You are the Princess of Annan?" Yi Shi regarded him with a cold smile, the edge of her blade pointed at him. An unknown wretch dares to utter my title. Surrender now, and there may still be a chance for mercy. Persist in your folly, and death is all that awaits you." Hu Chong erupted in laughter. "You little girl, I'm eager to witness just how capable you truly are." Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Hu Chong, stocky and robust, had often bullied common folk, his confidence now inflated to an alarming degree. Lin Shanjuan watched from a distance, sighing at the scene. The clash between them was brief. Within mere exchanges, Yishi deftly pierced through Hu Chong's armor, lifting him off the ground and casting him to the ground. "Bind him." Hu Chong grimaced, his teeth bared, yet remained undeterred. "If you attack me, the gunpowder within the fortress is enough to ensure we perish together. Come on, I, Hu Chong, can drag the Princess of Annan down with me. It will be worth it." The other soldiers hesitated at his words, but Yishi merely scoffed. Onward to the mountain. The main force continued to ascend, infantry leading, cavalry following. Seeing this, Chun Chang's heart sank, leaving him with no choice but to fight desperately. He was acutely aware of the consequences of his actions. At this juncture, he faced only a dead end. "Loose arrows," Chun Chang commanded, unleashing a volley of arrows from Tiger Head Camp. Yishi had anticipated this, shouting, "Raise shields." The infantry raised their shields in unison, and the cavalry dismounted, taking cover behind the shields as they pressed forward. Faced with the seasoned prowess of Yishi, Chun Chang's desperate resistance amounted to little more than a futile struggle before death. As they approached the fortress, Chun Chang gritted his teeth. "I will never surrender. I will use your own weapons to blow you all to smithereens. A fine company to have on the road to the underworld." Clearly unrepentant, Yishi lost her patience, declaring, "Those who wish to live, surrender and be bound. Those who persist in their folly shall be executed without mercy." Within Tiger Head Camp, comprised of mere mountain bandits, Yishi advanced unscathed, easily penetrating their defenses. Many fled to surrender almost immediately. After a brief moment, only a handful remained on the upper floors, clenching their teeth in defiance. Chun Chang foresaw the impending breach, envisioning the flames consuming the fortress, yet Yishi raised her hand, commanding, "All troops, retreat." Retreat? Chun Chang was utterly perplexed as he watched the mass of soldiers withdraw down the mountain. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flaming arrow soared through the air. Lin Shanjuan released an arrow and mounted her horse, fleeing without a backward glance. The flaming arrow ignited the fuses hanging outside the fortress, and by the time she reached the base of the mountain, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth. Yishi dismounted to greet her. "Well done." Lin Shanjuan smiled, patting her horse's neck. It endured quite the ordeal. The horse had been ensnared by vines, causing her great anxiety, yet fortunately, the horse understood, or the outcome could have been dire. Chapter 71. When reason fails, resort to fists. If that proves ineffective, turn to blades. Fortunately, the stone fortress was sufficiently robust, thus the fire bombs buried beside the tents did not affect it adversely. Once the flames were extinguished and the smoke dissipated, Yishi commanded the soldiers to enter and retrieve all the military supplies. Lin Shanjuan and the others stood to the side, observing in astonishment. By Shu's side, "This is quite a trove. I truly wonder what these people are scheming." Lin Shanjuan speculated, fearing that the capital was not as tranquil as it appeared. The winds of change were swirling unpredictably in remote areas. By the time such gales reached the capital, it might already be too late. However, it was a relief that dismantling this hideout meant the loss of weapons and armor, which would undoubtedly require considerable effort to replace, thus affording Qi Zhaomian ample time to prepare. Alas, it had been 2 months since their last meeting, and she found herself missing her benefactor. Upon returning to the inn, Yishi instructed the soldiers to escort the supplies to the southern borders while she herself did not hasten to leave. She placed her sword on the table and inquired, "You have been of great assistance to me this time. Might I know your purpose for being here? Perhaps I could be of service to you as well." Bai Shu glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who could not suppress a laugh as he asked, "Are you not concerned that those items are being so brazenly transported? What if bandits ambush you along the way?" Yishi, unguarded, candidly replied, "Those are mere decoys. I have already sent word for the southern garrison to come for them. As it stands, those items remain untouched within the stone fortress." The southern garrison was a seasoned army, accustomed to the rigors of battle, which provided some reassurance. Lin Shanjuan nodded, disclosing her own intentions. Perhaps once they reached the bustling county office, she could lend significant assistance. I shall not conceal it from you. I am Lin Shanjuan, recently appointed as a third-rank inspector of the Qingjing department. The reason I have kept this from you is not due to a lack of trust, but rather concern that walls have ears, and I wish to avoid any premature revelation of my identity to the corrupt officials. Yishi stood momentarily dumbfounded, taking in Lin Shanjuan's appearance, and finally recalled why she seemed familiar. She had seen Lin Shanjuan accompanying His Highness on the day of Grandmaster Ji's banquet. However, her impression had not been profound, as she had left the gathering early. So, she was the woman who had married the elder sister of His Highness. You. I truly did not expect this, Yishi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Recognizing her surprise, Lin Shanjuan continued to explain her purpose for being there. In Wuyan town, there have been numerous reports of missing young women. In truth, these girls have been drugged and sent to the capital, where they are subsequently sold by criminals. We have managed to trace this back to the county magistrate of Wuyan town, which is why we are here to apprehend him. Yishi, having regained her composure, nodded slowly. We must not delay. Shall we set off immediately? These local officials are notoriously cunning. If they flee beforehand, it will be exceedingly difficult to track them down. Coincidentally, Lin Shanjuan shared the same sentiment, and the four of them promptly made their way to the county office of Wuyan town. It was still morning, yet the county office had yet to open its doors, and the courtyard was devoid of any lingering townsfolk, appearing eerily deserted. Lin Shanjuan surveyed the pristine courtyard, thinking it would be fitting to post a sign reading, "Shop for rent" on the door. Surely there is no one here? Qi Zhaomian hesitantly took a few steps forward and knocked on the door, but received no response. Just as Lin Shanjuan was about to call him back, Yishi took a running leap, planted her foot on a tree, and effortlessly scaled the wall, landing in the inner courtyard. Lin Shanjuan stood, dumbfounded. Was this how impetuous they all were? To leap over the wall rather than wait for an answer? As this thought settled, Yishi swung the door open from the inside. Bai Shu whispered, "Boss, do you think the county magistrate might accuse us of trespassing?" Lin Shanjuan chuckled, gesturing to the bundle on Bai Shu's back. "Let us present our credentials. If reason fails, we shall resort to fists. What is there to fear?" Yishi chimed in with a smile. "I left 200 soldiers from the Salt City Army stationed at the street corner. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, they will be there to assist us." Lin Shanjuan nodded with a grin. "Very well. It seems if fists do not suffice, we shall resort to blades." The three of them were amused, their laughter attracting the attention of a nearby constable, who, upon seeing the open door and the four of them engaged in merriment, bellowed angrily, "You lowly scoundrels! Dare you jest here? Are you seeking death?" The sudden outburst startled the four, and Bai Shu's temper flared, prompting him to draw his sword, only to be restrained by Lin Shanjuan. "We seek magistrate who? You think you are worthy to see the magistrate?" The constable, now even more incensed, brandished his bludgeon in their direction. Qi Zhaomian's brow furrowed, and before the constable's weapon could strike Lin Shanjuan, he swiftly kicked the man down. "Ye," she coldly retorted. "As the magistrate of this county, he is meant to serve the people. How dare he claim that the common folk are unworthy of his attention? This is truly lawless." Her words carried an authoritative tone, and her demeanor exuded the uprightness befitting a person of noble lineage, causing the constable to harbor doubts. "You dare not leave. I shall summon the magistrate. We shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance," he proclaimed, scrambling inside. The four, weary from standing, decided to take a seat at the magistrate's office and await Hu Kun's arrival. The county office, astonishingly, stood wide open, a sight scarcely witnessed in recent times. Since the spate of young women going missing, families had flocked to the office to file reports, but the instigator had been none other than Hu Kun himself. Reluctant to endure the wails of the grieving families, he had closed the office and refused to hold court. Moreover, he had stationed guards at the entrance, ready to discipline anyone daring to raise a complaint. As time passed, those who had lost daughters no longer dared to approach, while other criminals grew increasingly brazen. With the doors now ajar, curious onlookers inevitably gathered to see what transpired, though none recognized the four seated within, especially the two women. Word spread rapidly, and by the time Hu Kun arrived, trousers hastily pulled up, a crowd had already gathered outside. "What matters are so pressing that I must be summoned?" Hu Kun's irate voice reached the ears of the crowd before he even appeared. You have disturbed the peace of this county and Lady Shifeng. Should there be no significant matter at hand, I shall see to your demise. As he concluded his tirade and stepped into the main hall, he caught sight of the assembled townsfolk and instinctively glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who occupied his seat. Impudent rabble! Do you dare to revolt? Do you know whose position this is? Get down from here at once. Without hesitation, Bai Shu struck Hu Kun across the face and, feeling unsatisfied, delivered another blow. Only after he felt he had vented his frustration did he brandish the Qingjing department's insignia before the magistrate. What audacity! A mere 7th-rank county magistrate dares to keep us, Inspector Lin, waiting. Inspector Lin? Hu Kun's greasy head spun, and he involuntarily knelt, confusion swirling within him. Could it be that Su Cheng had failed? How could they have arrived so swiftly? Chapter 72. The shackles of Hu Kun. Lin Shanjuan discerned his thoughts, the greasy visage of Hu Kun emblazoned with glaring words. Why hasn't she died? What sort of individuals does county magistrate Hu associate with? Not only do they appear as ugly as rotten melons, but they are also incapable of enduring a beating. She leaned against her seat, propping her chin with one hand. Moreover, we have traveled a great distance, and yet there is not even a cup of tea provided? This was Hu Kun's first encounter with Lin Si, who was reputed to be a delicate and unremarkable female consort. How was it that her words now cut like knives, instilling such a sense of pressure upon him? The description of her companions as ugly. Did that imply she had already glimpsed their appearances and would pursue further inquiries? Oh no! If she truly uncovered the identities of those individuals, it would lead to an abundance of witnesses. This official was unaware of Lin Si's arrival today and regrets my inadequate reception. I hope you will forgive my transgressions. The door of county magistrate Hu is indeed difficult to penetrate, she retorted. I have heard that common folk are deemed unworthy of even a glance from you. Might I inquire if our presence here is also considered an affront? Hu Kun trembled and raised his head, recognizing Yi Shi, his legs quaking in fear. Just days prior, he had heard from Hu Chong that his subordinates had been pursued relentlessly by the Princess of Annam. How had that pursuit led them to his very doorstep? This official is terrified. I assure you, my circumstances are of another nature. He gritted his teeth, hastily deflecting blame onto the commoners before the public. These troublesome subjects harbor discontent towards the court, repeatedly seeking trouble, disturbing the court proceedings. I am powerless, greatly troubled, and unable to suppress them. Thus, I have concealed myself. Lin Shanjuan could not help but chuckle. So, you mean to say that Madame Shi is assisting you in alleviating your worries? Hu Kun, wishing to return to those fleeting moments, felt an urge to slap himself, left speechless. An elderly man, witnessing the exchange, immediately emerged from the crowd, kneeling on the ground, beating his head against the earth. Esteemed sir, I implore you to stand up for a humble citizen. He has abducted my daughter, forcing her into marriage against her will. When she refused, he had her sold to the local brothel, leaving my daughter with no choice but to take her own life. Sir, the old man wailed in agony, while Bai Shu clenched his teeth in anger. What a wretched official! Hu Kun was thrown into a panic, eager to justify himself further, but Lin Shanjuan's laughter ceased, her gaze darkening as she regarded him. Do you understand how many vile creatures like you, who wield power to oppress and coerce the innocent into prostitution, I have dispatched? Yi Shi's eyelids twitched. She sensed the genuine murderous intent radiating from Lin Shanjuan, leaving her increasingly skeptical of the delicate consort's true nature. A weak female consort. Such overt bloodlust, precise archery skills, and an ethereal agility. She seemed less a consort and more a killer. On the surface, Hu Kun appeared intimidated, yet he discreetly signaled to the constables behind him. They attempted to make a hasty escape amidst the chaos, only to be swiftly apprehended by Qi Zhaomian. Lin Shanjuan smirked coldly. Your brother was executed just this morning. Who do you expect him to seek out? Hu Kun was genuinely shocked, staring at Lin Shanjuan in disbelief. No. It cannot be. The Tiger Head camp was guarded by hundreds, with countless military provisions. Even if it were to fall, it would not happen in an instant, and he would surely receive word of it. How could there be not a whisper of news? Lin Shanjuan, disinterested in further dialogue, commanded the constable, bring the heaviest shackles. Put them on him. The constable hesitated, casting a glance toward Hu Kun for approval, but Bai Shu scolded him. What a pathetic lackey! If you are so reluctant, find someone heavier to shackle yourself. The constable, frightened, hurriedly fetched the shackles. Hu Kun still felt disoriented, as if caught in a dream. Was his official career truly coming to an end? A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he snatched a nearby fire stick and swung it in desperation, a foolish act of defiance. The outcome was as expected. He was beaten mercilessly by Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian until he cowered beneath a table, whereupon they dragged him out and shackled him. The onlooking commoners finally believed that the dark reign of Wu Yin town had come to an end, rejoicing while simultaneously expressing their contempt for the corrupt official. Once confined within the prisoner cart, Hu Kun was spared further beatings, yet he was pelted with an array of projectiles, leaving him battered and bruised. Bai Shu regarded him with disdain, steering his horse farther away. Lin Shanjuan meticulously reviewed all the embezzled funds amassed by Hu Kun over the years, collecting them after the raid and loading them into a cart, along with several of the most complicit constables, escorting them back to the capital. The chaos in Wu Yin town was brought to justice, and the accountant who had suffered under the county magistrate's oppression for years was elected by the populace to temporarily assume the role of county magistrate, with plans to dispatch an imperial envoy to appoint a new magistrate later. Bai Shu boldly entered Hu Kun's courtyard, securing all correspondence between him and Zhao Xian, which served as irrefutable evidence of their collusion in trafficking the women of Wu Yin town. The events unfolded with an unexpected swiftness that Lin Shanjuan had not anticipated. Now that Shi and Yi Shi had completed their respective tasks, it was time to part ways. We shall escort him back to the capital, and further inquiries will ensue. What are your intentions? Yi Shi glanced southward. To assist until the end. I will accompany you back to the capital. If his master in the capital learns of developments here, he will likely act rashly, sending someone to ambush you. Her implication was clear. She intended to continue safeguarding herself until they reached the capital. Lin Shanjuan chuckled. Oh, how fortunate I was to save you back then. Otherwise, how could I have earned such a great favor from a county princess? Yi Shi playfully nudged her shoulder. You flatter me. Let us set off. They had arrived with 4 steeds, but now their return would require the addition of 2 prisoner carts, 2 horse-drawn carriages, and an entourage of constables to assist with the escort, inevitably slowing their pace, coinciding perfectly with the year's first snowfall. They halted at Jingjing, the closest point to the capital, intending to rest for the night before embarking on their journey back the following morning. 5 months was no trivial span of time, and as Yi Shi contemplated their impending separation on the morrow, a sense of reluctance swelled within her. She approached Lin Shanjuan's door, bearing a flask of wine. As a seasoned drinker, Lin Shanjuan welcomed her with delight. The table was adorned with several small dishes and a pot of warm wine, while the pristine snow seen outside provided a perfect backdrop for merriment. After savoring a cup, Yi Shi sighed, this year's snow is rather late. By this time last year, we had already experienced several falls. Lin Shanjuan, half closing her eyes to relish the rich flavor of the wine, reminisced about executing her mission at that time last year. In the pure white snow, a small patch melted by warm blood, she had mocked the deceased before departing. How carefree those days had been, unlike the present. Though she was lavished with fine food and drink by her benefactor, she found herself burdened with countless concerns. She sighed deeply, prompting Yi Shi to glance over with curiosity. Are you troubled? Lin Shanjuan shook her head. It is not something to be spoken of. Yi Shi chuckled lightly. Surely we can consider ourselves friends now. If you are troubled, why not share your thoughts with me? Lin Shanjuan rested her chin on her hand. I am not yet intoxicated. Once I am, I will spill everything. It was a harmless jest, yet Yi Shi regarded her with a mix of exasperation and affection before turning back. Everyone has their burdens. Lin Shanjuan glanced at her. Pray, do share your troubles. Yi Shi feigned annoyance. What? Must I be intoxicated for my worries to be worthy of discussion? Despite her playful protest, she eventually divulged her own confusions. Chapter 73. She must be an assassin. Over the years, she has felt that her once-admired elder brother has changed dramatically. His thoughts seemingly no longer dwell on the noble pursuit of protecting the homeland. If one were to suggest that he has succumbed to despair over matters of the heart, it is evident that he decisively abandoned both she and their sister. If he is to be accused of being cold-hearted, it must be noted that in these 5 years, those he has associated with bear a striking resemblance to her. Even his wife, whom he chose to marry, resembles she and their sister the most. This is not mere fantasy on her part. It is based on an occasion when he was inebriated, and she overheard him utter, "Sheer, tell me. Why is it so exceedingly difficult to find even one woman among the myriad in this world who bears a resemblance to her, even to a degree of 50%? The one who resembles her the most is, alas, but her singular beauty." After that incident, Yi Lang was apprehended by General Yi and subjected to a harsh beating of 50 military lashes, rendering him bedridden for months, yet he remained unrepentant. Before returning to the capital, Yi Lang swore an oath that he would never again act foolishly, and only then did General Yi consent to his return. However, on the day of the banquet hosted by Grandmaster Ji, it was clear he had failed to restrain himself. To speak candidly, my brother has let his martial skills atrophy over these years, and he has scarcely mentioned military strategies. Therefore, when father learned that he had been assaulted, he was exceedingly furious and nearly punished him again. Fortunately, mother intervened in time. Otherwise, alas. Lin Shanjuan, who had delivered a sound thrashing to Yi Lang, mused, perhaps Yi Lang felt that being bested by his own hand was too humiliating, hence his stubborn silence. Yishi leisurely poured herself a cup of wine, reflecting, if my brother cannot regain his composure, how can father entrust the southern borders to him in the future? I wish to alleviate his burdens, yet my efforts may ultimately prove limited. Lin Shanjuan regarded Yishi, finding her to possess more responsibility and courage than Yi Lang. Indeed, General Yi would be better off bequeathing the position to Yishi. However, such thoughts were not to be carelessly voiced, so Lin Shanjuan remained silent. The two continued to drink until the approach of dawn, with the potent wine Yishi had brought leaving neither of them sober. One leaned against the bed while the other rested her head upon the table, succumbing to deep slumber, as the night watchman's clapper struck the hour of e'en. The sky was shrouded in a gray mist, rendering all indistinct save for a cart pushing through the fog, laden with tofu. The man at the cart stopped before the inn and knocked on the back door. "Why so early today?" "Ah, you're not Lu Lao-san. I don't believe I've seen you before." "I am his apprentice. I can manage pushing it to the kitchen myself." Upon seeing this, the attendant hurried to retrieve some coins from the counter, but when he returned, the man with the cart had vanished. With a sharp knife in hand, he leapt to the second floor, counting the rooms from the ground floor up to room 1 on the top floor. The window was open, and the interior was cloaked in darkness. The man deftly entered the room, feeling his way toward the bed, but suddenly tripped over an object, losing his balance. Instinctively, he plunged the knife into the floor to steady himself. Unfortunately, the person he had kicked awake let out a cry of pain, and the sound of the knife embedding itself in the wood startled the one resting at the table. "Who goes there?" Lin Shanjuan opened her eyes to see a flash of cold steel aimed at her. She quickly maneuvered her foot to grab a wooden stool for defense. The stool splintered upon contact with the razor-sharp blade, yet the knife pressed forward, slicing Lin Shanjuan as she attempted to evade. The pain in her arm jolted Lin Shanjuan fully awake, and in her fury, she glared behind her, where a diminutive figure darted past the man's armpit, seizing the chopsticks from the table and stabbing them forcefully into the man's foot. She had also regained her senses. Calling out Lin Shanjuan's name, she confirmed the position of the adversary and, using the table for leverage, vaulted herself horizontally with considerable force, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. "Get out!" The force of her kick nearly shattered his lungs. As the sensation of suffocation began to dissipate, he felt something tightening around his neck. It was the bed curtain. Lin Shanjuan swiftly wrapped her limbs around his neck, bending her knees to strike his lower back. With a resounding crack, the man crumpled to the ground, his other hand clutching his aching waist. Yishi, recognizing that the man had been subdued, lit a candle. Before the lampshade could be secured, several others surged in through the window. With a cold snort, Yishi drew her knife and plunged into the fray. Before the blade had fully emerged from its sheath, cries of pain echoed throughout the room. In the midst of the darkness, relying solely on her keen hearing, Lin Shanjuan thrived, using the dagger she had acquired from the subdued man to leap upwards, grasping the beam overhead, hoisting her entire body up to strike at the assailants from above. Even in a spacious room, the close quarters rendered it exceedingly cramped. Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with a lantern, and at the very moment they flung open the door, Lin Shanjuan executed a perfect inverted maneuver, her dagger slicing through the throat of the last attacker without a drop of blood staining her. This astonishing display left the onlookers dumbfounded, and in an instant, Yishi confirmed her suspicions. Lin Shanjuan was not an ordinary wanderer of the rivers and lakes. She was an assassin, and a top-tier one at that. Last night, she had indeed been heavily intoxicated, yet she was able to awaken in an instant, coordinating seamlessly with Yishi in the darkness to eliminate one foe. Among the subsequent intruders, Yishi had dispatched 5, relying solely on Lin Shanjuan's dagger for the remainder. Particularly with the final strike, such decisiveness in execution could only belong to a ruthless assassin. The group exchanged glances, the innkeeper trembling so violently that he fell to his knees. Murder! Murder! As he attempted to flee, Bai Shu seized him by the collar. These men intended to assassinate. We must report to the governor and verify their identities. The innkeeper, terrified, scuttled away to summon the authorities. Yishi turned to Lin Shanjuan, patting her shoulder. Regardless of your true identity, I greatly admire your skills. Lin Shanjuan, already aware that she could not hide her identity from one so experienced, smiled in response, a pleasure to collaborate. A fresh term that Yishi instantly comprehended and wholeheartedly endorsed. Indeed, a pleasure to collaborate. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and as Yishi looked down, she noticed blood on Lin Shanjuan's arm. You're injured? Lin Shanjuan dismissed it nonchalantly. It's nothing. One always must take the first blow. Yishi's face contorted with guilt. It's my fault for lowering my guard last night, believing these individuals wouldn't dare act so brazenly in the capital. Qi Zhaomian had long noticed the wound and had already dashed out to find a physician. Lin Shanjuan shook her head, reassuring her. These men would have come sooner or later. Last night's snowfall is sufficient to mitigate this minor injury. Yishi nodded, her admiration for Lin Shanjuan growing by the day, and refrained from further expressions of guilt. After tending to the wound, she requested the governor, who had come to investigate, to compile a report on the assassins' backgrounds for immediate submission. Zhao Xian, cornered and desperate, could no longer afford to delay. Their injuries were manageable, but should those assassins succeed in killing Hu Kun and the others, it would be a case of death without evidence. The group hastened their pace to the utmost, finally arriving at the Qingjing office the following morning. Lin Shanjuan invited Yishi to sit for a moment while she changed her dressings and donned her embroidered eagle robe, then set out to retrieve the target. Since Zhao Xian sought her life, she was determined to confront him today, to demonstrate whose life was truly more resilient. Chapter 74. Never return if you do not come back. The princess's mansion, my lord. The prince has arrived in the capital. Qi Zhaomian instinctively attempted to rise, but upon glancing at her reflection still engaged in her grooming, she composed herself, yet could not help but urge Shower to hasten. How far is it back to the residence? Yu Lu's lips twitched slightly. The prince. He went directly to the Qingjing office and has no intention of returning to the mansion. Qi Zhaomian paused in her actions, falling silent. Yu Lu cautiously stole a glance at her master's expression, noting her dejected profile, which suggested she was not particularly pleased. Shower placed the last hairpin in place, and the figure in the mirror appeared much more composed and dignified. Qi Zhaomian gazed for a long while before lifting her head to observe the falling snow outside. For several nights now, the snow had continued to fall without cease. Just days prior, she had worried that Lin Shanjuan, being so slender, might catch a chill, but today upon hearing the news, he seemed to be in high spirits, barely showing any signs of fatigue as he headed straight to the Qingjing office. Wasn't he the one who often complained about not wanting to go to the Qingjing office, uttering nonsensical phrases like, I don't want to work? How could he return after more than 4 months and exhibit such a drastic change in temperament? Qi Zhaomian paced to the window while Shower draped a fox fur over her shoulders. What companions did the prince bring back this time? Yu Lu recalled the reports from the guards at the city gates, Bai Shu, Qi Zhan, Hu Kun, and others. Also, the princess of Annan. Yishi? Qi Zhaomian turned her head. Why is she accompanying him? Yu Lu dared not admit ignorance, quickly kneeling. I am at fault. I shall inquire immediately. There's no need. What is she doing now? The she was presumably referring to Lin Shanjuan. Yu Lu replied, she is interrogating Hu Kun at the Qingjing office, then she will go to Zhao Xian's residence to apprehend someone. Qi Zhaomian clasped her hands and closed her eyes for a moment. Prepare the carriage. Yu Lu understood. Prepare the carriage for the Qingjing office. As Qi Zhaomian opened her eyes, she abruptly changed her mind. Prepare the carriage for the palace. Yulu was taken aback and instructed others to alter the destination. Wasn't she supposed to be going to see the prince? After inquiring about the prince's affairs, shouldn't she ultimately be heading to see him? As Qi Zhaomian settled into the carriage, she listened to the commotion outside, closing her eyes to relax. Just a moment ago, she had genuinely intended to go to the Qingjing office. The man had been out alone for so long, and now with so much to attend to, it was likely he had obtained irrefutable evidence from Hu Kun and was racing to apprehend someone without delay. It was only right for her to go see him. It could also serve as an opportunity to portray a facade of affection in public. Everything seemed justified. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought that he had been away from the capital for over 4 months without a single letter and now returned without so much as acknowledging her filled her heart with profound discomfort. She even found herself questioning whether her reflection in the mirror appeared. She was truly overthinking. If he was so preoccupied, then perhaps he ought not to have returned at all. On the way, Lin Shanjuan learned that Zhao Xian had declared 4 days of leave, citing catching a chill as the reason for staying at home and refusing visitors. Today marked the last day of this leave. Whether he truly had not seen anyone these past few days or whom he had met remained unclear. However, it was evident that this person was trapped. Dressed in an embroidered eagle robe, Lin Shanjuan paid no heed to whose residence it was, nor did he concern himself with whether the owner wished to see him. Clad in this attire, even if he were bedridden, he could still stand before him and watch him drink medicine. As the carriage halted before Zhao's residence, Lin Shanjuan raised his hand. Bai Shu understood and bellowed with a deep voice, "Surround this place. Not even a fly must escape." The guards responded in unison, swiftly forming several small teams to encircle Zhao's residence, rendering it impenetrable. Upon hearing the commotion, the steward opened the door, only to be startled by the scene before him. He hurried back inside to report, simultaneously notifying the household soldiers to come and stall for time. Lin Shanjuan dismounted, his right arm injured, and with his left hand grasping the reins, he swaggered inside with his hands behind his back. As the household soldiers arrived, seeing that their own door had already been opened, they rushed forward, attempting to obstruct Lin Shanjuan. Just as they assumed a defensive stance, Qi Zhaomian raised his command token and coldly declared, "Qingjing office is taking someone. Make way." The household soldiers, lacking the confidence of their adversaries, dared not impede further, allowing the 3 men to smoothly enter Zhao's residence. Upon reaching the front courtyard, they noticed a steward-like figure advancing towards them. "I was unaware that Sir Lin had come. Forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Please allow me to." Lin Shanjuan observed his gestures and sneered, "After such a difficult journey, you wish to usher me away?" Bai Shu, resembling a fierce warrior, drew his blade and stood before the steward. The steward's smile faltered. "And no. Our master has caught a chill. He is afraid that," Lin Shanjuan scoffed. "I haven't even inquired about your master yet you seem to know what I wish to ask." Qi Zhaomian shoved the steward aside, his imposing figure blocking further advance. "I shall check on his chill. You see, I am quite skilled at treating ailments, especially feigned ones. A single remedy will suffice. Lead the way." The steward, unable to evade the confrontation, resorted to a delaying tactic. No. Sir Lin is of noble status. Should he encounter any illness, it would shorten my lifespan. I implore you, Sir Lin, to proceed to the main hall while I fetch our master." Lin Shanjuan rubbed his temples, reluctant to prolong the encounter, and waved his hand dismissively. Qi Zhaomian understood, moving a chair to place behind Lin Shanjuan, then solemnly ordered, "Seize this steward and bring Zhao Darren out to meet him." The guards complied, apprehending the steward while others split into teams to search for Zhao Xian, causing startled cries from the womenfolk throughout the residence. Lin Shanjuan leisurely sipped his tea in the courtyard, listening to the cacophony of screams and sobs, impatiently digging at his ears. The Zhao residence was not large, and soon several teams returned with reports. "Sir Lin, we searched everywhere, but there is no sign of Zhao Xian." Lin Shanjuan set down his teacup. Arriving swiftly, Zhao Xian should not have been able to escape so quickly, as he pondered. His gaze fell upon the steward, who stood trembling, his expression betraying guilt as if saying, "I know where he is, please do not ask me." Lin Shanjuan could hardly suppress his laughter, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Bring that steward here." The guard stepped forward, forcing the steward to kneel. The steward, terrified, glanced around at the guards and then at Lin Shanjuan, wishing he could bury his head in the bricks. Offering information is a merit worthy of the emperor's reward. The reward belongs to you and cannot be taken away by anyone. However, if you aid him in fleeing, he may give you a little silver, but you will not get to spend it, as I will have you apprehended, and then, she lowered her gaze to the steward, I will find your silver to spend. The steward, more concerned about his silver than his own safety, was on the verge of tears, his lips trembling as he prepared to confess. Lin Shanjuan, with hands clasped, watched the steward with keen interest. Speak, where has he gone? The steward's gaze drifted nervously in a certain direction, whispering, to the back courtyard, among the womenfolk. Qi Zhaomian immediately took charge, leading a team to search. After a commotion, they soon emerged with a vibrantly dressed individual, adorned with heavy makeup and an array of hairpins. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhao Xian. Chapter 75. What more can I blame you for? Lin Shanjuan was genuinely astonished by his cleverness. Suppressing her laughter, she appraised him from head to toe, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her amusement. Zhao Xian glared at her with gritted teeth, prompting Lin Shanjuan to rein in her mirth and commend his disguise. Sir Zhao, your wit is truly remarkable. You can devise any scheme. Alas, your frame is still too large, and this attire simply does not fit. As her words settled, the others could not help but stifle their laughter. Zhao Xian's face flushed crimson, a glimmer of resentment flickering in his eyes. I never anticipated your resilience. I dispatched so many men, and not only did you survive, but you returned so swiftly. Clearly, I underestimated these two guards of yours. Lin Shanjuan waved her hand dismissively. Sir Zhao, those pets you released may serve to pass the time, but it is overly optimistic to expect them to inflict harm. Zhao Xian's eyes blazed with fury, yet Lin Shanjuan, unabashed, called out loudly to Bai Shu, fetch several colorful garments and ornaments from Sir Zhao's courtyard. He has a fondness for such things, let us not deprive him. Lin Shanjuan, you, not at all, I shall take my leave. With Zhao Xian's retort falling flat, he was glared at by Qi Zhaomian before being ushered into the prison cart, securely enclosed, and transported back to the Qingjing Division. Qingjing Division, prison cell. Lin Shanjuan sat on a stool, her eyes narrowed, rhythmically tapping her index finger against the table. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across her features, rendering her expression somewhat inscrutable. Bai Shu sat at a nearby table, unrolling documents and preparing ink, patiently awaiting Zhao Xian to speak. Zhao Xian remained adorned in his flamboyant attire, an incongruous sight in the dim, cramped prison cell. Perhaps he had received instructions from someone on the way back, for he had sat in silence for quite some time. Lin Shanjuan brought Hu Kun over for interrogation, yet Zhao Xian remained unmoved by the corroborating testimonies and evidence presented. After Hu Kun's interrogation concluded, dusk had fallen. Lin Shanjuan swiftly rose. Let him affix his signature to the testimony. It is time to go home. Zhao Xian appeared taken aback, his expression clearly conveying, what grounds do you have to pass judgment when I have said nothing? Bai Shu had already filled a page with notes and, upon hearing her command, stood with the seal in hand. Press it. Zhao Xian could no longer contain himself. He realized that remaining silent might lead to his forceful signature. Thus, he feigned composure to detain Lin Shanjuan. Why has the Department of Justice suddenly taken such action against me without a word of explanation? With one foot already out the door, Lin Shanjuan's smile vanished. She was not particularly concerned with his twisted words, but felt quite displeased with his sudden inquiry. I have no explanation to offer. You may affix your fingerprint first, and I must return home. We shall discuss the rest tomorrow. Zhao Xian was utterly astonished. To his understanding, Lin Shanjuan should have only been investigating him. Did she not have greater interest in the individuals above him? Was she truly willing to conclude the case with him? What a convoluted effort it was for her to journey to Wuyan town merely to gather evidence from Hu Kun. I am, after all, a person of importance within the court. Lin Shanjuan, having her own plans, interrupted him directly. Seal his mouth and throw him in prison. Now, let us all go home. Zhao Xian's face was a mask of disbelief, yet bound and silenced by Bai Shu, he could only emit muffled protests, witnessing Lin Shanjuan walk away with a laugh, exclaiming, confessed. Finally, I can enjoy a good rest. Zhao Xian was left in a haze. He had uttered scarcely 2 sentences. No, only a sentence and a half. What had he confessed? Lin Shanjuan was not merely idling her time away. In truth, she had spent the entire day contemplating Zhao Xian's motives for trafficking these women. Though his household boasted numerous wives and concubines, when Qi Zhaomian had previously inquired about fetching clothes for Sir Zhao, none were from Wuyan town. The beauties of Wuyan town were particularly delicate. He had purchased many yet retained none for himself. Where had they been sent? If his intent was to curry favor with his superiors, what reward could he possibly expect in return? Did he believe that he would be rescued? Looking across the entire court, the only one who could protect him in the end was Qi Zhaomian. Was he working for Qi Zhaomian? If he was so steadfastly loyal, then what could shatter that loyalty? Upon exiting the prison, she summoned Qi Zhaomian and quietly instructed, "Find an irredeemable death row inmate, dress him in the clothes and ornaments you retrieved, and have Zhao Xian's makeup removed and replaced with prison garb. Switch cells, ensure no one else is aware." She was in no hurry to interrogate. Presently, it was not her who was anxious. If that Lord Ji could endure, waiting a few more days was of no consequence. Taisher Mansion. On the antique writing desk, the wolf hair brush dipped in ink gracefully descended onto the rice paper. The attendant beside him understood without words, standing ready at the desk to grind the ink. Qi Zhaomian grasped the brush, steadily inscribing the character for water, followed closely by the character for arrive. Just as he was about to write canal, the steward burst in, breathless. "Master, a grave situation has arisen." Qi Zhaomian paused, the tip of his brush visibly trembling. Frowning in displeasure, he set down the pen. "What is it that has you so flustered?" The steward, still catching his breath, replied, "Zhao Xian has been captured by the Qingjing division." Qi Zhaomian's head shot up. When was he apprehended? The steward, still panting, exclaimed, "Just this morning." It was the female prince who personally led the capture. The guards surrounded Zhao's residence, and the news has only just broken. A flicker of anger crossed Qi Zhaomian's eyes as he violently tossed the brush onto the desk, splattering ink everywhere. The steward cautiously observed his countenance. It is said that Zhao Xian has already confessed, though what he confessed remains unknown. Qi Zhaomian paced to the desk, extracting a terse remark from between clenched teeth. "Well, this woman not only embarrasses me in the court, but now she has compelled Zhao Xian to confess. She truly possesses some skill. I underestimated her." He recalled the previous banquet incident, where he had attempted to gain an advantage, but ended up losing significantly, incurring the resentment of General Yi, an utter disaster. Now it appeared that this female prince was far from simple. "Lin Shanjuan?" The steward, with a face full of urgency, queried, "What shall we do now? If Zhao Xian reveals the salt trafficking matter, it could implicate you." Qi Zhaomian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Send someone to the Qingjing division to ascertain precisely what he has confessed. If he has indeed disclosed anything detrimental, eliminate him immediately, ensuring Lin Shanjuan has no evidence to confront." The steward complied and turned to leave, only to be called back by Qi Zhaomian. Moreover, even if Lin Shanjuan remains unaware, she has likely deduced something. Regardless of whether he speaks or remains silent, we must prevent him from having any opportunity to voice his words. Find a few capable hands to carry out the execution, eliminating any future troubles. Understood. The steward bowed and exited, while Qi Zhaomian squinted, watching him depart the study. He lightly tapped the table 3 times, and a youthful figure with a delicate appearance promptly appeared before him. "This individual is not yet fully trustworthy. You shall personally handle this task in the prison." "Yes." Chapter 76. She possesses an unparalleled and exceptional patron. Princess's residence. "Your Highness, how should I proceed?" Qi Zhaomian cast a glance at the kneeling figure and replied softly, "Though Qi Zhaomian has appointed you as steward, he does not permit you to peruse the account books. This clearly signifies a lack of trust. Hence, it would be prudent for you to act according to his instructions and execute this task decisively. He will surely come to place greater faith in you." The man on the ground raised his head, revealing himself to be the steward who had just fled from the Grand Tutor's residence. "Your Highness, if he truly kills him, will not the clues that the prince has been diligently pursuing be severed?" Qi Zhaomian recalled that individual and, with an absent-minded gaze directed towards the pond outside, said slowly, "It matters not. What can she discover? It is but a child's play." The steward acknowledged with a nod and hastily exited the princess's residence. Qi Zhaomian instructed Shower to prepare some pastries and quickly scribbled a note, placing it at the bottom of the food box. When Shower brought the food container, she discreetly inserted the note beneath the bottom layer. Deliver this to the prince and be cautious on your way. Do not let anyone follow you. Shower complied and, in her haste, nearly collided with Lin Shanjuan at the door. Prince! Shower exclaimed joyfully, waving a hand at her. Lin Shanjuan hastened her horse to a stop, arriving before her. Where are you headed? Shower smiled. The princess asked me to bring this to you, concerned that you might be famished. I did not expect you to return already. Lin Shanjuan was instantly touched. Who would have thought that my esteemed patron would be so considerate, even worrying about my hunger? She gracefully dismounted, and a servant led her horse away. As she walked inside, she inquired, "How has the princess been these past few months?" Shower hesitated, and upon seeing Lin Shanjuan's encouraging gaze, she timidly voiced her complaint. "You have been away for months without sending a single letter home. The princess has been inquiring about you constantly. This morning, upon hearing of your return, she was delighted, only to learn you did not even enter your home." Lin Shanjuan froze momentarily, feeling an inexplicable guilt for having enjoyed her time away while leaving her wife to dwell in solitude. With so many people wielding knives behind me, how could I have found the time to write? Preoccupied with this thought, she failed to notice Chen Mama waiting for her at the end of the path. By the time she spotted her, it was too late to escape. Prince, Lin Shanjuan suddenly found herself reminiscing about her days of evasion. Mama. She forced a smile as she approached. How has your health been of late? Chen Mama relished Lin Shanjuan's sweet words and concern, though she would have been even more pleased had she shown more concern for the princess. Thanks to the prince's well wishes, I am faring well. The princess has been yearning for your return day and night. Why have you only now returned to the residence? Seeing that she was about to ramble on endlessly, Lin Shanjuan hastily interrupted. It has been quite a while since we last met. I miss the princess dearly. I shall seek her now and chat with you later. With that, she dashed away, leaving Chen Mama beaming with satisfaction. Shower leaned closer, her tone filled with admiration. Mama is indeed impressive. With a single remark, she has sent the prince to the princess's chamber. Chen Mama straightened her attire. Tell the kitchen not to set the dinner table too soon. I will request it shortly. There will be ample time for dinner later. After days apart, the two lovebirds must have much to discuss. Lin Shanjuan arrived at the study door and knocked. Recognizing the impatient knock as hers, Qi Zhaomian instinctively smiled, though her expression quickly fell back to neutrality as she replied, Enter. Lin Shanjuan hesitated for a moment, recalling Shower and Chen Mama's hints. She silently withdrew her right hand, leaving her sleeve to dangle empty. Perhaps this ruse may prove useful. Pushing the door open with her left hand, she peeked in at the writing desk. Today, Qi Zhaomian was clad in a pale blue cotton dress, draped with a cloak, the collar framing her countenance with an air of chill. She held her brush poised, and upon hearing the sound, she set it aside. Her gaze, as refreshing as a winter-esque thaw, fell upon Lin Shanjuan. Lin Shanjuan felt a sudden warmth in her chest and swiftly closed the door, a gust of cold air sending shivers down her spine. Before setting off, it had still been early autumn, and her garments were not overly thick. The changing department had no warm clothing, leaving her clad in a single layer. Your Highness, I have returned, she cheerfully announced, awaiting Qi Zhaomian's invitation to sit. Qi Zhaomian scrutinized her. She appeared even more slender, her features unchanged, yet dressed so lightly that she seemed to carry the very chill of the air. Your Highness, I have returned. Qi Zhaomian snapped back to reality, pondering how Lin Shanjuan had become more refined during her absence. Previously, she would casually sit, but now she stood there with an air of propriety, creating an unexpected distance between them. Furrowing her brow slightly, Qi Zhaomian felt an unidentifiable discomfort. Was it due to Yi Shi? Or perhaps someone else? Prince, please have a seat. Lin Shanjuan was startled by the title and cautiously regarded Qi Zhaomian's expression. Could it be that she was truly upset about my late return? Or perhaps for not writing? A patron's anger could be unreasonable, but it was utterly irrational for her to not appease this little bird. She dragged a small stool to sit across from Qi Zhaomian, attempting to bridge the gap between them, gazing up at her. These past few months, I have been preoccupied with travel, beset by obstructions and pursued by foes. with no opportunity to write. Please do not be angry. Obstructions? Pursuers. Qi Zhaomian studied her more closely and noticed that Lin Shanjuan rested only her left hand on the desk, with her right hand hanging beneath it. Are you injured? Lin Shanjuan could distinctly sense the icy menace in Qi Zhaomian's voice when she uttered those 4 words, and she quickly adopted a look of grievance. Indeed. Such a long blade. It was so lengthy. It struck my hand with such force. The pain was unbearable. She exaggerated a gash as if it were a severed limb, causing Qi Zhaomian to gasp in alarm, momentarily disregarding any sense of propriety as she hurried around to see Lin Shanjuan's empty right sleeve. A wave of regret washed over her. She should have sent Yu Lu to accompany her from the very beginning. Lin Shanjuan, already pale from the cold, appeared even more pitiable with the psychological suggestion of a severed limb. Your Highness, please do not be angry with me. Shameful. I, Lin Shanjuan, am so pitifully lowering myself before a woman. How disgraceful. Qi Zhaomian was pierced by Lin Shanjuan's gaze, and in silence, she removed her cloak and draped it over Lin Shanjuan's shoulders. Lin Shanjuan looked up in surprise, seeing the myriad of self-reproach and more complex emotions reflected in Qi Zhaomian's eyes, leaving her unable to decipher their depth. What more could I possibly blame you for? Chapter 77. Old Madame Chen cannot seize me. A seemingly frivolous remark brushed past my heart like the gentle caress of willow catkins, warming and tingling within. She refrained from referring to herself as this palace, instead opting for the more intimate I. Could it be that she truly felt a pang of sympathy for me? Was she perhaps burdened with guilt for failing to ensure my protection? Lin Shanjuan felt a twinge of remorse. In an attempt to atone for it, she brazenly declared, well, don't be sad. I can conjure up an arm for you, so you need not grieve. An arm conjured? Qi Zhaomian instinctively glanced at her rather thick waist, understanding immediately. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to exclaim, take her out and behead her. Lin Shanjuan, with an air of determination, indeed extended her arm as she had envisioned. Qi Zhaomian, initially infuriated, noted the furrowed brow of Lin Shanjuan, which suggested she was genuinely injured, albeit not severely. See, it has grown back. Don't be sad. Lin Shanjuan grinned widely, raising her right hand in a playful manner, resembling someone trying to amuse a child, which left Qi Zhaomian in a state of perplexity between anger and amusement. She turned her back and remarked, Zhao Xian is indeed incompetent. The people he found couldn't even sever your arm. Though it was a harsh statement, the underlying severity was not aimed at her. Lin Shanjuan smirked triumphantly. There was truly no one else in the world who was fair-skinned, beautiful, wealthy, intelligent, and empathetic enough to care for a delicate canary like her. Only Qi Zhaomian had taken her under her wing. Who could possibly comprehend such a unique sentiment? Not one to be modest, she unabashedly proclaimed, it hurts so much. I feel as though my arm has been cleaved in two. It pains me to the point of tears. Despite recognizing the theatricality in her tone, how could one not experience pain when a blade grazes the flesh? Resigned, she turned back. But have you seen a physician? Lin Shanjuan nodded. That physician had such coarse hands, and he was rather heavy-handed. I felt as though he intended to marinate my arm in medicine. The way he applied the ointment resembled slathering sauce onto pork. Oh, just the thought of it is unbearable. Her exaggerated account eased the tension in Qi Zhaomian's heart. At the very least, the corners of her lips lifted into an unnoticed smile, and the warmth in her gaze increased significantly. I wonder which physician allowed Wanner to endure such suffering. I shall immediately send for him too, though it wasn't that severe. Lin Shanjuan abruptly feigned a pitiful demeanor. You see, if he doesn't apply some pressure, the treatment won't be effective, right? The smile at Qi Zhaomian's lips widened, and as she turned her gaze elsewhere, Lin Shanjuan delighted in her playful expression. Satisfied that she had elicited a smile, she tugged at her cloak. Shall we have dinner? I have been starving all day. Qi Zhaomian turned back, walking towards the exit. You went to the Qingjing bureau early in the morning. Surely, you didn't have anyone bring you food? Lin Shanjuan grinned. I was so preoccupied with interrogating prisoners that I thought about returning to dine with you in the evening. Qi Zhaomian was pleased by the latter part of her statement, and recalled the note she had asked Shower to deliver to her. She paused. Tonight, someone is going to kill Zhao Xian. I asked Shower to inform you. Did you see her? Lin Shanjuan was taken aback. No, I met her at the door and then came straight to find you. Qi Zhaomian frowned slightly, and Lin Shanjuan continued, but it's all right. I found a death row inmate to substitute for him and hid him away. There shouldn't be any major issues. Qi Zhaomian was momentarily stunned, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shanjuan, whose face was clearly marked with the words, starving, starving. She couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that despite her seemingly rash demeanor, she was so astute in her planning, aligning her thoughts with Qi Zhaomian's own? The two settled into Chaoshi Hall, the table laden with a feast that was as delectable as it was fragrant. Lin Shanjuan's stomach, having endured 4 long months of deprivation, was now ravenous, eagerly watching Qi Zhaomian, awaiting her to pick up her chopsticks first. Upon seeing her pitiful expression, Qi Zhaomian suppressed a laugh and lifted her chopsticks. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Shanjuan swiftly grab hers, continuing to wait for her to speak. In defiance, she chose to remain silent, deliberately hesitating over the array of dishes, taking delight in the urgency on Lin Shanjuan's face before finally placing a piece of fish into her bowl. Eat up, she urged. Lin Shanjuan was deeply moved, unhesitatingly popping the morsel into her mouth, her taste buds instantly captivated. She exclaimed, Qi Zhaomian, you are so good to me. Qi Zhaomian paused, not because she was taken aback by the use of her name, but rather, was merely helping her with her meal considered such a grand gesture? Had she been unkind to her in the past? Did she not often serve herself? Was it not also an act of kindness? She gazed intently at Lin Shanjuan's blissful profile, feeling her own spirits lift. Even the bountiful spread before them appeared more appealing. With a piece of meat added to her bowl, she instinctively glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who was once again succumbing to her old habit of serving her food. Make sure to eat more of this. It is not greasy at all. How is it that I've been away for just a few months, and you've lost weight? This simply won't do. Strangely, why did her incessant chatter not grate on Qi Zhaomian's nerves? Old Madame Qin, observing from the side, was nearly beaming with joy. Your Highness has indeed lost considerable weight over the past few months, and I shall brew some nourishing soup for you tomorrow to help restore your strength. Recalling that earthen jar, Qi Zhaomian felt a wave of resistance, while Lin Shanjuan's chopsticks clattered to the floor in fright, hurriedly scrambling to retrieve them. Unable to contain herself, Qi Zhaomian let out a light laugh, prompting Lin Shanjuan to retort, thinking about food, are you missing me? Qi Zhaomian's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Have you eaten your fill already? If so, you should return to your chamber and rest. Threatening me? Lin Shanjuan set her chopsticks down with determination. I miss you. Heh, I truly do. With delicacies laid before them, one must learn the art of both yielding and bending. The maidservants, overhearing the unabashed exchange, turned their faces away in embarrassment, while Qi Zhaomian felt a twinge of discomfort, casting Lin Shanjuan a disapproving glance. Such flattery. Lin Shanjuan chuckled, recognizing this as a sign of successful flattery, and continued to enjoy her meal. After their meal, Lin Shanjuan accompanied Qi Zhaomian towards Heiyang Palace, with old Madame Qian trailing behind, evidently eager to oversee their cohabitation arrangements. Qi Zhaomian had no intention of sending Lin Shanjuan to her separate quarters, considering the latter had just been injured and the chambers were rather chilly. Throughout their journey, Qi Zhaomian remained silent, engaged in her own mental preparations. After all, this was her first experience sharing a bed with another, and she felt a twinge of unease. Lin Shanjuan opened the door and entered first, smiling broadly at old Madame Qian as she shut the door behind her, allowing the older woman to depart with a sense of relief. Qi Zhaomian sat on the bed, watching Lin Shanjuan, who was peering through the door crack like a thief, utterly perplexed by her actions. She called out to her, attempting to establish some rules for the peeping individual. You? The mere call of her benefactor was enough to pull Lin Shanjuan upright. I'll come in from the back. You need not worry. Old Madame Chen won't catch me. Qi Zhaomian? Going? Where are you going? Chapter 78. The matron Qian has caught me. She gazed quizzically at Lin Shanjuan as he sauntered to the window, opened it to peer outside, then cautiously stepped out, struggling to squeeze his body through the narrow space, ultimately tumbling out into the night. The window framed him from the shoulders up, and he smiled amiably, waving at her through the dusk. Good night, Your Highness. Suddenly, Qi Zhaomian was enveloped by an inexplicable feeling of infidelity, her eyes fluttering shut as she prepared to call out to him. Just as her lips parted, She heard the resounding bang of the window slamming shut. Qi Zhaomian thought to herself, "Very well, I was contemplating ways to make you comfortable, yet you seem to have overstretched your consideration. If you wish to sleep in the side chamber, so be it. Let the cold embrace you." With a frown, she removed her hairpin, feeling the chill of the night air seeping through the window gap. Instinctively shivering, her gaze drifted towards the direction of the side room. She remained uncertain about her injuries, how grave they were, and the night was undeniably colder than now. However, it was her choice to leave. She had not forced him away. Even if he were to return, it would have to be of his own volition. How could she possibly lower herself to invite him back? "Your Highness, I am here to assist you with your ablutions," a voice interrupted her thoughts. Qi Zhaomian turned towards the doorway, a plan forming in her mind. "Come in." Shower entered, carrying water, her eyes scanning for Lin Shanjuan, confusion evident on her countenance. Qi Zhaomian observed her reaction and sighed softly. The prince seems to prefer the side chamber. Please take a few blankets over to her shortly to ensure she does not catch a chill. Shower gasped in alarm. "Your Highness, the side chamber is quite cold, and the prince is of a frail constitution. She may not withstand the night's chill." Qi Zhaomian rose and approached the bed. "You may go now. Be diligent in attending to the prince." With a furrowed brow, Shower departed, while Qi Zhaomian slightly opened the window and, as anticipated, watched Shower hasten towards Matron Chen. A faint smile graced her lips as she climbed into bed and tucked herself under the covers, awaiting the fruition of her schemes. Indeed, shortly thereafter, she discerned Matron Chen's voice filtering through the adjacent door, and within mere breaths, the window was flung open. Lin Shanjuan whispered, "Princess, may I come in for a moment?" A smirk danced on Qi Zhaomian's lips as she refrained from responding, feigning ignorance. Lin Shanjuan, having overheard Matron Chen proclaim, "Old servant brings you blankets," could not linger any longer. She swiftly entered Qi Zhaomian's room and promptly shut the window, then made her way to the door, attempting to feign nonchalance. "Oh dear, Matron Chen, I am right here." Matron Chen regarded her with surprise. "Oh, I heard that the prince was to sleep in the side chamber, so I came to deliver blankets." Lin Shanjuan forced an awkward smile. I merely returned to fetch a garment, not to sleep." Matron Chen nodded, instructing the maids behind her, "Quickly gather the prince's belongings. Why have they remained in the side chamber?" The maids responded in unison and proceeded to enter the room to collect the items, leaving Lin Shanjuan feeling a wave of embarrassment as darkness descended around her. Does the prince particularly enjoy the refreshing breeze of an open door? A light reprimand startled Lin Shanjuan into hastily shutting the door, inching closer with each step. Qi Zhaomian couldn't suppress her laughter, pulling the covers up slightly to conceal her mouth. Princess, may I sleep with you tonight?" Qi Zhaomian opened her eyes. The covers obscured her, leaving Lin Shanjuan only able to see her eyes. The beautiful, fox-like eyes held a hint of cunning, though she dismissed the thought as a misperception. Surely, the esteemed individual was mature and composed, devoid of any slyness. "Why did you not go to the side chamber to sleep, only to come here instead?" The more she feigned ignorance, the more uneasy Lin Shanjuan became. Matron Chen arrived. Qi Zhaomian stifled a laugh. Did Matron Chen not just leave? Lin Shanjuan was on the verge of tears. "But, she took my blankets as well. I have only the bedboards left, princess." As she spoke, she edged closer. Qi Zhaomian, noticing her thin attire, could not bear to tease her further and closed her eyes. "Wash your feet before coming up." Lin Shanjuan's spirits lifted instantly. She had long coveted Qi Zhaomian's bed, so soft and inviting, far superior to the side chamber. She quickly washed her feet and, upon nearing Qi Zhaomian's bed, suddenly realized how cold she felt. Qi Zhaomian, still awake, heard her approach and then the sound of her hopping about. "What are you doing?" Amidst her clumsy antics, Lin Shanjuan replied, "I am cold and fear I might transfer my chill to you." Qi Zhaomian, exasperated, turned to give Lin Shanjuan space on the edge. "If you wish to fidget, go sleep on the bedboard." Realizing her irritation, Lin Shanjuan hurried onto the bed. She cautiously stepped on, causing the blankets to dip, and Qi Zhaomian impatiently tugged at the covers, the silk slipping too easily, sending Lin Shanjuan tumbling. Qi Zhaomian awoke with annoyance, ready to scold her back to where she belonged, only to find herself pinned beneath Lin Shanjuan. Rather than feeling suffocated, An indescribable comfort enveloped her. Mm. Qi Zhaomian let out a muffled sound, and Lin Shanjuan, inexplicably sensing a hint of allure in that sound, swallowed hard. I did not mean to. Qi Zhaomian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Shanjuan, whose eyes were filled with panic yet remained reluctant to move. And now, was it intentional, or did you forget to leave? Lin Shanjuan, utterly confused, what? Qi Zhaomian regarded her bewildered expression. You are pressing down on me. Is it deliberate, or have you merely forgotten to depart? Lin Shanjuan hurriedly withdrew, lying flat beside Qi Zhaomian, cautiously covering herself with the blankets. It also wasn't intentional. Noticing the tremor in her voice, Qi Zhaomian surmised she was terrified of being kicked off the bed again, and she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. How is your arm's injury? She was not even angry, and yet she showed concern for my wounds. Lin Shanjuan's lips curled upward. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that upon her return, Qi Zhaomian's demeanor towards her had softened considerably. It's nothing serious, merely a superficial injury. Superficial? Qi Zhaomian turned to look at her. Let me see. Lin Shanjuan, unhesitant, rolled up her sleeve to reveal the heavily bandaged wound, still showing traces of blood. Judging by the extent of the bandaging, it was evident that this superficial injury was not so trivial after all. She turned back, envisioning the harrowing scenes Lin Shanjuan must have faced. With Yishi alongside her, Lin Shanjuan had proven herself capable, yet she still bore wounds. The assassins must have been numerous. Lin Shanjuan shifted, seemingly sensing her concern, and after a moment of contemplation, placed her right hand on Qi Zhaomian's shoulder. Qi Zhaomian, puzzled, turned her head. Just moments ago, she hesitated to cover herself, and now she was bold enough to embrace her? What was she thinking? Lin Shanjuan met her gaze, smiling as she pulled her closer. Their bodies, separated only by layers of clothing, shared warmth, igniting a fluttering sensation within both. It's so cold. The wound hurts even more. What a performance, Qi Zhaomian thought inwardly, but verbally she threatened, you are rather audacious tonight. Lin Shanjuan shivered, feigning sleep with exaggerated snores. This childish act left Qi Zhaomian both amused and exasperated. Despite her discomfort, she did not push her away. Indeed, it was a chilly night, she mused. Chapter 79. Are you shedding my garments? In the early morning, the warmth of two bodies filled the quilt, and as they listened to the cold wind howling outside, they were even less inclined to rise. Lin Shanjuan, with an injured right hand, could only lie on her side facing Qi Zhaomian, the two of them resting in proximity. Qi Zhaomian was the first to open her eyes. The outside world was shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it was still snowing. With the doors and windows tightly closed, the room felt even dimmer, as though dawn had yet to break. Hearing Lin Shanjuan's gentle breathing, Qi Zhaomian recognized the closeness of this person, yet could only discern a vague outline. Last night, she had been accustomed to insomnia, tossing and turning, but the sound of Lin Shanjuan's breath lulled her into a deep slumber, and she hadn't awakened until now. She mused to herself, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lin Shanjuan, it's time to get up. Lin Shanjuan heard a faint sound and murmured in response, her mind still not fully engaged. Qi Zhaomian, hearing her soft reply, leaned closer and nudged Lin Shanjuan's shoulder. It's time to rise. Lin Shanjuan furrowed her brows, the comfort of sleep tugging at her, and as she turned over, she pulled Qi Zhaomian into her embrace, unwilling to let her awaken. Caught off guard, Qi Zhaomian realized she had been drawn into Lin Shanjuan's arms, her head resting against the gentle palm that patted her softly. The air was filled with the unique scent that lingered around Lin Shanjuan. Qi Zhaomian had never been treated like this by a stranger. The only time she'd experienced such tender care was as a child, napping in her mother's embrace. She instinctively grasped something, hesitating between the realms of sleep and wakefulness. Before she could ponder too long, a voice broke the stillness. Your Highness, someone from the Qingjing office is looking for the prince, claiming there is an urgent matter. Qi Zhaomian's nearly closed eyes flew open in surprise, vexed with herself for having been so easily lulled to sleep like a child. Lin Shanjuan, wake up. On the third call, Lin Shanjuan finally stirred, and as Qi Zhaomian heard her counting down, still unclear of the situation, Lin Shanjuan abruptly sat up. Light the lamp. Shower entered promptly to ignite the candle, and a beam of light filtered in through the bed curtains. causing Lin Shanjuan to feel a sudden chill run down her spine, involuntarily shivering. Qi Zhaomian remained in her position, wide-eyed, gazing at Lin Shanjuan's chest, suddenly exposed when her clothing was pulled apart. Lin Shanjuan shivered. Her heart raced, a realization dawning on Qi Zhaomian, who felt her mind flooded with that image. The thing she had unconsciously grasped earlier was indeed the sash of her clothing. Lin Shanjuan, now more alert from the cold, mumbled, "Princess, I'm awake." She caught sight of Qi Zhaomian's astonished face, flushed with color, and followed her gaze to her own disheveled attire and, "Oh no, I in a flurry." Lin Shanjuan snatched the sash from Qi Zhaomian's hand, fumbling in her panic to tie it into a tight knot. You, she stammered, at a loss for words. "What does this mean? Why am I suddenly undressing? Aren't we getting up?" Qi Zhaomian bit her lip, forcing her composure. I didn't intend to." "No." Lin Shanjuan interrupted hastily. It's not that I can't. I am not ready yet, you. Anyway, today won't do. I must leave." Her words tumbled out in a flurry, and she prepared to flee. Qi Zhaomian stood there, stunned, instantly understanding that Lin Shanjuan had misconstrued the situation. What she had meant to convey was, "I didn't expect this to happen." What she was likely thinking was, "I didn't anticipate you would awaken, Qi Zhaomian. If you hadn't held me first, how could this have occurred?" Without hesitation, she grasped Lin Shanjuan's collar, who looked at her in surprise. But it's morning now." Qi Zhaomian's expression darkened as she tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze upon her. "Do you believe I require your service?" Lin Shanjuan stared at her hand. What else could it mean? Qi Zhaomian took a deep breath. "Fine. Since you just said today won't work, then perhaps you could tell me which day would be suitable." Lin Shanjuan felt her heart leap into her throat. She had merely spoken out of turn, not wanting to reject her outright and provoke her anger. Which day could work? None would suffice. Qi Zhaomian pushed her against the bed's edge, Lin Shanjuan's back pressed against the bed rail, gazing at Qi Zhaomian as she drew closer, particularly the intensity and pressure in her eyes, causing her throat to tighten involuntarily as she swallowed. Qi Zhaomian's hair cascaded down her smooth shoulders as she pulled the curtains closed, casting her shadow across Lin Shanjuan. The bed was not large, leaving no room for escape. The eyes that usually held a facade of feigned warmth now brimmed with tempestuous clouds. Lin Shanjuan was bewildered as to why Qi Zhaomian was upset. Was it because her refusal had disrupted her mood? Or did she truly desire to pursue something at this moment? Realizing she was cornered, Lin Shanjuan raised a hand to create a barrier between them. "Princess, please remain calm. It is daytime now," she stammered, retreating, though there was nowhere left to go. Qi Zhaomian paid her no mind, and only when their breaths mingled did she push aside the flimsy barrier, tilting Lin Shanjuan's chin to gaze directly into her heart, evoking a tumultuous stir within Lin Shanjuan. "What are you hiding from?" Qi Zhaomian inquired. Lin Shanjuan instinctively clutched the bedding, her mind a chaotic whirl of thoughts. The beautiful benefactor, a kiss from her wouldn't be entirely to my detriment. Perhaps she was merely jesting. She had already stripped me of my clothing. Maybe it was all just a mistake. Forget it. It doesn't matter. A kiss is a kiss. She is far more beautiful than I, so I lose out. Qi Zhaomian could see that Lin Shanjuan's mind was adrift in nonsensical thoughts. Perhaps she hadn't even registered what was being said. This assumption only fueled Qi Zhaomian's frustration. How could one be so inattentive? This matter must be clarified, lest she continue to believe that a mere princess harbored any improper intentions towards her. Clearly, it was you who initiated the embrace. Qi Zhaomian was completely unprepared for Lin Shanjuan to unexpectedly lean in. The sensation of their lips brushing felt like a fleeting illusion. In disbelief, she covered her mouth, and Lin Shanjuan seized the opportunity to leap from the bed, hastily grabbing her clothes and fleeing. The empty room echoed with silence, allowing the brief kiss to reverberate endlessly in Qi Zhaomian's mind. Her lips moved, and after a prolonged moment, she bit down on her lip, holding back her tongue. What on earth was she thinking? First misunderstanding, then refusal, and suddenly retreating only to strike back? What did that kiss signify? Could it be that she had developed feelings for me? Yet what did it mean to kiss and then run away? Qi Zhaomian was at a loss, feeling as though she had been taken advantage of and then abandoned. Her mood soured. She called for Shower to assist with her morning rituals, intending to clarify matters over breakfast. But, Your Highness, the prince has said there is an urgent matter and has left in haste with the official who came to find her. She hasn't even eaten breakfast. Shall I send it to her? Qi Zhaomian's expression fell at once. Forget it. Send it? Seeing her dash away so quickly, she likely wasn't even hungry. Let her starve. Chapter 80. Zhao Xian's confession. Lin Shanjuan was in a state of disarray throughout the journey, unable to comprehend what Qi Zhaomian was saying, her mind preoccupied with the peculiar behavior of Qi Zhaomian. Just last night, he had been so composed. How could he suddenly behave like this upon waking? Confounded. She snapped back to reality when Qi Zhaomian raised his voice to call her. Lin Si. Last night, he attempted to take his own life, but we intervened. Lin Shanjuan was taken aback. What do you mean by taking off his clothes? Qi Zhaomian. Lin Shanjuan offered an awkward smile. I misspoke. How did I say that we intervened? With a sigh of exasperation, Qi Zhaomian reiterated his statement, and Lin Shanjuan nodded. Wanting to die? It wouldn't be that simple. By the time their conversation concluded, they had arrived at the Qingjing office. Lin Shanjuan dismounted and hastened to the prison cell, encountering Zhao Xian's provocative demeanor. After pondering for a few seconds, she ordered, bind all his limbs tightly with iron chains. Let him relieve himself as he pleases, as long as he stays alive. Zhao Xian's expression shifted dramatically. I am a court official. Even if your Qingjing office has the authority to interrogate, I did not sign anything yesterday, nor do I have any witness statements. You are slandering me? How dare you treat me this way? Already agitated, Lin Shanjuan became even more so at his outburst. Your abilities may be limited, but your arrogance is not small. Do you think I am in desperate need of your testimony? Having exhausted her patience, she turned to Qi Zhaomian and succinctly instructed, lock him in solitary confinement. I will report him tomorrow, and a direct execution will suffice. This case is tedious. Let's resolve it promptly. Qi Zhaomian understood the implication in Lin Shanjuan's eyes and nodded, preparing to have Zhao Xian taken away. Zhao Xian's face paled as he clung desperately to the pillar, shrieking, Lin Shanjuan, I haven't said anything. On what grounds will you execute me? Lin Shanjuan feigned surprise and instructed Bai Shu to produce the pre-written charges, presenting them to Zhao Xian. Fear not, I know you won't speak. I've prepared everything for you in advance. Thoughtful of me, isn't it? Now, please affix your fingerprint. Zhao Xian, in a fit of rage, retorted, You? I know I am considerate. No need to be so touched. Qi Zhaomian, assist Lord Zhao. Look at him, he can hardly raise his hand. Zhao Xian, in terror, withdrew his hand, clenching it into a fist, refusing to relent despite Qi Zhaomian's efforts to pry it free. Lin Shanjuan, having lost all patience, drew Bai Shu's dagger and purposefully struck it near Zhao Xian's hand, then feigned regret, stating, I seem to have lost my touch. Let me try again. Bai Shu stepped in to restrain him, and Zhao Xian, not one to be foolish, realized from her tone that she intended to sever his hand to obtain his fingerprint. Tears streamed down his face as he realized he could not afford to gamble against this unpredictable woman. He had no choice but to relent. Lin Si, no. I will sign. I will sign. How delightful. He has learned to be polite. Lin Shanjuan nodded in satisfaction, watching Zhao Xian imprint his mark and handing the document to Bai Shu. Make sure to keep this safe. If it were to go missing, it would be quite troublesome for Lord Zhao again. Zhao Xian, on the verge of tears, wished he could hide both hands so that no one could find them. Bai Shu departed to secure the charges, and Lin Shanjuan summoned Qi Zhaomian. The group then proceeded to inspect the fake Zhao Xian they had arranged the previous night, subsequently spreading the news that they would report to the palace the next day to present the verdict on Zhao Xian. Initially, it was claimed that Zhao Xian had confessed, and then it was heard that he was to be executed at dawn, which implied that this coward had likely divulged everything. Even Ji Han, usually composed, could not remain seated. Act immediately. Understood. That afternoon, the impersonator was poisoned in the jail, his body exhibiting a gruesome sight, blood oozing from all orifices, his eyes rolled back in horror. Lin Shanjuan, upon receiving the news, was disgusted and ordered the body removed, ensuring they passed by Zhao Xian's cell. She had not anticipated Ji Han to act so swiftly, nor to dare commit murder in broad daylight, which demonstrated his contempt for the imperial family. However, the more urgent his actions, the more prone he was to make mistakes. Investigate those who cooked, delivered food, and even those who dined in the prison. Find out who acted, and while you're at it, eliminate this spy as well. Yes, I shall investigate immediately. A figure, resembling Zhao Xian, donned in his garments, was carried out in that ghastly condition. Even Zhao Xian, not the sharpest, should realize he had become a pawn. Persisting would lead only to his demise. Lin Shanjuan was indeed ruthless. From the moment she captured him, she had allowed no one to approach him, rendering him incapable of sending any messages. Even Lin Shanjuan had deceived her own people, thwarting Ji Taishi's spies from achieving any effect. Yet, lamenting over such matters was futile. If he did not devise a means of self-preservation, he would be left with no option but death. Someone. I want to see Lin Shanjuan. Someone? Zhao Xian, in a frenzy, clawed at the pillar, a veil of bloodshot in his eyes. When the jailer relayed his message to Lin Shanjuan, a smile graced her lips. No rush. His mind is in disarray right now. Let him calm down and think it over, lest he overlook something. Zhao Xian shouted frantically, but no one responded, only drawing the ire of other inmates. He felt drained of all strength, collapsing against the pillar in despair. This case has already been signed. What more does Lord Zhao seek from me? Lin Shanjuan's languid voice resounded above him, prompting Zhao Xian to spring to his feet, clutching the pillar with fervor, his eyes alight with excitement. I do not wish to die. Lin Si, please save me. Please save me. Lin Shanjuan let out a derisive laugh, her gaze filled with contempt. What nonsense, Lord Zhao. You are a court official. How could I dare to offend you? Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, realizing that unless he offered something substantial, he would have no chance. Indeed, women in this world are unforgiving. In my wife's chamber, there exists a ledger. If you speak to her, she will know. That ledger is evidence of my aiding Taisher Ji Shirhan in amassing wealth. Lin Shanjuan smiled faintly and gestured for Qi Zhaomian to prepare. Zhao Xian, in a frenzy, nearly clawed his way out of his cell. I will say anything. I admit to my deeds. I have sent those women to the officials overseeing the transport of grain. Each one is recorded, and I will provide you with everything. Just grant me a path to survival. Lin Shanjuan, convinced that he was now speaking the truth, nodded. Since you have confessed, I shall also show you a clear path forward. Zhao Xian nodded vigorously. Whatever Lin Si says, I will do. I will absolutely obey. Lin Shanjuan smiled subtly. Tomorrow, I will bring up this matter during the morning court session. All you need to do is disclose everything you know, and no matter what Ji Shirhan says, you need not respond, even if he accuses you of slander. Zhao Xian paused, bewildered. But, does that mean I will confront the Taisher publicly? Noting his hesitation, Lin Shanjuan shook her head. I merely wish for your words to be heard by a larger audience. My method is here, the path is laid out before you. Whether you walk it is entirely your choice. Zhao Xian struggled to regain his composure, and after deep contemplation, he grasped Lin Shanjuan's intent. By confessing publicly, it would ensure that all the officials were aware of the salt trafficking, and soon the entire world would know he had been working for Ji Shirhan. Should he be captured and implicated, if any misfortune were to befall him, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Ji Shirhan. After all, Ji Shirhan was still a Taisher. Even if he attempted to argue his way out, temporarily evading suspicion, once Zhao Xian was dead, he would be firmly established as the one who eliminated witnesses. Thus, Ji Shirhan would not dare to act against him, and he would naturally secure his own life. Understanding this, Zhao Xian immediately knelt, prostrating himself. Thank you, Lin Si, for saving my worthless life. Thank you, Lin Si. Lin Shanjuan turned away, a cold glint in her eyes. Zhao Xian, unaware, did not realize that sometimes, the weight of one's sins can make living more torturous than death itself. One could easily choose to be virtuous and not dwell in darkness, yet they eagerly tread deeper into the abyss, step by step. Chapter 81. Why kiss me and then avoid me? Qi Zhaomian personally led a team to the Zhao residence to retrieve 2 account books once more. Lin Shanjuan opened one of them, revealing a clear record of salt transactions, with the amounts of silver recorded therein being truly staggering. Not only that, but Zhao Xian received merely a 10% share of the profits. The remaining 90% lined the pockets of Ji Shirhan. Lin Shanjuan let out a cold snort, realizing that Ji Shirhan indeed harbored treasonous intentions. It was likely that Zhao Xian had aided him in hoarding weapons in Wuyan town. This crafty old fox was adept at juggling both fundraising and military supplies. Fortunately, the salt accounts spanned only a few years, and thus were not overly extensive. Lin Shanjuan instructed Lu Feng to copy one, while Qi Zhaomian was tasked with delivering the duplicate to the princess's residence for Qi Zhaomian to deliberate.as for Lin Shanjuan. He set about capturing the individuals listed in another account book overnight. Qi Zhaomian, with the copied account book in hand, galloped straight to the princess's residence. After explaining his purpose, he waited briefly before being summoned. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated such a summons. He had thought it would suffice to hand the documents to a maid named Shower, but now he was to face Her Highness directly? From her elevated position, Qi Zhaomian regarded the kneeling Qi Zhaomian with a scrutinizing gaze. Did she merely instruct you to bring this? Unable to decipher her intent, Qi Zhaomian could only respond truthfully, yes. Qi Zhaomian, irritated, pressed further. Why did she not bring it back herself? Qi Zhaomian stammered. The esteemed one is investigating the officials who accept bribes from women in preparation for the court session tomorrow. This indeed provided a plausible excuse. Qi Zhaomian let out a cold laugh. So, she will not be returning tonight? Qi Zhaomian felt a wave of despair. No wonder Lin Si had acted uncharacteristically in apprehending people. He was not concerned about their competence, but rather terrified of confronting the Grand Princess. I do not know either. Qi Zhaomian took a deep breath. Very well, you may leave. Qi Zhaomian felt as though he had received a reprieve, hastily departing the princess's residence at a speed even greater than when he arrived. Qi Zhaomian supported her forehead, contemplating. It was she who first embraced him, she who kissed him. Why now does she wish to hide? If she desires to evade, I shall ensure she has no refuge. Her gaze fell upon the account book, and she remembered to open it. It would be best if it served as a safeguard for her own life. Otherwise, she might as well abandon her role as a royal inspector and spend her days in the princess's residence as a maid. In a fit of anger, she flipped it open, and upon glancing at its contents, she was momentarily stunned. This was the account book detailing Zhao Xian's collusion with Ji Shihan in illicit salt trading over the past 3 years. She had stumbled upon such a significant piece of information. Qi Zhaomian stood there, genuinely astonished that Lin Shanjuan could provide her with such a remarkable surprise. Clearly, his tireless efforts were not in vain. The disappearance of a woman had unraveled so much. He was indeed a treasure. Rising to her feet, Qi Zhaomian began to pace the study, contemplating the most effective strategy. Having dealt with Ji Shihan for many years, she was well aware of his cunning and manipulative nature. As long as he was not genuinely plotting rebellion, the Dan Shu Tai Quan would suffice to absolve him of any wrongdoing, especially concerning mere salt trafficking. It was utterly impossible to bring him down through this matter. However, it could certainly serve to rattle him a bit. Prepare a carriage. We shall enter the palace. There is no need to conceal our movements. Let whoever is meant to know. Yu Lu promptly set off to make preparations, ensuring Qi Zhaomian's safe passage into the palace to meet Qi Ili. Once inside, Qi Ili dismissed all attendants save for a solitary stool positioned outside, before fetching tea for Qi Zhaomian. Sister, your late-night visit must pertain to urgent matters. How may I assist you? Qi Zhaomian placed the account book on the table, refraining from immediately revealing her intentions, and instead posed a question. Take a look at this first, then tell me what we should do. As Qi Ili perused the pages, his astonishment grew. This is evidence of Ji Shihan's illicit gains. With this, we could. His excitement was abruptly halted as he realized, no, Ji Shihan possesses the Dan Shu Tai Quan. This alone cannot bring him down. His ability to remain composed and recognize this nuance pleased Qi Zhaomian, who nodded and succinctly explained, this was uncovered by Lin Shanjuan, and she intends to address it in court tomorrow. All you need to do is cooperate with her in the court to compel Ji Shihan to part with more silver. While we cannot entirely eradicate him, we must at least inflict some damage. Qi Ili nodded fervently. However, the people of Wuyan town have suffered greatly in recent years. I propose we exempt them from taxes for 3 years to alleviate their burden. What do you think? Qi Zhaomian was quite pleased with his progress. Let it be as you suggest. Her gaze turned toward the void. Thus, it is evident that Zhao Xian is merely Ji Shihan's accomplice in amassing wealth. Removing this pawn will certainly keep him in check for a time, effectively severing one of his limbs. This elephant is far too large. Only by dividing its portions can we hope to defeat it completely, so we must not rush. Qi Ili solemnly nodded. I understand. His eyes darted, and then he feigned casual interest as he scrutinized Qi Zhaomian. Given the effort the prince has exerted on this case for months without rest, how do you intend to reward him? The underlying implication was clear. After such a long period without respite, he ought to be afforded a few days of relaxation. Qi Zhaomian, fully aware of his intentions, smiled back at him. What do you propose as a suitable reward? With an air of unrestrained pride, Qi Ili replied, If you entrust this to me, let us summon the prince to the palace after tomorrow's court session. It has been ages since we last met, and it would be an excellent opportunity to. He spoke with exuberance, but abruptly sensed the potential danger in Qi Zhaomian's smile, hesitating to continue. Do you think this plan may not be advisable? Qi Zhaomian maintained her smile. Has the prince completed the copying of the books you entrusted to him? Qi Ili flinched. Yes, he has completed it. But, please do not be angry. He only wished to assist me given my hard work. The prince is ever so considerate, always looking to lighten my burdens, yet he consistently adds to my worries. The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became. Sensing her irritation, Qi Ili boldly ventured. Could it be that the prince has upset you? Qi Zhaomian lifted her eyelids to regard him. She kissed me and then avoided me. How could such words even be uttered? Forget it. Qi Ili detected the scent of scandal, his ears eager for gossip. What of her? Qi Zhaomian shook her head. There is nothing. Unwilling to relent, Qi Ili pressed on. Do not hesitate to speak, sister. If she has wronged you, I shall stand up for you. At his words, Qi Zhaomian had yet to feel comforted before Qi Ili added, However, the prince is naturally easygoing and reasonable. If there is any misunderstanding, you should discuss it with her. Qi Zhaomian's mood plummeted. If you mention her again, I shall have you copy books once more. Qi Ili recoiled, not daring to utter another word. The prince was indeed a brave soul, possessing both cunning and the audacity to provoke the grand princess's ire. Alas! Is she truly reasonable? Which of her actions could be deemed rational? She who merely hides away. Once this matter is settled, I shall ensure she remains in my presence daily, and we shall see where she attempts to flee. Chapter 82. The bloodied heart of Grand Tutor Ji. The following day, during the morning court session, all the ministers knelt on the ground, save for Lin Shanjuan and Ji Shirhan, who stood upon the dais. The two exchanged glances. Ji Shirhan's smile was a veneer that concealed his venomous intent. If there are matters to be addressed, speak. If not, depart. Lin Shanjuan disregarded Ji Shirhan's expression and stepped forward. From the second-rank governor Zhao Xian, in collusion with the county magistrate of Wuyan Town, Hu Kun, the madam of the Chaoxian Tower in the capital, and others, over 50 virtuous maidens were forcibly abducted and subsequently delivered to various officials to facilitate connections. He has now confessed. I beseech your majesty to render judgment. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in a cacophony of discussion. Setting aside the gravity of the matter, the abduction of 2 or 3 maidens might not raise significant concerns, but over 50. That was indeed excessive. Qi Ili's shock was no less than that of the ministers below. Hadn't he, the Empress Dowager, mentioned the salt issue last night? It turned out this Zhao Xian had committed such heinous acts. Over 50 women. His audacity was beyond measure. Clenching his fists, Qi Ili felt a surge of anger. Is this truly the case? Bring him forth for questioning. Lin Shanjuan nodded, and soon Bai Shu and Qi Zhan brought Zhao Xian before the Grand Hall. It was not Zhao Xian's first audience at court, but it was the first time he appeared in such a disgraceful manner. The gazes of the ministers, each filled with varied thoughts, made his skin crawl. Yet, he could blame no one but himself for his predicament. Initially, Ji Shirhan remained unfazed, for he had received word of Zhao Xian's demise from those he had dispatched. However, upon seeing Zhao Xian alive and kneeling before him, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Wasn't he this fellow supposed to be dead? How could he now be alive and kneeling here? Instinctively, he glanced at Lin Shanjuan, who responded with a provocative smile. Ji Shirhan clenched his fist within his sleeve. This was the woman's scheme. He had fallen into her trap. She had anticipated he would resort to murder to silence him. The undercurrents between the two did not escape Qi Ili's notice, but he feigned ignorance and addressed Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, do you have any rebuttals to Lin Si's claims? Gazing down upon Zhao Xian, The hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Zhao Xian's heart trembled as he felt the weight of Qi Ali's scrutiny, causing him to collapse to his knees and repeatedly bow his head. I mean, the guilty servant acknowledges his crimes. Every word Lin Si spoke is true. Qi Ili closed his eyes briefly and gently massaged his temples. And where have those 50 maidens been sent? Zhao Xian lowered his head, his youthful vigor seemingly drained. 22 were dispatched to officials in Wuyan town responsible for grain transport. 10 remain at Shaoxian Tower. 8 were given to the Minister of Rights, Zhao Su, and the remaining 13 were distributed among various court officials. All details are recorded in my accounts, which I submitted to Lin Si yesterday. The murmurs within the court grew louder, revealing the absence of several officials that day. Some speculated about Zhao Xian's motives behind bribing the grain transport officials, while Ji Shihan foresaw the impending fallout and began to contemplate his escape. A sharp voice cut through the chatter. Silence. Once the crowd quieted, Lin Shanjuan spoke with a calm demeanor. After locating the roster yesterday, I have comforted each maiden listed, and those wishing to return home have been provided with transportation. Moreover, Zhao Xian's residence has been raided, and all officials involved in bribery are now detained pending investigation. Qi Ili felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent! Your actions have alleviated my burdens. Furthermore, the assets of other court ministers shall also be confiscated to provide for the over 50 maidens, with the remainder directed to the national treasury. Lin Shanjuan inclined his head slightly, casting a glance at Ji Shihan, who continued to glare at her with unyielding intensity. It seemed this old fox would not understand the meaning of restraint unless he bled a little. Given his disdainful gaze, she thought it would be unwise not to retaliate. Your Majesty, during the interrogation, another rather intriguing matter arose. Qi Ili, sensing an opportunity to further undermine Ji Shihan, spoke with newfound lightness. Oh? What is it? Lin Shanjuan flashed a cold smile at Ji Shihan, who immediately felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, she produced an item resembling an account book from her bosom. With his conscience already burdened, the sight of it confirmed his fears. It contained records of misdeeds. Ji Shihan gritted his teeth in silence, realizing Zhao Xian had feigned loyalty while secretly engaging in such treachery. The audacity of it all! The sharp voice took the account book, presenting it to Qi Ili. As he flipped through its pages, it mirrored the records Qi Zhaomian had brought the previous day. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The ministers, noticing Qi Ili's displeasure, held their breath. After a prolonged silence, Qi Ili closed the account book, his gaze smoldering with fury as he fixed it upon Ji Shihan. Grand Tutor Ji, do you believe the duties of an official are truly so tiresome that you now seek to engage in trade? Feigning ignorance, Ji Shihan clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, what do you mean? The old minister is unaware. Qi Ili let out a cold laugh, tossing the account book before Ji Shihan with a ferocity previously unseen. Surely, you are not deaf and blind. Perhaps you ought to examine it yourself? Ji Shihan, well aware of his ambitions being an open secret, had never been reprimanded so harshly. His resentment flared, yet he reluctantly picked up the account book, for Qi Ili still held the throne, a rightful sovereign he could not challenge. The account book detailed in meticulous handwriting the wealth Zhao Xian had extorted over the years on his behalf. Ji Shihan's heart sank, but he had already considered a countermeasure. He promptly fell to his knees, familiar words spilling forth, Your Majesty, I am wronged. Qi Ili's cold gaze remained fixed on him. You mean to suggest that Zhao Xian spent years plotting against you and framing you? Realizing I am wronged had lost its efficacy, Ji Shihan quickly signaled to Qin Wenxiang. Receiving the cue, Qin Wenxiang hastily knelt and implored, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The Grand Tutor's actions are entirely for the nation and its people, for your sake. Qi Ili raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. I was unaware that the Grand Tutor's motives were for my benefit. Qin Wenxiang's throat tightened as he exchanged a glance with Ji Shihan, struggling to continue. The Grand Tutor, seeing the national treasury depleted, was filled with concern, hence engaging in these enterprises, not for personal gain, but to support your Majesty and uphold the realm. Qi Ili nearly burst into laughter, forcing a frown to display his feigned sorrow and suspicion. In that case, have I wronged the Grand Tutor? Lin Shanjuan quickly fanned the flames. I too believe the Grand Tutor is a man of integrity, deeply concerned for the nation and its people. He cannot possibly be the villain Zhao Xian has framed him to be. His heart truly lies with your majesty. Qi Zhaomian felt a deep bitterness within, yet he nodded in agreement. Indeed, my actions were solely for your majesty's sake. Chapter 83. The heart of Master Ji bleeds with a smile gracing his lips. Qi Zhaomian remarked, Indeed, I have wronged the Grand Master. Therefore, today I shall instruct someone to transfer all the silver in this ledger to the national treasury. Furthermore, the citizens of Wuyan town, having suffered such grievances, must also be pacified. Thus, I shall exempt them from taxes for 3 years. In the coming year, we shall select capable individuals to assume the role of county magistrate. Qi Zhaomian's heart was still bleeding, yet unexpectedly, Qi Zhaomian's tone shifted. Although the Grand Master's intentions were to relieve my burdens, the methods employed were, alas, inappropriate. The act of extorting the people is a harsh reality, and failing to impose penalties would only stir further discontent among the populace. The wrinkles on Qi Zhaomian's face deepened. This old minister accepts the punishment. Qi Zhaomian suppressed a laugh. For many years, the Grand Master has presided over the imperial examinations. Given the current situation, it is only fitting that we appoint Minister of Revenue Jin Hong as the chief examiner for the civil examination, and General Yi Lang as the chief examiner for the military examination. Jin Hong and Yi Lang stepped forward in unison, proclaiming, We shall obey. Qi Zhaomian, utterly drained, spoke in a voice laced with emptiness, I also obey. Qi Zhaomian, in high spirits, sought to stifle his laughter, decisively declaring, Let it be so. Do any ministers have further matters to present? As the matter drew to a close, the assembled ministers knelt in unison, exclaiming, Our emperor is wise. Lin Shanjuan, standing nearby, winked at Qi Zhaomian, who, in return, subtly gave her a thumbs up. After the court session concluded, Lin Shanjuan mounted her horse, eager to return to the Qingjing office for a much-needed rest. Qi Zhaomian hurriedly pursued her, intent on delivering a few sarcastic remarks and testing the waters. Seeing her about to depart, a young servant shouted, Lady Lin, hold. Lin Shanjuan paused, turning to see the Grand Master approaching, her heart blossoming with delight as she feigned humility, clasping her hands. Is there something else, Grand Master? If the matter involves an excess of silver that is inconvenient to transfer, I can find someone to assist you. Qi Zhaomian, caught off guard, shot her a dark look. Lady Lin possesses not only a silver tongue, but also an extraordinary talent for adjudication. I am deeply impressed. Lin Shanjuan discerned the weight of his words, recognizing his intent to probe her, and thus adopted an air of feigned ignorance. It is an honor to receive the Grand Master's praise. I also admire your concern for the well-being of the state and its people. Your generosity in accumulating wealth is truly commendable. Qi Zhan and Bai Shu stifled their laughter, while Qi Zhaomian glared at Lin Shanjuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Shanjuan, unwilling to engage further, lazily performed a courtesy before striding away. Qi Zhaomian struggled to suppress his urge to lash out, exhaling heavily. Qin Wenxiang timidly approached, suddenly recalling a belated agreement, that Lin Shanjuan is truly excessive, beyond all bounds. Qi Zhaomian was startled, turning to see the very culprit who had caused him to relinquish all his silver, berating him internally with a barrage of expletives. What brings you here so suddenly? Qin Wenxiang's righteous indignation quickly morphed into sycophancy as he looked at Qi Zhaomian, eager to claim credit. This trivial matter of extricating oneself from a predicament is nothing for the Grand Master to dwell upon. Hearing him still daring to seek accolades, Qi Zhaomian's expression darkened further, erupting in a torrent of curses. You still dare to seek credit? I wanted you to engage in some verbal sparring with the Emperor, and look what you've done. Your inept brain has spouted nonsense. I've toiled for years to accumulate that wealth, and now it's all gone to the treasury. The scholar, now bereft of his usual decorum, realized the folly of his actions. Qin Wenxiang, humbled, stammered, Qi Zhaomian, now filled with a desire to strike him, dismissed him with a wave of his sleeve. Do not come here with your subservience. You are merely a source of annoyance. Go home and seek comfort from your wife. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Alas, Grand Master, Grand Master. After leaving the court, Lin Shanjuan rode back to the Qingjing office, the fatigue of recent days finally catching up to her, and she stretched contentedly. Boss, the favored concubine of Lord Du has expressed her desire to take his remains home now that the case is resolved. Lord Du? Lin Shanjuan, still in the act of stretching, blinked in contemplation before recalling that he was the very origin of all these events, the victim in the brothel murder case. They had taken his body under the pretense of investigation, and it was indeed time to return it. Very well, I have yet to examine the remains. Let us go and see. The group located the coroner, only to find that the body had long since begun to decay. Since Lin Shanjuan had been away from the Qingjing office for months, it had been disposed of directly. Upon hearing this, the favored concubine was not pleased, collapsing in tears, lamenting, "My master has perished, and I am unable to reclaim his remains." The more she wept, the more Lin Shanjuan felt something was amiss. It was clear that her display of grief was not genuine. How could she have received such timely news when the case had only just concluded that morning? Moreover, her tears seemed less a manifestation of sorrow and more a reflection of relief. Bai Shu, flustered by the concubine's theatrics, remained silent as Lin Shanjuan ignored her, opting instead to interrogate the brothel madam regarding Lord Du. It was during this inquiry that she discovered the truth. Lord Du had not come to the brothel seeking pleasure, but rather to redeem the sister of his favored concubine, who had been sold into the establishment. Sister? Lin Shanjuan inquired. Was she eventually redeemed? The madam shook her head. At that time, she was not redeemed. However, the young lady has been here for several months. I fear the Kaixian building may already. The situation appeared to be more complex than anticipated. Lin Shanjuan immediately summoned Bai Shu, instructing him to investigate the whereabouts of all the women in the Kaixian building. Half of the Qingjing office's staff dispersed to conduct inquiries. These women had been brought to the capital, and even if they wished to return home, most had no means to do so. Many had been taken in by wealthy patrons or had sought refuge in other brothels. As the sun began to set, the favored concubine remained adamant in her demands, insisting on obtaining a personal belonging of Lord Du. Lin Shanjuan paid her no mind, allowing her to linger while she meticulously organized the information pertaining to Lord Du, closing her eyes as she pondered deeply. Devoid of parents, siblings, or a surviving spouse, Lord Du was indeed a solitary figure, with only this favored concubine to his name. Though he had performed his duties well, his character was lacking, particularly in the realm of lust, a fact well known throughout the capital. It was puzzling that such a man would willingly expend a fortune to redeem his concubine's sister, suggesting that his motivations extended beyond mere affection for her. If his aim was indeed to redeem someone, why then did he require 5 attendants? Moreover, this personal belonging. Lin Shanjuan picked up the solitary jade pendant resting on the table, the only remnant of Lord Du. It was likely that the favored concubine sought this very item point. One couldn't help but question Lord Du's taste. How did he manage to incorporate such a palm-sized pendant into his attire? Chapter 84. Fulfillment. Qi Zhaomian stood beside her, letting out a sigh. This favored concubine truly harbors genuine feelings for Du Hua. She wept for an entire day over this jade pendant. Lin Shanjuan, though not an expert in jade, could discern that this piece was of inferior quality. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, prompting her to toss the pendant to Qi Zhaomian. We may need to pay a visit to Du Hua's residence. The throw took Qi Zhaomian by surprise. He fumbled and failed to catch it, causing it to fall to the ground and even be stepped on. The sound of shattering resonated, and the two exchanged glances. Lin Shanjuan remarked, after Witty caused her to cry for a day over a relic she wished to reclaim, Witty now turned it into mere fragments. Qi Zhaomian, flustered, lifted his foot, only to discover that within the broken pendant lay a hidden key. Boss, look at this. He quickly retrieved it and handed it to Lin Shanjuan. No wonder this pendant was so sizable. It conceals such a mystery. Lin Shanjuan smiled knowingly. It seems we truly must pay a visit to the esteemed Du family. Disguised, the two departed through the back entrance and hastened to Du Fu, only to encounter Bai Shu at the entrance. Boss, what brings you here? Lin Shanjuan countered with a question. Have you discovered who was here? Bai Shu raised the register in his hand. It was the last one, Yin Lu. The townsfolk say she was brought here. Lin Shanjuan, understanding the implications, boldly entered the house and awaited in the main hall. When Yin Lu learned of the visitors, with her sister absent, she reluctantly stepped forward to receive them. However, upon seeing the guests, she froze in shock. Lin Shanjuan beamed at her. "Miss Yin Lu, it has been quite some time." Yin Lu, nervously wringing her handkerchief, bowed stiffly. I have met Lord Lin." Lin Shanjuan's discerning gaze scrutinized her adornments from head to toe, noting the absence of any signs of destitution. It was evidently illogical for a suspect to reside so comfortably in the victim's household. As the two engaged in a silent standoff, the favored concubine rushed back, and upon witnessing the scene, her heart sank. She composed herself and positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Lu, dismissing all the maids and servants before mustering the courage to respond. "Esteemed lords, your sudden arrival has caught me off guard." "No need for pleasantries," Lin Shanjuan interjected, producing the key. "I have come to return the belongings of Lord Du. Given that his body has decayed and been buried, I trust you are more concerned with where this is than its burial location." The favored concubine bit her lip, rendered speechless. Lin Shanjuan placed the key on the table. "If we clarify the circumstances, there might be matters we can negotiate." The favored concubine gazed at Lin Shanjuan in shock, hesitating for a long moment before kneeling. "Yin Lu and I hail from the same hometown. 2 years ago, I was drugged and brought here to become Du Hua's favored concubine. Du Hua is a ruthless man. Many women in his household have been tormented to death by him. Had I not fortuitously discovered his frailty and possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge to treat his ailments, I too would have fallen victim to his cruelty. I had initially sought to end my life, wishing to escape this world, but then I overheard him mention a new girl at Yin Lu named Yin Lu. Yin Lu is a tree native to my hometown. I suspected this Miss Yin Lu might be someone I knew, so I disguised myself to investigate, and indeed, it was Luer." Bai Shu comprehended. "So you are from the same hometown?" Yin Lu nodded. "Though we are red cards, we differ from the others. We are specifically tasked with receiving esteemed guests of Lord Zhao and merely relay information without selling our bodies. The claim of 5 new flowers is merely a ruse to mislead." Kneeling together, the favored concubine seemed to draw courage from Yin Lu, tightly grasping her hand and intertwining their fingers. Yet Du Hua, despite being wary of her connection to Lord Zhao, could not resist his desires. "I knew that few women marked by that beast could escape his clutches. Thus, I secretly devised a plan with Yin Lu, handing her the poison that would take his life, while feigning that Yin Lu was my sister, hoping he would assist in her redemption." Du Hua readily agreed, eagerly heading to Yin Lu to redeem her, and Yin Lu took the opportunity to poison his drink. The favored concubine recounted her tale in one breath, ultimately bowing deeply. "My lords, I orchestrated everything. Yin Lu was reluctantly drawn into this, and is not the mastermind. I have long suffered under Du Hua's tyranny, and thus sought revenge." She took all the blame upon herself, and Lin Shanjuan recognized her intent to protect Yin Lu. Both had been sold from their homeland, only to end up in the hands of the perverse Du Hua. Even if they returned home now, their fate would likely be no better. Her gaze shifted to the key. "You may leave now. I wish to discuss other matters with them." Bai Shu, momentarily taken aback, had yet to voice his questions when Qi Zhaomian pulled him away. Lin Shanjuan stood. "I have one final question for each of you. Answer truthfully, and I shall grant you the key." She turned to Yin Lu. "Why were you willing to trust her and assist her in killing Du Hua?" The favored concubine instinctively shot a glance at Yin Lu, but Yin Lu averted her gaze, staring at the ground before her. The year my sister Xiang disappeared, it was rumored she had died, swept away in a flood. I refused to believe it and searched everywhere, only to discover she had been taken away. I sought the means to contact the county magistrate and, alongside other women, made my way to the capital. The favored concubine appeared unaware of this, her body trembling in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief and a pain that even Lin Shanjuan could recognize. I knew these women would be sold in the capital. After many inquiries, I found no information, and despair consumed me, leading me to believe she truly was dead. The brothel owner must have noticed my cleverness and made me a special red card. I took the name Yin Lu simply because it was her favorite tree, a means of honoring my late sister. The favored concubine gasped, instinctively grasping her hand to silence her, but Yin Lu shook her head, resolutely continuing. "Xiang, in this life, we are fated to part. Should I have the fortune in the next life to be a man who can protect you, Let us meet once more. The events unfolded as Lin Shanjuan had surmised. The remaining details were clear to her without needing to be spoken. The favored concubine had initially planned to use the excuse of interrogation to rescue Yen Lu, but unexpectedly, the brothel owner had reported them, thus thwarting their escape. Later, with Zhao Xin's downfall, Yen Lu seized the opportunity to flee, yet they found themselves unable to locate the key to Du Hua's hidden treasury, leading them to believe it was concealed within the jade pendant. After 5 long months of waiting, hoping for the return of the body, they learned that Du Hua had hastily buried it, hence their quest for the relic. As the truth emerged, Lin Shanjuan felt an even greater weight upon her heart. In modern times, love between the same sex is not considered extraordinary. Though she is not part of that community, she harbors no aversion to it. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand today, she grasped the immense challenges that such a love faces. In an era where such affections are often dismissed, the struggle for 2 souls to remain together in the constrained confines of ancient society is almost unimaginable. One sold from her homeland, the other willing to risk everything in search of her. She could not allow such profound devotion to perish on her watch. What treasures might this key unlock, sufficient for your escape? Both women stood in stunned silence, and Lin Shanjuan decisively placed the key in the favored concubine's hands. You face your own hardships. Du Hua's demise is his just deserts and bears no relation to you. This residence will soon be taken over by a new master, and if you have a safe haven, take the money and depart. Yen Lu, overwhelmed, struggled for words as Lin Shanjuan passed by them. If you find a secure place, feel free to send a letter to the princess's residence. If it proves troublesome, do not feel compelled to. She strode out of the main hall, and only then did they realize, bowing their heads in gratitude. Lin Shanjuan paused momentarily, not turning back, and continued on her way. Chapter 85. A bold attempt today. Speaking the distanced words to oneself, Qi Zhaomian and Bai Shu waited outside, and upon seeing Lin Shanjuan emerge, they both stuttered and nudged each other, clearly having something to say. Their eyes exchanged frantic signals, almost as if they might pop out of their sockets. Lin Shanjuan, unable to endure their antics any longer, turned to them and said, "Am I blind? Just speak if you have something to say. Why are you staring there?" Bai Shu, caught red-handed, offered a sheepish smile. "Boss, how do you intend to handle those 2? Handle?" Lin Shanjuan regarded him with a meaningful glance. "Are you suggesting taking them in? You 2 often frequent KCN." No, no, no." Bai Shu shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the very thought. "We just feel that, having come all the way from the countryside, it hasn't been easy for them. Now that they have finally regained their freedom, but," Qi Zhaomian chimed in, lamenting, "indeed, 2 young ladies in the prime of their lives, forced to accompany that beast in death." Lin Shanjuan chuckled lightly and mounted her horse, prompting the 2 to hastily follow suit. "What do you mean by accompanying in death? If they desire relics, we can return them, and that should suffice. There's nothing more to it." Bai Shu and Qi Zhaomian exchanged a glance, a moment of understanding passing between them, and they began to grin as they fell into step behind her. Yes, nothing more to it." As Lin Shanjuan glanced back at the dilapidated and gloomy entrance of the Du residence, she thought that they should leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. Upon entering the Qingzheng Sea, a eunuch from the palace arrived with an imperial edict, commanding Lin Shanjuan to enter the palace immediately. She rubbed her forehead. She had yet to figure out how to face Qi Zhaomian, and now Qi Li was summoning her again. Could it be a reward for solving a case? Alas, if only this reward could be a few days of leave for a proper rest. When she arrived at Wuing Hall, Qi Li was already seated, though he did not rush over as he had previously. Instead, he sat with a certain restraint, his words measured. Noticing his rapidly blinking eyes, Lin Shanjuan mentally waved her hands. "Fine, no need to say anything, your sister is watching you from behind the screen." "Your Majesty." "Rise, take your seat." Qi Li smiled at her. "I have heard that you sustained serious injuries while investigating the case. Why did you not call for the imperial physician?" Lin Shanjuan shook her head. "It's merely superficial wounds, nothing serious." "Your Majesty summoned me for what purpose?" Qi Li nodded towards a small stool, which brought over a folded document, presenting it to her. "Lin Si, this is a list of gifts bestowed upon you by His Majesty." As Qi Li watched her unfold the document, he declared with pride, "If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to inform me." "I shall grant it." pearls in sets of 5, 1,000 taels of silver, hundreds of bolts of silk. Good heavens, these rewards were indeed substantial. Lin Shanjuan had no complaints. On the contrary, knowing she would eventually leave, these gifts would ultimately belong to Qi Zhaomian, thus making little difference. I thank your majesty for the generous gifts, but there is one matter. I would like to request a few more days of leave. She was straightforward in her request, devoid of any circumlocution. Qi Li appreciated her candor. A mere few days of leave, he readily acquiesced with a wave of his hand. Just as he was about to arrange a day to drink with Lin Shanjuan, he suddenly recalled something his elder sister had mentioned and sat up straighter. By the way, I have also heard that you have grown distant from the princess recently. Is that true? Lin Shanjuan twitched her lips. Sure, he attended classes with the grand tutor every day. It seemed he had picked up quite a bit of gossip, all likely just hearsay. With Qi Zhaomian present, she decided to be forthright to avoid any further provocation. If she were merely average in appearance and temperament, it might be tolerable. However, Qi Zhaomian was breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal, and at this rate, she might find herself bending to her will. If that were to happen, what if she could never leave? The more she pondered, the more reasons she found to speak her mind. Your Majesty, you are aware that the princess and I are merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, akin to a faux marriage. While I genuinely wish to assist her in fulfilling her aspirations, there are no feelings between us. I understand that the princess has her own ambitions, and I will support her wholeheartedly. As for feelings, a fruit forced to ripen is never sweet. Qi Li's expression shifted from shock to horror, and he unconsciously wanted to glimpse his sister's reaction, yet he dared not turn his head. If that is the case. Behind the screen, Qi Zhaomian was indeed seething with rage. She had only meant to suggest that, given the cold weather and the lack of warmth in the Qingjiang Sea compared to the princess's residence, and considering her injuries, she hoped Qi Li would hint at her returning to stay, rather than hiding away in Qingjiang Sea all day. And yet, what did she hear? A mutually beneficial arrangement? A forced fruit is never sweet. She abruptly stood up, stepping out from behind the screen, and when her gaze met Lin Shanjuan's, she found no surprise in her eyes, suggesting she had known all along. Had that earlier statement been meant for her ears? With no established boundaries for too long, she truly did not regard herself highly. Return to the residence, Qi Zhaomian coldly declared, tossing those words over her shoulder as she strode out. Qi Li peeked behind her, signaling his powerlessness to Lin Shanjuan, who suddenly remembered to be afraid, shrinking her neck and avoiding Qi Zhaomian's gaze. But Qi Zhaomian did not overlook her. She paused before Lin Shanjuan for a brief moment. You too. Lin Shanjuan flinched, reluctantly rising to follow Qi Zhaomian back. The carriage felt even more cramped, and Qi Zhaomian leaned against the wall in silence. Though she could sense the caution emanating from the person beside her, it did little to alleviate her discontent. In truth, Lin Shanjuan had spoken nothing but the truth. Their relationship was indeed, as she described, one of collaboration. So why did hearing her reiterate this fact time and again feel so irksome? Before she could unravel her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, the sound of hooves growing clearer, followed by a loud whinny, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The horses bucked restlessly, the carriage shook violently, and Lin Shanjuan instinctively pulled Qi Zhaomian into her embrace, one hand supporting the back of her head as she cautiously peered outside. Qi Zhaomian was taken aback by her actions. Hadn't she just claimed it was all a pretense of mutual benefit? Why was she holding her so tightly now, appearing so anxious? Her hand pressed against Lin Shanjuan's chest, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat, and she caught sight of Lin Shanjuan's fair neck and a glimpse of her collarbone. Suddenly struck by an overwhelming urge to part her collar and reveal the entirety of that exquisite bone structure. Her hand had already brushed against the collar, but Lin Shanjuan noticed and, thinking she was startled, gently patted her on the back of the head. Everything's fine. It seems we collided with another horse. Lin Shanjuan's voice was soft, and Qi Zhaomian suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment about her earlier desire to part her clothing. She gave a quiet and withdrew her fingers, settling back into her seat. The coachman, realizing he had made a grave mistake, hurriedly scolded, "How dare you? Do you not know to respect the carriage of the Grand Princess?" Chapter 86. Reckoning upon hearing that it was the princess's carriage, the mounted deputy general hastily dismounted to offer his apologies. "Your Highness, Please forgive me, I am Li Chou, the deputy general of the military house. The young general's horse broke free, and fearing it might cause harm, I inadvertently collided with your carriage. I humbly request your punishment. It was Yilang again. Qi Zhaomian, overwhelmed with exasperation, thought it absurd that not only could he not manage people, but he also failed to control horses. Return to the residence. She said nothing further, not wishing to prolong the matter. Moreover, with so many eyes upon them in the bustling market, and at a time when she was engaged in a strategic game with Ji Shirhan, it was prudent not to antagonize the military house. Seeing that the princess did not express any reproach and simply left after her terse command, Li Chou felt a mix of uncertainty and sighed as he led the horse back. Yilang was waiting at the military house entrance for news, and upon spotting Li Chou returning with the horse, he was about to approach when Yishi appeared from behind him. Is brother sending Li Chou out for a leisurely ride? Startled, Yilang quickly grabbed Yishi's arm. How do you know? Has father been informed? Yishi shook her head. I went to the back courtyard to check on the horses and noticed yours was missing, so I came here. What? Was it not a ride after all? Yilang had no intention of hiding the truth from her. Rubbing his face, he confessed, Today, Zhao Zhao went out, and I instructed Li Chou to collide with her carriage, hoping to use this incident to strike up a conversation with her in the future. Yishi was utterly shocked. What? Li Chou crashed into the carriage? Brother, you know the princess's temperament all too well. Her reluctance to meet you is for the good of both parties. You are out on the street commanding Li Chou to collide with her? Have you lost your senses? Yilang held her back just as Li Chou approached. Young general, the princess did not say anything to me. After I introduced myself, she merely said return to the residence and left. Yilang was taken aback. She did not blame me? Li Chou shook his head. No, not a word. Yishi could hardly bear to watch, pulling Yilang behind her and instructing Li Chou. Take the horse back. If you run into trouble again and father finds out, we will all face punishment. Li Chou complied and led the horse away. Yishi, with a sense of helplessness, looked at Yilang and pulled him towards her courtyard. Come here. Yilang, dejected, was led into the courtyard to sit down.